Chapter 1. A ray of brilliance arrives, gently caressing the earth as the world gradually awakens from the darkness of dawn. Sunlight filters through the verdant leaves, streaming through the window and bathing Wang Luo's face at that moment. His phone alarm begins to ring. I am the bright and cheerful boy. The bright and cheerful boy. My only specialty is smiling. Ugh. Wang Luo reaches for his phone, silencing the alarm, and with bleary eyes glances at the time. It is 7:30, and Wang Luo is instantly wide awake. This marks his first official job since graduating from his postgraduate studies, and today is his first day at work. As a professional in the field of law, a keen sense of time is paramount. With a swift motion, Wang Luo throws off his blankets, performing a nimble roll and darting into the bathroom. He brushes his teeth, washes his face, and uses the restroom in quick succession, then rushes back to his bedroom to retrieve a set of high-end suits specially purchased by his parents. After meticulously donning his attire and perfectly tying a blue and white diamond-patterned tie, Wang Luo styles his hair and applies a light spritz of cologne to his cuffs. With all preparations complete, his phone rings again, and he glances at the name displayed on the screen. Unbeatable Beauty DeBoli. Hello, Lily. Why are you calling me so early today? Wang Luo answers the call. Hee, I wanted to check if you were awake last night. Someone was so excited they couldn't sleep. A lively, bell-like voice chimes from the other end. No worries, I'm all set now. Wang Luo replies with a smile, but don't forget about our date tonight. Rest assured, my little Luo, see you tonight. Bye. Yes, see you tonight. After hanging up, Wang Luo gazes at his youthful and handsome reflection in the mirror, takes a deep breath, and declares, Wang Luo, a new life begins. Stay strong. After boosting his morale, he picks up his briefcase, checks his belongings, and slips into his meticulously polished leather shoes, exuding confidence as he steps out of the house. Beep beep. Wang Luo unlocks his graduation gift of a Volkswagen Passat. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and the saddle makes the horse, and he certainly looks the part. With a roar of the engine, the sleek black Passat slowly pulls out of the underground parking lot. Wang Luo hails from a well-off family. His father is a senior executive at a publicly listed company, while his mother runs a supermarket. To facilitate his commute, they specifically purchased a single apartment not far from his workplace. Wang Luo's upbringing has indeed been fortunate, and his inherently righteous character led him to choose a career in law. In no time, he arrives at the company, reports to the HR department, receives his materials, and is guided by a senior colleague. Time flies, and before he knows it, the sun begins to set, marking the conclusion of his first day in this new chapter of life. After organizing his materials and bidding farewell to his colleagues, he takes the elevator down to the garage. Soon, he drives his Passat out of the garage. When his phone rings again, without a doubt, it is Lily calling. Has my little Luo finished work? Hurry over, I've been preparing all day. Yes, I'm on my way. Great, then focus on driving. 10 minutes away, and luck is on my side. There's no traffic at all. All right. Wang Luo eagerly anticipates their date this evening, not only to celebrate his successful entry into his dream law firm, but also to commemorate 3 years of their relationship. For this occasion, Lily has taken a day off to prepare a special dinner. It is said that she has put her heart and soul into this evening's feast. It should be splendid, right? However, the thought of Lily's culinary skills causes Wang Luo's smile to gradually fade. Never mind, the focus of the evening isn't solely on the meal. As he awaits the evening with great anticipation, a runaway truck comes barreling toward him. Wang Luo reacts instinctively, jerking the steering wheel in a desperate attempt to evade the oncoming vehicle. But it's too late. The truck overturns, its cargo crashing down upon the black Passat. Wang Luo's vision fades to black, and he loses consciousness. Luo, wake up, little Luo, my poor little Luo. In a hazy state, he hears the frantic voices of his loved ones deep down. He struggles to awaken, but the surrounding darkness is impenetrable. In the year 1498 of the Sea Circle calendar, it has been 10 years since the pirate king Gold Roger was publicly executed by the Navy. In Lowtown, Roger's final words before his execution were, "Go and seek it. I have left everything there." In those fleeting moments, Roger ignited a spark that would change the world, ushering in the era of great pirates. Countless young souls rushed into the Grand Line, joining the fray for the elusive One Piece. Though not all were nefarious pirates, there is no denying that pirates do not engage in production after prolonged voyages. Once their resources are depleted, the majority resort to plunder, inflicting tremendous harm upon the innocent. Perhaps Roger's choice to surrender was due to his failing health, as he could not wait for the prophetic day to reveal the One Piece. His self-imposed exile was intended to guide the true Joy Boy in the quest for the One Piece, to alter this filthy world ruled by the celestial dragons. Whether Roger's decision was wise remains a matter for debate, but it is clear that the era of great pirates initially brought suffering and death to the world. It is akin to a great tree suffering from decay. Roger's ideals ultimately led to his downfall, nourishing Joy Boy's creation of a new world. This may be the most direct approach. Much like the rise and fall of dynasties, each transition appears to occur within mere decades, with colossal empires collapsing, only to give rise to new ones. Such straightforward statements hide the countless corpses of the common people. As the saying goes, better to be a peaceful dog than a chaotic man. The language of the masses encapsulates their greatest aspirations. What if we were to consider an alternative approach? Reform from within. Many speak of Emperor Zhao Kuan-yin of the Song dynasty, who seized power from the vulnerable. However, his bloodless coup was undoubtedly the least harmful to the common folk. After consolidating national strength, the Song dynasty united the Central Plains, ending the fragmentation that followed the fall of the Tang dynasty, repelling formidable foes like the Liao and Western Xia. The Azure Sea meets the golden sandy shore. As a gentle breeze sweeps across the tranquil waters, the tides ebb and flow, and a hermit crab is washed ashore by the waves. As the water recedes, the crab quickly retracts into its shell, and upon sensing the stillness, it cautiously extends its claws and scuttles back toward the sea. At that moment, a dark canvas unexpectedly appears on the horizon, and before long, a ship approaches the coast at great speed. As the sailboat advances swiftly, its outlines become discernible. Members of the militia stationed at the lookout tower suddenly spot the vessel and hurriedly peer through their binoculars, only to see a skull emblazoned on the black sail pirate ship. The militia sounds the alarm, and in an instant, the air is filled with the shrill cries of warning. The once peaceful Mushroom Town erupts into chaos. Pirates? Mushroom Town is not a pirate haven. It is merely a small town under the jurisdiction of the world government. Before the era of great pirates, they would not waste time raiding affiliated nations. However, as the era progressed, the number of pirates surged, and with the saying "more wolves than meat," the prolonged struggles left the Navy's forces stretched thin, unable to respond swiftly to every corner. This has led pirates to turn their sights on these small towns governed by the allied nations. Why? Because peaceful towns like theirs have little in the way of combat-ready personnel apart from a few young members of the militia. Once the pirates swiftly plunder their supplies, they can escape into the sea before the Navy can intervene. What to do? The residents of Mushroom Town are filled with trepidation. Mayor Old Ka acts decisively, promptly using a Den Mushi to contact the nearest Navy G9 Division, Branch 12. Moshi, this is Navy G9 Division, Branch 12, how may I assist you? A young naval officer's voice comes through the Den Mushi, and upon hearing it, Mayor Oldka feels a sense of reassurance. After a brief pause to collect his thoughts, he speaks quickly. Navy officer, this is urgent. We are in Mushroom Town, and a pirate ship is approaching us. The militia has just sounded the alarm. Please send assistance immediately. Excellent. There are pirates approaching, correct? Mushroom Town, isn't it? We must set off immediately. Upon hearing that pirates were indeed nearing the town, the young naval officer promptly declared, before swiftly activating the alarm system of the naval branch. Remain calm on your end. First, ascertain the pirates' intentions if they seek supplies. Maintain your vigilance if they intend to plunder. Exercise caution and do not provoke them. We anticipate arriving in 1 hour. The naval operator reminded Mayor Old Ka before disconnecting the call. Understood, please hurry. Thank you. With a click, the communication was severed. Old Ka gazed at the approaching pirate ship, inhaled deeply, and bellowed through a megaphone, "Young and strong lads, rally with me at the town entrance to defend our home." The elderly, infirm, and we should remain indoors and secure their doors and windows. The Navy will arrive in an hour. We shall be all right." Mayor Old Ka held considerable authority in Mushroom Town, and under his calm judgment and command, the initially frantic townsfolk slowly regained their composure following his directives. The young men armed themselves and gathered at the town's entrance. In no time, a multitude had assembled at the entrance of Mushroom Town, wielding an array of weapons, cleavers, hoes, sickles, and more. Trusting in Mayor Old Ka, yet gripped by fear of the pirates, their faces bore expressions of anxiety, observing the steel blades and long guns in the hands of the militia at the forefront. They found a modicum of reassurance in their own makeshift armaments. Major Catlame of the 12th Division stationed at the G9 Naval Base swiftly received the report and hastily summoned his subordinates to head towards Mushroom Town. The naval vessel completed its preparations for departure within 3 minutes as the ship sailed from the naval port. Catlame furrowed his brow at the sight of Mushroom Town in the distance and inhaled deeply. Damn these pirates. How dare they attempt to plunder so close to a naval branch? Are they ignorant or merely disdainful of our Navy? At that moment, a naval lieutenant approached him, saluted, and reported, "Major Catlame, our forces have departed from Mushroom Town and are expected to arrive in 1 hour." Catlame instinctively grasped his forehead, a wry smile crossing his face. Understood, urged the sailors to expedite their pace. "I only hope these damn pirates are merely seeking supplies." The lieutenant remained silent, knowing that Major Catlame was attempting to reassure himself the pirates of today had become increasingly audacious. Before the onset of the Great Pirate Era, pirates did not indiscriminately massacre civilians, however. Following its arrival, a new breed of maniacal newcomers had joined the fray, transforming the pirates' ethos. In pursuit of exorbitant bounties and the so-called pirate supernovas, a band of lunatics committed heinous acts without remorse. After coercing civilians into surrendering their possessions, food, and fresh water, they would mercilessly slaughter them. Some pirates relished in torture and humiliation, binding men before their families, assaulting women in front of their kin, and then strangling them to death, while disemboweling the elderly and infirm. Some even took pleasure in the slaughter, indulging in murderous contests. Their actions were utterly appalling. Referencing the invasions of coastal cities by pirates, reflecting on these horrifying and inhuman. Hearing the boisterous shouts of his pirate crew, Audrophine Lays could not suppress a cruel smile as she exclaimed, "Splendid, my little ones. This is our first target upon returning from the New World to paradise. We shall split the spoils of this quaint town evenly, indulge in fine wine, delectable feasts, and the company of women." In an instant, the pirate's eyes sparkled with excitement. Women, treasure, was this not the ultimate pursuit of their piratical existence? Having endured nearly a month at sea, their mouths parched and weary, and surrounded by a rowdy crew, they were on the brink of madness, upon hearing their captain's proclamation of women and banquets. The pirates' spirits soared. "Cannoneer, blast that lookout tower to smithereens." Following the direction of Audrophine Lays' gleaming sword, a portly, rotund man promptly adjusted the cannon's aim, grinning wickedly. "At your command, Lady Audrophine Lays," as the fuse was ignited. A resounding boom echoed as a cannonball, laden with volatile gunpowder, erupted forth amidst a shower of sparks. The militia observing from the lookout tower beheld a minuscule but rapidly enlarging, soon accompanied by the thunderous roar of the cannon's discharge. Cold sweat poured from their brows. This band of pirates was indeed up to no good. The cannonball was a declaration of war. With little time to ponder, the militia scrambled down from the lookout tower, executing a graceful roll as they landed, just in time for the cannonball to strike the tower. Boom! In an instant, the lookout tower trembled precariously, engulfed in flames, casting a final glance at the tower that had stood by for so long. The militia member grasped his trusty steel blade, drawing it forth with a swift motion across his chest, then dashed towards the town's entrance. As he advanced, fellow militia members, spotting him, called out in concern. "Lo, did you hear the cannon fire? Are you unharmed?" "I am unscathed," Lo replied, having sprinted 3 kilometers without appearing fatigued, only a few beads of sweat glistening on his brow. "But that's a relief. Lo, it seems these pirates come with nefarious intent." An elder militia member's face twisted with menace. This was Captain Dorge, a retired naval officer, aged 48, who had taken Lo under his wing. "Captain Dorge, the pirates will reach our town within 10 minutes. Lo nodded towards Dorge, articulating his assessment. "If we engage in battle within the town, the destruction be too great." Dorge wiped the ferocity from his face and chuckled. "Must I explain this to you again? You insolent rascal, listen closely. The pirates possess cannons, while we have but 2 measly guns. Thus, engaging along the coastline is disadvantageous for us. However, our town lies beyond the effective range of their cannons. Do you understand now? You little wretch, after we repel the pirates, you must bring me a bottle of your father's prized wine as tribute." At these words, warmth filled Lo's heart, though Captain Dorge's words were laced with reprimand. His mentorship was evident. Lo saluted promptly. "Understood, Captain Dorge. Rest assured, I shall surely sneak 2 bottles for you later. You little scoundrel, do you think I need your help to procure a drink?" A middle-aged man, strikingly similar to Lo, emerged from the crowd. "Father, what brings you here?" "Isn't mother in need of care?" Lo gazed at his father in astonishment. "You impudent child, how could I remain behind while you battle pirates on the front lines?" "Though I have never taken a life, I was quite the brawler in my youth," the middle-aged man replied, annoyance evident in his tone. Indeed, the town's ruffian," mocked the town mayor. Old Carl that remark. The middle-aged man fell silent, his embarrassment eliciting smiles from the onlookers. "Enough chit-chat. Everyone, quickly take cover. Militia at the front, villagers at the back. When the pirates arrive, follow my lead and hurl stones at them. Let us crush this rabble." Dorge interrupted the levity. "Remember, they are a gang of ruthless pirates. Fear not, Captain Dorge. We shall bravely protect everyone." The militia shouted, weapons raised high. "I know. You little rascals, get your wits about you when the blood flows. Don't soil yourselves," Dorge admonished, stepping forward alone, brandishing his blade, his muscular frame casting a formidable silhouette. Captain Dorge. The crowd felt invigorated by Dorge's indomitable presence. With him, the pirates seemed less fearsome, however, evading the gaze of others. A flicker of worry crossed Dorge's eyes. Mushroom Town, nestled in the West Sea, was his homeland, a tranquil settlement under the jurisdiction of the Sicilian Kingdom, a member of the world government, where pirates dared not tread. After returning home from his retirement, barely 6 months had passed before a small band of pirates intruded upon Mushroom Town. Yet, these miscreants were easily dispatched by the unity of the townsfolk under Dorge's leadership. Following this, at Dorge's suggestion, Mayor Old Carl promptly established the militia, appointing Dorge as its captain. Since then, Dorge has diligently trained and patrolled with the militia, successfully repelling numerous brigands and pirates. As the militia gained prominence in Mushroom Town, the townspeople transitioned from skepticism to growing support, and at the age of 12, Lo joined the militia. Filled with a sense of justice, Lo garnered Dorge's admiration, coupled with his rigorous training and robust physique. He was a rare gem. Dorge, recognizing his potential, took a keen interest in nurturing Lo, often training him rigorously while imparting military knowledge, just as he had done earlier. Once a naval lieutenant, Dorge had suffered a grievous miscalculation during a mission 5 years after the onset of the Great Pirate Era, leading to an ambush by pirates that resulted in the annihilation of an entire naval squadron of over 100 sailors. When he arrived on the scene, he could only witness the vibrant lives extinguished before him, collecting and burying the remains of his fallen comrades. Subsequently, the naval headquarters imposed punitive measures, stripping Dorge of his rank and compelling his retirement at the young age of 43. Though he bore deep resentment, he returned home, believing his life had come to a dismal conclusion. Unexpectedly, he found himself with the chance to confront those vile pirates and teach the younger generation to defend their homeland. Rekindling the spark in his once despondent heart. 2 years prior, Dorge had intended to recommend Lo for an apprenticeship at the G9 branch of the Navy. However, Lo's mother had suffered poor health since giving birth to him, and 3 years ago, her condition had worsened, leaving her bedridden and her prognosis uncertain. Lo's father, once a notorious ruffian in several towns, had settled down after Lo's birth, engaging in small businesses and living a decent life. After Dorge established the militia, he provided substantial support, introducing several strong young men to the ranks and ensuring his son Lo joined, personally mentoring him. As hurried footsteps echoed, though the pirates had yet to appear. The sound alone signaled their imminent arrival. As the first figure crested the hill, the pirates burst into view. "The pirates are here," Dorge murmured, causing the militia members and townsfolk in hiding to tense up. "Ha ha ha. Only one wretch to greet me." Otterfiend sneered, eyeing Dorge with contempt. The zebra pirate crew. Upon hearing this name, Dorge's eyes reddened with fury. How fortuitous. It seems fate has conspired against me. Years prior, Dorge had been tasked with eliminating the Falcon pirate crew, only to discover they had allied with the Zebra pirates, resulting in a naval squadron led by a lieutenant being ambushed and annihilated. After Dorge's retirement, the Falcon crew was ultimately defeated and captured by the still-serving Lieutenant Carterline, with their captain now languishing in the depths of Impel Down's Red Lotus Hell. Now, he stood before the remaining architect of his brother's demise. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Dorge abruptly raised his pistol, aiming it squarely at Audrey Finn-Lace's forehead, ready to fire. Just moments ago, the self-satisfied Audrey Finn-Lace sensed a deadly threat looming. And his superficial observation hockey saved his life. A lead bullet whizzed past his ear, severing several strands of his hair. A chilling scream pierced the air, as the pirate underling standing behind him was not so fortunate. A spray of blood erupted from his forehead, splattering the nearby pirates. Instantly, the entire scene fell silent, the previously raucous pirates now resembling chickens whose necks had been grasped, their bravado abruptly stifled. However, in the world of piracy, bloodshed and death are constant companions. After a brief moment of shock, Audrey Finn-Lace bellowed fiercely, "Who dares to defy me? I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. How dare you kill our comrade? Men, kill this man before me. Annihilate the weak and the frail." The pirates lived a life where death was ever present. Losing a comrade meant fewer people to share in the spoils of women and treasure. Soon, led by a towering brute over 3 meters tall, the pirates charged towards Dorge, brandishing knives, guns, and clubs point one after another. Over 100 vicious pirates, their faces twisted with menace, surged forth, some unfortunate souls, splattered with the blood of their recently slain comrade, resembled demons clawing their way from the depths of hell. The ferocity of the Zebra pirate crew far surpassed that of the previous small-time pirates and mountain bandits, especially the towering leader, whose spiked club still bore the stains of blood, as if he had recently feasted upon it. This scene sent shivers down the spines of the townsfolk, despite the enemy being right before him. Dorge did not allow anger to cloud his judgment. The spark in his eyes, which threatened to ignite, was suppressed in favor of a deep seriousness. "Everyone, quickly throw stones at the pirates," he commanded. The able-bodied youth of Mushroom Town had yet to shake off their fear. Fortunately, the well-trained militia swiftly obeyed Dorge's orders. Even though they too were intimidated by the pirates' ferocity, a massive stone struck one pirate squarely on the forehead, causing blood to splatter, followed by a barrage of stones raining down upon the pirates. The leading brute regarded these stones with disdain, as if they were inconsequential, while his club whirled through the air with a menacing whoosh, sending chills down spines. With a powerful thrust of his arms, his already robust biceps bulged like balloons, veins protruding grotesquely. The pirate's club spun above him as he leapt high, aiming to crush Dorge's skull, roaring, "Die!" As the club descended towards Dorge's head, he remained eerily calm. The brute envisioning Dorge's head shattering like a watermelon. At that moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Dorge's lowered gaze. Shave. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted. The anticipated scene of carnage did not unfold. The club struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a crater over a meter in diameter and half a meter deep. Had that blow connected with a person, the outcome would have been dire. Yet, at this moment, Dorge had already evaded to the brute's rear, his long knife gleaming ominously, the blade now stained with a hint of crimson. Dorge disdainfully flicked his blade, letting a few drops of blood fall to the ground. His cold gaze fixed upon the pirates before him. "It seems I haven't truly slain anyone in quite some time. How disappointing to find my blade still stained with blood. That I must be getting old. And foolish brute, relying solely on strength will not bring you victory over me." As soon as the words left his mouth, a gaping wound appeared on the pirate brute's chest, blood gushing forth, as if it were free. With a thunderous crash, the towering pirate collapsed like a fallen mountain. The events transpired with such swiftness, from the brute's assault to his demise, all within the blink of an eye. The onlookers had yet to process what had occurred when the seemingly invincible pirate brute was vanquished in an instant by Dorge's hand. This act served as a powerful morale booster for the militia and the youth of Mushroom Town. The fear that had gripped them moments ago dissipated entirely. In stark contrast, the remaining pirates, who had been roaring with bravado, were now stunned to witness one of their strongest fall to Dorge's might. Their gazes towards Dorge now filled with a mix of trepidation and apprehension. Seeing this, Luo quickly hurled several large stones while shouting, "Everyone, follow Captain Dorge's lead, repel the pirates, defend our home." Only then did the townsfolk snap out of their shock, immediately picking up stones from the ground and hurling them at the pirates. A deluge of stones rained down upon them. Just as it seemed the stones would crash down on their heads, a shadow darted past, and the torrent of stones shattered into fragments. A towering figure, at least 4 meters tall, appeared before the pirates, with a long neck and alternating black and white stripes. This creature, though standing on 2 legs, was unmistakably not human, clad in distinctive attire, wielding a massive steel sword. It was none other than Audrey Finlinson. He was a wielder of a devil fruit. Indeed, it was no surprise that the Zebra pirate crew was named after his devil fruit powers. Audrey Finlinson had unleashed his devil fruit abilities, transforming into a half-human, half-zebra form, wielding an imposing 8-foot steel sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Behind him, the armed pirates gazed upon their captain with renewed vigor. Audrey Finlinson raised his sword, roaring, "Show me your mettle, lads." Seeing their captain display his powers, the pirates' morale soared. "Kill!" A deafening battle cry erupted from their throats. Dorge, witnessing the renewed charge of the pirates, thought to himself, "Indeed, they are no ordinary pirate crew. It seems this will not be an easy battle today." The most formidable challenge before him was the towering creature, Audrey Finlinson, the Zoan type, bulbul fruit, zebra form devil fruit wielder. Just moments ago, while dodging Dorge's gunfire, Dorge had distinctly sensed a hint of haki emanating from him. Truly, these pirates returning from the New World were no ordinary foes. Audrey Finlinson bent his legs, the wild power of the zebra's devil fruit surging through him, enhancing his jumping ability. He brought his long sword down with tremendous force, the sheer might surpassing that of the previous pirate brute. Clang! A deafening clash echoed as Dorge, gripping his sword with both hands, managed to block the devastating blow. "You scoundrel! How dare you kill my beloved subordinate?" Audrey Finlinson snarled. "Today, I shall flay you alive." "Then come and try," Dorge muttered defiantly, channeling all his strength to deflect the long sword. Unfazed, Audrey Finlinson smoothly transitioned his grip, shifting from a downward slash to a sweeping attack, his sharp blade cleaving through the air with explosive force. Half-moon slash. Dorge's expression shifted dramatically. This Audrey Finlinson was not merely a devil fruit wielder. He was also a master swordsman. This was troublesome. Dorge's initial plan to swiftly conclude the battle was now overshadowed by the looming threat. He hesitated to use shade to evade this ferocious flying slash, as behind him stood the militia and townsfolk. With no other option, Dorge resorted to the most laborious method, gripping his steel sword tightly. Holding his breath, and striking at the incoming crescent slash, in an instant, the grating sound of metal grinding filled the air. Dorge shouted, exerting his strength, redirecting the crescent slash upwards, before he could breathe a sigh of relief. The massive sword came crashing toward his face, and Dorge barely managed to press his palm against the blade, narrowly blocking the sharp tip. At that moment, a horde of pirates surged past them. Fierce and brutal, yet not devoid of cunning. Having witnessed Dorge's astonishing combat prowess in dispatching the pirate brute, they understood he was no small fry. With the captain engaged, they had no need to concern themselves further. They had never seen their captain, Audrey Finlinson, defeated by anyone. Defend. Move quickly. Militia in front. Civilians behind. Damn it. These wretched pirates. This was undoubtedly Mushroom Town's greatest weakness. Only Dorge possessed the strength to fight back, while the others stood virtually no chance against this band of marauders. "Hey, are you trying to distract me while fighting me? You must be seeking death." Audrey Finlay's uttered these words as she swung her steel blade downward, forcing Dorge to block once more. At this moment, the formidable power of the animal-type devil fruit became evident. Empowered by the wild strength of a zebra, Audrey Finlay's not only bore down on Dorge with her powerful arms but also lifted her left leg to launch a fierce kick at Dorge's legs. Caught off guard, Dorge's right leg was brutally struck by the zebra's hard hoof. In pain, Dorge's grip weakened slightly, allowing the long blade to draw perilously close to his neck. The sharp edge was capable of slicing through flesh with ease. Dorge, enduring the excruciating pain in his leg, desperately evaded the long blade, narrowly avoiding decapitation. Audrey Finlay's had evidently anticipated Dorge's movements with her Kinbunchika haki. A sweeping kick aimed at Dorge's abdomen came rushing forth once more. Dorge, a battle-hardened veteran, despite not yet mastering Busashoka haki, had grasped the basics of Kinbunchika haki and quickly crouched down, crossing his arms tightly. Even so, Dorge was still sent flying by the sweeping kick, crashing through several stout trees before finally coming to a halt. Wow, Dorge steadied himself, using his steel blade for support, but the shock from that last kick still left him reeling. This is bad. Dorge gazed at the hybrid form of Audrey Finlay's before him, slowly rising to his feet. The captain has unleashed his fury. Brothers, let us strike. The pirates, witnessing their captain's sudden resurgence, felt their earlier despair dissipate, charging directly at the militia members. Damn. Seeing this, Dorge couldn't help but curse. Although the militia members felt anxious, they had no choice but to release their arrows. Luo took the lead, swinging his steel blade toward the nearest pirate. Having lost 2 comrades in quick succession, the pirates dared not underestimate their opponents and unleash their full strength right from the start. Seeing Luo's fearless bravery, the militia members, along with several fervent civilians, brandished their weapons and charged back against the pirates. Luo, indeed a promising prospect in Dorge's eyes, swiftly felled a pirate clad in black with just a few strikes. However, pirates were not known for their chivalry. They would stop at nothing for victory. Just as Luo had overcome one pirate, a gun-wielding pirate stealthily aimed his pistol at Luo's forehead. Without a moment's hesitation, the pirate pulled the trigger. Luo had no time to react. And as the bullet hurtled toward him, a figure resembling a shooting star appeared in front of him, deflecting the bullet with a swift strike. You little rascal, don't die before your old man. Luo looked at the figure before him. Was it not his usually gentle and caring father? He was astonished by his father's remarkable skill. Damn these pirates. If you want to kill my son, you will all have to get through me first. A hint of madness flickered in Luo's father's eyes as the long blade in his hand glinted fiercely in the sunlight. Father, let us fight side by side. Luo pivoted to stand back to back with his father, facing the approaching pirates without a hint of fear. Let us crush them, the pirates roared, launching their assault. Instantly, the air was filled with the clash of blades. They truly were a reliable father-son duo. As Dorge's gaze drifted back to the distant battlefield, he felt a touch of reassurance. So, I merely need to deal with you. A surge of battle intent flared in Dorge's eyes. Old friend, it has been a while since you unleashed your might, hasn't it? Responding to Dorge's thoughts, the steel blade emitted a dazzling radiance, unleashing 3 fierce waves of sword energy that roared forth like a tiger leaping from its den. Shredding the swirling leaves in an instant, the 3 waves of sword energy surged towards Audrey Finlay's with overwhelming sharpness. Upon witnessing these 3 waves, Audrey Finlay's felt a jolt of alarm. Although they had yet to collide, her instincts warned her that this strike was not to be taken lightly. The cutting winds of the sword energy split the ground, leaving 3 deep gashes in their wake, obliterating all vegetation in their path. Such a formidable display. This is bad. Audrey Finlay's, no longer underestimating her opponent, quickly gathered her strength, channeling a tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 waves of sword energy clashed heavily with Audrey Finlay's, sending a tempestuous aura sweeping across the battlefield. As the dust settled, her majestic zebra had emerged, albeit in a disheveled state, with her clothing torn and 2 horrific wounds visible on her massive chest, oozing copious amounts of blood. This is no ordinary foe, Audrey Finlay's thought to herself. Such a commotion, of course, caught the attention of the nearby battlefield, drawing the gaze of the pirates, seeing their captain in such a disheveled state. They were struck with fear at Dorge's terrifying prowess. How long has it been since they witnessed their captain being beaten like this? Ha ha! Dorge, panting, gave a thumbs up and then quickly spun downward, taunting Audrey Finlay's. Fueled by rage from her injuries, Audrey Finlay's fury reached its zenith upon seeing Dorge's provocation, unleashing a torrential aura that caused the surrounding trees to sway ominously. With a swish, her long blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, as Audrey Finlay's propelled herself forward, leaving 2 hoof prints imprinted on the ground. The blade in her hand danced wildly, each strike aimed lethally at Dorge, whether slashing or stabbing. Audrey Finlay's veins bulged, her aura reaching its peak as she fought with a relentless fervor. Damn, this lunatic! Under Audrey Finlay's nearly frenzied onslaught, Dorge could only rely on his steel blade to block swiftly. The metallic clang of their weapons ringing out, sparks flying with each collision. Dorge had just unleashed his ultimate technique, and now he found himself in a weakened state. Despite his desperate defense, the wounds on his body continued to multiply. In contrast, the 2 horrific gashes on Audrey Finlay's chest had seemingly stopped bleeding, and she grew ever more vigorous. This was the might granted by the devil fruit. It was not merely the power and speed bestowed by the Zoan type. The enhancement to stamina, recovery, and endurance was nothing short of a qualitative leap, especially in light of Kaido's sage words. Haki is the power that transcends all. Words from the world's top-tier warriors carry weight. The devil fruit, already limited by Haki, could exert little influence. Even the Logia type dared not excessively elementalize before top-level foes, lest it become an easy target. However, when both Kinbunshoku and Busoshoku were on par, and the devil fruit could not alter the tide of battle, the allure of the animal-type devil fruit became apparent, particularly after awakening. The users of animal-type devil fruits, provided they were not in an immediate life-threatening situation, became nearly tireless killing machines. Kaido, atop Onigashima S-Dome, first defeated the 9 red scabbards, then battled against the 2 emperors and the 5 supernovas, subsequently withstood a grievous blow from Zoro, and later one-on-one defeated Luffy, before engaging in a heartfelt duel with his daughter Yamato, only for Luffy to return and continue the fight. After being interrupted by CP0, he faced Luffy once more in a final confrontation. Enduring such a series of battles, others would have perished countless times over. Although his resilience was partly due to his unique lineage as a member of the Oni tribe, it was undeniable that the immense power granted by his mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the fish fruit in its azure dragon form, significantly enhanced his capabilities. Speed, defense, and recovery were all at the pinnacle of existence, compounded by Kaido's mastery of the 3 types of Haki, truly earning him the title of the strongest among the 4 emperors. The long blade gleamed coldly, piercing forth and causing a torrent of blood to erupt from Dorge's abdomen. The sudden, searing pain twisted Dorge's resolute face in agony. Meanwhile, the militia members engaged in a bloody struggle in the distance suffered heavy casualties, with Luo and his father both bearing numerous wounds, while civilians fled in terror. Conversely, the pirates still had at least 50 or 60 members maintaining their combat effectiveness. Their strongest leader, Dorge, was now gravely injured. Was this to be the end? Especially as the remaining militia members, witnessing their captain in such dire straits, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Luo, having just slain a pirate, charged toward Audrey Finlays. "You little brat, get out of here. It's not your turn to die yet." Luo's father seized his hand. "No. If we are to die, we die together." Blood trickled down Luo's face during his battle with the pirates. A small chunk of flesh had been sliced from his forehead. Had he not reacted swiftly, he too would be a cold corpse by now. So many brothers have died. None of you shall escape. I will kill them all. Men are to be slain, while women are to warm the bed. Robbery, murder, arson. The pirates roared frantically, and at this moment, the entrance to Mushroom Town was stained with fresh blood and shattered bones. With severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered everywhere, was this not a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth? This was a true reflection of the era of great pirates, and the tragedy unfolding in Mushroom Town was merely a microcosm of the world of One Piece. The common folk lived perpetually in such dire straits. After sustaining severe injuries, Dorge was relentlessly pushed back by Audrey Finlays, his wounds multiplying as he fought. It was evident to any discerning observer that Dorge's demise was merely a matter of time. Off the coast of Mushroom Town, a naval warship was swiftly approaching, and from the observation deck at the top of the mast, a Navy officer spotted the Zebra pirate cruise ship docked at the shore. Not far away, a lookout tower was engulfed in flames. Purr, purr, the transponder snail on Caterlum's person rang out, prompting him to immediately pick up the receiver. "This is Caterlum. Report to Major Caterlum. A pirate ship has been sighted ahead. Should we initiate cannon fire?" Came the voice of a naval observer from the other end. Caterlum narrowed his eyes and replied, "Fire 2 test shots to see if the pirates retaliate. If they do, it means we have caught up before they have landed." He paused briefly before continuing. "If the pirate ship is hit but they do not retaliate, then cease fire and proceed at full speed. Notify all personnel to prepare for battle immediately." "Yes, understood, sir." With the announcement echoing through the ship, the naval crew sprang into action, readying themselves for the impending clash. After about 10 minutes, the naval warship had drawn near to the Zebra pirate cruise vessel, which was now within cannon range. At Caterlum's command, the first round of cannon fire was unleashed. Only 5 or 6 cannons discharged, marking it as merely a test shot, observing the inaccuracy of the first barrage. The skilled gunners aboard quickly adjusted their aim, and the second round commenced. Dozens of cannonballs were launched, with a dozen striking the Zebra pirate ship. Instantly, the vessel was riddled with holes, flames erupting. Yet not a single cannon returned fire. An empty ship. The pirates have already landed. Caterham decisively ordered, "Cease fire. Full speed ahead. Prepare for boarding." Yes, Dorge was on his last legs, and under the torrential assault from Audrey Finlay's, he resembled a flickering candle in the wind, poised to be extinguished at any moment. With a swift flick of her sword, Dorge's steel blade was knocked aside, leaving him exposed. Seizing the opportunity, Audrey Finlay's raised her blade high, intending to cleave Dorge in two. Dorge's attempt to block was futile. He could only sidestep in desperation, yet the continuous injuries had dulled his reflexes and speed to a crawl. Despite his frantic evasion, his right arm was severed at the root. Ah! Dorge howled in agony, blood gushing from the stump of his arm as he fell to his knees. Defeated, Audrey Finlay's grinned wickedly at the fallen Dorge, relishing the sight of her prey, as if gazing upon a lamb awaiting slaughter. "This is the price for injuring me. Now, you may die." With a swift motion, her blade descended rapidly, and Dorge, bereft of strength, felt an overwhelming sense of despair, not only for his unavenged vendetta but also for his inability to protect the townsfolk of Mushroom Town. Regret, sorrow, and a torrent of emotions surged within him as he closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Yet, contrary to his expectations, death did not arrive. Instead, he was jolted from his thoughts by the sound of clashing steel. Startled, he opened his eyes to behold a familiar slender figure, none other than the young man he admired, Luo. At that moment, Luo was desperately parrying Audrey Finlay's steel blade, catching her off guard as she had not anticipated anyone daring to intervene in her battle. With a surge of primal force, an overwhelming pressure cascaded from the blade, akin to a mountain crashing down. Luo's body creaked under the strain, the disparity between them glaringly evident. Nevertheless, he did not retreat an inch. Audrey Finlay's half-human, half-horse visage twisted with fury. "You little brat. You seek death." With that, she unleashed a powerful kick that sent Luo hurtling away like a ragged sack. Yet, she did not attempt to finish him. Her priority was to eliminate Dorge, the only formidable opponent in this town. With a sinister smirk, she raised her blade once more, aiming to cleave Dorge's head in two. Clang, the sound of steel rang out sharply. And at that critical juncture, a figure darted through the trees like a bolt of lightning, a long sword glinting with a menacing shine aimed directly at Audrey Finlay's temple, a surprise attack. Audrey Finlay's pupils dilated in shock, her body tensing as sweat trickled down her spine. Despite possessing only rudimentary observation haki, her primal instinct recognized the imminent danger, compelling her to withdraw from her assault on Dorge and quickly reposition her blade for defense. The long sword sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Clang! The clash of metal erupted, sparks flying as a figure adorned with a cloak emblazoned with the word justice appeared. Major Caterham had arrived. The fierce winds generated by their collision swirled around them, sending leaves spiraling into the air. Caterham had long been aware of Dorge's dire predicament. Having been old comrades, he knew well that had Dorge not retired, he would likely hold at least the rank of major by now. Fully cognizant of Dorge's capabilities and the fact that he had utterly lost the will to fight, having even lost an arm, Caterham was acutely aware of the dire situation at the entrance of Mushroom Town. This pirate crew was not only brutal and savage, but also formidable. Caterham dared not underestimate them, launching himself into battle with full force. And once again, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Other naval personnel rushed to the scene, swiftly regaining control of the battlefield from the residents of Mushroom Town. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. Audrey Finlay's expression darkened. The naval reinforcements had arrived far too quickly. The naval officer before her possessed considerable strength, and while she was unafraid, her subordinates were likely doomed. Meanwhile, the pirates of the Zebra crew found themselves in disarray. Having anticipated an easy victory, only to be suddenly surrounded by the Navy, their captain was once again embroiled in combat. They sought wealth and women, not death, a rabble of misfits who now felt the urge to retreat. Audrey Finlay's, as the captain, swiftly discerned their intentions amidst the chaos and erupted with fury, cleaving Caterham, who was entangled with her, in two. She then rallied her crew. "Men, charge into the town at once. Take the civilians as shields. Force the Navy to give way. We are retreating. As you command, Captain Lays." Upon hearing their captain's orders, the pirates regained their composure. The Navy had yet to fully encircle them. And at the moment, only a handful of beleaguered youths remained at the entrance of the town, hardly a match for their ferocious band of pirates. Charging into the town and taking hostages was the most prudent course of action for their escape. "Damn it!" Caterham cursed. "These vile pirates." The pirates surged into the town, breaching the already crumbling defenses, akin to wolves among sheep. The Navy dared not show any signs of slackening and launched a fierce assault against the pirates. Yet a dozen still managed to infiltrate Mushroom Town. "Advance. Protect the civilians." The naval lieutenant charged boldly forward, swiftly dispatching the pirate blocking his path with a single stroke of his blade. The pirates tasked with obstructing him were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the fierce tenacity displayed by this group of naval forces. Had it not been for the sight of a dozen or so pirates already infiltrating the town, they might have fled in terror. The fierce battle raged on, and those pirates unable to breach the town were now completely encircled by the navy. The remaining 20 or so pirates clung to the hope that their comrades might seize a hostage to compel the navy to release them. At that moment, a figure clad in a light purple striped suit, with a deep blue shirt beneath and a white tie, emerged slowly from the town, but a katana hung at his waist, and in his right hand. He dragged a barely conscious pirate. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded the pirate onto the ground like refuse, his white coat billowing in the wind, the word justice emblazoned across his back. Shining resplendently, stepping from the shadows, he sported a distinctive mohawk hairstyle, with long hair tied back, a clear indication that he was none other than the elite Rear Admiral Weasel. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, the Navy erupted in unison. Damn those pirates. You're finished. It's our Rear Admiral Weasel. Faced with this spectacle, the pirates were thrown into utter disarray. They longed to escape, yet they found themselves ensnared within a tight encirclement. And now confronted by a Rear Admiral of great renown, Weasel, despair washed over them. Their only remaining glimmer of hope lay with their captain, enlisting. It seemed that Rear Admiral Weasel discerned the pirates' intentions. For in an instant, his figure vanished. In the fleeting moment when Weasel clashed with enlisting, a brilliant flash of sword light cut through the air. With a gentle breeze, Rear Admiral Weasel reappeared. And with a resonant clang, sheathed his long blade. A piercing wound, over half a meter long, gaped open in enlisting's chest, exposing bone and revealing the rhythmic thumping of his heart beneath the ravaged flesh. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, as enlisting felt his strength drain away. Darkness enveloping his vision as his body swayed precariously, he managed to utter a few words. Damn it. Is this how I fall? Just as he seemed on the verge of collapsing, he suddenly planted his right foot forward to steady himself, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to hurl his long blade towards the ailing Dorge. Rear Admiral Weasel was clearly taken aback by the pirate's unexpected resilience, astonished that despite sustaining a fatal injury, he could still muster a desperate counterattack. He had underestimated his opponent in that moment. Weasel sensed peril. Even with his speed, he could not intervene in time. With a triumphant gaze fixed upon the flying blade, enlisting revealed a cruel smile, then coughed up a mouthful of blood, expending his final ounce of strength, collapsing into a pool of crimson. At that moment, the power of his devil fruit waned, swiftly revealing his true form. Drip, vivid red blood trickled from the tip of the long blade, falling onto the ground with a soft patter. As everyone focused, they noticed a frail figure standing before Dorge. It was none other than Luo, who had just been tending to Dorge's wounds, seeing enlisting's desperate throw of the blade in his dying moments. Luo acted without hesitation, using his own chest to shield Dorge. To Luo, Dorge was akin to a mentor. He would risk his life without a second thought. Captain Dorge, Master, I may not make it, he murmured, his arm growing limp as his eyes slowly closed. Both Luo's father and Dorge were left stunned. Luo, they exclaimed in unison. Dorge, disregarding his own grievous injuries, used his injured left arm to support the faltering Luo. Upon seeing the long blade lodged in Luo's chest, Luo's father rushed to grasp the hilt, preventing further injury from the blade's descent. Son, you little rascal, don't sleep. Seemingly realizing something, Luo's father shouted frantically, Doctor! Where's the doctor? Rear Admiral Weasel cast a pained glance in their direction, but did not approach. Instead, he commanded the Navy's ship's doctor to tend to the injured while directing his men to apprehend the demoralized pirates. With the formidable arrival of Rear Admiral Weasel and the capture of the entire Zebra pirate crew, the brief conflict in Mushroom Town came to a close. Yet, at that moment, none of it mattered to Luo. He felt an overwhelming darkness engulfing him. Ding! Wang Luo was jolted awake by the crisp sound, his eyes snapping open to find himself in a realm of chaos. Before him fluttered a tiny sprite, no larger than a palm, adorned with vibrant butterfly wings that trailed long, flowing tails. Each beat of its wings released a faint, enchanting fragrance that was utterly intoxicating, easing every fiber of his being. Though diminutive, the sprite possessed an exquisitely delicate face, as if bestowed by the heavens, flawless in beauty, clad in a flowing white gown that accentuated her perfect form, she evoked the poetic lines from the Ode to the Goddess of Luo, describing the ethereal beauty of Mi Fei. Her form flits like a startled swan, akin to a wandering dragon, resplendent as autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing like spring pines, reminiscent of light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting gracefully like snowflakes in the wind. Awestruck by the otherworldly beauty before him, Wang Luo attempted to inquire about his whereabouts, yet found himself at a loss for words. What an intriguing human! The sprite's ethereal voice resonated, seemingly emerging from the very fabric of this space. As if the sound enveloped him from all directions to AT her words, Wang Luo suddenly regained his senses and urgently asked, "Where am I? Am I dreaming?" The sprite's melodic voice echoed once more. "You are in the realm of chaos. I am the guiding spirit, Shu, Wang Luo. You have passed away," recalling the final moments before his unconsciousness. Crushed beneath a massive truck, Wang Luo had prepared himself for this revelation. Yet, upon hearing the guiding spirit's confirmation, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He was indeed dead. Thoughts of his parents, girlfriend, and dear friends flooded his mind, overwhelming him with a torrent of emotions. Resentment, loss, heartache. How could his vibrant life come to such a sudden end? Wang Luo, adrift in sorrow, asked, "Are you here to guide me to reincarnation?" "Yes and no," Shu replied enigmatically. Her words left him perplexed. What did she mean by both? Excessive explanation was futile. "I will simply fulfill my task." With that, Shu extended her delicate finger into the void, and a cold, emotionless voice reverberated in Wang Luo's mind. "Ding dong. Host detected. Divine creation system. Beta. Activated." Wang Luo stood in stunned silence, astonished that the trope of a system had manifested in his own life. It was common knowledge that such systems often appeared when a protagonist faced an untimely demise, subsequently being chosen by a deity or system to either return to their original body or traverse to another realm. "Wait, return to my body or traverse?" Wang Luo sprang to his feet, filled with hope, and eagerly inquired of Shu, "Does this mean I can be revived?" "That is random," Shu's voice echoed once more. What? What does that mean?" Wang Luo exclaimed, incredulous. "Is there no law governing this? Are people just allowed to traverse at will?" Even after receiving a quality education, Wang Luo couldn't help but curse in disbelief. He had no desire to traverse. Despite being alive, it meant eternal separation from his loved ones. A mere groundhog could adequately express the turmoil churning within Wang Luo at that moment. What is law? The supreme deity is the creator of the world. Naturally, all is subject to their will, Shu stated coolly. Wang Luo was unsettled by her words, which sounded almost predatory. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, and Wang Luo sat on the ground, despondent, while the guiding spirit, Shu, remained mute, rendering the situation awkward. "Since you have no further questions, it is time for you to embark." Shu finally broke the silence. "What? As if I have a choice in this matter," Wang Luo thought incredulously. Gradually regaining his composure, the guiding spirit had invoked the name of the supreme deity. This was clearly a foregone conclusion. Moreover, the system notification had included the word beta, hinting at something more profound. It is evident that Wang Luo is the unfortunate soul chosen by the main god to undergo the testing of the so-called God creation system. Ding dong. The God creation system has been activated and is currently selecting a rebirth world for the host at random. A colossal spinning wheel materializes out of thin air, revealing an array of densely packed world names: Naruto, Bleach, Gourmet Hunter, Doloa Continent, Do-Persong-Cheong, Perfect World, Twilight, Resident Evil, Vampires, Marvel Universe, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, Dream of the Red Chamber. It seems the main god has indulged in many excellent works from Earth. The wheel spins rapidly, and given the stakes for Wang Luo's future, it is impossible for him to remain indifferent. As time ticks away, the whirling wheel gradually comes to a halt, the pointer gliding past strange stories from a Chinese studio and then past the classic of mountains and seas, causing Wang Luo's heart to leap into his throat. If he were to be transported into the realms of strange stories and the classic of mountains and seas, wouldn't he become a mere snack for the monsters in no time? Subsequently, the pointer glides past the Lord of the Rings and One Punch Man, finally coming to a stop on One Piece. One Piece. This world, memories of watching anime during university days flash rapidly through Wang Luo's mind. This world appears to be acceptable. There is ample living space for an ordinary person, and as long as fortune does not abandon him completely, he should be fine. Ding dong. the host has randomly drawn the One Piece world and is currently being transported. At that moment, the voice of the system resounds once more. Upon arriving in the new world, strive to survive, and do not forget the name of this system. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo's eyes brim with hope. God creation system. Immediately afterward, he is enveloped in a radiant light, his form gradually distorting until it vanishes. May everything proceed smoothly. Ding dong. The beginner's gift pack has been issued. Ding dong. The beginner's gift pack has been credited and has been automatically activated for the host. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10x10 system space backpack. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the supreme qualification of Conqueror's Haki, the qualification of a king. Ding dong. The host has received a complete set of career choice manuals. The 10x10 space backpack can store items produced by the system. Conqueror's Haki, the qualification of a king, serves as an entry ticket to become a top-tier powerhouse in the One Piece world. Note: the host must find their dream to awaken this power. Possessing supreme qualifications grants a tenfold enhancement effect when learning to awaken armament haki and observation haki compared to ordinary individuals. At this moment, Wang Luo perceives himself as if he is submerged in an ocean. He soon realizes that this is his own mind. He recalls the system's earlier prompt regarding the career choice manual, yet he does not discern its location. Just then, a phrase appears in his mind. Would you like to open the system backpack? Wang Luo promptly issues the command. Confirm to open. As the command is executed, the system backpack opens, revealing 10 slots, with the career choice manual from the beginner's gift pack lying prominently in the first slot. Wang Luo comprehends how to utilize this system and immediately opens the career choice manual. Upon unfolding the manual, he finds it made of a very ancient material. The slightly yellowed page is adorned with several gilded characters. Career system. Beneath the large characters lies a line of smaller text. This universe contains various combat professions. The main god compiled this career choice manual by gathering a variety of combat professions for the host selection. Please choose your profession carefully, as this manual will disappear once a profession is confirmed, and the host will be unable to change their profession thereafter. Each profession possesses distinct characteristics, and there are indications of whether they meet the host's conditions. But all choices ultimately rest upon the host's decision. It appears that the system will not allow any bugs to persist. If a chosen profession is inadequate, can one not simply choose again? Wang Luo then turns to the next page, where it states, various cultivation systems from different worlds are available for selection. He casually clicks on a profession from a world akin to mortal cultivation and observes the cultivation system for that world. Cultivators can acquire cultivation techniques, which include body cultivation, sword cultivation, magic cultivation, weapon cultivation, and alchemy. This page presents all the professions, each accompanied by a detailed explanation of their cultivation system. However, at the end of the cultivator section, a line of red text stands out prominently. This profession is not recommended for the host in the One Piece world. As there is no spiritual energy, the host can only level up by completing system tasks and cannot cultivate independently. Although becoming a cultivator would undoubtedly allow one to dominate the One Piece world, the absence of spiritual energy instantly dissuades Wang Luo. Who knows how many levels the system tasks can offer? What if tasks cease to be assigned after a certain period? Wouldn't that leave him perpetually stagnant? Resolutely exiting the cultivator profession introduction, Wang Luo examines the fighter and soul master professions, only to find that they too require substances like fighting spirit and spiritual energy, especially for the soul master. One must have soul beasts to level up. Indeed, that Tang San fellow is up to no good, imposing so many restrictions, making it difficult for us transmigrators. Subsequently, Wang Luo shifts his gaze to the game profession selection interface, soon discovering some intriguing professions that he suddenly recalls that in Dungeon Fighter, the professions do not necessitate spiritual energy. One can level up simply by continuously defeating monsters and completing tasks, which aligns perfectly with the cultivation system of the One Piece world. He begins browsing through the profession descriptions in DNF. Although he had played this game before, it has been quite some time since he last engaged with it after university. Originally, after Antoon, 800,000 warriors donned suits to raid dungeons. But then the DNF developers, in their greed, altered the game beyond recognition, leading to a mass exodus of players. What a splendid hand they had, only to ruin it entirely. Nonetheless, the most captivating aspect of DNF remains its profession system. There are a total of 10 professions available for selection. Gender is not specified, including demon swordsman, fighter, gunslinger, mage, holy knight, night stalker, guardian, magic gunner, gun swordsman, and the auxiliary characters from the expansions, yet within these numerous professions. There are various branches, totaling up to 61 professions. Truly, the diversity of professions is astonishing. Wang Luo, however, does not find himself overwhelmed. He deduces that selecting a mage in the One Piece world is utterly impractical. Given their frail physique, just imagine battling against a behemoth like Big Mom, who wields both magical and physical skills, even if one were to master magic to its peak in a direct confrontation. The likely outcome would be defeat. The same goes for Kaido and Shanks, who are masters of physical combat. The mage's mobility would render them nothing short of a target for annihilation. Thus, Wang Luo decisively dismisses the mage option, redirecting his attention towards other roles. Ultimately, he resolves to choose the magic gunner, as he has always admired Zhao Yun, often wielding a toy spear in childhood, mimicking Zhao Yun's legendary exploits. After selecting his profession, Wang Luo clicks the confirm button, and suddenly the profession selection interface plunges into darkness, followed by the system's notification sound. Ding dong. Congratulations, the host has chosen the demon swordsman profession. The host will be unable to change professions. At long last, it begins. Wait a moment. A demon swordsman? Wang Luo is bewildered to find that his choice of magic gunner has somehow transformed into a demon swordsman. Ding dong. The god creation system has detected a bug and has automatically repaired it. Oh, a bug. It's been fixed. That's a relief. Ding dong. The bug has been fixed, but the profession has been bound to the host and cannot be changed. What the heck? Wang Luo realizes that he has uttered more expletives today than in an entire year combined. This main god is utterly unreliable. It's just like those overly hyped products, boasting incredible performance, only for them to lead to accidents time and again, claiming it's due to user error. Yet even professional F1 drivers couldn't handle it. TCH, truly a shoddy product. Protest. 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 Wang Luo can no longer contain himself and loudly protests. Main god, do you not feel a shred of guilt to test this so-called god creation system? You have summoned me here as a sacrificial offering for your convenience. Fine, I have nothing to say. You hold the reins in this matter. But now, with this glitchy system, I can't even select a profession properly. How am I supposed to assist you in testing this god creation system? Just as Wang Luo continues his tirade, the system voice echoes once more. Ding dong, due to a system bug preventing the host from selecting their desired profession. The main god compensates the host with 1,000 system mall points, which the host can use in the system shop. 1,000 system mall points. The system shop undoubtedly boasts an array of extraordinary items. As a seasoned online gamer, Wang Luo was no stranger to the system marketplace that he promptly summoned the interface of the system shop. In the next moment, a treasure store shimmering with golden light appeared within Wang Luo's mind, showcasing a dazzling array of golden treasures that nearly blinded him. Heroic aura buff. Luck. Treasures appear before the protagonist as if they cost nothing. A mere sneeze could result in acquiring a legendary sword. Charm. Compels women to be utterly devoted to the host, while inspiring men to traverse fire and water for him. Bloodied battle power doubled. In times of severe injury, adrenaline surges, granting 9,999 strength, 9,999 agility, increased health, and a recovery rate of 1,000. Price. Points from the shop. Scholar buff. Any skill can be mastered with just a glance. One use leads to proficiency, while two uses result in perfection. Price. Points from the shop. Artifact. Human Emperor's Sword. The wielder of this sword may ascend to become the ruler of humanity. Once drawn, all shall submit in the hands of a master. This artifact can split space and sever time. Price. Points from the shop. Artifact. Fushi Seal. The bearer of this seal can refine the heavens and the earth, transforming the cosmos into the 8 trigrams, with everything within their grasp. Price. Points from the shop. Gazing at the splendid items, it was impossible for Wang Luo not to feel tempted. However, the prices were exorbitantly steep, despite the allure of these treasures. His purse was decidedly light. The extensive list of prices instantly made Wang Luo reconsider the worth of the 1,000 points he possessed. Reluctantly, he began browsing the shop by sorting items from the lowest price. White liquor, Fatian Mitai, 52 degrees, 100 shop points. Cigarettes, Huazi Pack, 50 shop points. Toilet paper, 100 rolls, 100 shop points. Good quality long sword, 30 shop points. Superb long sword, 100 shop points. Third generation ghost slash, 1,000 shop points. Upon seeing this, Wang Luo couldn't help but scoff. How could the third-generation Ghost Slash be so undervalued? Only worth 10 bottles of Matai in the system. Soon, amidst the multitude of items, he spotted a gem, the random task reward doubling card. Quick to click on it, he discovered it offered a random multiplier ranging from 0.1 to 10 times that O. This was a guaranteed profit. Price, 100 shop points. Eagerly, Wang Luo glanced at the price, 100 shop points. This was reasonable, indeed. Just as he was contemplating how to wisely spend his 1,000 shop points, the icy voice of the system echoed once more. Ding dong, please prepare. The host will soon awaken in the world of One Piece. So soon? Wang Luo felt unprepared mentally for this imminent reincarnation. Before he could ponder further, his mind plunged into a state of chaos, followed by a sharp pain in his chest and the sound of soft weeping in his ears. Wang Luo felt his eyelids weighed down as if burdened with 1,000 pounds, struggling in vain to open them. His throat burned with thirst, and with great difficulty, he managed to whisper, "Water." The weeping abruptly ceased, replaced by a concerned voice. "Luo, is that you awake? Really?" Wang Luo could hardly discern what the person beside him was saying. He felt as if he were on the brink of death, trapped in the body of someone who had met a tragic end. The overwhelming weakness left him with only a faint sense of awareness, rendering him powerless over his own body, a source of deep unease. "Luo, you're really awake. Mama will get you water right away. Just wait." Amidst a flurry of frantic rummaging, a trembling cup was brought to Wang Luo's lips. The soothing water flowed down his throat to his stomach, reviving him somewhat. Just then, a loud bang echoed as the door was flung open. "Wife? What happened?" It was Luo's father. Upon seeing his wife feeding water to the bedridden Luo, tears streamed down his face. "Finally, you've awakened." Amidst a chorus of concerned voices, Wang Luo slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces before him, as memories not belonging to him began to resurface, revealing how he had acquired these injuries. It appeared that the previous owner of this body was also a young man brimming with positive energy and a sense of justice. Due to severe weakness, Luo's mother, who had been ill herself, had sternly driven away all visitors, leaving only Luo's father to care for him. Seeing his son emerge from danger and regain consciousness brought solace to the parents, yet Luo's mother began to weep anew. Chastising, "Why must you push yourself like this? Do you wish for me to bury you? You know my health. If you die, I might not survive either. No more of this reckless behavior, do you understand?" Listening to Luo's mother's incessant admonishments, Wang Luo couldn't help but think of his own parents. Were they mourning his death at this very moment? The thought brought moisture to his eyes. "I'm sorry. Mama, Papa. Now, our son is not acting recklessly for nothing. Why do you keep worrying? Didn't Admiral Weasel say he would award certificates to all who protect the town, along with consolation gifts?" Luo's father tried to console her. "And didn't that old curmudgeon, Dogna, speak with Major Carter? Once Luo is well, he can join him." "Absolutely not. Did I not say no? The Navy is far too dangerous." Before Luo's father could finish, his mother interjected sternly. Luo's father, clearly wishing for his son to join the Navy, was about to argue with his wife when Wang Luo quickly interjected. "Father, Mother, I'm still a bit tired and need to rest." "All right, for your sake." "I want to argue," Luo's mother said, her face stern as she turned to leave the room. Observing her retreating figure, the courage that had just swelled in Luo's father seemed to dissipate, and he could only mutter softly. "I should be the one not to argue at that moment." Luo's mother halted in her tracks. "What did you say?" Startled, Luo's father quickly waved his hands. "Nothing. I didn't say anything. Let us not disturb Luo's rest." With that, he hurriedly led Luo's mother out of the room. Watching the door gently close, Wang Luo exhaled a sigh of relief. Currently, his body was far too weak, and he felt unwell even after such a brief encounter. Lying on the bed, he stared at the ceiling, striving to process the experiences of this time and the memories of Luo. From today onward, a new life was about to begin. Ding dong. Open the task status bar. Wang Luo glanced at his current status. Name, Silva D. Luo. Occupation, Demon Swordsman, not specialized. Faction, none. Title, none. Level, 2 experience, 161,000 strength, 18 agility, 10 intelligence, 12 luck, 10 charm, 15 health status, severely injured and weak, 17. No other buffs or debuffs, full status, 100. A status below 40 affects combat power, weapon, none. Combat power, 50. Originally 294, weakened state reduced to 17 combat power. Fortunately, he wasn't entirely inept. Additionally, this body's full name intriguingly included the letter D, I in the world of One Piece. The D carries the profound meaning of being an enemy of the gods that it seems the main deity chose this identity for him to traverse into this realm with significant implications. Remaining incognito was out of the question. As a transmigrator wielding a golden finger in such a vibrant two-dimensional world, how could he not stir up a tempest, since he had arrived in this world? Wang Luo would first follow his heart, acting in accordance with the name D to overthrow the celestial dragons, a matter that need not be overthought. The celestial dragons are the greatest scourge in this world. However, opposing them would inevitably pit him against the colossal entity of the world government. Currently, there are only three major forces that suit Wang Luo's identity: the Revolutionary Army, the Pirates, and the Navy. The Revolutionary Army, without a shadow of a doubt, has boldly declared its identity and engaged in open conflict with the world government. As for the Pirates, they are a fragmented force. Their primary adversary is not the world government but the Navy. However, due to their sheer numbers and lack of organization and discipline, they do not pose a fatal threat to the world government, although they certainly present a considerable headache for the Navy. The Navy, needless to say, is the most formidable force among all the factions vying for the title of Pirate King, yet it operates under the jurisdiction of the world government, particularly with regard to military funding and research, which remain firmly under the government's control. Nevertheless, the Navy is also home to the greatest number of righteous individuals, truly embodying the spirit of justice and concern for the populace, despite the presence of hawkish figures like Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. Their ultimate intention remains the protection of this world. As the saying goes, one cannot advise others to do good without having endured their suffering. The wounds and pain inflicted by pirates upon this world are unmistakable. Genuine pirates like Luffy, Shanks, and Whitebeard are exceedingly rare. The vast majority of nations under pirate rule suffer immensely. The four emperors, Kaido, and Big Mom reign over Wano and Whole Cake Island, respectively, while the warlord Don Quixote da Flamingo governs Dressrosa. Among others, the atrocities they have committed are truly beyond reckoning. The Navy, on the other hand, is primarily engaged in fierce battles to protect the innocent civilians. This perspective resonates deeply with Wang Luo, especially considering that his current body's mentor is a retired Navy officer who recently emerged from a fierce clash with pirates, where the brutality and savagery of the pirates became painfully evident. This revelation extinguished Wang Luo's aspirations to join Luffy's crew. Regarding the Revolutionary Army, Wang Luo has contemplated extensively whether to join their ranks. Throughout history, it is the common people who have borne the brunt of dynastic upheavals. As a young man of the 21st century, Wang Luo harbors no affinity for bloodshed. Even in a different world, the adage "a general's success is built upon the bones of countless others" rings true. Even if the Revolutionary Army were to succeed, the overthrow of the world government would inevitably leave a mountain of corpses in its wake. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. If one could navigate the treacherous waters between the Navy and the world government, amassing sufficient power to directly compel the world government through the Navy, perhaps replicating Zhao Kuangyin's coup at Xinjiao, donning the yellow robe, and thus toppling the world government and the celestial dragons, it is worth noting that a significant number of Navy personnel disdain the so-called celestial dragons. Figures like Sengoku and the three admirals do not regard them with any respect. And Garp has gone so far as to call the celestial dragons trash. As for the Navy's obligation to serve the noble celestial dragons, one only needs to look at Garp, whose son is the world's most notorious criminal, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon, his grandson, has defeated Kaido and Wano and become one of the four emperors of the New World. Monkey D. Luffy, Garp's reputation as the hero who vanquished the Rocks pirates stems not only from his fame, but also from his formidable strength, which the world government fears. Thus, as long as one possesses sufficient strength and renown, even a lack of respect for the celestial dragons would not invite retribution, provided one does not overtly strike against them. Moreover, with the immense support of the Navy, overthrowing the world government to establish a true world of equality, where everyone has food to eat and books to read, would become far more feasible and secure. Ultimately, it boils down to the issue of strength. At this moment, Wang Luo finds himself utterly incapable of standing atop this world to influence it. With this in mind, Wang Luo promptly opened the interface of the system shop and searched the consumables section. Restoration Potion, small, instantly restores 20 health, cooldown time of 12 hours, priced at 100 shop points. Restoration Potion, medium, instantly restores 50 health. Cooldown time of 12 hours, priced at 1000 shop points. Restoration Potion, large, instantly restores 80 health. Cooldown time of 12 hours, priced at 3000 shop points. Healing Restoration Potion, instantly restores 100 health. Cooldown time of 12 hours, priced at 5000 shop points. Miraculous Healing Restoration Potion, instantly restores 100 health and removes all debuffs. Cooldown time of 12 hours, priced at 8000 shop points. Universal Potion, instantly removes all debuffs. Cooldown time of 1 hour, priced at 5000 shop points. The first items that caught his attention were the restoration potions, whose prices were indeed exorbitant. Wang Luo couldn't help but ponder the terrifying potential of these potions, particularly the miraculous healing restoration potion, which seemed akin to granting an extra life. Upon further reflection, the price did not seem so steep after all that he then turned his gaze to other consumables and discovered, aside from the task reward random doubling card, a plethora of valuable items, such as Experience Capsule, small increases character experience by 2000 points. Limited to 5 capsules, priced at 200 shop points. Experience Capsule, medium increases character experience by an unspecified amount. Limited to 3 capsules, priced at 3000 shop points. Experience Capsule, large increases character experience by an unspecified amount. Limited to 1 capsule, priced at an unspecified number of shop points. Experience Capsules, a splendid find, particularly as they are urgently needed. Moreover, learning new skills in the character skill panel is tied to character level. Enhancement Potion, increases all character attributes by 50 for 3 minutes. Leaves character weakened for 3 hours after use. Cooldown time of 7 days, priced at 5000 shop points. Immunity Potion, grants 100 resistance to all debuffs for 1 minute. Cooldown time of 1 hour, priced at 5000 shop points. Invulnerability Potion, grants 100 resistance to all debuffs and immunity to all damage for 30 seconds. Cooldown time of 7 days, priced at an unspecified number of shop points. The variety of potions was indeed dazzling. Afterward, Wang Luo dedicated some time to explore the entire divine creation system, which also featured a task system divided into 2 categories, daily tasks and system tasks. Currently, the system tasks were empty, while the daily tasks had already been published. Daily task: swing a sword 1000 times, perform 1000 squats, do 1000 push-ups, leapfrog 1000 times, and do sit-ups. Task completion rewards: 1. Earn 1000 experience points multiplied by current level upon completion. 2. Achieve 1 new player sign-in. 3. Earn 100 shop points upon completion. What is this new player sign-in? Wang Luo quickly instructed the system to open the sign-in interface. Discovering that the new player sign-in lasts for a month, offering generous rewards such as experience capsules, shop points, weapons, and more. This opportunity for new player sign-in is certainly not to be missed. Thus, Wang Luo decisively resolved to restore his state. Points are points, and those spent on oneself are truly valuable. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Luo first purchased 2 small restoration potions, then acquired 2 task reward random doubling cards, and finally bought 3 small experience capsules. With that, Wang Luo had completely squandered the 1000 shop points granted as compensation by the main god. However, the expenditure of points was of little concern. What mattered most was the enhancement of his strength. He first attempted to consume 1 small experience capsule, recalling that in online games, leveling up restores all HP. As he ingested the small experience capsule, a thunderous resonance echoed in his mind, and in an instant, a tremendous aura surged from all directions into his body, providing an indescribable sense of relief. Wang Luo felt a distinct click within him, as if some shackles had been shattered, and he could clearly sense his strength intensify. His previously weakened state felt significantly alleviated, yet he realized he had not fully recovered. Wang Luo hastily examined his character panel. Name: Silva D. Luo. Profession: Demon Swordsman. Untransformed. Faction: None. Title: None. Level: 3 experience points. 10. 162,000 strength, 20 agility, 11 intelligence, 13 luck, 11 charm, 16 health status. Severely injured and weakened at 22, no other buffs or debuffs. Full status at 100. Character status below 40 will affect combat power. Weapon: None. Combat power: 60, originally 272. Weakened state reduced to 22. Combat power: It seems that the intention to conserve restoration potions is untenable. Without hesitation, he consumed one small restoration potion and the small experience capsule altogether. Wang Luo felt a torrent of strength surge within him, his mind entering a state of ethereal clarity. The experience was simply marvelous. After a series of tingling sensations, an indescribable comfort enveloped him, and he distinctly sensed that the overwhelming weakness had vanished, replaced by an ever-increasing surge of power. Wang Luo once again glanced at the character panel. Name: Silva D. Luo. Profession: Ghost Swordsman, untransformed. Faction: None. Title: None. Level: 5. Experience points: 16. Strength: 24. Agility: 13. Intelligence: 15. Luck: 13. Charm: 18. Health status: 53. No other buffs or debuffs. Maximum status is 100, and a character's status below 40 affects combat power. Weapon: None. Combat power: 356. Had he recovered to above 50, a wave of joy surged through Wang Luo's heart. Indeed, the money spent was not in vain. This condition was absolutely sufficient to complete the daily tasks and check in for the newbie sign-in. At this moment, Wang Luo recalled that he had yet to activate any skills from his skill tree. Thus, he hurriedly accessed the skill tree, where the first thing he noticed was a green icon representing basic swordsmanship. Skill description: a compulsory course for learning all ghost swordsman skills. Upon completion, the host will acquire the foundational knowledge of all sword techniques. Learning cost: 2 skill points. Currently, at level 5, with a total of 10 skill points. Since this was a compulsory course, there was no room for hesitation. He had to allocate the skill points. Wang Luo promptly added the points to in an instant. A torrent of fundamental sword techniques flooded Wang Luo's mind. The profound memories etched into his brain as if carved by a chisel, impossible to forget, truly worthy of being the creation of the main god. It was extraordinary. Subsequently, Wang Luo learned several basic offensive skills of the Ghost Swordsman, namely Ghost Slash, Upward Strike, Rapid Stab, and Earth Split, Wave Sword. Upon clicking the learning button, Wang Luo felt a resounding thud in his head, as if his soul had temporarily left his body. His consciousness seemed to transcend into another realm, where he beheld a shadowy figure amidst a void, silent and enigmatic. The figure wielded a long sword, striking downward with a terrifying momentum, and upon closer inspection, the sword emanated a palpable aura of ghostly power. This slash appeared to rend the very fabric of space, with ghostly visages faintly visible within. The shadow then flicked its wrist, executing an upward slash, creating a dazzling sword light that left mirror-like afterimages. Following the motion, the figure performed a graceful somersault, channeling energy into its arms, unleashing a burst of golden light from the long sword that shattered the ground before it, a distance exceeding 10 meters. Finally, the shadow advanced swiftly, the sword in hand piercing forward like a venomous dragon, instilling a sense of dread. After the 4 techniques were demonstrated, Wang Luo's consciousness returned to his body, and at that moment, he found an overwhelming desire to grasp the long sword and perform the techniques he had just witnessed. In that instant, he realized that perhaps becoming a ghost swordsman was indeed a splendid choice, especially in the world of One Piece, where being a swordsman seemed exceptionally promising. However, he shook off the thought. The pressing matter was to complete the daily tasks and check in for the first day. With that in mind, Wang Luo stifled the urge to dash out of the hospital room in search of a sword to practice his techniques. He swiftly removed the 4 needle from his arm and bound his legs to the bed with a blanket. Commencing a series of sit-ups, he remembered that in his previous world, performing sit-ups was a grievous ordeal. Yet now, even though his state had not fully recovered to 100, he found it remarkably easier. This body was undeniably much stronger than his former self. In one breath, he completed over 500 sit-ups before feeling a slight fatigue. After a bit of perseverance, he quickly finished 1,000 sit-ups and, glancing at the task progress chart, saw the tick mark next to the sit-up task. Wang Luo nodded in satisfaction. After resting for about 10 minutes, he proceeded to train with push-ups. Just as he was nearing the completion of the task, the door swung open once more, and to his surprise, it was his parents returning. They stood there, bewildered, gazing at Luo, who was wrapped in bandages and performing push-ups. The air seemed to freeze for 5 or 6 seconds before his mother finally reacted, exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? After such a serious injury, how can you engage in such strenuous exercise? What if your wounds reopen? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" listening to her reproach. Feeling the deep concern in her words, Wang Luo felt warmth in his heart. He quickly stood up, flexed his biceps, and smiled, saying, "Mother, look, I'm almost fully recovered." Just then, a rumble emerged from his stomach. He had been unconscious for 3 days, and now his stomach was completely empty. "You silly boy, always showing off," his father chuckled as he presented a prepared nutritious meal. "Here, your mother made this herself," glancing at the clock on the wall. Wang Luo realized it was already past 6 in the afternoon. After setting the table and arranging the food, the family gathered around. His mother smiled and said, "Since you fell ill, I haven't cooked in a while. I wonder if my skills have declined." Wang Luo eagerly swallowed a piece of braised pork and exclaimed, "Delicious." His mother beamed, while his father playfully retorted, "Does that mean the meat I usually make isn't good?" "They're all delicious. Thank you, father and mother," Wang Luo declared earnestly as he set down his chopsticks. "You little rascal, just being alive is the greatest gratitude you can give us. What if you get hurt like this again?" "What will your mother do?" his mother chided, her eyes filled with concern. "All right, let's eat." "Why discuss such things?" his father interjected quickly. "Rest assured, mother." After finishing a large bowl of rice, Wang Luo added, "By the way, father, where's my sword? Could you bring it to me? I'm so bored in this hospital room. I want to practice my swordplay tonight." "All right, I'll bring it back for you shortly." "What do you mean shortly? You're still not fully recovered." "Mother, I'm perfectly healthy. I'm just worried about you." The family sat together, chatting and laughing, creating a truly heartwarming scene. After a brief moment of familial warmth, his mother grasped Wang Luo's hand, urging him to rest well, while his father quietly tidied up the dishes. After a while, his father prepared to take his mother home to rest, assuring her that he would return to care for Wang Luo. Despite Wang Luo's insistence that he was fine and that his father should stay home to look after his mother, she remained stubborn, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Just before his father exited the room, Wang Luo swiftly slipped a note into his hand. Feeling the unexpected object, his father looked at Wang Luo in surprise. Wang Luo placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Seeing his father's understanding, he subtly gestured for him not to let his mother know. His father immediately comprehended, and at that moment, his mother's voice called out, "Hurry up, we need to go back quickly so you can take care of Xiao Luo." Upon hearing this, his father quickly tucked the note into his pocket and called back, "Coming," before hastily exiting with a light jog. Watching his parents' departing figures, Wang Luo promptly set about accomplishing his remaining task objectives. After a satisfying meal, he clearly felt his physical condition improving. The task objectives were swiftly completed, with only the goal of swinging the sword 1,000 times remaining. Around 8:30 p.m., the door to the hospital room swung open once more, and 3 figures entered in succession. Upon recognizing them, Wang Luo was slightly taken aback, besides his father and Dogu. Even the elite Marine Admiral, Mongoose, had come. This was truly unexpected for Wang Luo. Once the 3 settled, Wang Luo obediently stood to the side, already observing that the trio was clearly centered around Admiral Mongoose. This made sense, as in terms of both strength and status, Admiral Mongoose was undoubtedly among the elite of this world. As for Wang Luo's father, it went without saying. Even Dogu was merely a subordinate in the presence of Mongoose, who, it seemed, had retired and was no longer under his command. Sensing Wang Luo's scrutiny, Admiral Mongoose spoke sternly, "Young lad, no need to be overly anxious. I am stationed in Mushroom Town for resupply today and plan to set sail tomorrow. However, I heard that you, this brave little fellow, have awakened, so I came along with them to pay you a visit. It appears that you are recovering quite well." "Thank you, Admiral Mongoose, for your concern." Wang Luo expressed his deep gratitude, his demeanor earnest. "That on the way here, I heard your father mention that you wish to join the Navy. Could you elaborate on that? What motivates you to join the Navy?" General Squirrel spoke softly, yet his gaze towards Wang Luo hinted at a flicker of interest. Suddenly, a notification chimed, signaling the activation of a system task. Passed the examination set by General Squirrel to join the Navy. Task completion rewards. Title, Trainee Navy. Attribute, all attributes 1, special effect, none. Task completion rewards. 500 mall points, 1,000 experience points. Indeed, it was as expected. Wang Luo's valiant display during the battle against the Zebra pirate crew had evidently garnered General Squirrel's admiration. Coupled with the swift recovery from his recent awakening, it was clear that he was a promising talent. This ignited General Squirrel's desire to nurture such potential. Thus, if Wang Luo could satisfactorily respond to the forthcoming inquiries. With the general's recommendation, the path to joining the Navy would surely be smoother. It is worth noting that very few vice admirals in the Navy hold titles, and those who do are undoubtedly the backbone of the naval forces. They are an irrefutably vital component of the Navy. Wang Luo spoke with a grave expression. The advent of the Great Pirate Era has rendered even towns beneath the jurisdiction of the world government vulnerable to the claws of pirates. There is no place left in this world that is safe. Pausing briefly, he continued, the invasion of Mushroom Town by the Zebra pirate crew is a clear testament to this. Pirates have become increasingly brazen, daring to plunder so close to the Navy's branch. It is utterly insane. Through this battle, I have come to realize my own frailty and helplessness. I had once thought Captain Dorge to be incredibly formidable. But after witnessing him fall to the enemy, I recognized that we were utterly powerless against the pirates. Both Wang Luo's father and Dorge wore solemn expressions, fully aware that Wang Luo spoke the truth. Had the Navy not arrived in time, the consequences for Mushroom Town would have been unimaginable. Though I currently possess little strength, I yearn to protect the residents of Mushroom Town. Indeed, I aspire to safeguard even more people. At this juncture, Wang Luo's passion surged. The sight of the pirates' invasion and their despicable visages reminded him of scenes from historical documents and films depicting the incursions of the Wokou, igniting a fervor within him. His voice grew more impassioned. I understand that the world is on the brink of a storm. As the saying goes, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. I, Wang Luo, am willing to immerse myself in this torrent, regardless of my own life. Evidently, General Squirrel was highly pleased with Wang Luo's words. What a remarkable sentiment of responsibility for one's nation. It was astonishing that a mere 15-year-old possessed such awareness and determination. It seemed we are growing old. Wang Luo's father and Dorge looked upon him with expressions of pride, never having anticipated that this young lad would harbor such thoughts and conviction. General Squirrel allowed a smile to grace his lips. So, young one, do you understand the vastness of this world? Indeed, the red line divides the world into two halves, and we currently reside in the first half of the Grand Line, which is further segmented by the doldrums into the 4 seas of southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. The latter half of the red line is referred to as the New World. Here, in the first half of the Grand Line, the West Sea is often dubbed Paradise by the pirates of the New World. General Squirrel nodded in satisfaction, surprised by the clarity of Wang Luo's understanding of the world. Since you comprehend how vast this world is, you must also recognize that powerful individuals abound. Even I, as a vice admiral in the Navy, do not dare claim that I can defeat any enemy or protect everyone in the New World, where formidable foes abound. In truth, I cannot even assert that I can survive in the monster-infested New World. And what about you? Being so weak, do you truly believe you can fulfill your grand aspirations? Dorge interjected, sensing the gravity of the situation. Senior brother, you might be exaggerating a bit. General Squirrel replied with unwavering seriousness. No, I am not exaggerating in the least. He then gestured towards Dorge's severed right arm and stated, in the Navy, injuries and disabilities are merely the norm, and death is a constant shadow. This is the harsh reality. Upon hearing this, both Dorge and Wang Luo's father fell silent, and Wang Luo too was struck into contemplation. Indeed, he possessed a golden opportunity, yet at this moment, he might not even be able to best the injured Dorge, let alone Audrey Finlays, who bore a bounty of 50 million in the eyes of the 4 emperors. He would likely be regarded as nothing more than a small fish, had he been too naive in his thoughts. Observing the hesitation and struggle in Wang Luo's eyes, the 3 of them harbored different thoughts. Wang Luo's father secretly hoped that his son would abandon the idea of joining the Navy, as all parents desire their children to live safe and happy lives. Yet, he was also conflicted, for he saw in his son the potential to realize his dreams. After a moment of internal struggle, Wang Luo resolved to follow his heart. His gaunt face took on an air of solemnity as he earnestly declared, Indeed, I have already stated that, despite my weakness, I cannot turn a blind eye to the suffering of the civilians in dire straits. If I am to die, I shall have no regrets, for I would perish in pursuit of my dreams. I may be gone, yet my spirit and dreams shall inevitably be inherited by others. At this juncture, Wang Luo paused, and his final words erupted like a roar. Though thousands may stand against me, I shall forge ahead. The Navy shall be my destiny. A tremendous aura emanated from Wang Luo, sending objects within the room soaring as if caught in a tempest. Had it not been for Wang Luo's father and Dorge forcibly regaining their composure, they might have fainted from the sheer force. However, the patients, doctors, and nurses in the vicinity of Wang Luo's hospital room were not so fortunate, as they succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, collapsing and losing consciousness. Cold sweat cascaded down General Squirrel's cheeks. He had not anticipated that his mere words would provoke the emergence of a true powerhouse. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. This talent must surely join the Navy. Hope. He might very well be the hope that brings an end to the great pirate era. As the Conqueror's Haki erupted, the system's chilling voice echoed in Wang Luo's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the King's qualification. Conqueror's Haki. Due to the host awakening Conqueror's Haki during the newbie sign-in period, you are rewarded with the weapon, Judgment Blade, National Grief. What an unexpected delight. This system is truly remarkable. This decision today not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but also granted him a colossal sword. Most importantly, the system recognized his performance, so he likely passed General Squirrel's scrutiny as well. After the brief shock, all eyes turned to Wang Luo, their expressions a mix of astonishment. This 15-year-old child possessed such extraordinary talent. Conqueror's Haki, Dorge thought to himself. He truly did not misjudge. At that moment, a voice emerged from General Squirrel's pocket. Squirrel, have you discovered something? The transponder snail suddenly lost signal. General Squirrel quickly retrieved the transponder snail from his pocket. Responding respectfully, Zifa-sensei, I apologize. I was too stunned just now. This child possesses Conqueror's Haki. Zifa-sensei. Dorge's eyes widened in shock, staring at the transponder snail with a look of terror. Since retiring, he had not contacted Zifa. Burdened by guilt, he and General Squirrel had been classmates in the Navy elite training camp. Although his talent paled in comparison to General Squirrel's, given his merits and abilities, he should have at least reached the rank of Navy lieutenant by now. In Wang Luo's eyes, however, there was a palpable difference, an opportunity. The former admiral and current Navy chief instructor, Zifa. According to the current timeline, Zifa had yet to encounter Whitebeard II, and his wrist had not yet been severed. This meant that Zifa's strength was still at its peak, a veritable admiral's prowess. Oh, Conqueror's Haki. Zifa's voice on the other end of the transponder snail brimmed with intrigue, filled with delight that it had been ages since the Navy had seen anyone other than Sengoku and Garp possessing Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, the new generation of the Navy was currently in a state of transition, with only Smoker and Tina standing out among the rest. Wang Luo's emergence undoubtedly represented a glimmer of hope for the new generation of the Navy. Furthermore, with the new Navy recruit training about to commence, this was truly a fortuitous opportunity. Kid, I heard everything you just said, so let me ask you one more thing. What do you believe justice is? In truth, ZFA harbored no ulterior motives. Luo had already been recommended multiple times through various channels by Dorge. ZFA initially intended to recruit him into the branch for observation. If he proved to be a promising candidate, he would subsequently be admitted into the naval training camp for officer training. However, he never anticipated that General Weasel would call him after arriving in Mushroom Town. After discussing the circumstances of Mushroom Town and Dorge, he notably mentioned the name Luo, and in a rare display of praise, he remarked, "This young man seems quite impressive. No wonder Dorge holds him in such high regard." Although Dorge had limited qualifications, ZFA had always recognized his character and placed great trust in him. Coupled with General Weasel's commendation, ZFA became increasingly intrigued by Luo. Thus, the scene unfolded where General Weasel had already contacted ZFA early on, and ZFA was attentively listening to the conversation through the communication device. Upon hearing the phrase, the responsibility of a nation's rise and fall rests upon the shoulders of every individual. ZFA felt a profound stir within him. This was especially true when, under General Weasel's semi-menacing tone, the young man boldly articulated his dreams, even declaring, "Though there may be countless adversaries, I shall forge ahead." Such audacious words stirred the blood. It was no wonder he could awaken the Conqueror's Haki, this lofty ambition. How many within the Navy could aspire to and achieve such a mindset? General Weasel, Dorge, and Luo's father all turned their attention to Wang Luo, eagerly anticipating his next words. Universal love, equality, freedom. This embodies my vision of justice. Wang Luo's tone was serene, yet it resonated like thunder in the ears of the listeners. "You cheeky lad, such grand aspirations you have," Zfa chided with a laugh. "Achieving this goal will not be an easy feat, I am aware," Wang Luo replied, narrowing his eyes, "but I am on my way." After this exchange, everyone felt satisfied, and the sound of Zfa's hearty laughter echoed from the other end of the communication device. "You rascal, state your name. I recognize you now. Report to the naval headquarters." "Yes, thank you, Instructor Zfa. My name is Zywal D. Luo." Even in Zfa's absence, Wang Luo stood at attention, saluting the communication device with utmost respect. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding dong. "Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. Due to the host exceeding the task's requirements, not only has the host gained the recognition of General Weasel, but also the esteemed former Admiral Zfa. Hence the system rewards are doubled. The host receives system rewards. Task completion reward. Title, Trainee Navy attribute. All attributes 1 special effect. None task completion reward. 1,500 points in the marketplace. Experience points. Title has been automatically bound. Finally, the task is completed. And not just completed, but exceeded. Today has indeed been a fruitful day. Zywal D. Luo. Excellent. You shall accompany Weasel back to the naval headquarters, that I shall await your arrival." "Yes, Instructor Zfa." General Weasel promptly stood up in response. "Ha! It has been a long time since I felt this happy." With a hearty laugh, Zfa ended the call. "Who would have thought? Your luck is remarkable." General Weasel said to Wang Luo, patting his shoulder with pride, "I set sail the day after tomorrow. Be at the coast by 8 a.m. for assembly. Spend these 2 days bidding farewell to your parents. As the 3-year training period will offer no holidays. Gentlemen, I have military duties to attend to, so I must return to the ship." With that, General Weasel turned to leave, while Dorge and Luo's father quickly rose to see him off. After General Weasel departed, Dorge looked at Wang Luo with an expression of pride, saying, "You truly are my pride." With Wang Luo's enlistment in the Navy, Dorge's guilt had significantly alleviated. "Work hard. This world will become a better place because of you." "Yes, Captain Dorge," Wang Luo replied earnestly. "Little Luo, I am immensely gratified by your capabilities," Luo's father said, his expression revealing concern. "Father, it's all right. Tomorrow, you and mother come to pick me up from the hospital. I will talk to her." Wang Luo reassured that Luo's father's furrowed brow finally relaxed slightly. "Little Luo, I already know that your future is that of an eagle soaring through the blue sky. I support you. A true man aims for the world." After saying this, Luo's father seemed to feel a sense of unease, which did not escape Wang Luo's notice, as he observed a hint of weariness in his father's demeanor. "All right, brother, let us go out for a drink. Let us celebrate," Dorge exclaimed, wrapping his robust left arm around Luo's father's shoulders. One must admit, Dorge's physique was indeed impressive, despite having been pierced by a long knife and having lost an arm. He had remarkably regained his vigor in just a few days. "Little Luo still needs me to look after him." "Father, go ahead. I am quite well, as strong as an ox. Let us go, let us go." Dorge led Luo's father out the door. Perhaps Wang Luo's speech had rekindled the long-dormant spirit in Dorge. However, now that Dorge had found a successor, he felt a sense of fulfillment in his heart and was eager to celebrate. Under the gentle urging of Wang Luo and Dorge, Luo's father reluctantly agreed to go out for drinks. After they left, Wang Luo closed the door and summoned the newly awarded Judgment Blade, National Grief, from the system's inventory. A massive single-edged great sword materialized before him, and as he grasped it, he felt an overwhelming aura of determination emanating from it, reminiscent of the chilling winds along the Yi River, where brave warriors march forth, never to return. Wang Luo lifted the Judgment Blade, National Grief, exclaiming, "Goodness, this great sword is incredibly heavy, weighing no less than 50 pounds. Gazing at the broad blade, Wang Luo could not help but feel a surge of ambition swell within him. Training is invariably tedious, especially when wielding such a heavy weapon. After just over 100 swings, Wang Luo felt his arms growing weary. By the time he reached 500 swings, he was drenched in sweat. And at 800 swings, it felt as though his hands were no longer his own. With the 1000th swing, the system's cold prompt echoed in his mind, and Wang Luo was surprised to find the system's notification tone to be so melodious. Without a moment to check the rewards, Wang Luo returned the judgment blade, national grief to the system's inventory, and lay down on his bed, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The Grand Line. Naval Headquarters Marineford was now deep into the night. The Naval Academy, directly under the Naval Headquarters, a cradle for naval officers worldwide, was currently besieged by tempestuous winds, as dense clouds loomed ominously, seemingly heralding a fierce storm. Yet, amidst this dark night, the Commandant's office remained brightly lit. Among the 100 naval branches under the Navy's jurisdiction, elite personnel had been elected and recommended by officers, totaling 327 individuals who would participate in the 5th Naval Officer Training Program. Students from all corners of the world were already arriving at the Naval Headquarters. According to your instructions, Commandant ZFA, we will hold the new student opening ceremony in 3 days. A Navy officer clad in a white coat reported. Holding a document, judging by the insignia on his shoulder, he was a colonel. A massive desk was piled high with documents, and seated behind this mountain of paperwork was a burly man with short purple hair. A half-burnt cigar dangling from his lips, he deftly pulled out a list from among thousands of documents, confirming its accuracy before handing it to his subordinate. Add this list to the current training program. Understood. The naval colonel respectfully accepted the document handed to him, quickly scanning the information. Name: Zywal Luo. Age: 15. Gender: male. Ability: unknown. Experience: participated as a militia in the eradication of the Zebra Pirate Group. Displaying great valor during the battle, meeting the criteria for justice. Recommender: Wusishu. Upon seeing Wusishu's name, the naval colonel felt a twitch in his eyelid. Within the Navy, General Wusishu was a figure of considerable renown. In fact, apart from the fleet admiral, the 3 admirals, and the likes of ZFA and Carp, few held power above him. Yet, General Wusishu had always maintained a low profile, never leveraging his authority for personal gain. The fact that he would recommend someone? Zywal Luo? This individual must be extraordinary. The naval colonel silently committed this name to memory. After receiving the document, the naval colonel observed the weary lines etched on the face of the burly man, unable to restrain himself from speaking. Commandant ZFA, you truly work too hard. You should rest early. Seated upright in his office chair, ZFA could not resist taking a deep draw from his cigar, exhaling plumes of smoke as he sighed. Damn that Roger, what a mess he has created with this great pirate era. Every single day, throngs of young people set sail in pursuit of piracy. Not only has this escalated the pressures on the Navy, but it has also significantly diminished our recruitment pool. Upon hearing this, the naval colonel fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, the Navy faced mounting burdens each day. With the onset of the Great Pirate Era, the deployment of naval forces in the New World had to be continually scaled back, leading to the emergence of the 4 emperors and the return of formidable pirates from the New World to the Grand Line, resulting in further bloodshed. However, due to ZFA's relentless efforts to capture pirates as an admiral, his family became victims of pirate retribution. At the tender age of 53, he was deeply affected by this tragedy, prompting him to resign from his position as admiral and take on the role of chief instructor for the Navy. Despite this, ZFA steadfastly clung to his sense of justice. He believed that if Roger could rally countless individuals to the Grand Line with mere words, he too could nurture individuals committed to upholding justice to protect the weak. Regrettably, beyond the inaugural Naval Officer Training Program, which produced the illustrious Golden Generation with the likes of Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, subsequent sessions yielded no such talent. Even figures like Squirrel and Fire Mountain merely reached the standard of elite vice admirals, making further advancements nearly impossible. Although the Golden Generation, led by Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, managed to support the Navy alongside others like Ghost Spider and Squirrel, none could bring an end to this cursed pirate era. Reflecting on this, ZFA took another heavy puff from his cigar and, after releasing a cloud of smoke, commanded, "You may leave now. I shall take my rest." "Yes," replied the naval colonel as he departed the chief instructor's office, listening to the sound of footsteps fading away. ZFA could not help but mutter in frustration. "They say I am part of an iron triangle with Garp and Sengoku. Yet one spends all his time in the East Blue while the other is perpetually scheming, leaving all recruitment and training responsibilities to me. What a bunch of scoundrels." At 68 years of age, ZFA, despite still being at the peak of his strength, found his stamina waning due to relentless work, inevitably impacting his combat effectiveness. The Navy's recruitment had become increasingly challenging during this great pirate era, with notorious pirates emerging one after another, and the exorbitant bounties on these ruthless marauders becoming a topic of casual conversation among the youth. Astonishingly, countless young people had begun to idolize these vile pirates, leading many to join their ranks. In contrast, the Navy, burdened by the lack of capable personnel, found itself in a precarious situation. Expanding their forces to combat the influx of pirates under such circumstances was a daunting challenge. Contemplating this, Zfa rubbed his temples, realizing that at 68, his tenure as an instructor would not extend for many more years, perhaps just 2 more training cycles before his official retirement. Suddenly, he recalled a phrase he had heard the previous evening: "Though there may be 1,000 foes, I shall not waver." A smile unexpectedly graced Zfa's once weathered face. That brash young lad, with a name containing a D. I care not whether you are the enemy of the gods. What right do those celestial dragons have to be called divine? I hope this audacious youth brings some surprises. The following day, as the sun rose, casting its warm glow upon the land, in the west blue at Mushroom Town, Lo's father hurried to the town's hospital early in the morning. A flush adorned his face, and he could not suppress a burp, cursing inwardly, "Damn that old drunkard Dorge, drinking until the wee hours. Will that mother of the child tear into me for leaving young Lo unattended while I indulged?" Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by the sight of Wang Lo already up and doing push-ups. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lo's father said, "Young Lo, your injury has yet to heal. Perhaps you should refrain from such strenuous exercise." Wang Lo, having already heard his father's footsteps, did not cease his movements. "Father, please wait a moment. I will finish shortly. 980, 981, 999, 1000. After completing 1,000 push-ups, Wang Lo stood up, dusting off his hands, and declared, "Let us go home." Lo's father nodded, adding, "Young Lo, once we return home, make sure to bid farewell to your mother, but do not cry too sorrowfully. Your mother's health is fragile, and I fear she may become too distressed by your departure to join the Navy." Hearing his father's concerned murmurs, Wang Lo felt a swell of gratitude for their bond. Sighing, he pondered, "I wonder how Lily is doing now." Mistaking Wang Lo's contemplative expression for dissatisfaction, Lo's father quickly reassured him. "Young Lo, I harbor no ill feelings. You needn't worry. Let us go, father. We are heading home." Throughout their journey, Lo's father desperately sought ways to mask the scent of alcohol from his person, fearing his wife might discern his indulgence. Observing his father's antics, Wang Lo couldn't help but smile subtly. Upon arriving home, they found Lo's mother had prepared breakfast, her surprise evident upon seeing them return. Wang Lo's portion had already been packed. Yet he wasted no time in opening the takeaway to dig in. The breakfast was simple, comprising porridge, pickles, 2 fried eggs, and a bowl of meat soup. Nevertheless, Wang Lo savored every bite, feeling the deep warmth of maternal love emanating from the meal. In his heart, he silently vowed, "Zyvar D. Lo, rest assured, I shall protect your parents in your absence." Watching Wang Lo devour his food, Lo's mother beamed with happiness, gently wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin, saying, "Eat slowly. If it's not enough, I shall prepare more." These tender moments seemed to pass all too swiftly. Observing his mother's bustling figure, Wang Lo found no opportune moment to reveal his intentions of joining the Navy and departing for the headquarters. "Perhaps I shall wait until tomorrow morning." He concluded that as night fell, Wang Lo completed his daily tasks, panting from exertion. After consuming a small restorative potion, he felt rejuvenated, his health rising to 87, with full recovery expected within a day or 2. After taking a refreshing shower, he peeked into his parents' room only to find them already in bed. Returning to his own room, he gathered a change of clothes before lying down to rest. A night passed without incident, and soon the next morning arrived. Wang Lo awoke early to find his parents had prepared an unusually lavish breakfast. Sensing something amiss, he turned to his mother, who, with a stoic expression, simply instructed, "Eat first." Glancing at his father, who nodded in affirmation, it seemed he had already discussed the matter with his mother the previous night. The 3 of them sat around the table in silence, each absorbed in their thoughts as they ate. Finally, unable to contain himself, Wang Lo asked, "Mother, are you already aware?" Lo's mother, still maintaining her impassive demeanor, nodded. "Since you have made your decision, go forth." Wang Lo sought to glean something from her expression, but there was no hint of sorrow. This brought him some relief. His mother was evidently stronger than he had anticipated. After breakfast, Wang Lo picked up his bag, and his parents accompanied him to the port. The journey was marked by a heavy silence among the three as they neared the shoreline. Just before Wang Lo was to board the naval ship, his father broke the silence. "You impudent boy. Will you not even bid us a proper farewell?" Drawing a deep breath, Wang Lo set down his bag and enveloped his parents in an embrace, exclaiming, "I am an unfilial son while I am away. Please take care of yourselves, and I will return." In his heart, he silently prayed for his parents from afar. "Take care of yourselves. I shall return. Wait for me." At that moment, Lo's mother could no longer hold back her tears. Large droplets cascading down her cheeks as she tightly embraced Wang Lo, sobbing, "Young Lo, while you are out in the world, please take care of yourself. Do not catch a cold." Upon hearing these words, Wang Luo felt his eyes moisten. Once his mother's emotions gradually calmed, she released him. It was then that Wang Luo noticed his shirt was dampened by his mother's tears. The worries a mother bears for her child who travels 1,000 miles. Wang Luo took 2 steps back, knelt on both knees, and bowed thrice to his parents, his voice tinged with sorrow as he exclaimed, "I am forever indebted to your kindness. I hope you both take care. And when I vanquish the pirates and restore peace to the land, I shall return to enjoy a tranquil life with you." His mother's tears flowed anew, and she collapsed into her husband's embrace. Sobbing heartily, a pang of pain pierced Wang Luo's heart. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly picked up his belongings and boarded the naval vessel. Soon, the ship set sail, and as Wang Luo stood on the deck, he gazed at his parents, who were still waving at him. A warmth enveloped his heart. Watching Mushroom Town shrink into the distance until it faded from view, he steadied himself and turned to enter the cabin, only to find Vice Admiral Wushu standing behind him. Wang Luo immediately saluted. "Vice Admiral Wushu, there's no need for such formality, young one," the Vice Admiral replied with a smile. "Parting is merely a prelude to a more joyous reunion. Do not be too sorrowful." Wang Luo responded earnestly. "Thank you for your comforting words, sir. I am quite well." The Vice Admiral patted Wang Luo on the shoulder before heading to his office to attend to military matters. Once back in the cabin, Wang Luo did not idle away his time. He diligently pursued his daily objectives and completed his check-in. Unbeknownst to him, all his actions were being subtly observed by Vice Admiral Wushu's observation hockey, who could not help but marvel at the resilience of this young lad, so quickly recovering from the pain of parting. Having traversed the doldrums, by 6 in the evening, the naval vessel carrying Wang Luo arrived at the Marine headquarters of Marineford. The weather in Marineford that day was rather dreary. The sky was overcast, and seagulls glided along the surface of the sea. In such murky conditions, fish often suffered from oxygen deprivation, floating helplessly to the surface. Yet, in this perilous ocean, it remained uncertain who stood as the prey and who as the predator. As Wang Luo beheld the familiar, yet strange Marineford, he was filled with emotion. The grand structure of the Marine headquarters was even more awe-inspiring than he had imagined. Dozens of double-barreled cannons gleamed with a dark luster at the harbor, their formidable barrels thick enough to be embraced by 1 or 2 grown men, capable of launching immensely powerful projectiles. Alas, 5 years hence, this magnificent headquarters would be engulfed in the chaos of the Summit War, leaving it in a state of partial ruin. Upon receiving permission to dock, Wang Luo finally reached his destination. Today's daily tasks concluded, he utilized his experience capsules, elevating his level to 6. After parting ways with Vice Admiral Wushu, Wang Luo, with his belongings in hand, arrived at the entrance of the Naval Academy. After submitting his name, the guards promptly arranged accommodations for him. Following the signs, he soon located his dormitory building, assigned to room 216 in block 3. Perhaps due to the upcoming opening ceremony tomorrow. Wang Luo glanced at the clock hanging at the end of the corridor. It was already 7:36 p.m. As he walked down the hallway, he noticed numerous youthful faces animatedly conversing, sharing their dreams and aspirations, while some larger individuals were establishing their standing within the dormitory. Witnessing this scene, Wang Luo felt a wave of nostalgia. It was strikingly reminiscent of his own first days at university, studying, playing, laughing, and growing alongside fellow students. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of his dormitory, the door to room 216 wide open. Inside, the room was quite simple. Measuring roughly 6 meters in length and 4 meters in width, the walls were painted a pristine white, and the wooden floor showed signs of wear. Directly opposite the door was a spacious window, beneath which stood a double desk, flanked by 2 sets of bunk beds, with 4 small wardrobes on either side. The furnishings were modest, and 3 boys were cheerfully chatting within. Point 1, a chubby blonde, noticed Wang Luo entering and promptly stood to welcome him. It seems you are the final member of our room 216. Welcome, welcome. The other two boys, who had been facing away from the door, turned around. One had dark green hair, a few freckles on his face, and appeared somewhat frail, while the other shared Wang Luo's black hair, but was robust. His muscles well-defined, sitting on a wooden chair that seemed to creak under his weight. Setting down his belongings, Wang Luo smiled and introduced himself. I am Zaiwal Luo, 15 years of age, hailing from the West Sea. And I am a swordsman that I hope we can all progress together under one roof over the next 3 years. As he spoke, he gestured towards the massive sword peeking from his bag. Judgment blade. National grief. Wang Luo refrained from stowing the sword back into his system backpack, understanding the importance of keeping a few cards close to his chest. Seeing Wang Luo's amiable demeanor, the other three eagerly offered their introductions. The chubby blonde exclaimed, I am Adelaide, 18 years old, a fighter who uses brass knuckles, also from the West Sea. I look forward to your guidance. The lanky boy with dark green hair chimed in. I am Potter, 16 years old, a sniper from the North Sea. I appreciate your support. Finally, the muscular boy with black hair spoke in a deep voice. I am Kiesimo, 14 years old, a fighter. My weapon is my fists. He then flexed his robust hand, resembling a volleyball in size, for emphasis that you're only 14. What have you been eating to grow so tall and strong? 3 deer milk powder. Wang Luo couldn't help but jest, as Kiesimo was indeed immensely built, towering over 3 meters and nearly brushing the ceiling of the dormitory. With such a terrifying physique, he must weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds. Truly, a mountain of muscle. If he were to reach 20 years of age, wouldn't he weigh over 1,000 pounds? Ha ha, I still feel small compared to the giants. Kiesimo scratched his head, oblivious to the reference of 3 deer milk powder. Yet he took the compliment of his size earnestly. Ha, you are already quite extraordinary. Adelaide laughed heartily, his body jiggling with mirth. Since we are to study together for 3 years, how about I take on the role of the dormitory leader? Being the oldest, I have no objections, Wang Luo readily agreed. Potter shrugged nonchalantly. I don't mind either. Only Kiesimo, the youngest yet most imposing, raised an objection. Shouldn't he, the leader of the dormitory, be the one with the strongest fists? Adelaide's chubby face quivered as he replied, I have some connections in the world government. After all, we'll be in the same dormitory, and there will surely be times when we need to rely on one another. I don't insist on being the leader, but since we are fated to share this space, let me offer you a first lesson. Remember, in this world, one cannot survive solely by having a strong fist. Wang Luo narrowed his eyes, surprised by Adelaide's eloquence. It seemed he had learned the art of leveraging influence, indicating that he likely had someone influential in his family. Such insights could only arise from long-term exposure to power dynamics. Clearly aware of his inability to contend with Kiesimo, Adelaide's words neither clashed with him nor directly opposed him, yet it was evident he was subtly appealing to him, suggesting that following him would yield benefits. A classic example of a privileged youth gathering followers, as all of them were destined to navigate the naval world together. Maintaining relationships became paramount, and camaraderie among classmates was undoubtedly a wise choice. Though Kiesimo appeared somewhat simple-minded, his intellect did not seem to match his muscular physique. His eyes twinkled as he broke into a hearty grin. Boss, you're too kind, I was just speaking off the cuff. How could you take it to heart? Hearing Kiesimo's humble words, a smile spread across Adelaide's face. Well then, the day is drawing to a close. Let's all rest early. I've heard that Commandant Zephyr is quite strict. My old man specifically warned me not to offend him, as he might not be inclined to show our family any leniency. Therefore, after the opening ceremony tomorrow, I'll take you all to the finest hotel in Marineford, the Victoria, to celebrate. It's on me. Upon hearing the name Victoria, both Kiesimo and Potter's eyes lit up, and they rushed forward, each grabbing one of Adelaide's hands, exclaiming, Big brother, you're my true big brother from now on. It appears that this establishment, Victoria, is far more intricate than merely a tavern. It likely harbors the secrets of Victoria as well. Wang Luo promptly feigned an expression of excitement and exclaimed, Thank you. Boss. Adelaide, feeling quite pleased with the trio's performance, wore a smug expression as he listened to them addressing him as their leader. As the night wore on, an air of silence enveloped the group. Whether due to the fatigue of travel or the anticipation of the morrow, everyone retired to rest early. Suddenly, a series of urgent chimes pierced the stillness, followed by an announcement. All trainees assemble on the playground within 10 minutes. Latecomers will be sent home, the announcement echoed again, emphasizing the urgency. Upon hearing the broadcast, the dormitories erupted into chaos as everyone hurriedly donned their clothes and washed up, hastily grabbing some provisions before rushing out the doors. Even Adelaide, the pampered heir, dared not linger, clearly apprehensive of the stern Zephyr. Observing Adelaide's demeanor, the other three felt compelled to hasten as well, with the meticulous Wang Luo ensuring to close the door behind them. The previously tranquil military academy transformed into a whirlwind of youthful faces sprinting towards the playground to gather. It was evident that individuals were already stationed at the podium, and upon closer inspection, one could discern that the figure with purple hair was none other than Commander Zephyr. Beside him stood his assistant, and the elegant lady in a qipao, adorned with a long sword at her waist, could only be Major General Taudu. At this time, she had yet to earn the honor of being a candidate for admiral. Many in attendance recognized Zephyr, promptly standing in disciplined formation beneath the podium. The carefree atmosphere of the previous day now replaced by an unmistakable tension. The once bustling crowd swiftly organized into lines under the scrutiny of those on the podium, awaiting Zephyr's address. As the assembly concluded, the observation hockey activated, confirming the presence of all 328 individuals. Zephyr glanced at the clock, noting that only 8 minutes had elapsed, before nodding slightly and addressing the gathering through a device. I am Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Naval Academy. Many of you are likely familiar with me. Firstly, it is commendable that you all arrived within the designated time frame. Relieved murmurs spread among the trainees, yet Zephyr's subsequent statements sent chills down their spines. However, this is not a matter worthy of praise. You have come here, and thus must possess a sense of awareness. We are the Navy. Obedience to orders is the most fundamental principle. You have merely fulfilled your obligations. This is the Naval Academy, directly overseen by the Navy headquarters. That you may have arrived here through various means, do not presume that your graduation is assured. Failure to meet the Academy's assessments will result in expulsion. No appeal to me will yield any leniency. Here, I am the law. I am death. Everything I say must be executed flawlessly. Do you all understand? Yes, Commander Zephyr. The crowd thunderously responded, their voices reverberating, even startling the townsfolk in the distance. Many of whom wore expressions of pride that a significant portion of the residents of Marineford were military families. Witnessing the new recruits' soaring morale filled them with joy, as they had not seen such spirited trainees in quite some time. Zephyr nodded approvingly and handed the device to Taudu, who respectfully received it, stating, "Welcome, esteemed trainees that I look forward to our 3 years together. I am Taudu, your swordsmanship instructor." Following her introduction, the device was passed to other instructors, each providing their own introductions. At last, the device returned to Zephyr, whose deep voice resonated once more. Now, all of you will organize into 6 teams based on your respective dormitory floors. Remember, you have only 5 minutes. With Zephyr's command, the once serene playground erupted into disarray as everyone scrambled to locate their dormitory companions, shouting out their respective dormitory names. Soon enough, the teams were established, with 2 teams for female trainees and 3 for male trainees. In this moment, Wang Luo spotted many characters reminiscent of those in the One Piece manga. The silver-haired, arrogant smoker, 2 large cigars clamped between his lips, the strikingly purple-haired Tina, elegantly igniting a cigarette. The enchanting Ayn with her mesmerizing green hair and large eyes, and a tall yet slightly disheveled Binz in the original narrative. During this cohort's graduation examination at the Naval Academy, Zephyr divided the teams into 2 groups. One he led personally, while the other was assisted by Akiji. Consequently, Zephyr's team encountered an assault by Whitebeard II, Admiral Weasel, resulting in near-total annihilation, leaving only Ayn, Binz, and the injured Zephyr behind, with a slight alteration to the timeline. Time's up. Everyone, begin running laps around the playground. 100 laps. No one is permitted to use their devil fruit abilities. Otherwise, Zephyr commanded. You have until noon to complete this. Failure to do so will incur an additional 20 laps. Only upon completion may you eat. Now, execute immediately. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, yet some quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and began to run around the expansive playground. The Naval Academy was vast, with the circumference of the playground exceeding 2 kilometers. Thus, 100 laps equated to an astounding 200 kilometers. Was this old man serious? Surely, such a distance could be perilous. The new recruits were filled with grievances, But under Zephyr's imposing presence, none dared to voice their discontent, silently embarking on their laps. Upon hearing Zephyr's orders, many instructors were taken aback. While running laps was a customary practice during the opening ceremony, it had always been limited to 50 laps. Even Tautu couldn't help but question, Zephyr-sensei, isn't 100 laps excessive? All eyes turned to the central figure at the podium, where Zephyr took a deep puff from his cigar and, releasing a cloud of smoke, replied, I have suddenly noticed some interesting little fellows. Fret not, I am well aware. With Zephyr's words concluding the discussion, no one dared to press further, for the highest authority within the Naval Academy was none other than the former admiral. Black Arm Zephyr, Tautu, resigned, nodded and called over a Navy soldier, issuing a few instructions before returning her gaze to the new recruits, curiosity flickering in her eyes regarding what peculiarities had captured Zephyr's interest. As the 300-plus recruits began their laps, the first 20 laps were manageable, with no one lagging behind, as they had all been recommended by various branches. However, as the second 20 laps commenced, some began to fall behind, their pace noticeably slowing. Wang Luo caught a glimpse of Adelaide, noting that the rotund lad was drenched in sweat, appearing as if he had just emerged from the depths of a pool. Having completed only 1/5 of the intended distance, it seemed he might soon succumb to dehydration and faint. Conversely, Boder, though appearing frail, had only a few beads of sweat adorning his brow, true to his role as a sniper. He excelled in endurance, and completing 100 laps would likely pose no challenge for him. Meanwhile, the sprightly Cielmo ran as though unfazed, his muscular build proving its worth. Thus, Wang Luo quietly remarked to Cielmo, Old Fourth, lend a hand to the boss. He doesn't seem to be in good condition. Cielmo glanced back at Adelaide, recognizing the drenched state of his companion, but hesitated, feeling intimidated by Zephyr's presence that he muttered, Old Third, are you sure it's okay to help? I highly doubt there will be an issue. We are the Navy. After all, brotherhood is paramount. If we cannot extend a hand to a comrade in distress, what kind of righteous force are we? Wang Luo replied with a smile. You assist the boss. I'll request water from the instructors. Before Cielmo could protest, Wang Luo quickened his pace towards the podium. Cielmo, slightly astonished by Wang Luo's initiative, felt a decision form in his mind as he slowed his pace to match Adelaide's, offering his arm for support as Adelaide, in a haze from the laps, suddenly felt a robust grip on his right arm. He was momentarily taken aback, sensing that his considerable weight had significantly lightened. After a brief moment of confusion, he recognized Old Third Cielmo grasping his arm, and a wave of gratitude washed over him. Old Third, you're incredible. Boss, it's not just me. Look at Air and San, said Cielmo, his words trailing off that it turned out that San, Bordeaux, had somehow made his way to the right side of Adelaide. Although he did not reach out to assist, he silently matched the pace of the two, walking alongside them at that moment. Wang Luo, the third, had unexpectedly run to the podium, prompting Adelaide to voice his confusion. What is that kid up to? A large question mark loomed in Adelaide's mind, and Cielmo swiftly answered his query. Boss, since said he is going to ask the instructor for some water for you. Water for me? Adelaide exclaimed, astonished at that moment. He was acutely aware of his body's dehydration and his strength waning. He truly yearned for water, but dared not voice it. He never anticipated that Wang Luo would dare to seek out the legendary Black Arm Zifa, that obstinate old man, to procure water for him. Adelaide was profoundly shaken. As he watched Wang Luo sprint toward the podium, the instructors were taken aback. Who would dare to defy orders, skipping laps to approach the podium? Indeed, Zifa's already dark countenance now appeared even more overcast as he fixed his gaze on Wang Luo, who stood at attention below the podium, and coldly remarked, Kid, give me a reasonable explanation, or I will make you experience what hell truly is. Yes, Commander Zifa. Wang Luo saluted with a naval salute, responding with dignity, Please, instructors, prepare some warm water for us, and add a bit of salt. Oh, Zifa mused, intrigued by such a request. This is the first time in many years I have heard such a thing. Explain your reasoning, young man. Yes, Commander Zifa. Warm water with salt can quickly replenish the body's lost fluids and electrolytes, enhancing physical recovery. I believe this will enable a significant number of people to complete this run. Zifa, with a stoic expression, replied, This matter is not your concern. Tell me, why do you wish to help others? Wang Luo answered resolutely, Because we are all sailors. We are the righteous army. I cannot stand by and watch my comrades suffer without extending a helping hand. No abandonment, no giving up. That is my reason. That concludes my answer, Commander Zifa. The commotion stirred by Wang Luo had indeed caught the attention of many, while he conversed with Zifa with unwavering composure. A number of new recruits began to regard Wang Luo with newfound respect, silently etching his lean figure into their memories. However, at the moment Wang Luo passionately declared no abandonment, no giving up. The entire assembly was left in awe. This kid was profoundly moving. The instructors regarded Wang Luo with renewed admiration. This young man was extraordinary. Many could not help but exclaim, "Well said, kid. Impressive. I acknowledge you." San is formidable. Zifa's previously grim expression suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. "Ha! You cheeky little rascal. You truly have spirit, a commendable stance of no abandonment, no giving up, since you have such resolve. You shall run the full 100 laps, plus an additional 20 as a penalty. Let me see if you're merely boasting." "Yes, Commander Zifa," Wang Luo responded, then swiftly returned to the running line as if he were an arrow released from a bow. Watching Wang Luo's retreating figure, Zifa smirked slightly. "Are you all deaf? Did you not hear? Hurry and prepare warm water, and remember to add salt." "Yes, Commander Zifa." Several naval soldiers, caught in an unexpected predicament, quickly sprang into action and darted toward the kitchen. Understanding Zifa's nature, a few instructors realized that the intriguing young man he had just referred to was indeed the new recruit, Ziwer Luo. The naval rookie noticed that many were now looking at him differently. There was admiration, eagerness, and even jealousy. However, Wang Luo paid little mind to it, and instead ran alongside Air, Boval, and the other three from Dormitory 216. Adelaide, moved to tears, declared, "San, I acknowledge you. From now on, you are my true brother." Wang Luo smiled and replied, "We are all true brothers. Boss, do not forget what I just said. No abandonment. No giving up. True brothers. No abandonment. No giving up." Guillermo and Boval were similarly inspired, joining Adelaide in a resounding chorus. No abandonment. No giving up. In an instant, a wave of fervent cries echoed, surpassing the spirit of any previous class. After running about 10 more laps, large water jugs were brought before the podium, and the soldiers quickly arranged cups. Tao Tu picked up the communicator. "All recruits, please come orderly to the podium for water." Many recruits, on the verge of collapse, suddenly felt as though they had heard celestial music. The slightly salty warm water they consumed felt more exquisite than any beverage they had ever tasted. Warmth surged from their stomachs to their limbs, and suddenly they felt invigorated. Just a couple of cups of warm water had instilled a sense of determination in many recruits who were teetering on the brink of despair. By the time they reached the 60th lap, numerous recruits could no longer maintain a normal pace, each one struggling to run weakly, with some falling significantly behind. However, several physically robust recruits lent their arms for support, gently whispering in their ears, "No abandonment, no giving up." This phrase seemed to possess a magical quality. Legs that had once refused to obey now moved forward with the encouragement of their comrades, keeping pace once more. Such scenes prompted the instructors to nod in approval. It had been ages since they had witnessed such tenacity that a military unit with this kind of perseverance was truly awe-inspiring. And astonishingly, this was merely a new group of recruits, freshly initiated, and it was their very first lesson. This lesson was originally intended to establish the instructor's authority. However, it appeared that the one truly establishing authority was the very individual at the forefront. Wang Luo, who was currently assisting the heavy-set Adelaide. His declaration of no abandonment, no giving up had completely ignited the spirit of this new army. Each recruit was now fully committed to completing the 100 laps assigned by Zifa. At that moment, dark clouds gathered ominously, and thunder rumbled as if to tear the sky apart, with torrential rain pouring down like giant beads. In an instant, a fierce storm enveloped Marin Fando. Yet, amidst the tempest, steadfast figures raced forward, even as the earth turned muddy under the deluge, weighing down their steps, and the muddy water splashed up onto them. They persevered, struggling to rise after falling into the mire. While comrades halted to assist them, even those who felt their vision fading continued to push forward, determined to complete the 100 laps. Even if they had to crawl, they gritted their teeth, splashing through the water, shouting their slogans, their faces drenched in a mixture of rain and sweat. Their pallor was evident, yet their bodies were shrouded in a mist from the sweat evaporating due to the intense exertion. Unchanging was the resolute expression on their faces. Each youthful visage formed a striking tableau that was nothing short of breathtaking. The instructors on the podium stood in solidarity with the recruits, braving the rain, and one could not help but exclaim, "How many years has it been since I've seen such resilient young souls? Haha, this old body of mine is starting to feel invigorated." This is the true essence of the Navy. A fine crop of recruits. The dawn of the Navy. Hope. I see hope for the end of the great pirate era. 100 laps. Before 2 p.m. Every single one accomplished. Many collapsed onto the ground, regardless of the muck, while others fainted outright. Tao, too, having prepared in advance, quickly organized medics to escort the unconscious recruits to the infirmary, hoping this extreme challenge wouldn't leave them with lasting ailments. However, Wang Luo, at the forefront, released the almost unconscious Adelaide and resumed running. He was fulfilling his promise to run an additional 20 laps. As Wang Luo's silhouette drew the attention of many, they initially stood in shock, but soon recollected themselves, prompting several to follow in his footsteps once more. Some recruits, lying on the ground like puddles of mud, struggled to rise, but their limbs refused to obey. Adelaide's eyes brimmed with tears. San. Boss is sorry. I truly am useless. The instructors, who had been assisting other recruits, were now captivated by the unusual commotion on the field. Was someone still running laps? Zifa naturally noticed the commotion. He opened his mouth as if to intervene, but ultimately refrained. At this opening ceremony, Zifa had achieved an unexpectedly high level of satisfaction, and Wang Luo did not disappoint him. Under his leadership, the entire cohort had remarkably succeeded, accomplishing this feat even amidst a training volume that was double the norm. This had reignited a long-dormant passion within him, reminiscent of the excitement he felt on the day of his marriage at the age of 38. However, the surprises Wang Luo brought him extended far beyond this. He was fulfilling his promise by running an additional 20 laps to fetch water for everyone. Inspired by his dedication, several other trainees followed in his footsteps. This, indeed, was the essence of the Navy. Justice, kindness, the fulfillment of promises, dreams, and aspirations. All these admirable qualities were embodied in Wang Luo. The torrential rain continued to ravage the surroundings, and Wang Luo felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead. Each step demanded tremendous effort. Yet, to his astonishment, a dozen figures trailed behind him: Guillermo, Bordeaux, Smoker, Tina, and others. Wang Luo offered a knowing smile, gritting his teeth as he pressed on. 101 laps. 102 laps. 103 laps. His steps grew heavier, each one seemingly threatening to create a chasm in the earth beneath him. 109 laps. Was he nearing his limit? Akiji and Akainu had battled fiercely for 10 days and nights at Punk Hazard, their stamina seemingly boundless. Roger and Whitebeard had also clashed for 3 days on a small island in the New World. If he couldn't even match their physical endurance, how could he aspire to become the strongest in this world? Limits aren't limits meant to be surpassed. Even if his chest heaved like a bellows, even as others began to collapse around him, even with the stinging rain pelting his face, and even if each breath felt like a dagger to his throat. These were not reasons for him to falter. Wang Luo's heart screamed in defiance. Deep within, he possessed an indomitable spirit. His body moved mechanically as he completed 118 laps, 119 laps, 120 laps. At long last, Wang Luo could no longer hold on and collapsed onto the concrete ground. In that moment, Peach Rabbit and several medics were already prepared, rushing to his side the instant he fell. Wang Luo felt the darkness creeping in at the edges of his vision and heard the medics' voices. Thankfully, it was nothing serious, merely exhaustion, and with some rest and nourishment, he would recover. That was a relief. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour, growing ever more intense, as if the sky were cleansing something. The sound of the rain was so loud that even lying inside, one could hear it clearly. The infirmary at the Naval Academy was vast, capable of accommodating all the trainees along with the bustling nurses, doctors, and assisting Navy medics. It seemed that the legendary cradle of naval stars was experiencing a significant influx of injuries and ailments. Observing the doctors and nurses tirelessly attending to the numerous wounded, they remained unfazed, equipped with all manner of medical instruments. Given the current situation, it was evident that Zifa's training had indeed put many into the infirmary. But this was consistent with Zifa's style, regardless of how one gained admission. If they failed to meet Zifa's training standards, they would be expelled from the academy without exception. Even formidable figures like Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino were relentlessly pushed to their limits within the academy, too intimidated to slack off. Moreover, even those of mediocre talent, like Dorge and Carterlem, received the same rigorous treatment. Zifa offered his full support without distinction based on the trainees' aptitudes. Dorge and Carterlem wondered if he was being polite. It was precisely because of Zifa's approach that all instructors adhered to his ethos, diligently striving to fulfill their roles, which in turn earned the Naval Academy the esteemed title of the Cradle of Naval Stars. Gradually, some of the faster recovering trainees had already headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon seeing the lavish spread, one could not help but exclaim that the food was absolutely splendid. The Sea Kings were skewered with enormous iron sticks, transforming into towering piles of barbecued meat, while large bowls of seafood fried rice were heaped upon the dining tables. Various delectable dishes were abundant, including fine wines, beers, grilled lobsters, seafood noodle casserole, cherry pies, chocolate pies, and apple pies, with the rich aroma of broccoli, carrot, and corn soup wafting temptingly, enticing the ravenous trainees. Observing the neatly arranged dining utensils, the trainees, like wolves, quickly found their seats and launched into a feast, devouring their meals voraciously. Wang Luo was, of course, among them. He took 2 bites of a piece of Sea King meat the size of a fist, the dense texture infused with the smoky flavor of charcoal, creating an exquisite culinary experience. He paused only after devouring 5 or 6 skewers of barbecued Sea King meat. Next, he consumed 3 bites of a lobster as thick as an arm, washed down with 3 large mugs of beer, followed by 2 hefty plates of seafood fried rice and a plate of seafood noodle casserole. Finally, he savored the broccoli, carrot, and corn soup while enjoying a cherry pie, patting his round belly in satisfaction. Observing the once mountainous pile of food now nearly depleted, Wang Luo couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary constitution of people in the world of pirates, each one a true culinary powerhouse. Thus concluded the first day's opening ceremony and training. Upon returning to the dormitory, the 4 of them first washed up in the bathroom, then changed into clean, fresh clothes, collapsing onto their beds in exhaustion. Guillermo suddenly inquired, "Boss, are you really taking us to the Victoria Tavern today?" Adelaide weakly waved his hand, saying, "Little bro, do you want me to perish in the tavern? I've barely survived so far, we must definitely go another day." Guillermo sat up and earnestly declared, "Boss, considering how I helped you today." Adelaide replied impatiently, "Relax, relax. I've already said that from now on, we are all brothers. I will make sure everything is arranged for you. No worries. All right then." Guillermo, feeling utterly fatigued, his legs sore, and now well fed and hydrated, figured he wouldn't be able to do much if they actually went. After securing the promise, he flopped back onto his bed, which creaked ominously under the unexpected weight. Meanwhile, Wang Luo dared not rest. He still had daily tasks to complete. Thus, he endured the fatigue and began doing sit-ups on his bed. The other 3, initially drowsy, turned to him in unison, exclaiming, "Hey, Third, do you really have to be this intense? Seriously? Third, you've already stolen the spotlight today?" Another chimed in. "Third, you won't believe it. Girls have been asking me if I share a dorm with you." "You're about to get lucky." As Wang Luo continued his sit-ups, he replied, "Boss, what you said yesterday was spot on, and I completely agree. But today, as your brother, I must also tell everyone. Intelligence is born from diligence, and genius is cultivated through accumulation. If we've chosen to serve in the military, we must strive to become the strongest." Guillermo nodded vigorously at Wang Luo's words. "Third, you really know how to articulate things. Every word is more profound than the last. I'm all ears." Saying this, he imitated Wang Luo's movements and began doing sit-ups as well, causing the bed to creak even more. Oh no, the bed actually broke. Flustered, he moved to the ground to continue his sit-ups. It was worth noting that only he and Smoker had truly completed the full 120 laps alongside Wang Luo, so their stamina was undoubtedly commendable. Bordeaux, seeing this, also joined in, while the most exhausted, Adelaide, groused, "Damn, you guys just love to make things harder for your brother." Though he complained, his body did not cease its movements. After completing 100 laps of running, engaging in push-ups, sit-ups, and frog jumps felt like sheer torture. The combination of fatigue and already sore legs was almost unimaginable. Following the physical training, Wang Luo took out his great sword, swinging it with precision, repeatedly practicing his slashing technique. Adelaide had already stopped to catch his breath during his push-ups, while the other 2 paused to watch Wang Luo's swordplay. Bordeaux curiously asked, "Third, why are you putting in so much effort?" Without hesitation, Wang Luo replied, "Because I want to protect more people." Then he silently added, "Because the unfortunate system is forcing me to improve. It's impossible to coast through this life. I doubt I'll ever get lucky. The only time I did, I couldn't even tell if it was luck or a bug in the system compensating me with those 1,000 store points. In reality, it was also because he had encountered so many instructors today. Didn't they all feel the immense pressure emanating from them? It is immediately evident that they exude an aura of strength." Wang Luo murmured, "I consider my talents to be rather mediocre, and with no power or influence." My aspirations seem exceedingly distant. All I can do is persevere, taking one step at a time. Wang Luo yearned to unleash his full potential, to conquer the heavens and the earth, yet the system proved inadequate. Even with a golden finger at his disposal, its primary function remained assistance. After all, resources are available for the taking, and points can be earned independently. He had already surpassed many, but for now, he must diligently start from the basics. After completing today's sign-in and claiming his rewards, Wang Luo placed the colossal sword beside his bed and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. Meanwhile, Guillermo curiously grasped the judgment blade of national grief. Immediately feeling its considerable weight, at least 30 pounds, the chilling gleam emanating from the blade was enough for even those unfamiliar with swords to recognize that this was indeed a remarkable weapon. After a lively exchange among the four, they set off together for dinner before returning to their dormitory, where they quickly succumbed to slumber. As a side note, Guillermo had taken a sturdy table from the cafeteria to serve as a bedboard. Drawing astonished glances from the cafeteria staff, who regarded him as a monster, and eliciting laughter from his companions during their walk back to the dormitory. The following day, in the early morning, the tempestuous storm of the previous day had given way to a clear sky. With blue heavens, white clouds, azure seas, and golden sands, the gentle waves caressed the port of Maryford. The air post-rain was refreshingly pure, infused with the fragrance of damp earth. At 6:50 a.m., the alarm rang, prompting everyone to rise hastily, wash up, and rush to the cafeteria for breakfast before assembling in the classroom. Upon leaving the dormitory, the sun bathed them in warmth, instantly dispelling the gloom of the past few days. The brilliant sunlight illuminated the path to the classroom, casting everything in a golden glow. At that moment, Wang Luo noticed that the system taskbar had not only refreshed the daily tasks but also added several new system tasks. Task 1. Gain Zephyr's recognition and be accepted as his personal disciple. Completion rewards, Maul points, experience points, and a 2 comprehension boost when Zephyr imparts the observation haki and armament haki. Task 2. Gain Tautu's recognition and obtain her promise to personally teach swordsmanship. Completion rewards, 5,000 Maul points, experience points, and 10 skill points, SP. Task 3. Gain recognition from high-ranking Navy officials. The more approvals received, the more generous the rewards. Completion rewards. Recognition from a Navy Rear Admiral, granting experience points and 3,000 Maul points for each approval. Recognition from a Navy Admiral, allowing 1 S-level lottery draw. Recognition from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, granting 100 charm points. Recognition from Vice Admiral Tsuru, granting 100 intelligence points. Recognition from Navy Hero Garp, granting 100 strength and 100 agility points. Completion deadline, 3 years, before the 5th graduation ceremony of the Navy Military Academy. Here it comes. The system has finally bestowed its benefits. With dozens of rear admirals available, the experience points they could provide were immense, likely enough for Wang Luo to level up to around 40-45. Furthermore, becoming Zephyr's disciple and receiving a 2 buff for comprehending the dual haki was an extraordinary reward. Given Wang Luo's exceptional aptitude, tenfold that of an ordinary person, the speed of his comprehension would be astonishing, and gaining Tautu's approval for skill points, this was indeed a timely boon. Skill points were scarce, as leveling up only granted 2 points, while advancing a skill required 2 points, with skills subsequently divided into 3 levels: proficient, expert, and perfect. Gazing at the myriad of skills available before his class transition, he realized that mastering each one completely was virtually impossible. Wang Luo sensed that the effectiveness of each skill would vary significantly at different stages. As for the S-level lottery from the 3 admirals, the rewards would undoubtedly be worth thousands of Maul points. Moreover, the recognition from Sengoku, Tsuru, and Garp would yield a total of 400 attribute points. It was worth noting that the system typically awarded only 5 attribute points per level, which meant this was akin to receiving a free gift of level 80. However, the conditions for obtaining such recognition remained unspecified and were time-limited, indicating that these rewards might not be as easily attainable as anticipated. Returning to the present, Wang Luo found himself in the classroom, where a striking figure stood at the lectern. Her long, dark waves cascaded over her shoulders, and her tall, graceful figure was undeniably alluring, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Her flawless complexion was accentuated by a deep purple qipao, revealing her commanding presence. Her long, fair legs stood straight, adorned with a vibrant red rose tattoo that extended to her thigh, with a cool and aloof demeanor. She wore the Navy's signature coat, and the epaulets indicated that she, too, was a rear admiral. All eyes were captivated by the beautiful admiral. Once she confirmed that most students had arrived, she spoke, "Greetings, cadets. I am your cultural studies instructor, Aaron. You may address me as Instructor Aaron or Teacher Aaron. Instructor Aaron, do you have a boyfriend? Instructor Aaron, I love you. Instructor Aaron, you are stunning. The classroom erupted in a chorus of playful banter. But those recommended to this program were undoubtedly the cream of the crop from various branches or individuals of influence. Naturally, they held themselves in high regard, and encountering a beauty like her was an opportunity not to be missed, regardless of her position as an instructor. Currently, I do not, but I have no interest in you children. She replied coolly. Now, to the matter at hand. I am primarily here to teach you the essential knowledge of this world, including navigation skills. You must study diligently, for if you aspire to be a captain in the Navy, lacking even the most basic knowledge of navigation would lead your crew to perilous situations. Therefore, I urge you to take your studies seriously. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand. Also, be attentive during lectures. At this, Aaron arched her middle finger, swiftly launching a piece of chalk that struck the back wall with a resounding crack, embedding itself within the surface. Was this truly chalk? Did it possess the power of a sniper rifle? The sounds of swallowed breaths echoed throughout the room, especially from those who had just playfully teased her. Adelaide was clearly among them, his head nearly buried in his lap. What a thorny rose. She doesn't seem like a good person at all, using armament hockey to launch a piece of chalk. If that hits, it cause serious harm. Now, this morning's lesson, dear cadets, requires your utmost attention. Yes, Instructor Aaron. After being chastised, the students sat up straight, focused solely on Rear Admiral Aaron. First, we shall familiarize ourselves with the Eternal Pointer, an indispensable tool for navigation in our world. With that, Aaron held an Eternal Pointer in her palm. In the Grand Line, when you wish to reach a specific island, relying solely on a nautical chart will not suffice. The key to successfully arriving at your destination lies in this Eternal Pointer. Once it records the direction of an island, its needle will eternally point towards that island, hence the name. This world is vast. Before entering the Grand Line, our waters are divided into 4 seas, east, south, west, and north. The entrance to the Grand Line is a place known as Reverse Mountain, also called Leviathan Mountain, where the 4 seas converge, marking the sole entry point to the Grand Line. Due to the towering red line and its unique characteristics, the currents are treacherous, while perpetual snow and storms have rendered its walls extremely smooth, making any attempt to climb nearly impossible, even if one were to scale it, without a pirate ship or supplies. How could they traverse the wide expanse of the red line, spanning dozens or even hundreds of kilometers? As she spoke, Aaron used a red pen to highlight the only waterway leading to the Grand Line on the board. The expansive red line effectively bisected the Grand Line, with the Navy headquarters at Marineford situated in the front half of this legendary route. The latter half is commonly referred to by the world as the New World. There are 3 routes to reach the New World. The first is through the sacred land of Mariehua, which is evidently impossible. As the core location of the world government and the residence of the celestial dragons. Even we, the Navy, cannot easily traverse this path, let alone pirates or others. The second route is the one most frequently taken by pirates, which involves coating their ships at the Sabeti archipelago, then plunging to the depths of 10,000 meters beneath the sea to reach Fishman Island, before surfacing to the New World. Although the depths of the ocean are perilous, this route is certainly far simpler than traversing the sacred land of Mariehua. The final route entails crossing the vast windless zone, spanning hundreds of kilometers in diameter, teeming with monstrous sea kings that could claim lives at any moment. Even the admirals of the Navy and the 4 emperors dare not tread lightly in this territory. Most of the allied nations of the world government are situated in the first half of the Grand Line and beyond the Reverse Mountain, with their territories in the New World being rather limited. Thus, many ordinary citizens in the New World remain exposed to the claws of pirates, enduring the exploitation of marauders and living lives fraught with uncertainty. Currently, the New World is primarily dominated by 4 major forces, namely the infamous pirate crews known as the 4 Emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates, captained by Edward Newgate, who holds the title of the world's strongest man, the Beast Pirates, helmed by the formidable Kaido, the Big Mom Pirates, led by the natural destroyer Charlotte Linlin, and the newly emerged red-haired Shanks, captain of the Iron Wall Pirates, renowned for his crew's high bounty. These groups occupy the vast majority of the New World, with nations therein either subservient to the 4 emperors or aligned with the military might of the world government. Newly arrived pirates in the New World have only 2 choices: to continuously adjust their strategies to challenge the 4 emperors and usurp their positions. Although in reality, these unfortunate souls may never even catch a glimpse of the emperors before being defeated by their subordinates, or to join under the banner of the 4 emperors. consequently strengthening these malevolent forces. Our Navy, at present, is dedicated to safeguarding this world, and justice shall prevail. Today's cultural lesson primarily aims to impart the fundamental knowledge and understanding of the world of One Piece. Rear Admiral Aaron, pointing at a large world map, patiently explains the basic geographical distribution and power dynamics of this world to the novice recruits. To be candid, while the Navy remains the most formidable force at sea, the vastness of the ocean is overwhelming. Although the pirates are disorganized, their numbers are rapidly increasing, and their widespread presence dilutes the Navy's strength and focus, allowing the four emperors to seize opportunities and expel much of the Navy's influence from the New World. It is impossible to overlook the insidious machinations of the world government in this turmoil. The world government neither desires the pirate factions to grow too powerful, threatening its dominion, nor does it wish for the Navy to become excessively strong and escape its control. After former Fleet Admiral Sengoku transferred his position to the current Fleet Admiral, the resolute Sengoku has led the Navy to unprecedented strength and cohesion. Although the three admirals are fiercely independent, they still adhere to and execute the orders issued by Admiral Sengoku. Known as the strategist, Sengoku's prowess in orchestrating the Navy's overall strategy is undeniable. His brand of justice, ruling the world, further illustrates his capabilities, making him one of the few top-tier warriors within the Navy to possess the Conqueror's haki. With Sengoku as the leader, paired with the legendary marine hero Garp as a formidable ally, the relentless pursuit of Roger instilled a profound sense of trepidation in the four emperors. The legendary Navy's deterrent power against pirates is not to be underestimated, especially during the Battle of God Valley. Even a formidable figure like Rox, who commanded notorious threats such as Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, and Wang Zhi, was ultimately vanquished by Garp. Although aided by the Roger pirates, without Garp's tenacity against Rox, Sengoku, Roger, and Rayleigh could merely stall the other monstrous adversaries. The true turning point of the battle hinged upon the confrontation between Rox and Garp. Fortunately, Garp emerged victorious, leading the remaining adversaries to retreat, as they were never united in purpose. Garp, after this pivotal battle, earned the exclusive title of Marine Hero. Countless within the Navy bear the title of hero, yet only one, Monkey D. Garp, is truly recognized as such. He belongs to the D. clan, and his son, Monkey D. Dragon, presently leads the Revolutionary Army in plotting the overthrow of the world government. In the eyes of the Celestial Dragons, both are marked for extermination, yet Garp remains unscathed as a vice admiral, freely roaming the seas. Why? Because of his strength, the freest individual upon the ocean is deemed the Pirate King. And is Garp not the epitome of freedom? Zifa, as the chief instructor at the Navy's academy, continuously supplies fresh blood to the Navy, were it not for Zifa's quiet but steady presence behind the scenes as an unsung hero. The Navy would likely be in a state of disarray. It is for this reason that the Navy refers to Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa as the Iron Triangle. Under Zifa's guidance, the Navy Academy's purpose transcends mere military training. They aim to cultivate individuals brimming with a sense of justice, exceptional officers capable of commanding one or more naval vessels. The Academy can be regarded as the cradle of the stars of justice. The three admirals, Smoker, Tina, Ein, Wang Luo, among others, are all Zifa's students. Their existence has enabled the Navy to maintain its footing during the Great Pirate Era and gradually reclaim lost ground. The cultural lessons that Rear Admiral Aaron imparts to the new recruits encompass topics such as tactical command, navigation, weaponry knowledge, and weather patterns that the ancients would say. Those who can lead armies are called commanders. Those who can lead commanders are called leaders. While it is indeed crucial to have commanders capable of leading troops into battle, those who understand the elements and geography, guiding the armies like a beacon, are truly the leaders. After sharing so much, Rear Admiral Aaron finds her throat parched. Despite her earlier display of authority, many recruits, who initially pretended to pay close attention, soon slumped over, drowsy and inattentive, while others whispered amongst themselves, with some staring blankly, their eyes devoid of focus, though aware that this is the norm. Some individuals are simply not suited to be leaders. If their strength is sufficient, they may be promoted to positions such as Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral, serving as deterrents. Naturally, those of monstrous caliber can also ascend to admiral ranks, as strength alone speaks volumes. Garp may lack strategy, yet wherever he stands, even Whitebeard understands that achieving Ace's surrender without incurring costs is impossible. Only by exploiting familial ties can one hope to compel Ace to the execution platform. Did one not see the immortal Marco, who was ensnared by over 100 bandages with a single punch? This is merely the reality of this world, where personal strength holds paramount importance. The notion of martial supremacy is not exaggerated, as the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals are akin to human nuclear weapons. This is a pervasive issue in the world, and thus, this monotonous cultural lesson on navigation and knowledge is dismissed as the domain of the weak. Talents who are both scholarly and martial are indeed rare, with geniuses like Sengoku and Tsuru being few and far between. Among the recruits, only a handful, such as Smoker, Tina, Ein, and Wang Luo, remain diligently engaged. Taking meticulous notes. As Rear Admiral Aaron's gaze sweeps across the classroom and lingers on Wang Luo for a few extra seconds, she recognizes him as the individual who dared to challenge Chief Instructor Zifa the previous day. To her surprise, he is not only vocal but also earnest in his studies, a commendable character indeed. Ziwa Luo, I shall remember you. Rear Admiral Aaron nods subtly, silently committing Wang Luo's name to memory. Just as the focused Wang Luo hears the system's notification chime, ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Rear Admiral Aaron's recognition. You have received a task completion reward, experience points, and 3,000 points of mall currency. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up to level 9. This is splendid. The previously diligent Wang Luo feels a surge of joy at having earned this recognition. He had begun to sense subtly how to earn the recognition of the Navy. The morning classes concluded swiftly, and after a brief lunch and a short rest, the afternoon sessions commenced at 2 p.m. The afternoon curriculum was led by various combat instructors who imparted combat techniques to the trainees. They categorized the students based on their skills, those who specialized in blunt weapons and clubs, those with devil fruit abilities, swordsmen, martial artists, and so forth. The swordsmanship classes were taught by the esteemed Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, whose expertise in the art of the sword was unparalleled. Her lessons were conducted in a Kendo Dojo classroom. This cohort of Navy cadets comprised a total of 328 individuals, meticulously categorized by the discerning instructors for tailored teaching. In the world of One Piece, being a swordsman is a highly coveted profession. Thus, it was surprising to find that as many as 106 students had gravitated towards the Kendo Dojo, making up 1/3 of all the trainees. The once spacious dojo quickly became crowded. It is worth noting that there were 13 other instructors teaching combat techniques. This indicates the fierce competition among swordsmen. It is no wonder that the renowned Mihawk is so revered and feared by other strong contenders. The title of the world's greatest swordsman carries immense weight. The instructor of swordsmanship was none other than Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. It is noteworthy that 5 years after the outbreak of the Marineford War, following the departure of the 3 admirals and 1 promotion, she was on the brink of becoming an admiral herself. Although her power had not yet reached its zenith, she was undoubtedly a standout among the vice admirals. And most significantly, she was only 24 years old. Individuals possessing the strength of an admiral by the age of 30 are exceptionally rare in this world. Moreover, she was a non-devil fruit user, which implies that Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship ranks among the finest within the Navy and indeed the world. She is a formidable presence, the enchanting swordswoman Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. However, her demeanor is rather aloof, as she does not particularly enjoy vying for attention. In contrast to the position of Admiral, Peach Rabbit prefers a tranquil life behind the scenes, nurturing the next generation of cadets, believing that this is the true future of the Navy. There is nothing more vital than the continuous influx of talent into the Navy to fortify its strength. Even though this marked her second stint as an instructor, Peach Rabbit's prestige within the Navy was not significantly lower than that of Zifa, the chief instructor of the Navy Academy. Her exquisite swordsmanship and striking beauty made her an undeniable favorite among the cadets, who could possibly prefer Zifa's stern demeanor over her. Given her youthful age of 24 and her single status, which young man would not harbor some admiration for her? Hence, her popularity as an instructor sword. The image of a beautiful swordswoman conducting lessons is simply too delightful to imagine. Peach Rabbit was unfazed by the scene before her. She instructed the trainees to collect their kendo uniforms and change in the dressing room before returning to the classroom. Once everyone reconvened in the dojo, and after a brief self-introduction, the lessons officially commenced. Peach Rabbit's teaching method was straightforward and unyielding. She believed that practical experience was the only way to derive answers, since she was unaware of the true swordsmanship levels of each trainee. She first organized all the students into 1v1 combat matches. 5 pairs would compete at a time. The victors would advance to the winners group, while the defeated would enter the losers group, continuing this process until the strongest among the 106 was determined. Based on the results of today's matches, Peach Rabbit and her assistants would devise tailored teaching plans for each cadet. Each student received a practice bamboo sword, which weighed around 4 to 5 pounds. However, for Wang Luo, who was accustomed to wielding the judgment blade, national grief, this weight felt exceedingly light. Soon, Wang Luo faced his first opponent, a tall woman with gray hair and a youthful complexion. She gripped her bamboo sword firmly, adopting a combat stance. Wang Luo, holding his sword with one hand and stepping back with his right foot, awaited the signal from the assistant, who announced the commencement of the match. Adhering to the principles of chivalry, Wang Luo refrained from launching the first attack, yet his opponent interpreted his restraint as condescension. She believed Wang Luo underestimated her. In the world of One Piece, male chauvinism is indeed prevalent, compounded by the scarcity of female swordsmen. The gray-haired woman had long endured disdainful gazes from men since she began her sword training, yet she had triumphed over all those who looked down upon her. Wang Luo was no exception. Suddenly, she lunged forward, swinging her bamboo sword down towards Wang Luo's head. Instinctively, he raised his sword to block the strike. The bamboo swords clashed with a resounding crack. The gray-haired woman had exerted all her strength in this blow, as she had concluded from past experiences that men who underestimated her would not deliver their full power at the outset. Once she gained the upper hand, victory would be nearly assured. Especially when she observed Wang Luo blocking her attack with one hand, she could almost envision herself disarming him and winning. However, the imagined scene did not materialize. Instead, her decisive strike was effortlessly parried by Wang Luo's single-handed defense. Caught off guard, the gray-haired woman was momentarily stunned, but Wang Luo did not hesitate. Seizing the opportunity presented by her brief lapse in concentration, he transitioned to a two-handed grip on his sword and struck fiercely towards her left side. The gray-haired woman, demonstrating commendable skill, evaded Wang Luo's blow by sidestepping and crouching, using her right hand to grip the sword's hilt while her left hand steadied the blade. Nevertheless, the powerful vibration from the bamboo sword sent tingles through her palms. Such strength, the gray-haired woman was astounded. Before she could fully react, Wang Luo deftly maneuvered past her bamboo sword, executing a left-to-right slash. At that moment, the advantages of her training and experience with heavier swords became apparent. It is crucial to note that rapidly alternating between left and right strikes demands exceptional arm and wrist strength. A moment's negligence could easily lead to a wrist injury. The gray-haired woman's pupils dilated, and disregarding her precarious position, she executed a desperate roll to escape Wang Luo's bamboo sword. Just then, a barely perceptible smile crossed Wang Luo's lips as he initiated an upward thrust. The gray-haired woman, bracing herself with both hands on the ground, witnessed the bamboo sword tracing a perfect arc before her. In a rush, she attempted to block the attack, but the strike lifted her and her sword clean off the ground, sending them crashing against the far wall. Simultaneously, the gray-haired woman fell heavily to the ground. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, from the assistant's announcement to the gray-haired woman's initial attack, Wang Luo's counter, and the conclusion of the match. Merely 10 seconds had elapsed. Such remarkable speed. Observers recognized that Wang Luo's effortless demeanor while sheathing his bamboo sword and extending a hand to help the gray-haired woman demonstrated a clear disparity in their skill levels. It was not that the gray-haired woman was weak, but rather that Wang Luo was overwhelmingly strong. Her defeat was akin to a drop of water plummeting into a boiling pot of oil, causing the Kendo Dojo to erupt in astonishment. Those attending the Navy Academy's unified training were by no means weaklings. Each one was a standout among the younger generation of their respective branches or families. Yet, how could she have lost so decisively, so effortlessly? The crowd's gaze towards Wang Luo shifted. This individual was not merely a figure spouting slogans. The gray-haired woman could hardly believe that she had lost so easily. After a decade of relentless practice, how could she be defeated in such a manner? As she watched Wang Luo smile and reach out to assist her, a blush crept across her cheeks, and she swatted his hand away, indignantly exclaiming, "I don't need your help, Zywar Luo. A loss is a loss. I'm not one to shy away from defeat." Wang Luo, unfazed, replied with a smile, "You are quite strong." The gray-haired woman's face contorted with anger. "What do you mean? I couldn't even last 3 exchanges with you before my sword was sent flying. Strong? Are you mocking me?" Wang Luo quickly waved his hands in protest. "No, please don't misunderstand." Seeing the gray-haired woman on the verge of an explosion, Wang Luo felt a headache coming on. Suddenly, the gray-haired woman declared, "My name is Andrea Layla, Zywar Luo. Remember my name, because next time, I will definitely defeat you." Andrea Layla shouted with all her might. Wang Luo responded earnestly, "All right. You are always welcome to a rematch." Upon hearing those words, Miss Andrea Layla felt a flush creep to her cheeks as she turned to retrieve her bamboo sword. In no time, the first round of the competition had concluded, with 53 advancing to the winner's circle and another 53 relegated to the loser's bracket, marking the commencement of the second round. Wang Luo, having achieved a string of victories, naturally outshone many of his contemporaries, bolstered by the solid foundation provided by the system. Even the assistant and the swordsmanship instructor, Tao Tu, who observed from the sidelines, could not help but nod in admiration. For every move Wang Luo executed flowed seamlessly, demonstrating both precision and finesse. His exceptional talent in swordsmanship was evident, as was the rigorous training he had undertaken, while innate talent is a prerequisite for greatness. There are no shortcuts to becoming a formidable fighter. The only path is through diligent study and practice. Clearly, Wang Luo embodied both of these essential traits. Before long, the decisive match arrived. After executing his 20th strike that sent his semi-final opponent soaring, he prepared for the final bout of the day, the ultimate clash to determine the strongest swordsman of this tournament. His adversary was a tall man with striking golden hair, known as Evan. A fellow prodigy in swordsmanship, Wang Luo had observed his wild and flamboyant fighting style. Nevertheless, Wang Luo was confident in his ability to prevail. As they took their stances and the assistant announced the start of the match, both figures sprang into action, their bamboo swords colliding with a resounding impact, sending a gust of wind erupting from their center. After exchanging several blows, Wang Luo seized the initiative, executing an upward slash that cleaved through the air, deflecting Evan's sword. Taking a step forward with his right foot, he exploited the opening created by Evan's sword being knocked aside, launching a flurry of thrusts. The bamboo sword in Wang Luo's grip flew toward Evan's chest like an arrow released from its bow, poised to inflict significant damage that might shatter several ribs, or worse, should it have been a real sword. Evan, however, was no ordinary opponent. In a moment of desperation, he bravely placed his left hand in the path of Wang Luo's thrust. The force of the bamboo sword sent him reeling backwards several paces, and when he steadied himself, he realized his left hand had gone completely numb. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the area where the bamboo sword had struck was swollen and bruised, wrapped in thick cloth to mitigate the impact. Otherwise, the bamboo sword would have surely pierced his arm. At this moment, Evan found himself at an undeniable disadvantage, unable to utilize his left arm in this duel. Observers could easily deduce that, barring an unforeseen turn of events, Evan was on the verge of defeat. Yet, the fire of battle still burned in Evan's eyes. Zaiwa Luo, you are formidable. Bring your full strength. Let me see the gap between us. As you wish. Wang Luo nodded, recognizing that this was merely a contest. To conceal one's abilities out of respect for a weaker opponent would be to undermine the spirit of competition. Once more, they clashed, and Evan, fighting with one hand, found himself gradually pushed back. However, his inherent pride compelled him to persist, gritting his teeth in defiance. Evan's swordsmanship was impressive, and even with one arm, Wang Luo could not secure a swift victory. In the midst of their fierce exchanges, Wang Luo finally detected a flaw in Evan's defense, a vulnerability stemming from his injured left arm, allowing him to cleave Evan's sword once more. With a flick of his wrist, Wang Luo struck Evan's wrist with precision, causing Evan to cry out in pain and release his grip, sending the bamboo sword clattering to the ground. Wang Luo's sword now hovered ominously at Evan's throat. Despite having anticipated this moment, the reality of impending defeat struck Evan with a pang of dismay, revealing the fragility of his resolve. With a heavy sigh, he lamented, "The ocean is indeed vast. I never imagined I would be bested by my peer, Zaiwa Luo. Thank you." Amidst the resounding applause and cheers from the crowd, Wang Luo rightfully claimed the title of champion for this tournament, having emerged victorious in all his battles without a single defeat. Notably, the first opponent he had vanquished, Layla, had also lost 2 matches, one of which was to Evan. However, Wang Luo did not revel in his victory, for he had yet to earn the acknowledgement of Major Tao Tuesday. Was he truly unsatisfactory in her eyes? This posed a dilemma. Just as he was lost in contemplation, Major Tao Tu spoke up. "Zaiwa Luo, you are exceptional, a true talent in swordsmanship. I find myself intrigued by you. Would you be interested in a duel opportunity?" The thought flashed through Wang Luo's mind. He had been pondering how to impress this icy swordswoman, only to discover she had already taken notice of him. "Greetings, esteemed instructor. I appreciate your kind words. While I am confident in my abilities, I possess a measure of self-awareness. I have heard much about your prowess. Among the renowned majors, you rank among the finest. Are you afraid?" Major Tao Tu inquired, her tone casual yet challenging. Wang Luo shook his head, replying, "Not at all. On the contrary, I am exhilarated." At that moment, his eyes gleamed with determination. "I, too, wish to comprehend the chasm that lies between myself and a true master." Major Tao Tu nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, I shall not take advantage. We will only engage in swordplay without the use of observation haki or armament haki." Wang Luo smiled back. "Is that truly the case, instructor?" "Indeed. Should I employ haki, then a loss would be mine," Major Tao Tu affirmed earnestly. Then let us unveil the gulf between us. Wang Luo slowly assumed his stance. As the other students swiftly cleared ample space for the two competitors, little did they expect to witness the esteemed Major Tao personally instructing. The experience was truly invaluable. Zaiwa Luo, unleash your full potential to prove yourself. Major Tao, gripping her bamboo sword with both hands, radiated an aura that transformed her from approachable to an embodiment of sharpness, akin to a sword drawn from its sheath, with a sharp command. Wang Luo held nothing back, for he dared not be complacent against such a formidable opponent. He charged forth, launching an assault. The bamboo sword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, as Wang Luo poured all his strength into a devastating strike. Its power astonishing. The expressions of several students who had previously sparred with Wang Luo paled in disbelief, realizing that he had not exerted his full strength against them. Crack. Yet, this ferocious strike was effortlessly caught by Major Tao, who pushed back with such force that Wang Luo staggered 2 steps backward. He could not help but marvel at her immense strength. Before he could ponder further, Major Tao was already advancing with her sword. Wang Luo hastily raised his guard, but as the first strike landed, her assault descended like a torrential rain. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 10 strikes, each more powerful and swift than the last, as Major Tao had declared. She relied solely on her experience and skill, utterly overwhelming Wang Luo without employing any haki whatsoever. Wang Luo's solid foundation allowed him to withstand the relentless barrage, but as the saying goes, a prolonged defense will inevitably lead to a breach. The pressure upon him was immense, each attack was a struggle to endure, and he inwardly lamented the prowess of this soon-to-be vice admiral. He wondered just how much of her strength she was currently revealing. His own capabilities felt insignificant in the vast ocean of her might. Merely resisting Major Tao's onslaught had him on the brink of exhaustion. If this continued, defeat was imminent. Gritting his teeth, Wang Luo rolled away, leveraging the momentum of her left side strike with her bamboo sword. Yet, it seemed Major Tao had anticipated his intentions, refraining from pursuing him as she wished to see what other cards he might hold close to his chest. With thrusts and upward slashes proving ineffective, it appeared that if he wished for Major Tao's recognition, he would have to rely on his most lethal techniques, the Ghost Slash and the Earth Splitter, Wave Sword. The reason he had refrained from using these 2 moves before was primarily due to their overwhelming power. After all, this was merely a friendly contest, and such destructive techniques were unnecessary, particularly against a fellow student. No one had compelled Wang Luo to go all out. However, it was clear that Major Tao was beyond such considerations. Closing his eyes to steady his breath, Wang Luo positioned his bamboo sword behind him. As he gathered his energy, the sword began to tremble slightly. Major Tao raised an eyebrow, curiosity peeking within her. This fellow truly has a hidden card. After 2 to 3 seconds of charging, as his aura peaked, Wang Luo's eyes burst open, and he swung his sword. A powerful wave of energy erupted forth, the violent shockwave tearing the ground asunder with fissures. Earth Splitter, Wave Sword. Major Tao's expression brightened in surprise. It was sword energy. This boy is truly a genius. At just 15 years old, his swordsmanship is remarkably advanced. The force of the Earth Splitter, Wave Sword was undeniable in the eyes of the students. Yet for Major Tao, it posed no threat. She executed a beautiful flourish with her sword, effortlessly shattering the shockwave from the Earth Splitter, Wave Sword. Wang Luo was not particularly surprised, for he had already been preparing for the final strike when he unleashed the Earth Rift, Wave Sword. The Ghost Slash was activated. A sinister black hue enveloped the bamboo sword, descending with the force of a broken void upon Major General Tao, upon sensing the aura emanating from the bamboo sword. Major General Tao's expression finally shifted. Ghostly energy. As she beheld the encroaching black slash, Major General Tao felt an unsettling sense of trepidation. The black strike seemed to carry with it the essence of tearing through space. This power posed a tangible threat to Major General Tao. Driven by instinct, the formidable armament haki involuntarily manifested, producing a resounding clang as the fragile bamboo sword was immediately imbued with a pitch-black sheen. The momentum of the Ghost Slash, akin to a tidal wave, was thwarted by the hardened bamboo sword, the wild and negative energy erupting violently, creating a powerful gust that sent the onlooking students reeling. Once the force dissipated, both combatants opened their eyes to behold the 2 standing at the center of the swordsmanship hall. At this moment, the ink-black aura surrounding Wang Luo's bamboo sword faded away, and the unsteady bamboo sword emitted a crack as it began to splinter from the point of contact, shattering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Zawayuo, congratulations, you have emerged victorious. Major General Tao also retracted the armament haki from her bamboo sword, and upon its dispersal, she was astonished to discover a small yet indelible black mark had appeared on her weapon. The declaration of surrender by Major General Tao Tu elicited gasps of disbelief from all the students. Wang Luo had truly compelled Major General Tao Tu to utilize her armament haki. This was utterly preposterous. Who was Major General Tao Tu? She was a distinguished figure among the elite of the Navy headquarters. And not just anyone could claim their own unique code name. Those who bore such titles were invariably the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the Navy. Yet, here was an illustrious personage, defeated by an obscure newcomer. Despite the restrictions imposed by the competition and the limitations placed upon Major General Tao Tu, Wang Luo had indeed forced her into utilizing her armament haki. Moreover, the formidable sword energy of the Earth Rift Wave Sword had left many feeling inadequate. Let alone the ghost slash that followed, which bore an eerie and unsettling sensation, rendering it utterly irresistible. As Major General Tao Tu issued her command, the afternoon's instruction came to a close. Wang Luo observed that as he made his way out of the swordsmanship hall, everyone instinctively parted to create a path, and he could distinctly perceive a glimmer of respect in their eyes. Indeed, this was the world of the Pirate King, a realm governed by the strong. Individuals of great prowess commanded respect and fear wherever they roamed. Today, nearly all the instructors employed a similar method, gauging the current capabilities of their students through practical combat, followed by tailored instruction. However, the uniformity of the teaching still encompassed numerous aspects, such as the training and awakening of haki, the Navy's 6 styles, cultural studies, physical training, and more. During Wang Luo's time spent in the mess hall and subsequently returning to his dormitory, the news of Zawalyo's victory over Major General Tao Tu, who had refrained from using haki, had circulated among every individual, even reaching the Navy headquarters not far away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky, the waning daylight radiated its final warmth upon the earth. At this moment, the temperature in Marineford hovered around 25 degrees Celsius, the air gentle and fragrant following a torrential downpour, where the sea and sky melded into a breathtaking tableau, rendering Marineford utterly enchanting under the twilight's glow. Numerous instructors had gathered with their organized materials to convene in the conference room. The instructors soon realized that, in addition to Zifa, 2 other significant figures were present: Admiral Tsuru, the Chief of Staff, and the Navy hero, Admiral Karp. An unmistakable atmosphere of intrigue permeated the room. It seemed the rumors they had previously heard were indeed true. Once Zifa noted that nearly all were present, he cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. Very well, the preliminary assessments of all students have concluded successfully, so we shall proceed with today's meeting as planned. As for Admiral Tsuru and that old kook Karp, do not mind them, they are merely here to observe. Yes, Commander Zifa. Among this cohort of devil fruit users, there are 11 in total. Through practical engagement, I have discerned their abilities. The strongest among them are Smoker, who possesses the Logia-type smoke fruit, Tina with the Paramecia-type barrier fruit, and Ein, who wields the Paramecia-type reversal fruit. These 3 are the most formidable and, with diligent training, could become the backbone of the Navy. Logia-type. The eyes of the other instructors widened in surprise. They had not anticipated that someone could be so fortunate as to encounter a Logia-type devil fruit. It was well known that the current 3 admirals each possessed the most powerful Logia-type devil fruits: Akaina with the magma fruit, Akiji with the ice fruit, and Kizaru with the light fruit. Subsequent instructors took turns reporting their respective evaluations. When it came time for Major General Tao Tu to speak, all eyes turned upon her. Even Karp, who had initially shown no interest, set aside his senbei. Commander Zifa, esteemed colleagues, and Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Karp, Major General Tao Tu began. I would like to present the top talents in this swordsmanship program. They are Zawalyo, who secured first place, followed by Evan in second. And at this moment, the old man Karp interrupted impatiently. We have little interest in the others. I have heard about an intriguing young fellow who managed to compel your little girl to utilize her armament haki. Is that true? That would be the lad named Zawalyo, correct? Major General Tao Tu, unfazed by Karp's interruption, respectfully affirmed, indeed. The confirmation from the individual in question left everyone astonished. Major General Tao Tu's prowess was well recognized. Aside from the 3 admirals and a few elderly stalwarts, who would dare claim they could defeat a formidable swordsman like Major General Tao Tu, yet, she had truly been compelled to use her armament haki by a newcomer who had only just enlisted. Zawalyo, that name echoed once more in the minds of all present, conjuring images of yesterday's confident demeanor as he responded to Commander Zifa's inquiries, and of him leading his peers in laps amidst the torrential rain. Who would have thought that this young lad possessed such formidable strength? Ha ha ha, Karp laughed heartily. I never expected that the little girl would have her day of reckoning. This truly amuses me. Be quiet. You senbei-loving old man. Upon hearing this, Carp quickly covered his mouth, casting a wary glance at the elderly figure beside him. Little Tsuru, at your age, how can you still be so fierce? Admiral Tsuru, unfazed by Carp's antics, leisurely uncrossed her arms and rose to her feet. Beneath her wide, snow-white justice cloak was a slender frame, and her weathered eyes brimmed with wisdom as they regarded Major General Tao Tuesday. A rare, gentle smile graced her otherwise stoic face. It has been a while, little girl. I hardly recognized you. You were even more beautiful than before. Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Tsuru. Major General Tao Tu replied modestly. Everyone is well aware of your strength, little girl. Even if you exert your full effort, relying solely on your skills and strength, this newcomer Zawaluo should not be capable of forcing you to utilize your armament haki. Correct? Does this lad possess some unique quality? Admiral Thu scrutinized Wang Luo's resume, noting that there was nothing particularly remarkable about it, neither in his background nor his experiences. Indeed, he not only wields sword energy, but also exhibits ghostly energy. Major General Tao Tu nodded, pausing momentarily before adding, his foundation in swordsmanship is exceptionally solid. His fundamentals are incredibly robust. This was indeed mentioned in his background. He was the disciple of the retired Navy officer Dorge, who had imparted his sword techniques. Ghostly energy, this child's history seems rather unique. As she pondered this, Admiral Tsuru suddenly recalled something and keenly sensed an oddity. The records indicate that this child risked his life to shield Dorge from a lethal blow, almost losing his life. It is unsurprising that he could comprehend ghostly energy. That Dorge fellow also graduated from the Navy Academy, did he not? Zifa, you old rascal. Indeed, he was a member of the 3rd graduating class. Zifa replied, a half-smoked cigar lodged in his mouth as he took a puff. Zifa, you old coot, confess honestly, did you already know this little fellow was special? Vice Admiral Crane held Wang Luo's resume and remarked. Surprisingly, his recommender is not from the Navy branch, but rather from Vice Admiral Squirrel. That little rascal, I distinctly remember him, just like you, a stubborn and unyielding fellow devoid of any semblance of compassion. Recommended by Vice Admiral Squirrel. This is a first in over a decade. Such discerning vision, a 15-year-old swordsman capable of emitting sword energy, truly remarkable. Anyone endorsed by Vice Admiral Squirrel is undoubtedly a worthy candidate. Ahem, everyone, please quiet down. Zephyr, that eccentric old man, do enlighten us. I refuse to believe you are unaware of this young lad's circumstances. Crane was filled with curiosity, having not found anyone of interest in quite some time. However, a person who could garner the approval of both Zephyr and Vice Admiral Squirrel, and at the last moment submit their name on this year's Naval Academy enrollment list, must certainly possess more depth than meets the eye. Zephyr felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated Crane's keen insight, deducing so much merely from a resume and a few words from Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. If he remained silent any longer, Crane would likely not spare him a favorable glance. Zephyr began, in truth, Doge has repeatedly recommended this Zyware Luo to me. However, I felt the young lad was still too immature and lacked any remarkable attributes, which is why I had not brought him in. But recently, with the pirate crew invading his hometown, you all can see from the resume that the details are quite clear. Now, allow me to share some insights you may not be aware of. Taking a deep draw from his cigar, Zephyr recounted the conversation between Wang Luo and Vice Admiral Squirrel from a few nights prior, leaving everyone astonished. Phrases like the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen, and even if thousands oppose, I shall march forth sent shivers down the spines of the listeners, igniting their fervor. That old rascal Carp even smashed the corner table beside him, exclaiming, this young lad is extraordinary. This is what the Navy stands for. I must meet this young man. Oh, a brash little fellow, indeed. Although Crane's words were laced with sarcasm, it was evident from the slight upward curve of her lips that she revealed a rare smile. If Crane and Carp were so impressed, one could only imagine the reactions of the other instructors. Coupled with Wang Luo's previous performance, the room was filled with nods of approval. Zephyr wore a smug expression, almost as if to say, could my judgment truly be so flawed? He then dropped a bombshell, but that is not all. This young lad also possesses the Conqueror's haki. Instantly, the conference room fell into a profound silence, where one could hear a pin drop. The revelation of the Conqueror's haki left everyone in shock. What does the Conqueror's haki signify? None present were novices. They were well aware of its profound implications. It is a prerequisite for becoming a top-tier powerhouse, essentially serving as a ticket to the pinnacle of the world. The initial stage of Conqueror's haki manifests as an overwhelming aura that can intimidate all beings within a vast radius. Regardless of friend or foe, once mastered, one can release it at will, effectively targeting individuals or entities with precision. adjusting the strength of the aura as needed. In its advanced stage, the aura intensifies further. And if one can master the technique known as haki binding, they will possess the strength of the world's elite. At its highest state, the Conqueror's haki can even nullify an opponent's observation haki. A phenomenon known as observation kill. This can render even a master of foresight blind and deaf. The sheer power of the Conqueror's haki is thus vividly illustrated. Is this truly the case? Zephyr, Crane inquired earnestly. Indeed. When he uttered that phrase, even if thousands oppose, I shall march forth, the Conqueror's haki erupted forth. I could hear it distinctly through the transponder snail. And later I confirmed it again with Vice Admiral Squirrel. It's the real deal. Furthermore, the little girl from the Dihua Academy, your assertion that Luo possesses a solid foundation in swordsmanship is also not erroneous. Vice Admiral Squirrel reported to me that this young lad continued to practice swordsmanship and physical training on his way to the Navy headquarters. After enduring the grueling physical training yesterday, I sensed through my observation haki that not only was he training himself, but he also encouraged his roommates to join in, ultimately swinging his sword 1,000 times. And he was wielding a massive sword. Upon hearing this, every individual present displayed varying degrees of astonishment. The previous day's extreme physical training was nothing short of brutal, had it not been for Wang Luo leading the way. It is likely that very few would have managed to complete it. Yet, amidst the cacophony of students returning to their dorms, wailing in exhaustion or collapsing into deep sleep, he continued to train? What a monster. Self-discipline, diligence, swordsmanship genius, Conqueror's haki, all bundled into one. And to think, he is merely 15 years old. Such an amalgamation of attributes in a single individual signifies limitless potential. Crane gazed at Zephyr with a smile. Yet her eyes held a hint of something unusual. Zephyr, you sly old man. No wonder you did not oppose Carp accompanying me to observe the meeting today. You are paving the way for this little rascal. Zephyr felt a chill run down his spine under Crane's gaze. Being scrutinized by her was no trivial matter. Just imagine, a contingent from the political department arriving every few days to give you cultural lessons. Who could endure that? Zephyr's lips twitched involuntarily. It seemed all women, regardless of age, harbored a sense of pettiness not to be trifled with. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, he said, Ahem, no. I initially thought this young lad merely had the fortune to awaken the Conqueror's haki. However, after hearing about the events at the Sword Dojo, I agreed to let you both observe. Don't you think this young lad will be the future of the Navy? The future, you say? Zephyr, don't flatter yourself. Crane resumed her serious demeanor. It is far too early to make such claims. Let me observe this young lad before drawing any conclusions. Zephyr's heart swelled with joy. Crane was indeed a busy individual, tasked with overseeing the grand strategy alongside Sengoku and managing a band of unruly naval officers. How could she possibly find time to focus on a new cadet at the Naval Academy? However, through today's events, having Wang Luo enter the Navy's higher echelons line of sight had already fulfilled Zephyr's purpose. After all, gaining recognition from the Navy's upper echelons could yield resources and assistance far beyond what he, in his semi-retired state as a chief instructor, could offer. Moreover, Zephyr held no ulterior motives. He simply appreciated talent and sincerely hoped for the Navy's prosperity, wishing for someone to rise and put an end to this wretched era of piracy. With Crane stating she would observe, it was evident she would personally assess Wang Luo's potential. Should he meet her extraordinarily stringent standards, Wang Luo's future within the Navy would undoubtedly be smooth sailing. As for Carp, Zephyr merely regarded him as an afterthought. No, that old man had just smashed a corner table. He would need to pay for that. Dihua girl, for the time being, you shall personally instruct this young lad in swordsmanship. Crane discreetly tucked Wang Luo's resume into her pocket and strode towards the conference room exit. I have numerous military matters to attend to, so I shall not prolong this. Carp, you old rascal. Accompany me. Do not delay Zephyr's work. Yes, Teacher Crane. Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit nodded in agreement. At that very moment, as Wang Luo wielded the judgment blade, national grief, drenched in sweat. The system's notification echoed repeatedly in his mind. Congratulations, host, for gaining the recognition of Vice Admirals Minard, Dorge, Granville, and 4 others, awarding experience points and mall credits. Congratulations, host, for receiving Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit's endorsement, awarding experience points, 5,000 mall credits, and 10 skill points. Joy surged within Wang Luo. He had not intended to conceal his capabilities today, since gaining the acknowledgement of strong individuals was paramount. The conditions for doing so were quite simple: either align in ideals, be of equal strength, or be deemed capable of becoming a powerhouse on par with them in the future. This realization had dawned upon Wang Luo today, which is why he was determined to showcase his potential. Concealment. Only the mediocre would resort to such tactics. After completing his daily tasks, Wang Luo received his sign-in rewards and proceeded to the points mall to exchange for experience capsules. With the accumulated points from recent sign-ins and task completions, he now possessed a significant fortune. It was high time to convert those points into strength. Spending 9,000 mall points, he purchased 3 medium experience capsules and 2 small ones for 400 points. Alongside 2 healing potions, 1 universal potion, 1 amplification potion, and 1 invincibility potion, totaling an expenditure of points. After utilizing the experience capsules, Wang Luo has now ascended to the prestigious level of 15. After completing his morning routine and reclining on his bed, he found himself with 30 skill points, which naturally prompted him to embark on a journey of skill acquisition. First, he focused on the fundamentals of swordsmanship, which could be leveled up by 1 rank every 5 levels. At present, he had reached level 3, with no upper limit on the basic skills. Conversely, damage-dealing skills could be upgraded by 1 level every 10 levels. With a maximum of level 3, Wang Luo expended 8 skill points to elevate his skills: Upward Slash, Phantom Slash, Continuous Stab, and Ground Split. Wave Sword. To level 2. He could distinctly perceive the enhancements that came with the skill upgrades. The foundational skills fostered a deeper bond with his weapon, the Judgment Blade, National Grief, while the other skills enriched his understanding of swordplay, suggesting that the might he would unleash upon his next execution of these skills would be nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Luo diligently studied all the skills available to him before transitioning to the Demon Sword Masterclass, including Silver Light Blade, Triple Slash, Cross Slash, Wave Blade, Moonlight Slash, Mountain Shatter, and Aerial Continuous Slash, which collectively consumed 26 skill points. Yet, upon completing his new skill acquisitions, he found himself once again enveloped in the realm of consciousness. The surroundings were familiar, as was the figure cloaked in black. This time, however, the mysterious figure exhibited a slightly altered demeanor. He retrieved an object from his attire and cast it to the ground, resulting in a resounding thud as a cloud of smoke dissipated to reveal a wooden training dummy. The figure leaped high, wielding his sword, and then dove downward with breathtaking velocity, activating Silver Light Blade. A potent shockwave sent the wooden dummy soaring, while the figure followed suit, unleashing a flurry of rapid slashes, delivering dozens of strikes in an instant. This was the Aerial Continuous Slash, before the dummy could touch the ground. The figure landed first, his sword gleaming with icy radiance, executing a flawless crescent arc slash. With a deft flick of his wrist, he added an upward crescent slash, sending the dummy soaring once more. As the Moonlight Slash shone with the beauty and lethality of the moonlight itself, seizing the opportunity while the dummy was airborne, the figure began to gather energy in his sword, launching a powerful upward slash just as the dummy began to descend. Enormous blades of light circled the dummy in a frenzied rotation, slicing and binding it in mid-air. As the light dissipated, the dummy plummeted, utterly obliterated by the powerful combination of skills. The figure then produced another wooden dummy, stepping back a few paces to gather strength before leaping forward and delivering a devastating downward strike that cleaved the dummy in 2. The sword did not relent, crashing into the ground and unleashing 6 arcs of sword energy that erupted from the cracked earth, sending the severed dummy soaring before it could react. Mountain Shatter's might was indeed formidable. The figure's wrist spun rapidly, unleashing a crosswise blade of energy, the crimson arcs slicing through the air with a thunderous roar, reducing the wooden dummy to 6 shattered pieces, the cross slash displaying its razor-sharp prowess. Yet, in an astonishing display, the figure leaned forward, gliding swiftly across the ground as he executed a series of rapid strikes, alternating between slashes and thrusts, performing an astounding 7 strikes in succession. Wasn't this supposed to be the triple slash? How could it result in 7? Wang Luo began to scrutinize the skill descriptions. Silver Light Blade. Level 1 creates a shockwave with a radius of 1.5 meters, lifting enemies 1 meter into the air. Level 2 extends the radius to 2 meters and height to 2 meters. Level 3 extends to 3 meters and lifts enemies 3 meters. Aerial Continuous Slash. Level 1 allows for 5 strikes in 1 second while airborne. Level 2 allows for 10 strikes. Level 3 allows for 15 strikes. Moonlight Slash. Level 1 executes a single Moonlight Slash with a sword energy radius of 2 meters. Level 2 adds an upward Moonlight Slash. Level 3 expands to a 4-meter radius. Wave Blade. Level 1 launches 3 blades of energy to attack enemies, lifting them for 1 second. Level 2 launches 5 blades for 2 seconds. Level 3 launches 7 blades for 3 seconds. Mountain Shatter. Level 1 delivers a powerful slash, creating a small shockwave without lifting enemies. Level 2 creates a larger shockwave lifting enemies for 1 second. Level 3 unleashes a massive shockwave and 6 blades of energy. Cross slash. Level 1 delivers a swift cross slash. Level 2 offers a larger cross slash. Level 3 creates a massive cross slash causing continuous bleeding effects. Triple slash. Level 1 performs 3 rapid consecutive slashes. Level 2 performs 5. Level 3 performs 7. To Wang Luo's astonishment, each skill above level 10 displayed unique power variations at every tier. Each level brought forth significant transformations, with the power at level 3 eclipsing that of level 1 as if it were a cheat. However, it was unfortunate that skills could only be enhanced once every 10 levels. Thus, to fully master Triple Slash, Silver Light Blade, Cross Slash, and Wave Blade, he would need to reach level 30, while Moonlight Slash, Mountain Shatter, and Aerial Continuous Slash required level 35. Even foundational skills like Upward Slash and others needed to reach level 25 for level 3. This realization left Wang Luo feeling somewhat impatient. Experience points for each upgrade grew exponentially, and his rapid ascension was primarily due to the experience capsules. But what about the future? The path to leveling up stretched far ahead. Referencing DNF's version 60, dear readers. Nevertheless, this was of little concern. Time was on his side, 3 years until graduation and 5 years until the top-tier battle. There was ample opportunity. Moreover, he had random task doubling vouchers now that he had acquired some wealth. He quickly activated buffs for all his tasks, hoping for a bounty of tenfold luck. With this in mind, Wang Luo opened his character attributes panel and was filled with joy upon seeing its contents. Name: Silva D. Luo. Class: Demon Sword Master, Untransformed. Faction: Navy. Title: Trainee Navy. All attributes 1. Level: 15 experience points, 73-98 strength, 44-1 agility, 23-1 intellect, 25-1 luck, 13-1 charm, 28-1 health status, 100. No other buffs or debuffs. Full state at 100. Character status below 40. Effects: Combat Power, Weapon: Judgment Blade, National Grief. Combat Power, 3478. After this series of actions, he had finally reaped the rewards of his efforts. His combat power surged dramatically. The following morning, after a day of relentless sun exposure, the training ground had returned to a dry state. It was just 7 a.m., with the sun barely rising in the east. Yet the air already carried a scorching heat. Today's lesson was once again focused on physical training, with the new military academy recruits standing rigidly on the training ground. The temperature was not excessively high, but the relentless sun bore down upon them, and soon, beads of sweat began to cascade down their backs. Before long, a tall figure clad in a sharply tailored suit strolled into view from the edge of the training ground. A pristine white cloak billowing behind him in the heat, his skin was slightly bronzed and glistening, adorned with a distinctive mustache. His expression stern. It was the physical training instructor, Rear Admiral Steele from the Navy headquarters. Hello everyone, I am your physical training instructor, Steele, he pronounced, his demeanor serious. In the original story, his presence was not particularly pronounced, lacking extensive characterization among admirals. He was likely of average strength. Nevertheless, he was more than adequate for guiding this group of novices. Good day, Instructor Steele, the recruits chorused, their voices ringing out as they looked upon the young faces glistening with sweat under the blazing sun. Steele's lips curled into a smile. Young recruits, the training here may be arduous, but it is far better than losing your lives on the battlefield in the future. Sweating here is preferable to bleeding there. He offered a few casual words of encouragement before getting straight to the point. Today's physical training is quite simple. It consists of one task, standing at attention. Therefore, all of you, stand at attention. With Steele's command, the recruits instantly straightened their postures. Steele, too, exemplified the standard by standing at attention on the podium, unyielding as a mountain. Time flew by swiftly, and before long, it was already 10 a.m. 3 hours of standing at attention felt like an eternity for those unaccustomed to the posture. As the minutes ticked away, the temperature continued to rise, reaching a sweltering 40 degrees, and the recruits, standing under the scorching sun, found the air they inhaled to be like fire. Yesterday's gentle sea breeze has now transformed into a searing heat, offering no hint of refreshment, but rather a relentless wave of warmth that renders each passing second a torment. Even as beads of sweat cascade down my skin, I find myself paralyzed, for any movement would invite rebuke from the surrounding instructors. Standing at attention has become a veritable ordeal, as anyone who has undergone military training would attest. During this time, numerous individuals have succumbed to dehydration and exhaustion, with the quietly vigilant medical personnel merely escorting the fainted students to the infirmary. At this moment, Shirtai Lei Si is drenched in perspiration, his impeccably tailored suit now thoroughly soaked. Yet, despite this, he remains steadfast in keeping his justice coat on. Standing at attention is truly unbearable. especially after 3 long hours. Let us take a moment to relax. Shall we? Everyone, please take a seat and rest on the ground. Initially, I thought we would simply disperse for a break, but to my dismay, we were instead subjected to the relentless sun. A chorus of groans erupted from the audience below the podium, accompanied by a few weak acknowledgments, as everyone lethargically settled onto the ground. Come now, little ones, let us not sulk. This is the training regimen established by Commander Zifa. You are to bear the future of the Navy. The battlefield will present all manner of environments, scorching hellscapes, frigid polar regions, and primordial jungles teeming with insects and serpents. Without unwavering willpower, exceptional physical fitness, and robust health, what do we speak of when we advocate for justice? Moreover, the 6 styles of the Navy are not easily mastered. Without a strong physique, one cannot execute them at all. As for the afternoon, you will soon discover that standing at attention in the morning was a mere pleasure. Let us endure 1 more hour, and at 11 o'clock, everyone should hydrate and have a meal. We shall reconvene on the playground at noon, as Commander Zifa will personally oversee your activities this afternoon. Commander Zifa will be taking charge. Upon hearing this, the audience below the podium erupted in a collective sigh of discontent. 18 noon. Zifa stood poised at the podium, with Shirtai Lacey a step behind him. The personnel had gathered, save for a few who had succumbed to heat exhaustion in the morning. Zifa nodded at Shirtai Lacey, signaling that they could commence. Shirtai Lacey stepped forward and bellowed. Physical training officially begins. All personnel, right turn, run 100 laps around the field. Run laps. In this sweltering weather, the sun blazed overhead, and the scorching rays felt as though they would incinerate us. 100 laps. This was tantamount to a death sentence. Despite the students' lamentations, this was a naval academy, a military institution. The instructor's word was law, and disobedience was unthinkable. Furthermore, with the stern presence of Zifa looming, who would dare voice dissent? Reluctantly, the students began to move, kicking up clouds of dust on the field. After a few laps, the students finally grasped why standing at attention in the morning was a luxury, unlike the previous day's overcast weather, which had offered a modicum of coolness. Today the sun was merciless, threatening to peel their skin away. Shirtai Lacey, you are far too lenient. Only 100 laps for the entire afternoon. Zifa's voice rang from behind, tinged with discontent. Shirtai Lacey's lips twitched, and in a hushed tone meant only for their ears, he murmured, Commander Zifa, we used to only run 80 laps. Zifa snorted dismissively, ignoring Shirtai Lacey, and bellowed at the still lagging students on the field. Haven't you eaten enough at noon? You lot are running at a snail's pace. Do you want to add another 50 laps? Instantly, the previously sluggish students began to sprint as though their lives depended on it. Observing their frantic figures, Shirtai Lacey displayed an expression of helplessness. Who could have predicted that Zifa, who usually refrained from physical training, would personally oversee their punishment? Those who don't want to die should run for their lives. If you embarrass yourselves out there, you'll be branded as my students. Today's physical training concluded amidst Zifa's barrage of commands, leaving the students utterly exhausted and the field resembling a battleground. However, once everyone had eaten and freshened up, they peered out from the dormitory windows to find the field had miraculously returned to its pristine state. It seemed that this was yet another of Zifa the Tyrant's international practices. With construction workers ever ready for repairs, imagining that these days would stretch on for 3 more years, a chorus of sentiments echoed. I want to go home to my mother. Wang Luo's days at the Naval Academy have been fulfilling. And time has swiftly passed. A month has already elapsed. Through all the rookie sign-ins, his level has risen by 2 ranks, and his points in the marketplace have reached a substantial figure, nearing the coveted 100,000 mark, allowing him to purchase an item he greatly desires. However, during this month, Wang Luo has yet to gain the recognition of warring states, carp, or crane, nor has he encountered the 3 admirals. Perhaps, he mused, he simply hasn't exerted enough effort. Conversely, Wang Luo has developed a warm rapport with the cultural studies instructor, Rear Admiral Aaron, and Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, who have both resonated with his unique insights and perspectives. Occasionally, Wang Luo's quotations from renowned figures of his past life have garnered him Aaron's admiration. Moreover, Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit has expressed keen interest in Wang Luo's sword techniques, and in a sparring match devoid of the use of haki. He has managed to hold his ground against her for 5 minutes, a significant improvement from the mere seconds he had previously managed. From the moment Wang Luo engaged in his second practice duel with General Tautu, he realized that Tautu could have effortlessly evaded the Ghost Slash during their initial encounter, thanks to her remarkable speed. However, at that time, she approached the match with a mindset of curiosity regarding Wang Luo's abilities. By the time the Ghost Slash was executed, it was too late for her to evade, allowing Wang Luo to gain an advantage, which compelled Taoju to reluctantly employ her armament haki. Now, whenever the sword technique possessed enough destructive power to shatter a bamboo sword, Taoju would adeptly evade using her formidable agility. As Wang Luo unleashed his silver light slash, Taoju had already leapt into the air before the attack could descend, thereby avoiding any impact from the shockwave. Despite the skillfulness of Wang Luo's technique, his own attack speed was insufficient, rendering him completely outmatched on the final day of attendance. Wang Luo fortuitously acquired a weapon, only to be astonished that it was the lightsaber known as Skywalker. Upon examining the equipment description, he noted that its style was entirely distinct from that of the Judgment Blade, National Grief, which augmented shockwave power by 30, whereas the Skywalker increased the user's attack speed by 30. Would this new weapon render Taoju unable to evade his strikes? Yet, Wang Luo soon discovered that he was unable to wield it due to a lack of proficiency in lightsaber mastery. The lightsaber was an exclusive weapon utilized by the Sword Soul branch of the Demon Swordsman class, and since he was only at level 17, he had yet to undergo a job change. Leaving him uncertain about which class to choose, the Demon Cry seemed unsuitable, too somber for his taste, and he had no desire to become blind like the Azura. He yearned to master the observation haki, akin to the esteemed Fujitora. Thus, only the Sword Soul and Berserker classes remained, both of which appealed to Wang Luo, yet this only deepened his internal conflict. After a month at the academy, today marked the formal instruction on the Marine 6 styles. Following an unusually rare day off yesterday, the instructor had informed all students of the upcoming curriculum. Finally, Room 216 welcomed the delayed arrival of the Victoria Tavern, where Wang Luo soon discovered that it offered more than just drinks. As the saying goes, the bond among men is forged through shared hardships, be it laboring in the countryside or facing the perils of battle. After a month of rigorous training, Wang Luo exuded vitality as he sat there, exuding confidence with his chiseled features. Although he may not possess a classically handsome visage, his robust masculine aura captivated the attention of the tavern's ladies, who couldn't help but steal glances in his direction. Adelaide and his companions felt a twinge of envy as Kelmo muttered, "Old 3, I don't see what's so handsome about you. Why are all the ladies looking your way?" To which the eldest responded, "I know I'm not good looking, but I'm wealthy." With that, he laid a substantial amount of berries on the table, causing the ladies' eyes to sparkle with interest, their gazes converging on Adelaide. He smugly declared, "Did you see that? My charm is undeniable, I assent it." In unison, Kelmo and the others shot him disdainful looks. Adelaide, well versed in the tavern's ways, summoned the owner to arrange for 8 alluring ladies to join them. He brazenly slipped a handful of berries into the owner's bosom, and rather than being offended, she responded with a playful laugh. Once the ladies arrived, Adelaide promptly pulled 2 into his embrace. Clearly at ease in this lively atmosphere, revealing himself to be a seasoned patron, Kelmo and Boval, on the other hand, felt bashful upon encountering the ladies, their cheeks flushing at the slightest touch. However, under the ladies' professional charm and service, they gradually shed their shyness and began to enjoy themselves. Wang Luo, however, chose not to indulge in such displays of affection, not out of disinterest in women, but rather due to the presence of formidable beauties like General Aaron and General Taoju, as well as several striking female naval cadets. His standards had naturally risen. He held little interest in the tavern's ladies, yet did not dismiss them entirely, recognizing that they were merely trying to make a living. Given Adelaide's evident wealth, he viewed it as an opportunity to aid those in need. Engaging in conversation and sharing drinks with the 2 ladies beside him, Wang Luo found that their understanding of his intentions allowed for a comfortable exchange, as if they were old friends. After seeing his 3 companions to their quarters at the Victoria Tavern, he rose to leave, feeling no desire to explore the tavern's secret garden. Instead, he preferred to dedicate his time to devising strategies for tackling the eccentric Zifa. The following day, as the students gathered on the training field, Wang Luo observed the trio who had not returned all night, a smile playing on his lips. Their steps seemed unsteady, as if they were floating, indicating a night of intense revelry. "Attention, stand at ease," commanded Shirtai Lacey, prompting all students to cease their chatter and stand tall like javelins. Satisfaction gleamed in Shirtai Lacey's eyes as he adjusted his slightly curled mustache and remarked, "Well done. Your physical training has not faltered this past month. Next, General Fire Mountain, and I will instruct you in the Marine 6 styles." The Marine 6 styles, a fundamental combat technique mastered by every naval officer, were conceived by the legendary Marine hero, Carp. The styles included iron block, paper drawing, finger gun, shave, moonwalk, and gale foot. After its development, the Marine 6 styles were not only employed by the Navy but also by various members of the world government, notably the CP Intelligence Agency. Next, General Fire Mountain and Shirtai Lacey demonstrated the Marine 6 styles, First, Shirtai Lacey brandished a long sword and swung it forcefully at General Fire Mountain, who appeared utterly unfazed as the blade approached his chest. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, Fire Mountain exhaled a smoke ring and declared, "Iron block." With a resonant clang, the sword met his attire without causing any damage. As the blade shattered and flew away upon impact, witnessing this, Wang Luo couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, recalling the adage, "Iron block is useless even to dogs." Then, Shirtai Lacey hurled a boulder toward Fire Mountain, who calmly declared, "Gale foot." With a powerful kick, he unleashed a crescent-shaped slash that cleaved the boulder in twain. As the debris fell, it stirred up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Fire Mountain raised his index finger and approached the fallen boulder, announcing, "Finger gun." His finger pierced through the solid rock, and he swiftly transformed the boulder into a honeycomb pattern before delivering a powerful kick that sent the fragments flying toward Shirtai Lacey, who shouted, "Paper drawing." He danced through the air like a feather, avoiding the debris effortlessly. After evading the stones, he uttered "shave" and vanished, only to reappear beside General Fire Mountain several meters away. Lastly, he executed the moonwalk, leaping into the air and seemingly walking on nothing, alternating his feet as he remained suspended midair. After a moment, he gracefully descended beside Fire Mountain, concluding, "That is the Marine 6 styles." Of course, the Marine 6 styles also possess their own profound mysteries, unique insights attained by masters who had honed these techniques to their zenith. Subsequently, the duo produced an assortment of food and began to devour it voraciously, visibly growing larger and plumper. Afterward, they wiped their mouths and shouted, "Life return." In an instant, their bodies drastically shrank, leaving only skin and bones, before they swiftly returned to their original forms. Life return was the most practical of all abilities, allowing one to rapidly regain stamina and heal injuries by consuming large quantities of food in a short time. There were many other abilities to explore, and each of you may discover those that suit your talents for further study. The 6 techniques of the Marine 6 styles, finger gun, gale foot, shave, paper drawing, moonwalk, and iron block, are foundational martial arts techniques of the Navy, having been passed down for a considerable duration. Now, allow me to elucidate the nuances of each technique. Shave involves the user kicking the ground repeatedly to generate powerful rebound forces for rapid movement. Iron block. This technique enables the user to harden their body to the rigidity of iron, serving as a formidable defense and even allowing for offensive maneuvers, akin to the pain inflicted when striking a wall. However, a notable drawback is the inability to move freely while employing the iron block, as it accelerates blood flow and enhances muscle movement. Distinct from the armament hockey, the iron block draws upon the physical strength of the body, whereas the armament hockey is a mysterious force residing within. Mastery requires the concentration of this energy to a specific part of the body or throughout the entire form. Paper drawing. This technique permits the user to manipulate their body with the ease akin to painting on paper, allowing for agile adaptations in various combat scenarios. Moonwalk. Similar to the technique shave, this method utilizes powerful foot strength to tread upon the air, generating significant buoyancy, enabling the user to traverse the skies as if ascending stairs. However, prolonged suspension in midair is untenable, necessitating continuous exertion, which will deplete the user's stamina. Gale kick. The user unleashes a vacuum slash through a rapid kick powered by their leg strength, finger gun. This technique combines the force of the iron block with rapid finger thrusts, delivering strikes with bullet-like power capable of penetrating the human body. The students, each with stars in their eyes, marveled at the splendor of the Marine 6 styles, despite some dismissing the Marine 6 styles as trivial. Their practicality in combat remains commendable, excluding iron block, of course. Many cadets envisioned themselves mastering the Marine 6 styles and graduating from the Naval Academy, gallivanting across battlefields, vanquishing foes. Who among them did not harbor dreams of wielding a sword for justice? Chemo and Adelaide excitedly exclaimed, "Hey, third, once you master iron block, will you become impervious to blades and bullets?" In response, Wang Luo sighed, saying softly, "Have you not noticed something? The Navy sacrifices many each year, and the leading cause of death among them is the mysterious overconfidence that follows mastering iron block. As the saying goes, Kapu's iron block is the true iron block. What others practice is merely stubbornness. Do not get too carried away. The Marine 6 styles demand great physical prowess. However, I see that you all train diligently, so it should not pose a significant issue. You may begin practicing now. And if there are any uncertainties, feel free to consult the assistants or myself and Vice Admiral Hiwashishin." With a resounding cheer, the spirited youths commenced their attempts, and naturally, Wang Luo also began his earnest study. Aside from iron block, The other techniques of the Marine's 6 styles were undeniably practical skills. He first focused on Gale Kick, reasoning that since he could generate sword energy with his blade, he should be able to do so with his legs as well. Wang Luo lunged forward with a kick, only to realize that Gale Kick failed to manifest. After several attempts, he discerned that it might be an issue of force application. He observed that the vice admirals would vigorously swing their legs back during their kicks, reminiscent of top-tier football players preparing to shoot. Inspired by this visualization, he imagined a football before him. Summoning all his strength for a shot, his right foot carved a perfect arc, and with a crescent slash, he cleaved through the air, striking a wooden target not far away. Instantly, all eyes converged upon Wang Luo. In mere minutes, someone had executed Gale Kick, a true prodigy. However, upon realizing it was Wang Luo who had performed the technique, the crowd shifted to a demeanor of acceptance. Oh, it's that monstrous freak. Luo.no surprise there. The swordsmanship prodigy who can spar with Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit surely wouldn't struggle with a mere Gale Kick. Ha ha ha. Steel Ray, how long did it take you to learn Gale Kick? Vice Admiral Hiwashishin inquired with a warm smile. 7 days. Steel Ray replied without hesitation. I recall you took longer, didn't you? 10 days. Indeed, 11 days. Vice Admiral Hiwashishin exhaled a plume of smoke, saying slowly, 3 minutes. And you executed Gale Kick. It reminds me of those other prodigies. Are you referring to the 3 admirals? Who else? Vice Admiral Hiwashishin frowned. Surely you aren't suggesting the likes of Weasel or Ghost Spider? They are far from it. Having grasped the essentials, Wang Luo then moved on to learn the next technique, shave. This technique is undoubtedly divine in combat. He recalled Luffy mentioning that the secret lies in rapidly striking the ground in place, leveraging the ground's elasticity to gain explosive speed. With this thought in mind, Wang Luo quickly struck the ground, and an immense force surged through his legs as he propelled himself toward the platform. In an instant, Wang Luo's body flashed to the podium. However, due to his inexperience with shave, he miscalculated the force and nearly collided with the wall, barely managing to brace himself against it to dissipate the impact. Is this what shave is? Wang Luo suddenly recalled the description of Bajiquan, which utilized ground force to unleash tremendous power. The principle of shave must be quite similar, he mused. While most cadets may have overlooked Wang Luo's disappearance, Vice Admirals Hiwashishin and Steel Ray were thoroughly startled. What sort of monster is this? He learned shave with just a glance. I took a month to master it, and I was hailed as a genius. Compared to Wang Luo, I'm hardly even a fool. Exchanging glances, astonishment glimmered in their eyes. Steel Ray gulped, saying, Hiwashishin, you should watch closely. I think I need to report this to Teacher Zephyr. This is practically a reincarnation of those 3 admirals. With that, he dashed toward the commandant's office. Wang Luo was equally astonished that he could execute shave on his first attempt. However, he quickly discerned the reasons. First, he possessed the qualifications of a king. Second, at level 17, his physical prowess likely approached that of a Navy commander or even a Rear Admiral. As for combat strength, should he master both armament hockey and observation hockey, he would probably soon rival low-tier admirals and even the 7 warlords. Subsequently, Wang Luo attempted finger gun and paper drawing, managing to exhibit them proficiently after about half an hour. However, moonwalk proved somewhat challenging, requiring him to exert force upon the air to render it solid. This seemed reminiscent of shockwaves, he thought. After several recollections of Silverlight's techniques, he finally managed to perform a few instances of moonwalk after an hour. As for iron block, it was similar to finger gun. With just a glance, he grasped the fundamentals, though he had no intention of delving too deeply, lest he meet an untimely end. Before lunch, Wang Luo had executed all 6 techniques of the Marines. Meanwhile, Zephyr, who had been observing from the sidelines, along with Hiwashishin and Steel Ray, gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping. Is this all mastered? How's one to survive now? I took 3 months to learn all 6 Marine styles. Feeling quite pleased with myself, compared to Wang Luo, I'm utterly embarrassed. Zephyr suppressed his overwhelming excitement, maintaining a stern demeanor. Inhaling deeply, he addressed Hiwashishin. Hiwashishin, you should go tell them that real combat can expedite skill mastery. Then find an opportunity for you to battle Zavaluo. Use your full strength. You may employ observation hockey and armament hockey. Hiwashishin looked astonished at Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, what do you mean by that? Zephyr replied meaningfully. At times, it's essential to douse these prodigies with a cold splash of reality, lest they grow too proud and unmanageable, becoming just like those 3 mischievous monkeys. Hiwashishin twitched his mouth. Are you certain that's the intention? Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of excitement, having heard tales of Luo's ability to contend with Peach Rabbit and maintain an upper hand. Thus, without further ado, Hiwashishin leaped onto the podium and announced through the transponder snail, everyone has worked hard. And we, the instructors, have all witnessed your efforts. Watching you all collaborate in your studies brings me back to my days at the military academy. You have all done remarkably well. Listening to Huashishin's broadcast, the cadets paused their activities, attentively soaking in his words. Those who had yet to master the techniques were urged not to lose heart. They must persist in honing their physical prowess to unleash formidable combat skills. You all know well that you have not slacked in your training. Now, let me clarify the gap between you and others. Zavaluo, step forward. Wang Luo was perplexed as to why Vice Admiral Huashishin was calling out his name. Although puzzled, he instinctively hurried to the podium. Pointing at Wang Luo, Huashishin proclaimed loudly, "Did you know? This guy has already mastered all 6 marine styles in just one morning." The crowd erupted in astonished chatter. Wang Luo had managed to learn all 6 marine styles. It was astonishing, considering most had yet to grasp even the fundamentals of a single technique. Are you not thinking, what a monster? How is this even possible? It is truly astonishing. Indeed, I must confess, this individual is a monster, a genius. However, have you considered that this little fellow, Luo, after your daily training, goes on to train by himself? He is a genius. He is a monster. Yet, they are working even harder than you. For a month, we have observed him for an entire month, consistently. Time is precious, and every moment is worth its weight in gold. You cannot buy time with gold. You must cherish the present. At this moment, you have the finest instructors in the world and ample resources. If you do not sharpen your skills now, how will you conquer the battlefield in the future? Perhaps, many years from now, you will reflect on your past and wonder why you squandered your time. When you realize that your strength cannot protect your comrades, your loved ones, and your friends, will you not feel regret? You are classmates now, and you will be comrades later. You must become each other's steadfast support. Geniuses bear greater burdens. They carry the hopes of many, just like the great generals of the warring states. And Vice Admiral Garp, but they too will grow old someday. When that time comes, who will safeguard the glory of the Navy and uphold justice? At this point, the eyes of all the trainees unconsciously converge on Wang Luo, who stands on the podium, a monster, a genius. He is right here. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Luo has already become the strongest among their cohort. The gazes directed at him are distinctly different, filled with admiration. Yet, practical combat is the best method to enhance a fighter's capabilities and allow observers to learn how to effectively execute similar techniques to achieve unexpected results. So, monster genius, shall we demonstrate for everyone? Wang Luo widened his eyes, thinking, what? Aren't we supposed to be inspiring them? How did I end up in the spotlight? What kind of divine intervention is this? I seem to not comprehend. Looking at the disheveled face of Fire Mountain, Wang Luo was speechless. Why are we suddenly about to engage in practice? How about this? I won't take advantage of you. If you can force me to use shave or damage my clothes, I will consider it a loss. Such simple conditions. Fire Mountain seems to underestimate me. However, this also appears to be an excellent opportunity to complete a task. In truth, Wang Luo had already spotted Zifa and Shirt-Eye Lacey in the distance. His eyes narrowing as he plotted, then said, "Report, Instructor Fire Mountain, may I take my sword?" Fire Mountain nodded, replying, "Of course." Wang Luo then requested, "Please wait a few minutes. I will be right back." With that, he dashed back to his dormitory and retrieved his weapon. The Judgment Blade, National Grief. Holding the enormous sword confidently in one hand, Wang Luo strode towards the arena, determined to consume an enhancement potion and decisively secure victory. If he could hold his own against Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, how could he possibly fear conquering the old man Zifa? Upon arriving at the training ground, all the trainees instinctively cleared a large space for the two to spar. As Wang Luo stepped into the arena, they formed a circle around them. With the colossal sword in hand, Wang Luo took a combat stance, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. "Instructor Fire Mountain, shall we begin? You are quite confident? Then let us commence." Fire Mountain also drew his sword, sensing a degree of threat emanating from Wang Luo's aura. This was an instinctual perception. What a fine prospect. It seems the future leader of the Navy is emerging. Let me test your depth. Come on. Unleash your full strength in your attack. With Fire Mountain's powerful shout, Wang Luo certainly would not hold back. Facing a Vice Admiral for the first time, he would not squander the opportunity to strike first. Wang Luo began gathering energy, executing the wave. Earth Shatter Sword. A torrential wave of sword energy erupted forth. Fire Mountain, seeing the ferocious onslaught of sword energy, could not help but express admiration. What an impressive feat for one so young. To wield such intensity of sword energy with such ease, Fire Mountain stepped forward, shattering the oncoming sword energy with his sword technique, while Wang Luo took advantage of these fleeting seconds to leap into the air. Unleashing Silver Light Falling Blade. As is well known, the higher the jump when executing Silver Light Falling Blade, the greater the power and range of the shockwave, taking advantage of the brief stalemate created by Fire Mountain shattering the earth shatter. Wave sword. Silver light falling blade descended from above, with his observation haki sensing impending danger. Fire Mountain was nonetheless eager to experience what made the sword technique so formidable that even the aloof and rarely complimentary Tontada often spoke of it. In the blink of an eye, Wang Luo landed heavily beside Fire Mountain. Wang Luo was no fool. If he charged directly at Fire Mountain, with his strength, he might easily be caught mid-air. Thus, it was better to forego the piercing attack and focus on his lower half. Only by knocking him into the air would he have a chance. The fierce shockwave shattered the hard ground of the training field, and Fire Mountain felt his balance slip as he lifted off the ground. The 30 power bonus from the Judgment Blade, National Grief, was unmistakably revealed. Watching Vice Admiral Fire Mountain's body suspended in the air, a triumphant smile crept onto Wang Luo's face. He then executed a sudden cross slash. And in that instant, he unleashed the not-so-familiar shave, darting behind Fire Mountain. The enormous sword began to dance swiftly, delivering a perfect crescent slash aimed directly at his back. Vice Admiral Fire Mountain felt a twinge of surprise. Well now, this kid. A two-pronged attack, coming out with all guns blazing, thinking he can take me down in one fell swoop? However, if a Vice Admiral of the Navy could be easily defeated, what would that say about the Navy's elite? Fire Mountain's sword shimmered with a layer of dark luster as he activated his armament haki. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he executed shave in an instant, negating the shockwave of silver light falling blade. Regaining his balance momentarily, then, he felt his biceps swell as he spun. Utilizing the momentum from shave, the long sword danced with relentless precision, not only shattering the cross-slash's sword energy but also blocking Wang Luo's crescent slash. The grating sound of metal grinding against metal rang out, and Fire Mountain landed firmly, while Wang Luo was sent flying by a single strike. Is this the power of armament haki? So resilient. Wang Luo gazed at the dark sword in Fire Mountain's hand, surprised that he had activated armament haki so swiftly. Fire Mountain was equally astonished. Did he really have to unleash armament haki this early in the duel? This kid is no simpleton. Yet, Wang Luo remained undeterred. He had never expected to defeat a Vice Admiral of the Navy so easily. When one plan fails, another must be formed. The strength of a Vice Admiral was evident, and opportunities to find such a worthy sparring partner were rare. Tontada is formidable, that cannot be denied, but her swordsmanship is more agile and entirely different from Fire Mountain's style. Just then, Wang Luo decided to measure himself against this powerhouse. If that is the case, let us pit strength against strength. Wang Luo took another step back, building up his legs with great force, and with a loud crack, the ground beneath him began to fracture. Simultaneously, he leapt high into the air, executing Mountain Crash. Observing Wang Luo's heavy sword technique rushing towards him, Fire Mountain could not afford to be careless. It would be too embarrassing to resort to shave against a trainee. Moreover, he preferred direct confrontation. With his arms coiled, he stepped forward, launching his sword coated with armament haki from below. The clang. A resounding clash of metal erupted from the two weapons. A terrifying aura surged forth from between them, and the howling wind rustled their garments. Such force. Both thought simultaneously. Wang Luo had the advantage of height, while Fire Mountain was also putting forth his full strength, believing he could easily knock Wang Luo away with a single swing. In mere seconds, the two were locked in a stalemate, but as Wang Luo's advantage of height began to wane, Fire Mountain seized the opportunity and sent Wang Luo soaring. Wang Luo, along with his sword, flew several meters away like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Fire Mountain exhaled a plume of smoke, saying, "Not bad strength, kid." Wang Luo waved his hand, brushing off the dust before him. Fire Mountain's power was indeed formidable. He had almost lost grip of the Judgment Blade, National Grief. Quickly using his sword to prop himself up, Wang Luo lunged forward, sliding swiftly, and executed a three-part slash. The graceful sliding slash resembled a dance. As he spun the enormous sword with his wrist, clang, 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 the three consecutive strikes were complete. Fire Mountain, however, did not let his guard down. He dared not release his armament haki for even a moment. Wang Luo, taking advantage of the sharpness and weight of the Judgment Blade, National Grief, significantly amplified the power of the three-part slash. He had gained an upper hand with his weapon. Wang Luo secretly chuckled. Seizing the moment of stillness amidst the fiery chaos of the mountain, unleashing the colossal sword infused with the power of the supernatural, the ghostly slash descended with a formidable force. The terrifying energy that sliced through the air left the observing students breathless. As if their hearts had skipped a beat, they were truly astonished. They questioned whether they could withstand such a blow. Yet, to their surprise, the Flame Mountain did not flinch or evade. Instead, it unleashed its own swordsmanship. opting for a direct confrontation. Perhaps it was due to the armed color hockey swirling around the sword tip as it danced at high speed, but flames suddenly erupted from the blade. In the next moment, the collision of cold and heat resulted in a thunderous explosion echoing through the air. That moment, Flame Mountain had exerted 70% of its strength, faced with Wang Luo. It was impossible to suppress him without revealing some genuine prowess. Once the cacophony of explosions subsided, Wang Luo's body was sent flying once more. He crashed to the ground and slid several meters before finally colliding with a tree, which trembled violently, shedding a multitude of leaves. The sound of impact resonated clearly, even from a distance of several dozen meters. Wow! Wang Luo felt a sweetness in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His internal organs were injured, and he suspected he had broken 2 or 3 ribs. Truly formidable, indeed. No wonder he was a vice admiral of the Navy. Wiping the blood from his lips, Wang Luo shouted. Refreshing. Bring it on. Upon witnessing Wang Luo rise again, eager to continue, Flame Mountain revealed a smile. He was indeed a tenacious young lad. That's enough. Old 3. This is Vice Admiral Flame Mountain from the Navy headquarters. You cannot defeat him now. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, Luo, your potential is immense. There is no need to act impulsively. Right? Old 3, if you continue fighting, you'll sustain serious injuries. A chorus of persuasive voices arose from among the students, comprising those who had shared camaraderie with Wang Luo and several from Dormitory 216. Admit defeat. Ha ha ha. I will not retreat, if I concede this time. I will use the same excuse to deceive myself next time. As long as I do not give up, regardless of the outcome, as long as I strive and dedicate myself, I will remain steadfast until death. The only person I seek to conquer is myself. Wang Luo endured the excruciating pain in his back, took a deep breath, and charged towards Flame Mountain as he closed into within 5 meters. The 3-part slash was unleashed once more. Flame Mountain laughed heartily. Impressive momentum. However, relying solely on that sliding slash will not allow you to strike me. Indeed, while the 3-part slash posed no threat to Flame Mountain, it enabled Wang Luo to rapidly close the distance. The next move would be his strongest technique at this stage. Clang, clang, clang. Unsurprisingly, despite the speed of the 3-part slash, it still failed to graze Flame Mountain, not even brushing against the hem of his clothing. Yet this did not signify Wang Luo's defeat. The premeditated ripple slash followed the 3-part slash, unleashing a tyrannical sword aura that sent Flame Mountain soaring. Accompanying this was the eruption of 3 waves of sword energy, swirling around Flame Mountain at an alarming speed. Taken aback by this sudden outburst, Flame Mountain immediately enveloped himself in armed color hockey. The sound of clashing metal rang incessantly as Flame Mountain's body was ensnared in midair for a fleeting second. In that brief moment, the 3 waves of sword energy struck him at least a dozen times. Once the ripple slash dissipated, Wang Luo began to cough violently, glancing at his attribute panel, noticing his health had plummeted to a mere 57. If he continued, he would surely sustain grave injuries. However, his objective had been achieved. As Flame Mountain landed on the ground, the powerful armed color hockey receded like a tide, leaving his clothing in tatters, even the white justice coat adorned with several gashes, observing the somewhat disheveled appearance of Vice Admiral Flame Mountain. The training ground fell into a profound silence. Luo had truly accomplished the impossible. Suddenly, a thunderous cheer erupted from the onlookers, with everyone brimming with fervor, gazing at the young figure who supported himself with the colossal sword. Blood staining the corner of his mouth, his resolute gaze, the gallant demeanor in battle, and the unwavering vow to never succumb before a formidable foe resonated deeply within their hearts. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for gaining the recognition of Vice Admirals Flame Mountain and Steel Res, earning experience points and 6,000 points in the shop. The chilling notification from the system felt remarkably melodious in that moment. Clap, clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause shattered the stillness of the training ground. And from the shadows emerged 2 figures. Under the sunlight, the striking purple hair gleamed brilliantly. The newcomers were none other than Zephyr, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines. He had witnessed Wang Luo's performance, which stirred emotions long buried within him. Frustration over the increasing number of pirates in the era of great pirates, despite nurturing countless naval elites. The heartache stemmed from the loss of his wife and child, who had perished at the hands of vengeful pirates while he was stationed in Marineford, leaving him desolate. Zephyr despised his own helplessness. He lacked the power to end this cursed era, despite having been a former admiral, now serving as the chief instructor of the Navy. Yet, Wang Luo's words struck a chord within him. Zephyr ascended the podium, producing a transponder snail, and declared, in the eyes of many friends and students, I am perceived as someone who never admits defeat. To some, I am a stubborn old man, a strict and fearsome instructor. However, perseverance is indeed a challenge. While surrender is all too simple, I have stepped down from the position of admiral for certain reasons. As I discovered a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a smile finally graced the stern face of the old man. I believe that only by passing down the Navy's justice from generation to generation can someone ultimately lead the Navy to end this accursed era. You all know that once I set my mind to something, I will see it through to the end until I achieve the outcome I desire, just as that scoundrel Luo stated. Admitting defeat is merely an excuse. If you choose to give up this time, you will use that same rationale to deceive yourself next time. Why acknowledge failure? In truth, no one desires to lose. Do they? Since no one wishes to lose, one must take responsibility for oneself, complete your training diligently, maintain your physical fitness, and pay close attention to the instructor's guidance. Fulfill your responsibilities. And do not falter at the slightest difficulty or monotony. The moment you choose to give up, the moment you slacken, you are destined to lose. You will fail. Understand this. Every successful individual who shines in the spotlight has endured countless hardships in the shadows. The renowned marshal of the warring states, the hero Carp, the three admirals, and even those formidable figures on the high seas all possess talent, but they are equally ruthless with themselves before they achieved fame. The sweat and tears they shed were merely personal tales, disconnected from the world. However, if you succeed, your story will no longer be just your own. Your sweat and struggles will evolve into a legend, recounted by people across the globe, and perhaps your experiences will even be immortalized in books to educate others. At that moment, I believe you will realize that every effort you invest now is worthwhile. Perhaps my ramblings may not resonate with you at this moment, but years later, when you recall my words, you may find gratitude for not having given up, for heeding my advice, which led to your splendid achievements. Or perhaps you will regret not having acted differently. Every failure you face now is a prelude to success. Each trial you endure will yield rewards, and every tear of regret will bring enlightenment. Every drop of sweat is your most precious asset for the future. In the days ahead, you will encounter many pains. Remember, these are memories that spur your growth. Each setback provides the impetus for your advancement. Life is rarely smooth sailing. As long as you live, you will inevitably face setbacks. If you persist in your original intentions and overcome every obstacle, as long as you survive, your future selves will become legends. You are all heroes. After Zephyr concluded his impassioned speech, the training ground fell into silence once more. Flame Mountain and Steel Residential gazed at him with a mix of excitement and astonishment. Realizing that their mentor could utter such inspiring words, was this truly the same obstinate, devilish instructor they knew? Should he be spouting curses and reprimands instead? This brief speech ignited the fervor within everyone. For each person harbored a dream of heroism deep in their hearts. Perhaps it is due to the passage of time that the dreams of childhood have gradually faded, or perhaps life has dealt a crushing blow, leading one to abandon their once cherished ideals. I am uncertain when it happened, but some individuals have found their eyes brimming with tears, others are lost in contemplation with heads bowed, and some are filled with a profound sense of sorrow. Hey, Zifa-sensei, must you suddenly exhibit such tenderness? Shouldn't cultural lessons revolve around General Aaron and General Crane? Fire Mountain squinted against the light, cursing inwardly, wondering when he had gotten sand in his eyes. Feeling a touch dazed, Zifa let out a cold snort. You insolent wretch, do you feel uncomfortable unless I scold you? He continued, there are indeed many monsters out there. Some possess such formidable strength that it breeds despair. And your current power is utterly inconsequential. At that moment, Zifa's voice grew hoarse. However, you are the Navy. They have monsters, and we do as well. In the past, in the present, and certainly in the future. The dreams of humanity are eternal, unless one chooses to forsake them. No matter how strong the powerful may be, they cannot be in multiple places at once. Yet, you have the potential to grow stronger. To assist your comrades, your fellow soldiers, and your brothers in arms against the other members of the pirate crew. If the captain cannot prevail, then take on the vice captain. If the vice captain falters, challenge the officers. If they too are lacking, confront the elite. In essence, the companions you meet in military school will become the comrades you share life and death with in the future. As he spoke, Zifa's expression turned grave. Do not presume superiority simply because your strength surpasses that of some other students. Remember, once you step onto the battlefield, aside from the weapons in your hands, the only support you can rely on will be your comrades by your side. Enough. This old man has spoken enough for today. You may disperse and have your meals. We shall continue to practice the Navy's 6 styles this afternoon. Low. You should head to the infirmary for a checkup. If all is well, report to the chief instructor's office after lunch. Yes, Chief Instructor Zifa. Wang Luo immediately saluted. Is it coming? It seems this trial was not in vain. In the Navy Military Academy, Chief Instructor's Office, TSK, Fire Mountain, you've truly stumbled in the gutter. Losing to a mere 15-year-old lad. Teased Shirtai Lacey, earning a glare from Fire Mountain. Meanwhile, Zifa withdrew 3 cigars from his drawer, tossing 2 to the other 2 men while he himself lit one, savoring the smoke. Zifa lightly tapped the table with his finger and said, "What do you think of that young lad, Luo?" Shirtai Lacey pondered for a moment and replied, "Diligent, hardworking, a genius in swordsmanship, valiant in battle, and possessing a sense of justice, he is a rare talent for the Navy." Fire Mountain cast a glance at Shirtai Lacey, as if to say, "You've said it all, what more can I add?" But seeing Zifa's gaze fixed on him, he steeled himself and said, "Indeed, that lad is exceptional. Filled with fighting spirit, adaptable in combat, and every move he makes is deliberate, luring opponents into traps. Once he masters the observation haki, his strength will surely ascend to a new level." Fire Mountain couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, it's infuriating how much more talent he possesses than I do." Zifa nodded in agreement. The prowess in swordsmanship speaks for itself. Without the guidance of a renowned master, he has crafted techniques that astonish all, consistently delivering surprises. His learning aptitude is equally remarkable. While others require years of relentless practice to grasp even a single technique of the Navy's 6 styles, this lad managed to learn them all in a single morning. This inevitably reminded Zifa of the monsters known as Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, whose training talents are equally terrifying. All of them learned with just a glance abnormalities. Fire Mountain and Squirrel have proven their worth by becoming vice admirals, showcasing their exceptional talent among the ranks of military academy students, having taken anywhere from 10 days to a month to learn the Navy's 6 styles. Yet, in the presence of these monsters, their achievements seem almost trivial. Naturally, one does not need to mention the talent for combat. Holding the rank of admiral guarantees that one is far from mediocre. The 3 admirals are formidable figures wherever they stand. Let us not forget, this boy possesses not only talent but also the rare conqueror's haki, which only emerges from among millions. Zifa exhaled a puff of smoke and asked, "Do you think this lad has the potential to usher in the next era?" The next era? Zifa-sensei holds such high expectations for this boy. Fire Mountain and Shirtai Lacey exchanged glances, both reflecting shock. Zifa-sensei, is it not too early to say such things? Fire Mountain couldn't help but interject. Shirtai Lacey echoed, "Indeed, Zifa-sensei, elevating a mere 15-year-old to such heights. Aren't you worried he might stray from the path?" "Humph, this old man does not misjudge. That brat should be here soon. I wish to personally guide him in mastering haki." "Zifa-sensei, you intend to take on a disciple?" they exclaimed in unison. Zifa took a deep drag from his cigar, a hint of weariness evident in his eyes. Yes, after waiting so long, hope is finally at hand. Decades have passed, and the name Black Arm Zifa is nearly forgotten. After a brief examination and dressing of his wounds in the infirmary, Wang Luo confirmed that he had only sustained minor injuries. After a few rounds of bandaging, he hurried to the cafeteria for a meal and then made his way to the chief instructor's office. His mind was solely focused on whether he could fulfill the task and earn Zifa's approval. Attaining mastery of haki would naturally follow. Upon entering the office, he was greeted once again by Zifa's stern, dark face. Zifa fixed his gaze on Wang Luo, asking, "Are you injured?" Wang Luo nodded, replying, "Report, Chief Instructor. I'm unscathed." "Excellent. Now, I wish to ask you a question. Do you desire to grow stronger?" "Absolutely. And if you become stronger, what do you intend to do?" "With greater power comes greater responsibility. I wish to protect more people." "Ha ha 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 ha." Zifa erupted into hearty laughter. "You truly are a brash young lad. Then, I shall take you as my disciple, personally imparting to you my combat experience and haki. What do you say? Are you willing?" "Is it happening? Just as I hoped." Wang Luo struggled to contain his elation, utilizing a task reward random doubling card, and nodded in response. "I am willing." "Chief Instructor Zifa." Zifa nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You insolent brat. From now on, just call me Zifa-sensei." Wang Luo excitedly affirmed, "Yes, Zifa-sensei." At that moment, the system notification chimed. "Ding dong, congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning Zifa's approval. You have gained merchant points and experience points, task random doubling card 2. 16x reward, and have begun training in armament haki and gained double comprehension of observation haki. Ding dong, congratulations, host, for successfully leveling up to level 18. Please select your job class, Sword Soul, Berserker, Demon Cry, Ashura, once chosen. It cannot be changed. Go ahead. Today you suffered a minor injury, And since you have already mastered the Navy's 6 styles, there is no need to attend afternoon classes. I have already discussed it with Fire Mountain and the others. Rest well today, and starting tomorrow, aside from your daily training, come to the training room to find me after dinner. Yes, Zifa-sensei. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Luo did not rush to rest. Instead, he consumed a recovery potion, small, to restore his condition and continued to fulfill his daily tasks. After completing his check-in, he remained committed to this small task, accumulating experience and merchant points through daily exercises. Why not? Growing a little each day, becoming stronger than the previous day, what a beautiful notion. After freshening up, Wang Luo headed to the cafeteria for a bite to eat, then lay on his bed, opening the class transfer interface, feeling somewhat conflicted. Both Sword Soul and Berserker are formidable classes. However, the Berserker, while typically calm, would become a frenzied demon in states of anger or excitement, losing all rationality and distinguishing friends from foes, a style that does not quite align with Wang Luo's approach to combat. Indeed, opting for Sword Soul seems more fitting. Wang Luo felt a strong connection to the description of Sword Souls, individuals who refuse to yield under any circumstances, whether they are physically weak or missing a limb. Courageously forging ahead towards their specific goals, Sword Soul it is. Once Wang Luo had determined his new job class, his hand hovered over the selection button for the Sword Soul and decisively clicked confirm. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully transitioned to the Sword Soul class and acquired exclusive skills. Eagerly, Wang Luo opened the skill tree, his gaze falling upon the newly revealed skill icons. Though most were grayed out and beyond his immediate reach. At this stage, the skills available for Wang Luo to learn included Light Sword Mastery, Weapon Mastery, Backward Slash, and Demon Sword Technique. With precisely 10 skill points remaining, he could fully master all 4 skills. Light Sword Mastery would enable the use of the Skywalker Light Sword from his system inventory, while Weapon Mastery would deepen his comprehension of various swords. As for Backward Slash and Demon Sword Technique, he had witnessed the dark-clad figure perform them in his consciousness space. The figure executed a sudden backward leap, the long sword slicing through the air, unleashing a fierce sword energy that cleaved a wooden dummy in two. The Demon Sword Technique consisted of various foundational sword attacks, but when wielding the light sword, one could summon an additional blade to strike simultaneously, with the enhancement of his strength and the acknowledgement from Zephyr. Wang Luo felt a swell of anticipation for the morrow. After completing his studies the following day, Wang Luo promptly finished dinner at the cafeteria and hurried to the training room, eager not to leave a poor impression during his first lesson with Zephyr. Upon arriving at the training room at 5:31 p.m., he found it still early, yet Zephyr had arrived even earlier. Noticing Wang Luo as he pushed open the door, Zephyr exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "You re here quite early. Did you have a hearty dinner?" "Yes, Master Zephyr," Wang Luo replied with a smile. Zephyr nodded and continued, "Armament haki is a latent power hidden deep within the human body. When extracted and enveloped around oneself, it acts like an invisible armor, and it can also be applied to weapons and fists to enhance their offensive capabilities. Its greatest strength lies in its ability to negate the powers of devil fruit users, particularly those of the intangible Logia type. Armament haki is our sole means of countering them. However, possessing armament haki alone does not guarantee victory over Logia users. The crucial factor is whether you can actually land a hit on them. Logia users can freely elementalize any part of their bodies, necessitating the support of observation haki. To become a formidable warrior, both forms of haki are indispensable. They complement each other perfectly. At this juncture, Zephyr produced a handgun and aimed it at the wall, firing a shot. The bullet merely grazed the hard surface, producing a few sparks without inflicting substantial damage. He then fired another shot. This time the bullet penetrated the wall entirely, allowing the light from outside to stream in. Zephyr continued, "Armament haki can be applied not only to oneself, but also to other objects. The bullet just now, enhanced by haki, gained formidable power. Armament haki can be strengthened through training, provided the user possesses a robust physique, and those who have mastered it to the pinnacle often gain renown. Think of figures like the old man known as the Black Arm and the heroic Carp with his iron fist. Likewise, the haki of swordsmen can be applied to their weapons, rendering them extraordinarily sharp and nearly indestructible. Great swordsmen ultimately transform their swords into black blades, taking pride in the crafting of these weapons. The potency of armament haki varies from person to person. The stronger the body, the greater the amount of haki and the more formidable its application." Wang Luo wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that not every user of armament haki is a master, but every master possesses it to an exceptional degree. The applications of armament haki are manifold. It can also shield against the adverse effects of devil fruits, countering their unique abilities, provided one's armament haki surpasses that of the opponent. However, it is not limitless. Its usage is directly proportional to the user's exertion and intensity. Once depleted, it requires rest to recuperate, much like physical stamina. Referencing Laws and Virgo's battle on Dressrosa and Law's ambush by Blackbeard regarding haki usage and mechanics. Those who can wield both armament and observation haki are as common as dust in the New World, making these two forms of haki essential studies for the strong. There are numerous methods to utilize armament haki, which can be categorized into hardening, wrapping, external projection, and internal destruction based on the user's mastery. The techniques do not dictate the strength of armament haki, nor do they reflect one's overall power. They merely illustrate individual skill and preference. Observation haki, in contrast, can infinitely amplify one's perception abilities. Each individual's observation haki varies. Some excel at sensing others' emotions, while others are adept at perceiving broad areas or detecting danger. Observation haki can also be enhanced through training. Some extraordinary beings can refine it to such an extent that they can glimpse fleeting moments of the near future, while others might even hear the thoughts of others or access fragments of their memories. At this point, Zephyr extended his robust arm, stating, "Today, we will focus on training armament haki. Remember, armament haki is a latent, mystical force within the human body, akin to a flowing liquid. You must grasp it and condense it. Watch closely." With that, Zephyr slowly concentrated his armament haki, his arm gradually turning as dark as ink, eventually transforming with a metallic sheen. "This is armament haki. Now, take your time to ponder it." Wang Luo nodded, recognizing that, as Zephyr had indicated, armament haki was a power residing within the human form. Zephyr's repeated mention of fluidity suggested a connection to blood. Theoretically, if one could concentrate power in the arm, the muscles would harden, and during exertion, veins would bulge, implying that a certain quantity of armament haki lay dormant within muscle and blood, awaiting transformation. No. It must be that after a certain threshold of power accumulation, a certain substance combines with elements in the blood to produce a fission reaction, ultimately resulting in the manifestation of armament haki. This substance and elements could very well explain the superior physical capabilities of individuals in the world of One Piece compared to his previous life. With this thought, Wang Luo inquired, "Master Zephyr, may I ask if you experience any special sensations when wielding armament haki?" "Firstly, there is a sensation of something flowing rapidly within, and secondly, a somewhat sweet taste." Zephyr replied, "A sweet taste? What does that mean? Could it be an enzymatic reaction between oxygen and glucose in the blood?" Without delving too deeply into the formation of armament haki, Wang Luo began to attempt to mobilize the blood within his body to converge at his arm. The idea seemed somewhat implausible, but fortunately, with his robust physique, he could gradually control the flow of blood by exerting pressure with his muscles. As the blood coursed through him, he intensified the muscle contractions in his arm, prompting a change in the respiratory rhythm of the skin's cellular structure, which in turn facilitated the rapid coagulation of certain substances within the blood, leading to a darkening effect. Wang Luo dedicated himself to this exploration for a solid 4 to 5 hours. From evening until deep into the night. At last, he accelerated the process of muscle hardening and compression, and his arm began to exhibit the hallmark black coloration of armament haki. Zephyr, observing from the side, noted this transformation with surprise. Could it be that he is on the verge of success? After another 10 minutes, Wang Luo's arm had fully darkened, culminating in the resounding emergence of armament haki. "I did it," Wang Luo exclaimed with exhilaration, while Zephyr stood astounded. To achieve armament haki in less than 6 hours. Surely, this was no jest. How long had it taken him? 3 days, or perhaps 5. Such a feat had once set the world abuzz, with only Sengoku and Carp capable of rivaling it. Yet here was Wang Luo, breaking Carp's record for the quickest mastery of armament haki. Unbeknownst to Zephyr, Wang Luo possessed not only king-level aptitude but also a buff enhancing his haki comprehension. Zephyr forced himself to suppress his overwhelming joy, jesting, "You little rascal, making me wait an entire night only to finally grasp it. What a fool you are," observing the conflicting expressions on Zephyr's face. Wang Luo could only smile wryly and respond, "Yes, Master Zephyr, thank you for your guidance. Never mind, never mind. While you're in the zone, keep practicing, and it would be best to try with different parts of your body." Zephyr encouraged, "Understood, Master Zephyr." Wang Luo nodded, having gained a successful experience. Thus, the upcoming endeavors would proceed much more smoothly. After approximately 2 hours, Wang Luo had mastered the ability to envelop his entire body in the armament haki. Satisfied with the progress, Zephyr remarked, "Let us conclude today's training here. You should return and rest early, so as not to hinder tomorrow's lessons." "Yes, Zifa-sensei, Wang Luo replied, nodding in agreement. After parting ways with Zifa, he stealthily returned to his dormitory. Ensuring not to disturb his roommate's rest as he lay on his bed, a sense of exhilaration coursed through him. He had finally mastered the armament haki. However, he found the condensation speed to be rather sluggish, rendering it impractical for combat situations, necessitating further refinement to enhance the condensation speed of his haki. Additionally, Wang Luo was astonished to discover that his health status had plummeted from 87 to 83, indicating the considerable toll the armament haki exacted on his stamina. After all, utilizing all of his current skills only consumed a mere 3 health points. He pondered. How could he have exhausted so much health after merely a few applications of the armament haki? It was no wonder that those with weaker physique struggled to learn it. If he found it challenging, those less physically robust would likely succumb after just a few attempts, let alone engage in training the armament haki. Moreover, Wang Luo had a vague understanding regarding the flowing Sakura technique. Since the armament haki involved transforming a mysterious component within the body's blood into a hardened form, it could be likened to the 3 states of water. The shockwaves unleashed by the armament haki should be viewed as its external manifestation. Simply put, it involved instantaneously vaporizing the solidified armament haki into gaseous form and releasing it in one breath. Akin to the bone-crushing punches of Garp, capable of inflicting widespread devastation upon adversaries. However, it seemed Garp's technique also combined Conqueror's haki, as a single punch could obliterate a small town with its extraordinary might. The flowing Sakura technique should merely represent a manifestation of the armament haki's application. Many opponents may not even require it. Yet, Kaido, with his extraordinarily tough physique and the legendary Zoan-type fish fruit in its azure dragon form, possessed an absurd level of defensive strength and resilience, making the flowing Sakura haki appear so formidable. Even masters of the armament haki would find it futile to engage Kaido in a direct contest of hardened haki. Given his almost monstrous physique and defenses, any attack against him would likely feel like a mere tickle. Only pinpoint strikes or internal assaults could prove effective against Kaido, for instance. Even if Luffy's punches were imbued with the armament haki, they would remain ineffective. With these contemplations in mind, Wang Luo drifted into slumber, and before long, the next evening arrived. He arrived at the training room early once more. Upon pushing open the door to the training chamber, he found Zifa waiting for him inside. Upon seeing Zifa, Wang Luo promptly bowed and said, "Good evening, Zifa-sensei." Zifa nodded and stated, "Having learned the armament haki yesterday, we shall attempt it again today. After that, we will commence training in observation haki." Wang Luo nodded, fully prepared to heed the guidance of his esteemed teacher. It could be said that the Navy's golden generation primarily emerged from Zifa's tutelage, while their innate talent was undeniable. Zifa's teaching prowess was equally beyond question. After demonstrating the armament haki across all parts of his body for an hour, Zifa acknowledged, "Your condensation speed has improved significantly since yesterday. From now on, we shall focus on enhancing this speed daily until you can manipulate the armament haki with ease before proceeding to the next stage of training. Now, let us begin learning observation haki." With that, Zifa tied a black cloth around his head and instructed Wang Luo, "Come, attack me." Wang Luo understood that this would showcase Zifa's mastery of observation haki, so he grasped the bamboo sword and lunged at Zifa. With a deft sidestep, Zifa effortlessly evaded the thrust, chiding, "Have you not had dinner? Show me your swordsmanship and attack properly." In response, Wang Luo took a deep breath. Although he had only seen observation haki in the anime, he had yet to personally experience its prowess. The bamboo sword sliced through the air, executing a rapid 3-part cut. Yet astonishingly, not even the hem of Zifa's garment was grazed. Wang Luo unleashed a frenzied assault, culminating in the use of his ultimate techniques, yet it remained futile. Zifa's seemingly simple movements allowed him to effortlessly evade Wang Luo's strikes. This dealt a significant blow to Wang Luo's confidence. After a series of unimpeded victories since his arrival, he had come to believe that this world's standards were rather mediocre. Yet today, he finally witnessed the true prowess of the elite at the apex of the world's power hierarchy, though. Of course, this was merely the tip of Zifa's iceberg. Even with just a fraction of Zifa's true abilities on display, Wang Luo recognized the vast chasm separating him from peak combat prowess. It was akin to Zoro being defeated by Mihawk with a mere knife. He realized he had been an ignorant frog at the bottom of a well, mistakenly believing that having watched the anime entitled One Piece granted him comprehensive understanding of every character, enabling him to dominate this world. The disparity truly was immense. He had been blinded, unable to see the grander scheme. Even if he possessed information, it mattered little without the requisite strength to back it up, unless his abilities were nearly on par with his opponents. coupled with an understanding of their hidden cards. Only then could he hope for assured victory. Setting down his sword, Wang Luo spoke gravely, "Zifa-sensei, I have witnessed the true power of observation haki," removing the cloth from his eyes. Zifa noticed the sense of disappointment on Wang Luo's face and smiled. His objective had been achieved. Despite Wang Luo's prodigious talent, his journey had been too smooth thus far, and it was necessary to provide him with some challenges. Even geniuses require time to mature and consolidate their skills. With a bemused expression, Zifa tossed the cloth to Wang Luo, saying, "Blindfold yourself." Without hesitation, Wang Luo set aside his bamboo sword and covered his eyes. Once blindfolded, the world around him vanished into darkness. At that moment, Zifa retrieved the bamboo sword and gently shook it, declaring, "The best method to train observation haki is to blindfold oneself and endure strikes." Wang Luo's heart raced at this revelation, recalling the scene from the original story where Luffy was pummeled into a pulp by Rayleigh during training, leading him to feel a sense of dread. If he wished to avoid becoming a punching bag, he needed to calm his mind and keenly perceive the subtle changes around him. Zifa's voice resonated loudly within the confines of the modish training room, echoing from every corner, rendering it impossible to discern direction solely by sound. As Zifa slowly approached, Wang Luo braced himself, anticipating the onslaught. Suddenly, the swift whoosh of the bamboo sword sliced through the air. To the left, Wang Luo instinctively listened, but by the time he reacted, the bamboo sword had already landed a sharp strike on his left thigh, eliciting a cry of pain. Wang Luo, determined not to repeat his earlier mistakes, began to focus intently on the subtle changes in his surroundings. As Zifa circled him, each step accompanied by a strike, the force was not overwhelming, yet it left Wang Luo's body aching from the numerous blows. Before long, he had been struck dozens of times, leaving him with no unscathed flesh. "Foolish, how can you still not evade a single attack?" Zifa's stern voice echoed once more. In that moment, Wang Luo suddenly sensed Zifa's presence. Though faint, it was palpable, as if Zifa stood directly behind him. With a swift roll, Wang Luo narrowly avoided a downward strike aimed at his head. Zifa paused briefly, surprised, before resuming his assault. This time, Wang Luo was not as passive. He could now perceive Zifa's positioning, managing to evade 1 or 2 strikes out of every 10. After blindfolding himself, Wang Luo continued to visualize Zifa's movements in his mind, and from that point onward, he successfully dodged every attack. The initial mastery of observation haki was within his grasp. However, just as he reveled in this achievement, Zifa delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying several meters. Accompanying the blow were Zifa's furious shouts, "Just as you begin to show promise, you become overly complacent. If you do not withstand 1,000 attacks tonight, I shall see to it that you pay for your arrogance." With that, Zifa charged at him once more. Wang Luo keenly observed that Zifa's movements had accelerated, and the intensity and speed of his strikes had escalated to a new level. As the bamboo sword whistled through the air with renewed vigor, Wang Luo felt a pang of anxiety. This eccentric old man intended to keep him bedridden for days on end. The anguished cries continuously emanated from the training room until the depths of night. Marking the conclusion of today's arduous session, Wang Luo, limping and clutching his battered face, bruised and swollen from the relentless beatings, made his way to the infirmary in a state of utter disarray. In stark contrast, Zifa wore a refreshing countenance, leading Wang Luo to ponder whether this eccentric old man had taken him for a mere punching bag. Thus, under Zifa's rigorous tutelage, Wang Luo endured a bittersweet existence. And as the seasons swiftly changed, 3 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. This moment, Marineford was blanketed in a heavy snowfall, the formidable naval headquarters adorned in a majestic cloak of white. Yet, amidst this frigid weather, a group of youthful cadets fervently sprinted across the Naval Academy's grounds. "Today, we shall run 300 laps. No one is permitted to fall behind. Get moving," roared Shirt-Eye Lies, his characteristic mustache quivering as he stood sternly on the podium, chastising the cadets below. The biting northern wind howled past, drying the sweat before it could even trickle down, and the icy snowflakes stung against their faces like daggers. Nevertheless, the young naval trainees gritted their teeth and pressed on. Their bodies having undergone a remarkable transformation over the past 3 years, their physical fitness had increased at least tenfold, and they had mastered various combat techniques. A number of them had begun to dabble in the art of haki, while those with exceptional aptitude had even started to wield it in battle. Leading the front of the pack were Wang Luo and his close companions, Adelaide, Kelmo, and Powell, though their natural talents were not extraordinary. Under Wang Luo's influence, they had managed to compensate through sheer diligence, passing each semi-annual Naval Academy assessment with flying colors. Surrounding them were equally distinguished peers, including Smoker, Tina, Ein, Evan, and Andrea Layla. all of whom stood out among their cohort. After years of training, Wang Luo had reached level 32, acquiring new skills and experiencing a profound enhancement in his physical attributes. He radiated vitality, his height now measuring an impressive 2.63 meters. While not particularly tall in this world, his well-proportioned muscles exuded explosive strength, and his gaunt face bore an air of spirited determination. At this moment, his character attributes were as follows. Name: Silva D. Luo. Profession: Sword Soul Faction. Navy title: Apprentice Navy. All attributes 1. Level: 32 experience points. Strength: 78 1 agility, 41 intelligence, 42 1 luck, 13 1 charm, 43 1 health status, 99. With no additional buffs, full status is 100. Below 40 affects combat effectiveness. Weapon: Judgment Blade. National Grief, Skywalker combat power. At this juncture, he had also fully integrated Kinbunshika Haki, enabling him to apply Busashoka Haki to his weapon during combat, thereby enhancing his swordsmanship. Among this cohort of trainees, none could surpass him. His attributes had far surpassed those of the majority of his peers. In daily combat drills, Wang Luo had even managed to exchange blows with certain vice admirals, though he still found a significant gap when pitted against some elite vice admirals, such as Peach Rabbit, whom he could never defeat, invariably succumbing to her within 5 minutes. At level 20. The system had altered his daily tasks to require 5,000 sword swings, 5,000 push-ups, and 5,000 frog jumps. The task rewards had also doubled, and upon reaching level 30, the training regimen transformed yet again, now demanding 10,000 sword swings and 10,000 push-ups daily, with rewards once more doubling. However, during this time, Wang Luo had not secured the recognition of any admirals, including Sengoku, Saru, or Garpi, in the system shop. Wang Luo had expended a hefty sum of 50,000 points to purchase the master contract, allowing him to learn skills of profession level 10 within a single day, effectively enabling him to unleash greater combat prowess. Following the already grueling daily training, he would also devote his nights to haki cultivation. Zifa's schedule was particularly demanding, and at times, he would enlist other instructors to assist Wang Luo in his training. Over the course of these 3 years, Wang Luo had encountered every serving vice admiral and earned their unanimous acknowledgement. During this period, Wang Luo had mastered the art of concealment, no longer harboring disdain for this world merely due to his possession of a system. Even after 3 years, he recognized that his abilities were only at the lower middle tier of vice admirals. Naturally, if he exerted himself, employing enhancement potions and the master contract, he might be able to contend with a fully unleashed vice admiral. Thus, Wang Luo cherished every moment, retiring at 11:30 p.m. to only 4 hours of sleep, awakening at 3:30 a.m. to wash up and have breakfast before tackling his daily tasks, followed by a full day of classes, and then continuing haki training at night, each day filled to the brim with purpose. He had come to truly understand the adage, genius is composed of 1 talent and 99 hard work. The 1 talent is indeed the key to success, but without the diligent sweat to nourish it, how could one ever reap the fruits of success? With 3 years past, the graduation assessments loomed, signifying that soon, upon returning from the external evaluations, he would encounter Edward Weasel, the second Whitebeard. Was Edward Weasel strong? Undoubtedly, he had been praised by Kizaru for possessing an overwhelming strength reminiscent of a young Whitebeard. Was Zifa strong? Certainly. As a former admiral and the Navy's chief instructor, his name resonated with authority. At present, Wang Luo felt his chances of triumphing against Zifa were less than 1 in ten. In such circumstances, how could he possibly defeat Edward Weasel, who surpassed Zifa in strength throughout these 3 years? Wang Luo had come to regard Zifa as family, and contemplating his impending fate filled Wang Luo with anxiety, driving him to train and practice with relentless fervor, not wasting a single moment. Time was slipping away. Each time exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him, Wang Luo contemplated giving up, yearning for a brief respite. Yet, as he had stated, should he relent even once, he would certainly find himself using the same rationale to abandon his efforts the next time. Had he not vowed to become the strongest in the world, perhaps even transcending to divinity, and return to his original world? Would he truly relinquish his ambitions over such trivial hardships in this world? Aside from himself, who else could he rely upon? Each time this thought crossed his mind, Wang Luo gritted his teeth and pushed himself to complete his training, exhausting himself daily, emerging from pain and fatigue to become stronger than he had been the day before. The icy snow fell upon him, the frigid wind howled mercilessly, yet it could not dampen Wang Luo's resolve. His determined steps shattered the thin ice beneath him. A line of cadets followed closely behind, running in unison. Over the course of 3 years, Wang Luo had truly become the leader of this cohort, effortlessly outclassing even the most outstanding of his peers in every assessment and combat scenario. Genius, diligence, kindness in dealing with others, and a willingness to share knowledge, combined with the innate charisma provided by Conqueror's haki, had garnered him a legion of devoted admirers. Each individual following Wang Luo's lead was resolute. Even as their breaths grew labored, their steps heavier, and sweat poured from their brows. Yet they firmly believed that by following Wang Luo, a radiant future awaited them. Zifa and other instructors had repeatedly extolled Wang Luo as the future of the Navy, certain that he would reach the level of admiral, if not beyond. Even if it meant contributing just a small effort, they aspired to pursue the shared dream and goal of the Navy, to put an end to this accursed era of great pirates. For this cause, what were a few drops of blood and sweat? After completing the 300 laps, those cadets who had succumbed to exhaustion revived upon regaining their strength and returned to the training grounds to persevere. There was no other reason. Those more talented and capable than you were still striving with unwavering determination. What grounds did you have to rest comfortably in the infirmary? We are comrades. We are brothers in arms. On the battlefield, one must never burden their allies due to their own lack of diligence and training. The instructors could distinctly sense that this cohort of trainees was different from those before them. Although each class had its share of prodigies like Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru, their cohesion was markedly unique. But why was that? As the equally formidable figure of Admiral Akainu, characterized by a frigid demeanor and an unwavering disdain for evil, remains indifferent to his comrades, exuding an air of superiority that dismisses all. Admiral Akiji, languid and lethargic, often found dozing during lectures and absent after classes, and Admiral Kizaru, who merely drifts through life, seemingly uninterested in instructing others. Merely avoiding the contamination of their character is a feat. Occasionally, female trainees inquire of Wang Luo why he exerts himself so fervently. With a gentle smile, he replies, "I yearn to be like my peers, yet I must serve as your standard bearer, your steadfast bastion. For you all regard me as a genius." Indeed, Wang Luo's past losses have instilled in him a profound appreciation for each individual. This is the world of One Piece, despite the calm facade of Marineford. The seas bristle with peril. Although his strength has significantly escalated, countless adversaries still pose a lethal threat, capable of annihilating that which he holds dear. Furthermore, this realm is replete with grand vistas and breathtaking landscapes, the stars and oceans awaiting his conquest. How could one arrive here and not venture into the Grand Line to witness the marvels of this world, from the depths of Fishman Island, 1,000 meters beneath the sea, to the vast desert kingdom of Alabasta, the lofty Sky Island, the archipelago of Sabaody formed by red trees, the expansive Red Line, the astonishing climate of the New World, and the enigmatic Raftel. The very air is imbued with a palpable sense of adventure, and under the influence of the legendary Joel D. Roger, what was already tumultuous has become perilously treacherous. How could he fail to grow stronger? In order to be worthy of the trust placed in him by his fellow trainees, to honor the boundless hopes of his mentors, with greater power comes greater responsibility. Wang Luo comprehends that if he aspires to ascend to divinity, he must confront formidable foes, be they vicious pirates, the formidable emperors of the sea, or the lofty celestial dragons. He must possess the strength to obliterate all obstacles. Zephyr, treating him with a generous hand, imparts wisdom as if he were a cherished disciple, sharing not only combat techniques but also crucial knowledge of this world. Therefore, Wang Luo is resolute in preventing Zephyr, who has suffered the loss of his wife and son and devoted his life to the noble cause of the Navy, from ending his days as a traitor, betrayed by the very pirates he sought to eradicate. Such a tragedy should not befall this venerable old man. Thus, Wang Luo's paramount objective is to elevate his capabilities and strength by any means necessary. For he senses an impending storm. At this juncture, it seems that Ace is poised to set sail, and he himself is on the brink of graduation. To avert the outbreak of the Marineford War, it is imperative to either subdue and apprehend Ace or persuade him to join the Navy. However, the immediate concern is the imminent battle in a month. Wang Luo has an inkling that the attack from Whitebeard II is merely the tip of the iceberg, orchestrated by a hidden hand, that he must accomplish at least 2 of the tasks that have hung in the system's taskbar for 3 long years within the next month, to ensure a qualitative leap in his abilities. How to capture the attention of the 3 great powers. Suddenly, Wang Luo recalls that in 3 days, there will be an assessment in the Cultural Studies class, overseen by Vice Admiral Tsuru, the Chief of Staff of the Navy. This appears to be an opportunity. How to gain the favor of Sengoku and Garp? Should he implore Zephyr to beseech those 2 irascible old men for guidance? Yet, this notion quickly dissipates from Wang Luo's mind. Absurdity. Would Zephyr, that peculiar elder, stoop to such humility? In truth, This cultural examination is a recent addition to the curriculum, non-existent in previous military academies. After all, this world reveres strength above all, simply put. Those with the might dictate the terms. Consequently, cultural studies are often overlooked. However, the significance of cultural studies within the military academy is undeniable. Navigation, tactical command, meteorology, science, intelligence gathering. These disciplines can profoundly influence the course of battles and even determine the outcome of wars. As the face of the world government, the Navy stands at the forefront of the fight against evil. To cultivate greater cohesion and combat effectiveness within the Navy, cultural studies are an indispensable component. Moreover, Vice Admiral Tsuru's authority extends beyond mere chief of staff. She also serves as the Navy's political commissar. Why does the Navy's combat power remain stagnant? The reasons are twofold. While Admiral Sengoku possesses formidable abilities and has managed the Navy well, he is perpetually engaged in a battle of wits with the Five Elders, squandering vital energy. His subordinates, though appearing to be elite troops, often lack cohesion, failing to operate as a unified force. Garp, on the other hand, spends his leisure time retreating to East Blue to indulge in vacations and dote on his grandchildren. Akiji, having lost faith in justice following the O'Hara incident, has become exceedingly lethargic, meandering about on his bicycle and napping wherever he pleases. Kizaru, the indolent soul, either drifts aimlessly or prepares to drift. Akina frequently defies orders, opting to annihilate pirates rather than capture them alive, allowing the devil fruits to pass on to new wielders who continue their nefarious deeds. And even resorting to the Buster Call, willing to obliterate nations for the sake of eradicating pirates, indifferent to civilian casualties. With subordinates exhibiting such laxity, one can only imagine the frustration Sengoku must feel. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lies in a lack of political awareness, with each member acting independently. Thus, Vice Admiral Tsuru has resolved to emphasize political education in the training of this generation of naval officers. Ensuring they are not merely a collection of muscle-bound individuals, numerous naval personnel appear more pirate-like than the pirates themselves, with some even colluding with criminals, engaging in all manner of wrongdoing. Hence, Vice Admiral Tsuru's objective is clear: to rectify the Navy's ethos, rendering it a true force for justice. Furthermore, since the onset of the pirate era, the recruitment standards in naval academies and various branches have declined with each passing generation. Why? At its core, it stems from a corrupt ethos. With the three admirals embodying such laxity, how can those beneath them aspire to excellence, especially as Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, as leading figures, exhibit such behavior in academia, dozing through cultural classes and skipping training sessions merely because of their innate talents? Garnering the approval of Navy and world government higher-ups, they are allowed to act with impunity. How can such conduct inspire others? Wang Luo's exceptional talent has not gone unnoticed by the higher echelons. But for now, it remains merely a matter of potential. A future admiral, after all, is not yet an admiral, correct? Moreover, many naval personnel, in pursuit of political ambitions, ascend to high ranks, distorting the very essence of justice and willingly becoming the lapdogs of the world government, a fact that Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru find deeply troubling. Serving as pawns for the powerful, this reflects the reality of numerous naval soldiers and officers today. Who does not recognize the true nature of the celestial dragons? This is what pains them most. Having joined the Navy to uphold justice, they find themselves labeled as dogs of the celestial dragons, facing public scorn and whispers behind their backs. The corruption of the world government and the unchecked arrogance of the celestial dragons are plunging this world, already teetering on the brink of chaos, into deeper turmoil. As members of the Navy, their duty is to protect the innocent and thwart evil. Beyond that, they remain powerless, for the Navy's funding comes from the world government, leaving them at the mercy of their overlords, especially during the 8th year of the Great Pirate Era, when the world government forcibly established the 7 warlords of the sea, coercing the Navy to acknowledge the legitimacy of their plunder, solidifying the Navy's reputation as a mere pawn of the world government. Consequently, more and more promising youths take pride in joining the Revolutionary Army or becoming pirates. In stark contrast, the Navy, once hailed as the cradle of justice, has seen each successive generation's ethos deteriorate. Even many high-ranking officials of the world government send their descendants here for gilding, hoping for favorable futures. If no changes are made, it is likely that the Navy will rot to its core within mere years. At that point, will the Navy still be a bastion of justice? If so, the only recourse is to reform from within, initiating change from the very foundation. Just imagine, if the Navy headquarters were to unite as one. Could they truly challenge the world government and aspire to alter the course of history? The answer is unequivocally yes. in a bid to ensure the dominance of the celestial dragons and to guarantee that the allied nations continuously remit their treasures. The world government resorts to unscrupulous measures to restrain the navy, maintaining a delicate balance among the four emperors of the New World, thereby preventing the navy from unleashing its full might against the pirates. Whenever the navy attempts to disrupt this equilibrium, a sudden and oppressive hand is extended to suppress them. To return to the main point. Vice Admiral Tsuru's central intent behind this maneuver is to rectify the core ideology of the navy, establishing a new generation imbued with a correct sense of values and justice. Once these cohorts of naval cadets are deployed across various ranks and regions, she aims to subtly influence and reshape the navy through their gradual dissemination of these ideals. This strategy cannot be deemed anything less than astute. Vice Admiral Tsuru has always possessed a visionary outlook. Her decision has garnered robust support from Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Admiral Zifa. However, the nature of this examination has remained shrouded in secrecy. Notably, under Wang Luo's leadership, a shift in atmosphere has been discerned, with influential youths like those from Adelaide showing great respect for him and seeking to learn from his example. The impact of their transformation could be monumental. As heirs to their families, what changes could they potentially instigate with their newfound philosophies? The existence of individuals with a righteous heart in this world serves as a spark, merely awaiting the right moment to ignite. Vice Admiral Tsuru's strategic game is indeed grand, as her aspirations extend far beyond the mere eradication of pirates. Admiral Zifa has repeatedly proposed that Wang Luo be appointed as a representative, given his exceptional talents and character. Yet, Vice Admiral Tsuru consistently replies that she is observing closely, for the stakes this time are exceedingly high. A misstep could lead to the world's upheaval, necessitating her careful deliberation. In fact, she had entertained this idea when Akiji appeared, yet subsequent developments caused her to suppress her inclinations, a caution later validated by unfolding events. Though Vice Admiral Tsuru has aged, she remains vigilant. Acutely aware of her responsibility to the countless civilians of this world, she waits for the emergence of someone truly formidable, capable, and aligned in values. Wang Luo has not gone unnoticed in her observations. What remains is the evaluation process, specifically tailored for him. However, just a week prior, Wang Luo received a new system task to attain first place in the Navy Academy's graduation assessment, which would yield experience points, shopping credits, and, most importantly, the title of Navy Supernova, granting a 10 boost to all attributes. Additionally, he was assigned a rather unique mission during the practical assessment against pirate crews. Within a month, the host must safely return 358 individuals, 30 sailors accompanying Zifa, excluding the host, to the Navy headquarters without any casualties. The task's rewards are substantial. Total completion yields experience points, shopping credits, an awakening task completion voucher, and an increase of 10 skill points. Should there be casualties, the rewards would diminish accordingly, with failure resulting in no rewards whatsoever. Furthermore, another task entails confronting Edward Newgate, the second Whitebeard. Successful completion would grant experience points and shopping credits, with additional rewards for either repelling or defeating him, including the legendary sword, Kanjei Sisu, which significantly enhances skill efficiency and attack speed. The rewards are enticing, yet the risks are considerable, indicating that the supreme deity has not intervened directly but instead framed this as a test for the host. This is precisely why Wang Luo is eager to enhance his strength, driven not solely by the rewards, but by the imminent peril ahead. 3 days later, the cultural studies classroom is already brimming with students, many wearing expressions of despair as the thought of taking written exams feels more daunting than facing combat. However, under the strict regulations of the military academy, none dare oppose the school's directives. Their usual lackadaisical approach to cultural studies, characterized by daydreaming or dozing off, left them utterly unprepared when the exam announcement came just a week ago, leaving even the most lackluster students distraught. When the exam papers were distributed, a chorus of lamentations erupted, for the questions pertained to meteorology, navigation, and tactical command, subjects they had been taught in class. Yet, on the final page, an unexpected essay prompt awaited them. An essay? Vice Admiral Tsuru certainly had an intriguing idea. However, how could such a mere task pose a challenge to a law student like Wang Luo? His vast vocabulary and knowledge far exceeded that of his peers. Nonetheless, merely achieving first place would likely not suffice. The true objective lies in gaining Vice Admiral Tsuru's approval through the quality of his essay. What does era signify? It is a grand theme indeed. The examination would span an entire day, with Vice Admiral Tsuru having appointed 20 proctors to oversee the proceedings, while she herself presided at the lectern, rendering the prospect of cheating nearly impossible. Those who had initially harbored hopes of luck now found themselves in despair, for Vice Admiral Tsuru had clearly articulated that this examination's outcome would significantly influence their future assignments and promotions. Amalgamating with other evaluation criteria, who could have anticipated that Vice Admiral Tsuru would take such a serious stance? How absurd. What good would high scores do if they were not destined for advisory roles? Complaints aside, the students continued diligently writing, striving to complete as many questions as possible, leaving the more challenging ones for later contemplation. Some struggling students found themselves able to understand each word individually. Yet the combinations rendered them utterly perplexed, resulting in vast swathes of blank paper. Meanwhile, a few top students began writing fervently, answering with ease, prompting Vice Admiral Tsuru to nod in satisfaction. It was heartening to witness many students engaging earnestly in their studies. A stark contrast to the usual trend of mediocrity. Throughout this, Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze frequently settled on Wang Luo, who, unlike the many struggling students, was entirely absorbed in his examination. In stark contrast to his usual wild demeanor during training. He sat quietly, diligently penning his answers, truly a paragon of both martial and scholarly prowess. As Wang Luo mentally prepared his essay, he began writing. What constitutes an era? An era exists due to civilization. Be it animals, humans, or plants, all possess glorious civilizations, and those that stand at the pinnacle of the world at this moment are the embodiments of their respective eras, just as the age of dinosaurs was defined by their reign. So too has humanity emerged as the dominant force in the world, having vanquished giants like the sea kings and dinosaurs. Every era demands heroes. The weak particularly require the guidance of heroes to grow stronger. While the powerful, lacking proper direction, may abuse their strength and decline or be driven to ruin by madness. Just as Gold to Roger ushered in the great pirate era, it is undeniable that he was a formidable figure of his time. Yet, he plunged the world into chaos and destruction. Wang Luo dedicated over an hour to completing his essay, and upon reviewing the neatly penned pages, a satisfied smile crept across his face. Thought he had summoned the same level of diligence he had applied during his college entrance examinations. Aspiring to showcase his talents to Vice Admiral Tsuru and perhaps win her approval, gaining her acknowledgement would likely ensure that Sengoku and Garp would not remain indifferent to his potential. After thoroughly reviewing his work and confirming there were no errors, he submitted his paper to the proctor and exited the classroom. In the ensuing 20 days, the instructors and assistants at the Navy Academy intensely prepared to evaluate the cadets. Fully aware that their assessments would be pivotal for the students who had toiled diligently over the past 3 years, not only does this affect the impending assignments and positions, but it also has a profound impact on future promotions, rendering its influence far-reaching. In the naval headquarters, within the office of the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral, he sits before her desk, surrounded by countless documents. Yet, her furrowed brow is fixated on a particular examination paper. Scrutinizing the essay inscribed upon it, the front of the paper, concerning subjects such as navigation, meteorology, and tactical command, is predominantly marked with ticks, and the signature reads, Zawaluo, gazing at the essay in her hands. Vice Admiral, he feels an unshakable turmoil within her, echoing the sentiments expressed in the paper. What manner of era is this? It is a lamentable time, wherein our Navy, willingly risking their lives to protect civilians from malevolence, safeguarding their existence and property with our own blood, is met with mockery and scorn from the masses. Why are they so callous? Do they choose merely to be spectators, or even join the ranks of evil? How can one not feel anguished in such an age? If all the people of the world stood united against wickedness, resisting piracy, would we find ourselves in this predicament? Yet these individuals are but a scattered assembly. Those who suffer must possess their own faults. Nevertheless, countless naval predecessors continue to forge ahead, striving to rescue the nation and its people from peril. To rejuvenate the Navy, we must first transform the mindset of the civilians. We, the Navy, must cultivate confidence and independence, for as the heavens move with vigor, so must a gentleman strive ceaselessly for self-improvement. We must first become giants in thought, the titans of this era. Only then can we raise our voices, and the responsive throngs will gather to obliterate all evil. The era of grand piracy has already inflicted too much suffering upon the world. At this moment, we require heroes to rise and lead the Navy. Those who act unjustly, those who stray from the path, no matter how formidable they appear now, their ultimate downfall is inevitable. Why? Because as long as we maintain our righteous hearts, we shall no longer be solitary champions of justice. For we stand backed by countless citizens. Those who walk the righteous path receive ample support, while the unjust are left wanting. The common people are an immeasurable force. In this contemporary age, we need heroes who cherish peace to emerge. leading the peace-loving populace and vanquishing all disruptors of tranquility. Every individual can be a hero. Each person has the potential to lead this era. As the sands of time sift, countless illustrious figures of antiquity fade. Yet we look to the present. Heroism is not merely an emblem of the individual. As the saying goes, do noble lords and ministers not share the same blood? If everyone strives towards this goal, I believe this most dreadful epic shall meet its end. I am willing to dedicate my youth to this cause, fighting for it throughout my life. Though my aspirations may seem unnoticed, I pledge my blood in homage to the Xin Yuan. Vice Admiral. He has read this essay dozens of times, each instance igniting a surge of emotion within her. Since encountering Wang Luo's essay, she has tossed and turned for days without restful sleep. Vice Admiral. Here is the assessment record for all students of this Naval Academy for your review. A young and attractive female sailor respectfully enters, cradling a mountain of documentation. Her thoughts are abruptly interrupted by the young sailor. And Vice Admiral. He rubs her weary eyes, gesturing towards the coffee table. You may place the assessment record there. Yes, ma'am, the young sailor replies, setting the record down before preparing to exit. Who achieved the highest score in this assessment? Vice Admiral. He inquires suddenly. Vice Admiral. It is Awaluo. The young sailor responds. So it is indeed him. Vice Admiral. He is not surprised. Wang Luo's reputation has long captured the attention of the higher-ups in the naval headquarters. She waves her hand dismissively, and after a moment, the young sailor gently closes the door behind her, setting aside the examination paper and approaching the coffee table. Vice Admiral. He notices that atop the assessment record lies Wang Luo's evaluation form. Beneath the name Awaluo is a photo of his sunlit visage, brimming with youthful vigor. Flipping through Wang Luo's evaluations, she finds the following stellar remarks. Navy 6 styles. S-rank evaluation, proficient in Navy 6 styles. And comprehending the essence of life restoration. Signed, Shurtai. Physical ability, SS rank evaluation, first place in all physical assessments, with several records shattered. Signed, Shurtai. Swordsmanship. SS rank evaluation, a swordsmanship prodigy who, with time, is destined to become a great swordsman, with a chance to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Signed, D. Yuan. Overbearing presence, SS rank evaluation, after 3 years of training. Possesses a dual-colored overbearing presence no less than that of some long-established vice admirals. Destined for greatness given time. Signed, Wushushan, Wushu. Upon reading each exceptional evaluation, Vice Admiral. He can only shake her head with a wry smile. What are these mischievous youths aiming to achieve? Especially when she encounters the final line of the comprehensive evaluation. She cannot help but laugh and scold. You cantankerous old coot, ZFA. Are you stepping up to support your disciple? Comprehensive evaluation, the future of the Navy. Signed, ZFA. If that is the case, then I shall oblige you, for I have awaited this moment for far too long. Thus, I shall endeavor to place my trust in you. Vice Admiral. He murmurs to herself. She then takes Wang Luo's examination paper and assessment form in hand. Her gaze shifting from the previous complexity, hesitation, and worry to a newfound resolve, as she pushes open the office door. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the office of the Fleet Admiral. Fleet Admiral Sengoku rests his forehead in his hand, gazing at the languid figure before him, feeling utterly exhausted. I ordered you to capture the Tina pirates. What have you accomplished? You return with a horde of irrelevant pirates. Borsalino. Yellow Monkey. Are you even listening to me? Sengoku's frustration is palpable as he nearly spits in exasperation. Borsalino adopts a helpless expression, pouting as he responds, how terrifying. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. I simply cannot understand why I cannot seem to connect with the Din Din Mushi. Silence. Yellow Monkey. How many times must I remind you that the black Din Din Mushi on your wrist is for eavesdropping? Sengoku's irritation deepens. I see. No wonder I could never connect. I thought it was malfunctioning. I had to quickly capture another pirate crew. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. Borsalino's realization only adds to Sengoku's fatigue. Akiji, yawning all the while. I say, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, is there anything else? If not, I shall retire for a nap. Sengoku, rubbing his aching head, replies, Kazan, can't you at least help me share some of the burden? You're a vice admiral after all. I'm limited in capabilities. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Akiji responds, embodying his lazy sense of justice. Then be off to sleep. Akiji, by the way, what do you think of the plan I discussed with you a few days ago? Akainu interjects from the sofa, his tone tinged with impatience. Sakazuki, I already mentioned that now is not the time to engage in war with the 4 emperors. Sengoku patiently replies. While Sakazuki is indeed proactive, his execution is often excessively forceful, leading to significant casualties during pirate hunts. In truth, If half the town survives, it is already a favor from Akainu. Fleet Admiral, are we to simply watch as evil runs rampant? Akainu is clearly dissatisfied with Sengoku's indecisiveness. He does not doubt Sengoku's capability but is frustrated by his slow action. Sakazuki, why not negotiate the naval budget with the Gorosei this year? Sengoku rubs his eyes, feeling exasperated with his 3 admirals, none of whom bring him peace of mind. Fleet Admiral, such matters are better left to you, Akainu retorts, fully aware that the Navy is constrained by the world government. Otherwise, their current strength would not be so limited. Crackle crackle. Nearby, Garp is fervently crunching on Senbei, watching the unfolding drama with amusement, occasionally bursting into laughter, which causes Sengoku's temples to throb. Garp, you old fool, eat your food quietly without making such a racket. Sengoku exclaims, rushing over to snatch the Senbei from Garp's hands and devouring it in one go. I asked you to watch the show. Look at the fine disciple you've raised. As he speaks, Sengoku shoots a glare at the drowsy Akiji, who appears utterly bewildered, with 3 question marks floating above his head, wondering whether he is being praised or scolded. Garp, somewhat taken aback, remarks, Sengoku, you've gone too far. If you want to eat, can't you just get your own? That was mine. The former commander of the warring states transformed his sorrow and indignation into an insatiable appetite, fervently chewing on the senbei in his mouth. What a motley crew they are, driving me to the brink of fury. At that moment, the door to the commander's office swung open, capturing the attention of everyone present. It was none other than the Vice Admiral Tsuru, who, upon hearing the commotion from outside, stepped inside with a stern expression, fixing her gaze upon the bickering Sengoku and Garp. 2 old men of considerable age, squabbling in front of their juniors. Do they not feel any shame? The 2 elderly men, caught in their squabble over the senbei, resembled chickens with their necks grasped, glancing at Vice Admiral Tsuru with a hint of trepidation. Tsuru, you've arrived, they stammered. Tsuru shot a disapproving look at the duo, who stood there like schoolchildren caught in mischief. Approaching the 3 admirals, she spoke with an impassive demeanor. Kazan, your recent lethargy has reached an unacceptable level. It seems I must assign you some tasks forthwith. Upon hearing his name called, Kazan, who had previously appeared half asleep, instantly became alert. Vice Admiral Tsuru, no, please don't frighten me. Gone was the languid demeanor he had displayed before Sengoku. He now resembled a dutiful student awaiting reprimand. After all, who among this generation of Navy officers had not faced Tsuru's formidable prowess with the wash fruit in their youth? Floating helplessly like a feather on a flagpole, they had all suffered the humiliation. Expecting to evade Tsuru after taking up his position in the Navy, he found her to be his direct superior, the Chief of Staff, the indisputable second-in-command of the Navy. A woman of formidable strength who also held the position of political director. Faced with such a powerful figure, who could claim to be unafraid, tomorrow you shall lead an expedition against 3 notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. If you fail to capture them, do not return to the Navy headquarters. Yes, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Kazan responded promptly, not daring to be insolent. Tsuru, having dismissed the now silent Kazan, turned her gaze to Kazu. Borisolino, I have also heard that Commander Sengoku tasked you with apprehending pirates. Yet you have failed to do so. Have you resorted to capturing lesser pirates to make up for it? Your expression is truly alarming, Vice Admiral Tsuru, Kazar replied, his usual nonchalance replaced with seriousness. Every time I ask you to fish, you chase chickens. When I ask you to slaughter pigs, you butcher cows. I suspect your mind has not been functioning properly of late. I am assigning you some political courses. Report to the Navy Political Department tomorrow. Upon hearing political department, Kazar's previously indifferent demeanor shifted dramatically, as memories of past traumas flooded his mind. Wait, Vice Admiral Tsuru, surely such a punishment is unnecessary, I assure you. I wonder you dare to repeat my mistakes. Tsuru glared at Kazaru, then directed her attention to Akainu. Sakazuki, do you harbor objections regarding my authority as Chief of Staff of the Navy? Akainu, feeling he had done nothing wrong, was not particularly frightened by Tsuru. Yet he answered cautiously, how is it that I have heard you claim that Commander Sengoku is hesitant, too fearful to confront the 4 emperors? Caught off guard, Akainu fell silent. Indeed, he and his faction had privately lamented the Navy's withdrawal from the New World, discontented with their inability to confront the 4 emperors head-on, leading to disparaging remarks about Sengoku. I must inform you that the strategy of retreating to the Grand Line was devised by me. We concede unimportant territories in the New World to those so-called 4 emperors. To destroy them, we must first drive them to madness. Our show of weakness will only embolden their arrogance. As their conflicts in the New World escalate, the moment for our counterattack will arrive. Do you understand, Sakazuki? Yes, Vice Admiral Tsuru. Though I kinda wished to voice further thoughts, he restrained himself. Moreover, Garp, you old fool. If you continue to waste your time gallivanting to the East Blue without engaging in any serious work, I shall suspend your salary. Now, Tsuru-chan, Garp replied with a cheeky grin. Silence, Senbei old man. Tsuru retorted sharply. Garp promptly covered his mouth, refraining from further comment. Observing Tsuru chastising the three admirals and Garp as though they were wayward grandchildren, Sengoku felt a sense of secret satisfaction. See how they faced the consequences of opposing me, and Sengoku himself, as commander, failed to manage these unruly youngsters properly, just as Sengoku was reveling in his thoughts. His smile froze, had the tables turned on him. Ahem, Tsuru, do you have some important matters to discuss with me? Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Sengoku quickly shifted the topic. Tsuru, sensing this, decided to grant Sengoku some grace. Refraining from pursuing the matter, a rare smile graced her face as she replied, it is not anything of great significance, merely a matter concerning the allocation of graduates from the Navy Academy. As she spoke, she handed Sengoku the assessment forms, resumes, and exam papers she held. Sengoku, puzzled, wondered why the distribution of Navy Academy graduates warranted the attention of the commander, accepting the documents from Tsuru. He furrowed his brows as he began to peruse the assessment forms. As he read through the evaluations and the concluding thesis, Sengoku's expression grew grave. Observing Sengoku's serious demeanor, the three admirals and Garp, who previously appeared unconcerned, now found themselves intrigued. I initially thought you had brought an entire list, but it seems to be merely an individual's profile. Cheval, is this the same individual who defeated that little girl from the tea garden 3 years ago? Indeed, Tsuru affirmed with a nod. Upon learning this news, I made a point to attend the recent meeting regarding the new recruits. At that moment, Garp interjected. I also recall attending that meeting. Silence, Senbei old man, you were merely an afterthought. Tsuru retorted. Sengoku, burdened with responsibilities, indeed had little time to focus on a Navy Academy newcomer. 3 years had passed, and Law's name had long since slipped his mind. So, Tsuru, what is your intention in presenting this to me? I have observed this young man for quite some time. He is remarkably thoughtful, capable, talented, diligent, and possesses a strong sense of justice. He has already found his dream, as he mentioned in his thesis. I wish to dedicate my youth to this cause and strive for it throughout my life. This thesis, along with his outstanding performance in cultural subjects, makes him the top student of this year's Navy Academy. Looking at Law, with his brilliant potential, Tsuru perceived him to be akin to the three unruly youngsters before her. Undeniably extraordinary. Hearing this, the three admirals instantly became intrigued. Tsuru had encountered numerous prodigies. To receive such high praise was a rarity indeed. This meant that the young man named Cheval Law possessed the makings of an admiral. However, unlike them, he was not lazy or indifferent. He fostered camaraderie and solidarity, and at such a young age, he already wielded the conqueror's haki, a true embodiment of a king. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, he had returned to his desk, listening to Tsuru's words as his right index finger rhythmically tapped the surface. Suddenly, he interjected, such formidable talent. His future knows no bounds. Tsuru, I knew you had a deeper purpose upon seeing that this was merely an individual's profile. You are not one to act without reason. Speak. What are your thoughts on this young man's allocation post-graduation? At that moment, Law was vigorously swinging his sword, drenched in sweat. Just then, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and achieving first place in the 5th Navy Academy graduation assessment. The random double reward card has been activated, granting you experience points, mall credits, and the title of Navy Supernova. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining the recognition of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Task accomplished. The random double reward card has been activated, granting you an increase of 13 points in intelligence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining the acknowledgement of the hero Garp. Task accomplished. The random double reward card has been activated, granting you an increase of 56 points in strength and agility. Ding. Congratulations, host, for reaching level 33. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Wang Luo stared incredulously at his attribute panel, scarcely able to believe his misfortune. Name, 0D. Luo profession, Sword Soul faction, Navy title, Navy Supernova, all attributes 10, level, 33 experience points, strength, 136 10 agility, 97 10 intelligence, 56 10 luck, 13 10 charisma, 44 10 health status, 99. With no other beneficial or detrimental buffs, maximum status 100, if character status falls below 40, Combat effectiveness is affected. Weapon. Judgment Blade National Grief. Skywalker Combat Power. What the heck? The probability of doubling random rewards for this task is painfully low. Divine Lord, do enlighten me about the relationship between you and the torturous pain. The first ray of morning sunlight pierced the night like a sword, awakening the earth from its slumber and heralding a brand new day. The Navy headquarters at Marineford was bustling early in the morning, for today marked the final hurdle before graduation from Naval Academy, a call to arms against the pirate crew. It was time to engage in the true endeavors of a Navy officer. A warrior who has never tasted blood cannot be deemed a true soldier. Only those who have truly stepped onto the battlefield and witnessed the brutalities of war can avoid being flustered or cowardly in the face of pirates, thus preserving their lives. Especially for the graduates of the Naval Academy, even those with mediocre scores are regarded as junior leaders. It is said that a single incompetent general can lead to the downfall of 3 armies. Therefore, the minimum standard for graduates from the Naval Academy is to be capable individuals. Just yesterday, all naval cadets received their gifts, a snow-white justice coat. Many were so excited upon receiving this emblem of honor that they hardly slept a wink, for it signified that they had officially become proud members of the Navy. Upon arriving at the port, Wang Luo and his roommates were immediately struck by the sight of these pristine justice coats. As Wang Luo walked, many greeted him. "Brother Luo, you've arrived. Luo, you will be in charge of the Sea Battle Command this time. You are the top of your class. With Brother Luo leading, we can't go wrong." Just yesterday, the final results of the Naval Academy assessments were announced, and Wang Luo emerged as the undisputed top cadet with the best scores. The second place was Ein, followed by Tina in third, and Smoker in fourth. Smoker performed well overall but received a C grade in academics, which cost him a place in the top 3. However, all members of their dormitory 216 ranked commendably, with Chermo in 18th, Adelaide in 27th, and Bordeaux in 56th. Under Wang Luo's influence, dormitory 216 exhibited remarkable performance, consistently ranking within the top 100 across previous years, making ascension to the rank of Navy Rear Admiral a certainty. Even becoming a vice admiral was not beyond reach. Historically, those who ranked first have often turned out to be significant figures. The 3 admirals need no introduction, and Tontada was the top of the 4th cohort. While many vice admirals also emerged from the top 10 ranks of previous years, one can only imagine the positions those currently in the top 10 will hold in the Navy in the future. This illustrates the profound impact of the Naval Academy on the present Navy. It is akin to assessing the prosperity of an ancient dynasty. It is not solely about the brilliance of the reigning emperor, but equally vital is the capability of the heir. The Qin dynasty fell to the 2nd emperor, and the Sui dynasty met its demise at the hands of the 2nd. History serves as an ever-present lesson. Just as the crowd engaged in fervent discussions about the impending final assessment, a stern voice rang out. "Attention! Stand at attention!" The familiar voice of Zephyr echoed from the naval ship, where he had been awaiting the cadets. The clamor of voices fell silent, for the name of Zephyr, the devilish instructor, had been etched into their very bones. As soon as his voice broke through the air, the cadets formed ranks with the swiftness of mice scurrying from a cat. Standing tall and proud, "You are about to step onto the battlefield. I shall inform you of the target of this operation, the Tina Pirate Crew." The Tina Pirate Crew? Such a formidable pirate group? I heard their captain, Katerina Tina, has a bounty exceeding 100 million. Their officers are strong too. This is indeed a challenge. It's all on you, Brother Luo. Indeed, with Luo around, what do we have to fear? It's just a pirate with a bounty of 126 million berries. We can take her down in no time. Silence. A powerful aura erupted from Zephyr, and although he was known as the non-killing admiral, the ferocity born from countless battles and his survival through heaps of corpses was a pressure that this collection of fresh recruits, none of whom had yet seen combat, could scarcely withstand. Despite the 3 years of honing and tempering which had led to significant advancements in their abilities, they remained mere academy students. Among them, even the top performers like Wang Luo could only withstand Zephyr's oppressive presence alongside a handful of others. The majority of the cadets turned pale, devoid of color. A bunch of useless fools. IVE only exerted 30% of my pressure, and you all can't handle it. Zephyr's dissatisfaction was palpable. However, upon spotting Wang Luo at the forefront, his expression softened somewhat. He had perused Wang Luo's thesis, and though he was a rugged man unversed in literature, the arguments therein had sparked a sense of admiration within him. Truly, a man endowed with the conqueror's haki, with the enhancement of strength. It seems you are finally ready to pursue your dreams. Without further ado, Zephyr continued, you all are aware of the forthcoming mission. This time, you will elect a temporary captain among yourselves. The resources aboard the naval ship are at your disposal. but neither I nor the record officers will offer you any advice or assistance during combat. Remember, you must rely solely on yourselves. Your objectives must be achieved through your own efforts. The fledgling eagle must learn to soar on its own. We provide you only with the name of the Tina pirate crew. The rest is for you to resolve on your own. You will have no support, no supplies, only yourselves. Everything must be accomplished through your own capabilities. At this point, Zephyr fixed his gaze on the youthful faces of the cadets, speaking in a somber tone. Remember, once you set sail, do not underestimate the pirates merely because of your newfound strength. Know this, pirates are exceedingly cunning. To secure victory, they will resort to any means necessary. Be exceedingly cautious and vigilant. Once you return successfully to Marineford, you shall be recognized as qualified Navy officers. Lastly, I offer you this piece of advice. Survive. As his words faded, the expressions of the cadets varied. Without any intelligence or support, the difficulty seemed overwhelming. Furthermore, from Zephyr's tone, it seemed that there could be casualties. Zephyr, isn't this somewhat unreasonable? What if we run out of supplies? How are we supposed to track down a pirate crew in this vast ocean? Indeed, and we have no idea what we might encounter along the way. We have never seen a battlefield before. Is it wise to send us out to hunt pirates like this? In an instant, murmurs of doubt erupted among the crowd. Zephyr regarded the cadets below with a frigid glare. His cigar clenched tightly between his teeth, his chest heaving as if brooding a great wrath. At that moment, a hearty laughter rang out from behind them. Ha ha ha. Zephyr, is this the caliber of students you've trained? This is hardly a military academy. It resembles a daycare. Do they think being a Navy officer and hunting pirates is just child's play? I almost thought I had wandered into the wrong place. Turning to the source of the voice, they beheld the naval hero Carp, waddling towards the naval ship with his rotund belly, digging his nose and laughing boisterously. Zephyr glowered at Carp. What brings you here? You old fool. I saw the port bustling with activity and thought something significant had occurred, so I came to join in the fun. Little did I know it was merely a bunch of soft-shelled shrimp preparing for a naval game. Zephyr, are you using the military funds allocated by Sengoku each year to raise this bunch of good-for-nothings? Are you really the chief instructor? I perceive you as merely a grand caretaker. Ah ha ha. Carp's words grow increasingly harsh, each utterance sharper than a piercing sword, leaving the speaker utterly mortified. Zephyr, too, seems capable of shattering the wooden railings of a battleship with a single grasp. Wang Luo gazes at Zephyr, who is nearly driven to madness by Carp's provocations, sighing and shaking his head, pondering why these two elderly gentlemen, whose ages sum to over 150 years, bicker daily. Wang Luo steadied his breath, inhaling deeply before declaring in a grave tone, "Gentlemen, lend me your ears." Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Wang Luo, including those of Carp and the recorders. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered what proclamation the chief of this cohort would unveil. "Gentlemen, we are all Navy personnel meticulously cultivated by the Naval Academy. First and foremost, we must remember our duty. That is to combat evil, ensuring the name of justice associated with the Navy endures upon the vast ocean. None among the senior ranks of the Navy is incompetent, thus we need not fear that our adversaries possess strength far beyond our own. At most, their prowess may be comparable or even inferior to ours. We shall undoubtedly succeed in vanquishing the Tina pirate crew. Remember, we are formidable." At this juncture, the students' previously restless hearts began to settle, as they realized that fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. After 3 years, we are no longer the same as we once were. As for intelligence, have our studies been in vain? We have ships at our disposal and personnel to man them. We possess limbs and faculties. Why must we rely on the naval headquarters for information? Gentlemen, do not regard this as a mere test. Consider it a war, a campaign against pirates, a baptism of our resolve. Gentlemen, you are the future of the Navy. In time, we shall all ascend to the rank of officers. How to confront warfare, how to gather intelligence, and how to track pirates. These are responsibilities we must embrace. As Wang Luo's impassioned words resonated, the students' anxiety gradually faded, replaced by resolute gazes. Gentlemen, our future has never rested in the hands of others. It has always belonged to us. Gentlemen, if we falter at the slightest challenge, who will safeguard the countless civilians? Are we worthy of the mantle of justice we wear? At this point, Wang Luo raised his voice in song. Is it said there are no garments? I share a robe with you. The king raises his arms, sharpening my weapons, united against a common foe. Is it said there are no garments? I share a favor with you. The king raises his arms, forging my polearms, side by side in battle. Is it said there are no garments? I share a garment with you. The king raises his arms, crafting my armor. Together we march. As the song concluded, it stirred a fervor, igniting their blood and painting vivid imagery with every line. Even in the face of formidable foes and lurking peril, these comrades stand united, sharpening their blades and preparing to charge into battle. A brilliant saga of solidarity. On the battlefield, swords and blades show no mercy. Yet, with my strength, I am invincible. I am Zyval Luo. Gentlemen, those who wish to join me in this endeavor, come aboard. With that, Wang Luo strode confidently onto the deck of the battleship, his cloak of justice billowing in the wind. Damn it. When life is lost, let the birds take flight. I swear to follow Brother Luo to the end. Zephyr and Carp observed the Navy cadets, brimming with anticipation, much like what Wang Luo articulated in his essay, to revitalize the Navy. We must first transform the mindset of the common people. We, the Navy, must embody confidence and independence. As the heavens move, a gentleman strives ceaselessly. We must first become giants in thought, giants of this era. Only then can we rally the masses and obliterate all evil. Zephyr watched his disciple amidst the throng, where, despite the crowded scene, Wang Luo's charisma shone through. Is this what it means to rally the masses? With a sense of satisfaction, Zephyr exchanged glances with Carp before retreating to his quarters, no longer concerned with the unfolding events. Once all cadets boarded, at Wang Luo's command, the battleship set sail from the harbor. Carp, watching the vessel disappear beyond the horizon, erupted in laughter as he departed the port. A couple of hours later, Wang Luo's pre-departure remarks stirred a considerable commotion within the naval headquarters, prompting countless sailors to echo his words. The weather was splendid, with a gentle sea breeze. Wang Luo stood at the bow of the naval vessel, gazing into the distance. The boundless ocean, no matter how many times one gazes upon it, expands the heart immeasurably. The briny wind carried the scent of adventure, marking the commencement of Wang Luo's first battle upon the grand stage of the Pirate King world. As soon as he boarded the ship, the system issued him a new mission, to lead the Navy cadets in defeating the Tina pirate crew, with rewards of experience points, merchant points, and a level-up voucher, increasing level by 1. Leveling up was precisely what Wang Luo needed. If he could elevate his level to 35 swiftly, using the expert's contract, he believed he could indeed contend with Whitebeard II. Coupled with Zephyr, capturing or even defeating Whitebeard II would not be impossible. Thus, locating and overwhelming the Tina pirate crew was imperative. Furthermore, the system's task loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. It was possible that Edward Weasel, this formidable enemy, could appear at any moment. Although Wang Luo had significantly improved, the descriptions of Whitebeard II in the original narrative and the system's generous rewards indicated his undeniable strength. He was a force to be reckoned with. In light of this, how could Wang Luo protect his comrades and mentors? Shortly after the battleship set sail, the cadets elected Wang Luo as the temporary captain, subsequently convening an impromptu meeting. They organized the 328th cadets into teams, dividing them into 3 groups, 2 combat units and 1 reserve logistics unit. The combat units, as the name implies, were primarily responsible for fighting. One leader was Wang Luo, while the other was Smoker, who ranked second in all assessments aside from cultural studies. The reserve logistics unit was led by Ein, whose cultural course rating was also S-class, akin to Wang Luo's. After assigning personnel, Wang Luo instructed each leader to nominate 3 vice captains, resulting in 12 individuals remaining in the meeting room for an intensive session. The discussions were vigorous, with everyone voicing their perspectives. Smoker initiated the conversation, stating, "The Tina pirate crew is merely a name. We have no knowledge of the crew's size, the captain's capabilities, or the number of officers. Where is the Tina pirate crew now? We know nothing." I nodded in agreement. This truly tests the comprehensive abilities we have learned at the academy. Therefore, we must not underestimate this. All our actions will be documented. As she spoke, they cast a glance at the recorder in the meeting room and the Din Mushy stationed in the corner. Tina observed meticulously, commenting, "Our ship is a principal war vessel of the Navy, equipped with a double-barreled cannon at the bow and 20 side cannons on each flank, making it a vessel teeming with firepower. Just now, I instructed Andy Liara to check the ammunition. We have a full 3,000 rounds, ensuring ample supplies." Tina believed the ship was also quite substantial, constructed entirely from hardwood and reinforced with 5mm thick steel plates. Embodying a well-armed and formidable vessel, Wang Luo nodded in agreement. Thus, once we pursue the Tina pirate crew, we can initially suppress them with our firepower. In terms of artillery, unless a pirate crew belongs to one of the 4 emperors with a vast territory, no pirate crew can match the Navy's firepower in naval or ground combat. After bombarding the Tina pirate crew with cannon fire, a swarm of elite Navy personnel can charge in, a mere Tina pirate crew should pose little threat. In reality, most of the Navy's tactical planning indeed follows this principle. Even if a pirate crew manages to defeat the Navy, their ship is usually rendered unseaworthy. What can a pirate do without a ship? This explains why most pirate crews flee at the sight of a battleship. Evan added, however, our battleship is the latest model, equipped with its own propulsion system, sailing far faster than the pirates' sailing ships. Ultimately, they concluded that pursuit should not be an issue, but the real headache loomed. Where was the Tina pirate crew? Gazing out at the vast ocean, it felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If only there were a satellite positioning system available now, Wang Luo pondered, his head throbbing. It dawned on him, amidst his confusion, how exceedingly challenging it was to pursue pirates. No wonder Carp had been relentlessly chasing Roger around the globe, yet had never truly managed to capture him. After all, pirates could easily flee into the vast ocean, making it nearly impossible to locate them amidst the boundless waves. What are you thinking about? Third, a deep voice resonated from behind. Wang Luo recognized the speaker immediately. Turning to face the newcomer, he inquired, "Boss, what's the matter?" The visitor was none other than Adelaide, whose once plump face had now slimmed down considerably, rendering him quite handsome, much to the admiration of many girls. "I just wanted to see if there's anything I could do to assist you," Adelaide replied. Wang Luo shook his head, chuckling, "Boss, you probably can't help me. Your academic score is an E, right? You surely don't know much about intelligence gathering." To Adelaide's face flushed with embarrassment. "Come on, third, you can hit me, but don't expose my shortcomings." Wang Luo laughed. "All right then, boss, why don't you tell me how we might locate the Tina pirate crew?" "I don't know how to find them. That's your concern since you're the chief," Adelaide replied with a mysterious smile, then changed the subject. "But I do know where they are." Wang Luo's eyes widened in surprise. "What did you say, boss? You know where they are?" "The Tina pirate crew is currently near the Gaia Islands," Adelaide informed him. "Captain Katarina Tina has a bounty of 120 million berries and possesses the powers of the space devil fruit. Excelling in the use of concealed weapons, she can teleport short distances using her devil fruit abilities, making her a formidable opponent due to her unexpected appearances and ambush tactics. The crew lacks exceptional combat strength, with the first mate having a bounty of berries and approximately 35 members on board. Their ship, named the Tina, is a state-of-the-art three-masted sailing vessel, its speed incomparable to our Navy's new warships." "Boss, your intelligence is remarkably detailed," Adelaide nodded, grinning. "Hey, third, did you forget what I mentioned previously? My father is a prominent figure in the CP. Surely, you remember what CP stands for. They are the intelligence agency directly under the world government, with personnel ranging from CO0 to CP1 spread across the globe. Since the Navy headquarters requires us to gather intelligence ourselves, I reached out to my father to provide me with some intel. This counts as my own collection, doesn't it? Impressive, right? Indeed. I wonder if you're a second or a third-generation official. Having power is certainly advantageous," Wang Luo mused, while everyone else pondered how to locate the Tina pirate crew. This fellow casually resolved the matter with a single phone call. As he marveled at the might of the vast CP intelligence network, Wang Luo privately contemplated why someone with Adelaide's formidable background would choose to attend the Naval Academy. Surely, he could have opted for the CP0 or CP9 instead. Wang Luo dismissed the thought. After 3 years of camaraderie with Adelaide, he had never encountered the haughty demeanor typical of aristocratic offspring. Instead, he had forged strong bonds with several people from Dormitory 216, cultivating genuine friendships. Moreover, Adelaide had just solved a significant dilemma for him. Was it fair to question his motives for joining the Naval Academy? Shortly thereafter, Wang Luo convened an urgent meeting, inviting Adelaide to share his background. The group was astonished yet relieved to have such a powerful ally among them. Without Adelaide as support, they would have truly been at a loss during this graduation assessment. Wang Luo promptly instructed the helmsman to locate the eternal pointer for the Gaia Islands. At present, they were approximately 2 days away, meaning as long as the Tina pirate crew remained in place, they could swiftly pursue them. During this time, Adelaide consistently confirmed the movements of the Tina pirate crew, discovering that their ship remained docked at the harbor of the Gaia Islands. The intelligence from CP6 indicated they seemed to be searching for something on the islands. What could they be searching for? Wang Luo was well aware it was the legendary Sky Island, in pursuit of the Golden Country, as most pirates set sail for treasure. In the original narrative, the Gaia Islands, also known as the Valley of Magic, shared the same identity as the Sky Island. Viewed from above, the Gaia Islands resembled a skull due to the upsurge of ocean currents in the vicinity. 400 years ago, Half of the Gaia Islands was thrust into the sky, along with its indigenous people, animals, and ancient relics. The elevated portion formed the skull's head and face, while the remaining land represented its teeth. The island that ascended to the heavens was later dubbed the Mysterious Sky Island, home to a magnificent city called Chandora, where historical treasures were unearthed and vast riches accumulated. When half of Gaia Island ascended, some treasures scattered across the remaining land, perpetuating the legend of the Golden Country. It was likely that the Tina pirate crew was lured by this tale, thus lingering in the Gaia Islands. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. The legend of the Golden Country was as alluring yet perilous as a beautiful yet deadly fruit. 2 days later, at 5 in the morning. As dawn approached, a naval warship sped towards the Gaia Islands. According to the intel provided by CP6, the Tina pirate cruise vessel was anchored at the western port of the Gaia Islands. To avoid alarming the pirates by entering directly from the west, they decided to approach from the eastern port. Instead, CP6 intelligence revealed that the Tina pirate crew was currently sleeping soundly in a tavern in a town on the western shore. Having indulged in a feast the previous night for reasons unknown, leaving them utterly intoxicated, this was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for action. However, it was customary for pirate ships to leave 2 or 3 crew members on watch after docking at an island. Although the naval cadets did not fear a direct confrontation with the Tina pirate crew, Wang Luo vehemently disagreed. Before we determine how many enemies we need to defeat, shouldn't we first ascertain how many civilians we need to protect? Let us not forget our original intent. We fight to safeguard the innocent. If we eliminate pirates while disregarding civilian casualties, how are we any different from them? We are the champions of justice. His words resonated with many. As the sense of justice within them was still being shaped, Wang Luo naturally aimed to guide them toward a more righteous path. Indeed, was there anything wrong with Akainu's hawkish approach? Perhaps it seemed justifiable to those watching, but that was only because they had not placed themselves in the situation. As the saying goes, do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. From the perspective of those involved, if the military operated like Akainu, could it still be considered the people's army? Would they remain the beloved soldiers of the populace? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Many citizens across various nations feared the military no less than they did pirates or terrorists. Some would even prefer to trust pirates over the world government. Why was that? This question was thought-provoking. The root cause lay in the inversion of priorities. The military, originally established to protect civilians, was willing to sacrifice the lives and safety of ordinary citizens in the pursuit of eliminating pirates. This was akin to the military in Huaxia, which, when responding to disaster relief efforts, prioritized rapid response and aid, even at the cost of their own lives, fully embodying the principle of rescuing the people from peril. Foreign media even questioned why the Huaxia military dared to venture into disaster zones unarmed. Why? Because the people trusted the military, believing they genuinely sought to assist them. Why? As the military serves as the people's guardians. They do not shy away from sacrificing their own lives to ensure the safety and security of the populace. Thus, Wang Luo, alongside several captains and vice-captains, ultimately finalized the operational plan. First, all personnel were to remove their justice coats and any insignia that might signify their naval affiliation. Second, 2 combat squads were assigned to encircle the Tina pirate crew. Third, a logistical reserve team was tasked with evacuating all residents near the pubs of the western town and ensuring their protection. Fourth, upon receiving the signal that the evacuation was complete from the logistical reserve team, Wang Luo and Smoker would infiltrate to scout the situation. Once they received the signal to commence hostilities, the 2 combat squads would officially begin their assault on the Tina pirate crew. Originally, they intended to infiltrate the Gaia archipelago before dawn, surrounding the Tina pirate crew without a trace. However, due to detours, their arrival was delayed by 2 hours compared to the initial operational timeline, potentially causing them to miss the opportunity for a surprise attack. Nevertheless, they deemed this course of action worthwhile, just as they were approximately an hour away from the Gaia archipelago. A cacophony of clangs resonated from the distance, accompanied by the faint sound of someone singing, "Dredge, dredge." At that moment, Twilight's embrace rendered visibility nearly non-existent. As curiosity bubbled among the crew regarding the source of the commotion. A sharp whistle pierced the silence of the ocean, echoing unsettlingly. "Heh, sir. Heh, sir. Heh, director. This is the site of the shipwreck. You lot, prepare for salvage operations. All wrecks near the Gaia archipelago belong to me." A giant, resembling an orangutan, emitted a peculiar, guttural laughter. Could it be the United Army of the Ape Mountain? Wang Luo suddenly recalled certain characters from the original narrative set in the Gaia archipelago and immediately made the connection. Damn it, there's even a pirate crew? Brother Luo, we might be exposed. What should we do? Wang Luo, unperturbed, replied, pirate crews are generally adversarial. Our objective is not this ape pirate crew. Besides, I've heard their interests lie solely in salvaging shipwrecks, and that there is currently no bounty on their heads. Should we bombard them with cannons? After a moment's contemplation, Wang Luo shook his head. Not yet. Let us approach and discern their intentions first out if it proves unnecessary. We should avoid complicating matters and focus on subduing the Tina pirate crew. We can deal with them later. Hey, Director, it turns out they're Navy. Should we flee? Flee? Why should we run? This is our territory. The salvage king orangutan irritably smacked one of his subordinates on the head and then brandished a loudspeaker towards the Navy, shouting, Hey Navy! What are you doing here? This is our territory. Squeak, squeak. Your territory? The crew exchanged bewildered glances at the orangutan, while Wang Luo raised a loudspeaker, declaring, If you're not flying the pirate flag, you should refrain from flaunting it. Otherwise, we shall be compelled to arrest you on the spot. Hey, Director, that Navy fellow seems to have a point, a subordinate timidly remarked, eyeing the orangutan warily, fearful of receiving a whack on the head. Squeak, squeak. I haven't done anything illegal, so why should I fear him? The orangutan retorted dismissively, then turned to another subordinate, commanding, Go take down the pirate flag. Once the pirate flag was lowered, the trainees became convinced that they were not genuine pirates. Rather, they were merely using the pirate crew's banner to salvage shipwrecks. After all, a pirate crew's skull flag is not something that can be easily lowered. It is an object that pirates would risk their lives to protect. As they would say, the flag represents a pirate's faith. Flying the pirate flag is often a last resort to avoid unnecessary troubles that we still have business to attend to at the Gaia archipelago. Since you wish to salvage the wrecks and are not pirates, we shall not disturb you, Wang Luo said with a smile. Squeak, squeak. All right, Navy, you may go. The orangutan, not lacking in wit, quickly replied, after bidding farewell to the salvage king. The Navy vessel set sail towards the Gaia archipelago. As dawn broke, light spilled across the land, revealing the contours of the Gaia archipelago against a backdrop of blue skies and white clouds. The port was adorned with a picturesque small town, featuring clusters of wooden houses, green bricks, and red tiles, merging seamlessly with the azure sea, akin to a painting. This would be a splendid place for a vacation, Tina remarked, captivated by the beauty before her. Indeed, the town ahead truly appears delightful. Miss Tina, if you wish to take a holiday, I would be more than happy to accompany you to your courting death. Tina exclaimed, visibly angered. Slap. Miss Tina, we shall never dare again. After docking their vessel at the port, they swiftly executed their landing plan, dispersing towards the western town of the Gaia archipelago. The journey unfolded amidst a serene and beautiful town, where the morning saw people embarking on their daily routines. Some individuals, bread in mouth, opened their shop doors, while others escorted crying children to school, and yet others busied themselves preparing breakfast to sell to passers-by. Each scene brimmed with a sense of warmth and humanity. Witnessing such ordinary yet heartwarming sights, many trainees felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. This myriad of lights and homes was indeed the very goal for which they fought. However, as they navigated past the eastern town, they discovered that at the town's exit, there were not only fences and sentries, but also numerous patrolling soldiers. Through their discussions, the trainees learned that they were on alert for the western town. It turned out that the Gaia archipelago, being a frequent passage for many pirates along the Grand Line, had a ruling nation unable to fully keep the pirates at bay. Thus, they had designated the western town as a haven for pirates to resupply, allowing them to disembark there. The western town had become a gathering place for countless outlaws, attracting wayward civilians, and was an ungoverned territory, beyond the reach of governmental law. The moment they stepped into the western town, they realized that the internal conditions were in stark contrast to those of the eastern town. The town lay in ruins, with adults brawling amongst themselves while bystanders cheered them on. Children wept. Yet the adults remained indifferent, drowning their sorrows in drink. Near the tavern, a burly man was mercilessly pummeling a frail figure, who, bloodied and battered, showed no sign of the giant halting his assault. Yet, this scene of desolation was ironically dubbed a beautiful spectacle by the pirates. The western town was, in truth, a locale steeped in violence and vice. The members of the combat squad restrained themselves from intervening, knowing their primary responsibility was to encircle the tavern. Meanwhile, and directed her team to evacuate the civilians while she personally confronted the burly man. Upon noticing Ain's beauty, the brute paused, saying, "Beautiful lady, if you want me to stop hitting him, I can hit you instead. Don't worry, I'll be gentle." Ain's expression darkened. With swift movements, she incapacitated the brute. Asserting, "Scum like you is not under the protection of the Navy." After approximately 10 minutes, the reserve team successfully cleared all civilians within a kilometer radius of the tavern, following Ain's report to Wang Luo. He and Smoker pushed open the tavern door and stepped inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a pungent aroma of alcohol mingled with other nauseating scents. It was evident that many pirates had indulged the previous night, leaving a trail of vomit in their wake. Just as Wang Luo had anticipated, it was now after 11 in the morning, and while many pirates had awakened, their condition was far worse than if they had been ambushed at dawn. Wang Luo frowned slightly. The stench was indeed unpleasant. Just then, a figure at the bar lifted their head to look at Wang Luo and Smoker, remarking, "What brings you here so early? Can't a person enjoy a good sleep without disturbance?" "What a nuisance." The bartender, unfazed, acknowledged that it was not uncommon for residents of the western town to drink from dawn till dusk, with morning patrons frequently seeking liquor. Wang Luo paid no heed to the bartender and scanned the tavern, but did not spot the bounty target, Katerina Tina. "Not here." They exchanged quizzical glances, wondering if the intelligence had been erroneous. Just then, a ruckus erupted from upstairs. "Ha ha ha, you think you can take advantage of me?" "Die." With a sharp sound, the knife pierced through flesh, resonating throughout the tavern, and the agonized screams of a man reverberated, awakening all the pirates present. Suddenly, with a loud thud, a man was hurled from the second floor, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood gushing from the wound in his abdomen, his breaths becoming increasingly shallow, teetering on the brink of death. "Ha! Another fool dares to provoke the captain." Despite her beauty, Lady Tina was akin to a rose with thorns. Witnessing the imminent demise of the man and the raucous cheers of the pirates, Wang Luo and Smoker realized that their quarry was right here. Gradually, they unsheathed their weapons from their backs and donned the righteous navy coats. "Katerina Tina, we hereby declare you under arrest. Who do you think you are? Just a couple of greenhorns from the Navy, and you think you can capture me?" A figure slowly emerged, with flowing red hair cascading over her shoulders. A delicately shaped face marred by a scar running vertically across her left eye, enhancing rather than detracting from her beauty, instilling a sense of authority that commanded respect. The slender waist bore 2 short daggers, adorned with tattoos of thorny crimson roses, clad in tight black leather that accentuated her voluptuous figure, with several belts wrapped around her pants, holding an array of throwing darts and small daggers. Clearly, she was a master of daggers and stealth weapons. "Boys, take them down." At Katerina's command, her pirate crew surged towards Wang Luo and Smoker. Wang Luo chuckled. "Hey, old Smoker, let us see who can take down more pirates." Smoker clenched his fists, replying, "What are you talking about? This is my job." With that, he made the first move, unleashing a cloud of white smoke, knocking down a pirate charging at him, then sweeping horizontally with a sea prism stone-infused strike, sending 4 or 5 pirates sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths. Wang Luo wasted no time, unleashing his 7-slash technique, skill upgraded, and instantly began a sweeping assault within the tavern, dispatching a dozen pirates in a flurry of bloodshed. As the sounds of battle erupted, over 30 naval cadets charged into the tavern, swiftly encircling the Tina pirate crew. The operation was a resounding success, with over 30 skilled fighters engaging the Tina crew. Nearly 300 cadets waited outside, forming a perimeter to prevent any escape. Now, the Tina pirate crew was trapped. Of course, the smooth execution of the operation was largely due to the intelligence provided by Adelaide. Katerina narrowed her eyes, surveying the 30-plus Navy personnel. She suspected there were more, likely an entire naval battle formation. How had she been surrounded without even a whisper of warning? Kill everyone on lookout at the port. Useless bunch, living is just a waste of food. Despite being encircled, Katerina remained unperturbed. This was not her first encounter with such a situation. She tossed a dagger into the air and leaped from the second floor, the blade in her hand glimmering ominously, clearly poisoned. She had recognized that the leader of this Navy contingent was Wang Luo. The principle of capturing the king before the thieves was not exclusive to the Navy. If she could eliminate Wang Luo, there might be a chance to break free. Like a wisp of smoke, Katerina darted towards Wang Luo, her blade aimed directly at his back. However, Wang Luo was no longer the novice he once was. Activating his observation haki, he sensed Katerina's movement without needing to look. He swiftly sidestepped, evading her attack. Utilizing the momentum from his evasive maneuver, he executed a backslash, unleashing a violent arc of slashing energy aimed straight at Katarina. The attack coming at lightning speed, their distance a mere 2 meters apart. Predictably, Katarina had no choice but to either withstand the blow or be injured by the sword's wind. Clang. The dagger Katarina had thrown earlier embedded itself in the wooden railing. But in the next instant, her ability activated, and she vanished, reappearing on the hilt of her own dagger, a spatial fruit, such a formidable ability, allowing her to teleport. In his astonishment, Wang Luo recalled Adelaide's intel on Katarina. Not only could she teleport, but she could also imbue her abilities onto her hidden weapons. He had to be cautious not to fall into her trap. Truly, a bounty of over 100 million was well deserved. Her movements were not only swift, but her fruit ability was exceedingly practical. Katarina was taken aback that Wang Luo had evaded her sneak attack. She knew her ambushes were typically infallible. This Navy officer was no ordinary foe. Wang Luo shouted, "Everyone be careful. Katarina is extremely fast. I fear for your safety, so handle the others while I deal with her." Smoker knocked out a pirate and exhaled a cloud of smoke, saying, "I can take her down too. You handle the captain." Wang Luo chuckled. It was rare to encounter such a formidable opponent, allowing him to fight without holding back as he would during training at the Navy Academy. Why would he pass on the opportunity to face such a challenge? He decided to unleash his true strength, immediately switching his weapon to the lightsaber, activating the soul of the blade skill, Shadow of the Extreme. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Wang Luo had already made the switch. The lightsaber, Judgment Blade, was sheathed back onto his back. Against a speedster like Katarina, it was evident that a lightweight weapon like the lightsaber would be more effective. He then activated his state skill, Essence of Flow. Instantly, Wang Luo entered a remarkable state, his mind free of distractions, his observation haki fully engaged, with only Katarina and the lightsaber in his focus. Sensing Wang Luo's transformation, Katarina's keen instincts detected the overwhelming threat emanating from him. This man was a master. An acute sense of caution enveloped her. With a flick of her wrist, 8 throwing knives shot towards Wang Luo. He executed a shave, dodging the projectiles, but in the next moment, they inexplicably vanished. The following instant, the 8 knives reappeared from all directions, sealing off every escape route Wang Luo had, each aimed straight at his vital points. The power of the spatial fruit was terrifying. For an ordinary person, this would likely result in severe injury or worse, yet Wang Luo remained unflustered, activating his Moonlight Slash in a 3-hit combo, creating a flawless crescent arc that shielded him completely. Clang, clang, clang. The throwing knives were severed by the lightsaber's azure blade. Though the saber was light, its sharpness was unparalleled. Realizing that the ranged attack posed no threat to him, Katarina decided to teleport in for close combat with Wang Luo. One could not deny Katarina's speed. Even with Wang Luo's heightened agility, he could not guarantee he would consistently outpace her. Utilizing the advantage of his observation haki, Wang Luo evaded Katarina's strikes, but her unpredictable spatial fruit allowed her to teleport away just as he was about to land a hit, making her as elusive as an eel. After several exchanges, neither had inflicted any substantial harm on the other as Katarina momentarily teleported away. Wang Luo unleashed the essence of flow. Fury. He sheathed the lightsaber, closed his eyes, and concentrated his energy. A powerful aura filled the tavern, stunning everyone present with Wang Luo's sudden burst of intensity. And seizing the opportunity, Smoker thrust a sea prism stone-infused strike into the throat of Tina's first mate, causing a spray of blood. Smoker followed up with a devastating combination of punches, sending him down. Only a few competent pirates remained, desperately resisting the onslaught of the naval cadets, while most had already been bound and discarded like refuse. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with Wang Luo poised to defeat their captain. A growing sense of crisis engulfed Katarina. She yearned to flee, yet that would signify her utter defeat. The Tina pirate crew would be annihilated, their ship likely seized by the Navy, leaving her as a mere figurehead. Such humiliation was unacceptable to her proud nature. Fury eclipsed reason as she slashed her dagger at an odd angle toward Wang Luo's nape. Wang Luo moved. Having amassed energy for so long, he activated the essence of flow. Leap. He soared high, simultaneously unleashing a powerful slash with the lightsaber. In the blink of an eye, the azure glow of the lightsaber was upon Katarina's head. Katarina's reaction was nothing short of swift. She had almost simultaneously initiated her teleportation. However, when she reappeared, her left arm was already drenched in blood, and even her flowing, fiery red hair had suffered considerable damage. With strands severed and scattered on the ground where she had just stood, it turned out that the blade of the Skywalker had sliced through Katarina's skin, and had she not been so quick, her entire left arm might have been severed. Before Katarina could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Luo launched another assault. Flowing heart, stab, the Skywalker shot through the air like a comet, piercing into Katarina's left shoulder with a sickening thud. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from her shoulder to her mind as she beheld the Navy soldier standing before her, prompting a chilling scream to escape her lips. Wang Luo withdrew the Skywalker from her shoulder, and blood gushed forth like a fountain. Pointing the Skywalker at Katarina, he declared, "I have spared your vital points. Surrender now." Katarina, upon hearing this, felt a swell of indignation. Was she truly to be defeated so easily? The relentless agony in her shoulder drove her into a frenzy. The blood seemed to awaken her ferocity, and she activated her teleportation once more. Wang Luo, having sensed her intentions through his observation haki, shouted urgently, "Everyone, find cover." Internally cursing his own folly for not incapacitating Katarina with a single blow, he realized the danger of facing a merciless pirate. In the next moment, Katarina had materialized in midair above the tavern, transforming into a whirlwind of blades, unleashing a barrage of daggers and darts upon all the Navy personnel within. There was no doubt that each of these projectiles was laced with poison, making even an armored defense perilous, for a mere scratch could prove fatal. Under Wang Luo's warning, most had found cover, yet a few remained oblivious, as the sky rained down with lethal projectiles. Wang Luo, in a frenzy, unleashed slashes to aid those unprepared to dodge the onslaught. But one person remained beyond his reach. Without a second thought, he enveloped himself in armament haki, executed a swift movement, and used his back to shield the unfortunate cadet from the deluge of darts. To his astonishment, the individual he protected was none other than his superior, Adelaide. Adelaide gazed in shock at Wang Luo, cloaked in a shroud of darkness, unable to fathom his selfless act of bravery. After a brief interval of 3 or 4 seconds, Wang Luo felt the sharp sting seeping through his back. The burning sensation of the potent poison coursed through him. Had he indeed sustained even a minor wound? As he observed Katarina, still suspended in the air, he activated another skill. Flowing heart. Leap. The Skywalker surged upward, slicing through Katarina's chest with a glimmering arc, abruptly halting her graceful movements. She lost strength, and blood erupted from her chest, splattering the ground as she collapsed heavily to the earth. Wang Luo, having forced his energy into the attack, felt his vitality dwindle as the poison surged within him, rendering his limbs numb. Lying in a pool of her own blood, Katarina gazed at the dark stains on Wang Luo's back and murmured, "It seems I'm finished, and you won't survive either. This is black mamba venom, potent enough to fell an elephant with a single drop." Wang Luo, his face flushed from the toxin, calmly retrieved a vial of universal antidote from his pocket and downed it in one go. The dark poison that had enveloped his back dissipated rapidly, restoring his complexion to normal. "Miss Katarina Tina, I regret to inform you that I possess a universal antidote for you. It's time to repent and impel down." Wang Luo raised the empty vial triumphantly, grinning as Katarina, witnessing his recovery, felt the last vestige of her thirst for vengeance vanish. Her vision darkened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. After Katarina was shackled with sea stone handcuffs, the entire Tina pirate crew was captured. Mission accomplished. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission and earned the following rewards: experience points, shop points, and a level up voucher, level 1. Upon leveling up to 34, Wang Luo immediately used the level up voucher from his inventory, and with the system's notification, his level ascended to 35. With this elevation, Wang Luo exhaled in relief, combined with the contract of mastery and enhancement potion. He felt he could hold his own against Whitebeard II, with former Vice Admiral Zephyr on their side. Defeating Whitebeard II should pose no problem. The commotion caused by the Navy in the western town of the Gaia archipelago had naturally drawn the attention of all. As the townsfolk beheld Wang Luo and his fellow Navy soldiers escorting the entire Tina pirate crew, especially the unconscious Katarina Tina, they gazed upon the Navy with immense reverence. They appeared far from disheveled. From evacuating the civilians to subduing and capturing Katarina, merely half an hour had elapsed. Observing the disheartened pirates, their heads hung low, while the Navy stood in an orderly fashion, save for a few unfortunate souls who had sustained minor injuries due to their inexperience in battle, was a stark contrast. The once invincible Tina pirate crew had been shattered in less than half an hour by this group of Navy soldiers. It was known that Katarina Tina's strength and bounty, placed her among the elite in the first half of the Grand Line. Yet here she lay, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, at the mercy of a Navy soldier. This scene struck a profound blow to the onlookers, extinguishing their fervor for piracy. The Navy was indeed formidable. Along the route, many children watched the retreating figures of the Navy, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Luo divided the Navy cadets into two small teams, one to claim the Tina pirate cruise ship and seize their supplies and loot, directing the vessel to rendezvous with their warship, while the other escorted the captured pirates back to the ship. Once the escort ship had delivered the prisoners to impel down, they would return to the Navy headquarters. As they approached the eastern town, Zephyr, having received the news, awaited them at the entrance. Wang Luo hurriedly saluted. "Instructor Zephyr, I have fulfilled my duty. The Tina pirate crew has been defeated and all captured." Zephyr regarded Wang Luo with satisfaction and nodded. "Excellent. Especially for capturing Katarina Tina alive. Should she have been killed, her devil fruit would randomly respawn somewhere, potentially falling into the hands of a nefarious individual, causing great trouble for both civilians and the Navy." Wang Luo chuckled, replying, "It was primarily due to the lack of strength in the Tina pirate crew. Otherwise, we would not have been able to hold back." Indeed, capturing alive was far more challenging than killing. It required an overwhelming advantage. Zephyr nodded in agreement, saying, "Stay humble. Very well. Let us rest in the eastern town of the Gaia archipelago. The escort ship is en route and will arrive by tomorrow." "Understood." Instructor Zephyr. The cadets were exhilarated. Having just expressed a desire to explore the beauty of the eastern town that morning, their wish was now fulfilled. After depositing the members of the Tina pirate crew in temporary confinement, the Navy cadets had officially completed their mission, eagerly making their way into the town, yearning for some relaxation after their recent combat. Zephyr instructed the ship's medical personnel to tend to the pirates before seeking out Wang Luo. During this mission, both Zephyr and the recorder would evaluate their performance, and once the task was complete, their relationship would revert to its usual state. As they walked, Zephyr inquired, "Luo, care to join me for a drink at a tavern?" Wang Luo, eager to have a private conversation with Zephyr, felt he was not yet ready for rest, as the tasks on his list still awaited completion. "Of course, Instructor Zephyr. Shall we go?" Zephyr nodded and strode towards the eastern town, with Wang Luo trailing half a step behind him, a gesture of respect towards his superior. The initial tension before the mission had prevented Wang Luo from fully appreciating the town's atmosphere. The eastern town stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated western town, with its bustling shops, well-kept buildings, and clean streets filled with a constant flow of people. The lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares filled the air, creating a vibrant scene. As the naval officers passed, the townsfolk greeted them with smiles and expressions of gratitude. The prosperity of the eastern town was not solely attributed to the governance of the Gaia archipelago. Rather, it was the protection afforded by the Navy that allowed this corner of the world to enjoy a rare semblance of peace. "How does it feel to be on your first mission?" Zephyr suddenly inquired, his expression concealed from view. Wang Luo replied without hesitation, "It feels quite good. But it has made me acutely aware of the importance of intelligence. If not for Adelaide successfully acquiring information about the Tina pirate crew, it would have been nearly impossible for us to apprehend them so effortlessly." Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. "Understanding this indicates your clarity of thought. Why do we consider cultural studies a compulsory course? There is indeed sound reasoning behind it." "Yes, Zephyr-sensei," Wang Luo wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that knowledge is the foremost competitive advantage. Warfare is not merely about individual valor. It relies on personnel, morale, intelligence, logistical support, tactical command, and strategic direction. Furthermore, your consideration for civilian protection while drafting operational plans is something I greatly admire. That is what it means to be a true Navy officer. With you in the future Navy, I can retire in peace." Zephyr remarked, gesturing towards the townsfolk who were saluting or smiling at them. "Isn't this what we are here to safeguard?" Wang Luo responded with a smile, "That is all thanks to your guidance." "Zephyr-sensei," Zephyr retorted playfully, "when did you learn to flatter like this?" As they entered a tavern, they made their way directly to the bar. The tavern owner, a man with a prominent nose and disheveled hair, looked up from polishing a glass as they sat down. "Welcome. What can I get for you two?" Upon recognizing their naval uniforms, his face broke into a broad smile. It's the esteemed naval officers. "What would you like?" "Everything is half price, and I will even throw in some complimentary snacks." "Oh, why is that?" "While we are Navy, you shouldn't incur losses because of our status," Wang Luo inquired, intrigued. "How could I possibly fear you?" "Sir, recently, a pirate crew attempted to assault the eastern town. But thanks to the gallant efforts of the G8 branch's naval officers, they were defeated and our lives were spared. Otherwise, how could we common folk live in peace? The tavern owner's sincere gratitude was infectious, and Wang Luo felt a warm sense of fulfillment. Isn't that why we joined the Navy? For such smiles? He said with a grin. Young Navy officer, you mustn't say that. I am truly grateful. The tavern owner seemed a bit put out that moment. Zifa interjected. Boss, have you forgotten about my drink? I've been waiting for ages. Of course. What would you like, esteemed naval officer? I want the strongest drink you have. Bring me 2 of the most potent bottles. Then we'll have whiskey. Perfect. Let's have 2 bottles. Zifa waved his hand enthusiastically. The tavern owner promptly retrieved 2 bottles of whiskey from the top shelf and prepared 2 glasses. Adding ice cubes with care. Esteemed naval officers, this is a fine liquor I have cherished for years. I can tell you are not ordinary individuals. Good wine deserves heroes. The tavern owner recognized their exceptional demeanor. While Zifa's unkempt appearance belied his stature, Wang Luo's presence distinctly elevated the atmosphere. Zifa uncorked a bottle and poured himself a glass, downing it in one gulp. This drink is not bad. Quite intriguing. You truly are impressive, esteemed officer, but be cautious. This liquor packs quite a punch, and you appear to be of considerable age. Drink slowly, lest you become inebriated, the tavern owner cautioned, a hint of concern in his eyes. Wang Luo also took a hearty sip, the fiery liquor igniting his taste buds with an intense spiciness, followed by a warm burn as it slid down his throat, leaving a fragrant aftertaste. The tavern owner soon brought out a selection of snacks, pickled radishes, jerky, and caviar. With the appetizers in place, the two enjoyed their drinks, and soon they had consumed an entire bottle. Wang Luo felt a pleasant buzz. And sensing the moment was right, he said, Zifa-sensei, we have completed the Naval Academy's graduation assessment task, yet I can't shake this feeling of unease. Zifa took a sip and asked, What's wrong? Have you not rested well these past couple of days? Wang Luo shook his head. No, it's just that I feel as though some danger is approaching us. Zifa laughed heartily, unconcerned. What is there to fear? The assessment is over if any pirates dare to attack. I will step in if you cannot handle them. As a former admiral, Zifa was confident in his abilities. His reputation as Black Arm Zifa was well known. Wang Luo, however, smiled knowingly. Of course, but I have 2 particularly effective potions for you. With that, Wang Luo pulled out 2 vials of miraculous healing potions, each worth 8,000 points in the marketplace. These 2 vials alone could cover a month's worth of his sign-in rewards. Yet, to protect his classmates and mentor, he had redeemed 5, handing Zifa 2 while keeping 3 for himself. Though the potions were excellent, their cooldown period was lengthy. Wang Luo believed that with these, both he and Zifa effectively had 2 lives, and they would surely prevail against anyone, even the likes of Whitebeard II. What are those potions? I have no need for such things as a teacher. It is inappropriate for a mentor to accept gifts from their disciple. Zifa scoffed, eyeing the vials. Despite sensing the potent vitality within, he could tell from their exquisite design that they were quite valuable. Zifa-sensei, you have watched over me for these past years, and I have never properly repaid you. These potions can restore all injuries instantly. As your disciple, I wish to honor you with them. Wang Luo then produced 2 more vials, waving them in front of Zifa. Please, accept them. After we return to school, we will likely graduate in about a month, and our paths may diverge. Keeping these potions close will serve as a memento, and in case of any unforeseen events, they will fulfill their purpose. Seeing the determination in Wang Luo's eyes, Zifa relented and accepted the potions. The 2 continued to drink and chat. With the potions successfully given, Wang Luo felt a weight lift from his heart. He was confident that with Zifa's 2 lives, they would not falter against Whitebeard II. However, doubts lingered in his mind. If Whitebeard II was truly stronger than an admiral, then he must be of the caliber of a Yonko. With Miss Bakin's intellect in play, it was possible she had already risen to the rank of Yonko. What could have possibly led to Zifa's inability to protect his disciples, resulting in near-total casualties among the academy students? And even the pride of his black arm being severed by Whitebeard II. Furthermore, how had Whitebeard II appeared on their return route, which should have been a military secret? Was it possible that pirates had maliciously leaked their whereabouts upon seeing Zifa aboard? There were many questions, and at that moment, the pieces of the puzzle remained elusive. Upon returning to the cabin, Wang Luo opened his skill tree and learned the level 35 exclusive skill, Draw Blade Slash. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a figure in black sheathing a long sword. drawing a deep breath and gathering strength for about 3 seconds before unleashing the slash, cleaving through a dozen wooden targets effortlessly. The essence of sword energy coalesces into a solid form, entirely converging upon the blade, rendering it indomitable and relentless. Skill description. At level 1, unleash a powerful slash that sweeps across all foes in front. Charging for 3 seconds can be activated early, but this will diminish attack power. At level 2, unleash a powerful slash that sweeps across all foes, charging for 3 seconds and rendering enemies vulnerable. At level 3, unleash a powerful slash that sweeps across all foes, charging for 3 seconds, rendering enemies vulnerable. And after the initial release of the draw slash, the host can immediately execute an additional draw slash. With a broader range, yet its power is only 50 of a fully charged strike. Wang Luo allocated his skill points, deliberately leaving 6 unspent, in case he needed them to learn the masterful techniques of the Dragon Breaking Sky Slash. The Breaking Army Dragon Strike, and the most potent skill before awakening, Phantom Sword Dance. Now, Wang Luo opened his status panel. Name, Zirwat D. Luo, Class, Sword Soul, Faction, Navy, Title, Navy Supernova, all attributes 10, Level, 35. Experience, Strength, 140-10, Agility, 99-10, Intelligence, 58-10, Luck, 13-10, Charisma, 46-10, Health Status, 98, with no additional buffs or debuffs. Full status is 100, and if below 40, it will affect combat power. Weapon, Judgment Blade National Grief, Skywalker, Combat Power. Combat power has surpassed 40,000. This illustrates the tremendous enhancement powerful skills provide to combat strength. Everything is in place. Now, it is merely a matter of waiting for the arrival of Whitebeard II. And this time, I shall ensure your return is impossible. After having a drink, Wang Luo returned to the warship with Zifa, only to encounter Adelaide upon boarding. Noticing the scent of alcohol on Wang Luo, he chuckled, saying, "Old 3, why didn't you call me to drink? You must have felt restrained with teacher Zifa." Wang Luo gestured subtly towards Zifa, who was leisurely making his way back to the cabin, and whispered, "That eccentric old man Zifa? Only you could tolerate him." Upon hearing that Wang Luo had gone drinking with Zifa, Adelaide instinctively recoiled, clearly unable to forget the days of fear under Zifa's command. "By the way, Old 3, how about we brothers find a nice place to drink together tonight?" Wang Luo naturally understood who the brothers referred to. Apart from the occupants of Dormitory 216, Adelaide had not addressed anyone else as such. However, Wang Luo was reluctant to join, as he wanted to complete his daily tasks early and rest in preparation for the imminent arrival of Whitebeard II. Yet, Adelaide's words left him with no choice but to acquiesce. "Old 3, you must come tonight. After returning to the military academy, graduation will be upon us, and we will surely be worlds apart. Let us cherish this night together." Indeed, graduation was fast approaching, and the memories of his past life flooded Wang Luo with mixed emotions. Warming his heart, such brotherly bonds are rare in life. Thus, Wang Luo nodded, saying, "All right then, let us drink together tonight." Adelaide pointed towards the harbor, beaming, "Great, Old 3. Let us meet here at 6. Nodding in agreement, Wang Luo parted ways with Adelaide. Returning to his temporary quarters, where he drew the Judgment Blade National Grief and began to practice, completing today's tasks, as dusk fell, the setting sun faded, and night gradually unfurled its veil, enveloping the earth in darkness. Streetlights began to glow, casting a pure white light in the tranquil evening, while the lush green leaves of the coconut trees glimmered under the illumination, resembling a circle of emeralds. The coconut trees rustled softly in the salty sea breeze, producing a gentle whisper, as if they were graceful dancers swaying to a melodious tune. The 4 members of Dormitory 216 arrived at the harbor almost simultaneously, exchanging little conversation as they joyously made their way to the tavern. The eastern town at night remained bustling, with adults holding the hands of children as they strolled, while a child, clutching a candied hawthorn, gazed enviously at another child riding on their father's shoulders. Laughter ringing out, street vendors, increasingly crowded, filled the air with tantalizing aromas, creating a perfect tapestry of life's myriad flavors amidst the laughter of children and adults and the bustling crowd. In a private room on the 2nd floor of a tavern in the town, Chermo raised a bowl of liquor, downing it in one gulp, his face brimming with joy. Ha ha ha. It's been ages since I've enjoyed myself so thoroughly. Old 4. Why are you drinking so quickly? It has only been 10 minutes, and we've already downed 3 bottles. This isn't tea barley juice. It's freaking whiskey. Strong liquor. Do you understand? Old 2, Boval, who possessed the weakest tolerance, was already showing signs of redness. Watching as Old 4, Chermo, prepared to drink more with him, his expression growing long. Old 2, why are you so slow? Didn't the old one say? This might be our last drink together as brothers. Who knows when we'll have the chance again. Drink up. We won't return until we're drunk. Chermo seized Boval's cup, urging him to drink, while Wang Luo and Adelaide, watching the spectacle, chuckled. The old one. Adelaide couldn't help but laugh aloud, catching Chermo's attention. Seeing Boval struggling to keep up, Chermo boldly declared, "Old one, let us show him what brothers do." Adelaide's face immediately paled. What the hell? Old 4, you can't bully like this. Go drink with Old 3. Chermo replied in a deep voice. I want to drink with Old 3. His tolerance is too high that it's far more entertaining to drink with you. Old one, that Adelaide retorted. Are you implying I'm easy to bully? Chermo chuckled. Just say whether you'll drink or not. If you don't, you're admitting defeat. Damn it. Let us go. Who's afraid of whom? As midnight approached. Having consumed ample food and drink, the group was nearly inebriated, with the exception of Adelaide and Wang Luo, who remained relatively sober, while Chermo and Boval had already slumped onto the table in slumber. Look, they're both drunk. Old one, should we carry them back? Wang Luo pointed at the 2. Adelaide shook his head. Old 3, don't you feel a bit dizzy? Dizzy? Perhaps a little, but I don't think it's too bad. Suddenly, Wang Luo felt a heaviness in his head and weakness in his limbs. Had he drunk too much? Old 3, look at you. You can't even stand. I can't carry all of you back. Let us rest here. I've already booked a room, and we'll head back early tomorrow. Feeling the world spinning around him, Wang Luo had no choice but to agree with Adelaide's suggestion. Thus, with the assistance of the tavern staff, they returned to their room to rest. Watching Wang Luo succumb to sleep, Adelaide's once drunken visage transformed into one of startling clarity. He murmured, Old 3, I am truly sorry. But this is as far as I can go. I hope you won't hate me in the future. With that, he stepped outside, took a deep breath, and pulled out a din mushy. Dialing a number. Once connected, a stern voice echoed from the other end. Have you arranged your affairs? Yes, father. Adelaide responded with a bitter expression. Humph, it's disgraceful for a celestial dragon to develop feelings for a mere mortal. Nevertheless, you will soon form your own team. After all, we are not ordinary celestial dragons. You have your own path to tread. This mission was executed satisfactorily. You did not tarnish the Garand family's name. The old man is a stubborn fellow who won't tolerate the slightest blemish. This matter ends here, understood? Yes, father. Upon hearing the words the old man, Adelaide appeared as though he had seen a nightmarish vision. His face filled with dread. Meanwhile, as Wang Luo and the others were drinking, the escort ship had surprisingly arrived early in the evening, a full night ahead of schedule. Moreover, the escort ship brought with it a rather peculiar order from Navy headquarters. The military command mandated Zifa to lead the Naval Academy students back to Navy headquarters immediately, while Adelaide, Zirwa Luo, Boval, Chermo, and the others were to accompany the escort ship to impel down. Despite Zifa's bewilderment regarding the premature arrival of the escort ship and the seemingly nonsensical orders from the Navy headquarters, he felt compelled to comply after conversing with Admiral Sengoku via the telephone snail. Sengoku conveyed, Cheval Lo's performance and talent have garnered the attention of the upper echelons of the world government. The 4 of them have been assigned to undertake an escort mission alongside a clandestine task. Upon completion, the world government will bestow the most glorious future upon your disciple. Execute the orders. Zifa, for the sake of Wang Luo's future, Zifa had no choice but to embark on this perplexing mission. That it was merely a matter of returning prematurely. After all, although the order was indeed odd, it essentially instructed him to set sail ahead of schedule, while Wang Luo and his companions would make a brief visit to impel down. What could possibly go wrong? Zifa had a great deal of faith in his old comrade, Sengoku. Thus, after handing over the Tina pirates that evening, Zifa left a note for Wang Luo and led the remaining Navy personnel back to port. The following day, the sky was a brilliant azure, with radiant sunlight cascading upon the earth. Sunbeams filtered through the leaves, streaming through the windows and illuminating the room. The blinding light jolted the still sleeping Wang Luo awake. He shot up from his bed with a start. Ugh, my head hurts. Damn it. I actually overindulged. Wang Luo shook his still dizzy head, pondering how it could have happened. His current physical condition, while not boasting the ability to drink endlessly, should not have succumbed to mere 5 or 6 bottles of strong liquor. Was the after effect from last night more potent than usual? As he climbed out of bed, he noticed Adelaide already waiting at the door, appearing equally groggy from a hangover, pointing at the clock hanging in the tavern's center with a troubled expression. He said, "Old 3, it seems we're going to be late. It's already 11 o'clock. Damn it, I can hardly imagine what Zifa's face will look like," Wang Luo shouted. "Hurry and wake those 2 lazy bastards up. You go call old 4, and I'll rouse old 2. Adelaide rubbed his temples and remarked, "Geez, we really drank too much last night. We shouldn't have indulged like that. But with graduation approaching, surely Zifa won't punish us. Though it's possible he might just leave us behind. What are we waiting for? Let us move." They rushed toward the harbor like a whirlwind. Upon spotting the military ship, they breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Zifa hadn't abandoned them. Enduring a scolding was a small price to pay. However, upon returning to the port, they noticed something peculiar. The ship was somewhat small and old. Had they really switched vessels after just one night? Once they identified themselves, they boarded the Navy ship only to discover it was the escort vessel they were meant to hand over to that moment. Vice Admiral Kaisa, who was overseeing the escort mission, produced a note left by Zifa and handed it to Wang Luo. "I was supposed to set sail an hour ago, but Zifa asked me to wait for you, so here I am." This is a letter from him. Wang Luo opened it to find the words, "You little rascal, daring to stay out all night? Just wait until we return to Navy headquarters. I'll deal with you then." The handwriting was unmistakably Zifa's, and the tone was identical. Wang Luo, trusting his mentor, felt his mind racing in confusion. He never expected that Zifa would be so stubborn as to leave without waiting for him. What the hell? Whitebeard II is coming soon. What are we going to do about it? This situation was undoubtedly unfolding during their return journey. Vice Admiral Kaisa, could you take us to catch up with Zifa? Wang Luo immediately inquired. Kaisa shook his head. "I cannot. I am currently carrying out an escort mission and must deliver the Tina pirates to impel down before returning to Navy headquarters. This process will take about 5 days. 5 days. 5 days. That means I can only rush over to collect the cadets' remains, right?" Wang Luo exclaimed. "Besides, I'm not aiming to return to Navy headquarters, but to the ship." Suddenly, Wang Luo recalled Adelaide's identity and quickly pulled him aside. Whispering, "Old boss, can you arrange for a speedboat to take me after Zifa?" Adelaide, taken aback, asked, "What do you need to chase Zifa for? He is likely furious right now that we should just return on the escort ship and let the storm pass." However, if it weren't for the ominous hints and the tragic fate of Zifa in the original narrative, Wang Luo might have accepted the situation passively. But at this moment, with the looming threat to Zifa and the cadets, he was consumed by urgency. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out, "Zifa and the others will encounter an ambush on their return. We must go rescue them." Adelaide's expression shifted dramatically. "Luo, how do you know about the plan? When was it leaked? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible." Seeing Adelaide's reaction, Wang Luo realized his baseless statement had struck a nerve. How could he explain this? He was merely an ordinary person in this world, without power or influence. Where would he have obtained such intelligence, especially since he had accurately stated that Zifa would face an attack on their return? This knowledge seemed almost certain that, as the saying goes, the speaker has no intention, but the listener takes it to heart. T.O. Adelaide. It felt like a tempest was brewing. Had his telephone snail been compromised? That shouldn't be possible. His device was equipped with anti-eavesdropping technology, the latest innovation from Vegapunk. How could it be deciphered? Or had he been overheard while using the telephone snail last night, due to poor soundproofing at the tavern? That didn't make sense either. He had taken strong hypnotics and should have been in a deep sleep if he were exposed. He shouldn't have reacted this way today. These turbulent thoughts swirled in Adelaide's mind. Wang Luo quickly clarified. "Old boss, it's not what you think. I possess an ability to foresee danger. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing this, Adelaide sighed. "A devil fruit ability? I recall you don't have one." Wang Luo grasped Adelaide's shoulders, imploring, "Old boss, please trust me. I beg you, help me. What danger could there be?" "That old coot Zifa is a former Marine admiral," Adelaide countered. "Old boss, perhaps you want to understand, but my principle is to do everything in my power to protect those I hold dear." A sincere smile suddenly graced Wang Luo's face. If I knew you were in danger, even from 1,000 miles away, I would come to your aid without hesitation. I would give my all for my brother. Old 3, you say that. Wang Luo chuckled, gazing toward Navy headquarters that he was going, uncertain if he could alter Zifa's fate and that of the cadets aboard the ship. Yet, if he didn't go, he would regret it. This was not merely about a system mission. Whether or not he completed the task was of little importance. The thought of standing by while others perished would haunt him for a lifetime. This was no longer a trivial matter that could be brushed aside in a few frames of a simple comic. These were friends and comrades with whom he had shared over 1,000 days and nights. They were living, breathing individuals. Knowing something terrible was about to happen and choosing not to intervene was simply inconceivable for Wang Luo. This transcended mere conscience. It conflicted with his sense of justice. Old boss, perhaps you won't comprehend my feelings. After all, I've faced death once. Therefore, I cherish my partners, family, and friends even more. It is only through loss that one realizes how precious the seemingly insignificant things are. Adelaide, well aware of Wang Luo's past, mistakenly believed he referred to the battle at Mushroom Town before joining the Marines, unaware that Wang Luo was recounting a tale from another world. They were all promising Marine cadets, the future of the Navy. It would be a tragedy for them to perish so easily, a loss for this world. Justice cannot rely solely on you and me. Old boss, do you remember the dreams we discussed? You said you wanted to change this world so that everyone could have enough to eat and wear warm clothes. That I can hear your sincere wish. Although I do not know the true nature of your family, your ability to command the CP intelligence agency directly under the world government suggests your origins are far from ordinary. I am fortunate that we share a common vision. Wang Luo's eyes sparkled with hope. Old boss, I know you have a good heart. Although my requests may seem unreasonable, and my reasons may appear absurd, please forgive my stubbornness. Brother, we are about to graduate, and our era is about to begin. Starting today, at this very moment, let us work together to turn this world upside down. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. If I were to stand here today, unmoved, knowing full well that my classmates, friends, and teachers are in peril, yet choosing not to intervene, I could not bring myself to do such a thing. Oh, my dear leader, I implore you to assist me. Though Wang Luo's powerful hands gripped his shoulders tightly, causing him some discomfort, Adelaide remained unfazed, profoundly touched within. His facial expressions fluctuated, a tempest of emotions, until at last he let out a long sigh and declared, Understood, my third brother. It seems I cannot resist your appeal. Seeing that Adelaide had finally acquiesced, Wang Luo released his grip and took a step back, bowing deeply. Thank you, my leader. I knew you were of like mind. With your presence, we are not alone. Enough, let us depart. We must set off to pursue it while there is still time. Adelaide turned his back. His expression obscured. General Kaisha summoned CP0 from the cabin. Upon reaching the deck, Adelaide shed his previously carefree demeanor, adopting a more authoritative presence. How do you know? General Kaisha gazed at Adelaide in astonishment, incredulous that a mere naval academy could possess knowledge of such confidential matters involving CP0. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he spoke up. I need to consult further. Before General Kaisha could finish, a voice echoed from afar. No need, General Kaisha. Young Master Adelaide, your loyal servant CP0 Bayun stands ready to heed your command. In an instant, a figure clad in white and wearing a bizarre white mask appeared before them with astonishing speed, leaving both General Kaisha and Wang Luo momentarily stunned. Wang Luo scrutinized this CP0. Sensing the turbulent power within him through his observation haki. So, this is CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons. Such formidable strength. Young Master Adelaide, could it be that my leader is a celestial dragon? Bayun, is that correct? Adelaide's gaze was icy and indifferent. As he regarded the CP0 before him, Bayun bowed in respect. Indeed, young Master Adelaide, excellent. I in the name of Fegalind Adelaide, I requisition this warship. Set sail immediately to pursue Zifa. And contact him right away, instructing him to halt at the nearest island to dock until we rendezvous. Remain vigilant and exercise utmost caution against ambushes. Young Master Adelaide. CP0 Bayun's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Adelaide. Shouldn't we seek approval for this? After all, this is... Before Bayun could finish, he was silenced by Adelaide's stern gaze, prompting him to quickly respond. Yes, young Master Adelaide. I shall execute your orders at once. Turning to General Kaisha, he commanded, General Kaisha, did you hear young Master Adelaide's instructions? Proceed with the orders. General Kaisha's mind was a whirlwind. Were not celestial dragons merely a bunch of fools? How could one like Adelaide exist among them? Attending a naval academy? However, he dared not delay and promptly saluted. Yes, everyone. Set sail immediately. Contact the liaison officer to call Zifa, instructing him to find the nearest island to dock until we converge, under Adelaide's command. The naval escort ship set sail at full speed, daring not to slacken for even a moment. Adelaide turned to Wang Luo and the others, saying, You three return to the cabin. I need to discuss some matters with CP0. Wang Luo exchanged a knowing glance with Adelaide but said nothing, heading back to the cabin. Meanwhile, Chermo and Boval regarded Adelaide with newfound trepidation. The term celestial dragon loomed over them like an oppressive mountain, stifling their breath. Once the trio had distanced themselves, Adelaide finally spoke. Bayun, to what extent has our plan progressed? Bayun, not daring to delay, replied hastily, reporting to young Master Adelaide. I have already sent the coordinates of Zifa's ship. Would you like me to issue orders to abort this operation? Humph. Bayun, do not meddle. Proceed with the plan as normal, Adelaide replied coldly. Yes, young Master Adelaide. Bayun suddenly reminded, Young Master, given your abrupt change of plans, should we not inform the Master? Adelaide fixed his gaze on Bayun. Are you instructing me on my duties? As CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, he was not like others who cowered before them. Aside from necessary respect, there was no need to fear. Yet this particular master was unlike any other celestial dragon. Bayun promptly knelt, trembling uncontrollably. I would not dare. Humph. Adelaide's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he stated. Bayun, I am aware of your thoughts. Do not presume to understand my motives, lest you meet a grim fate. I would not dare. Bayun's head nearly buried itself into the deck. If this master truly wished him dead, he would indeed face an inescapable demise. Enough. Rise, attend to your duties diligently, and by following me, advancement may not be impossible. Upon hearing this, Bayun quickly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Adelaide, for your recognition. Bayun shall serve you with utmost loyalty until death. Seeing that the time was ripe, Adelaide waved his hand, saying, I need to make a call to my father. You keep watch. Yes, young Master Adelaide. Purr. Moshi, is this Adelaide? Are you aboard the ship heading to Impel Down? Listening to the voice emanating from the transponder snail, Adelaide respectfully replied, Father, I believe we need to alter our plans. After a considerable time, Adelaide entered the guest room of the cabin, the three individuals who had been seated together. Upon seeing Adelaide, instantly rose in fear, particularly Chermo and Boval, their eyes filled with trepidation. Only Wang Luo remained seated, observing Adelaide with curiosity, smiling as he spoke. My leader, you have concealed your identity from us quite well. I never imagined that our leader is actually a world noble, a celestial dragon. How is it that you mingle with commoners like us? Adelaide chuckled awkwardly, replying, Our Fegalan family is not like the typical celestial dragons. Do not be so formal. Whatever happened to the camaraderie we shared last night? Young Master Adelaide. Boval stammered, We can still. Adelaide retorted, I am still Adelaide. Does my identity negate my role as your leader? Upon hearing this, the two breathed a sigh of relief and, at Adelaide's invitation, hesitantly sat down, though their expressions remained awkward. My leader, with your esteemed status as a celestial dragon attending the Naval Academy, may I inquire about your true intentions? Though it might jeopardize their relationship, Wang Luo asked the question that had lingered in his mind. Adelaide laughed heartily. What, my third brother? Do you suspect my motivations are impure? Indeed, they are, but that is a long story. My father is the current leader of the Holy Knights, commanding a group of formidable experts from around the world. Not all members are celestial dragons. Do you understand my meaning? Oh, I see. Young master, you are preparing your own faction for the future? Boval exclaimed excitedly. A celestial dragon and the Holy Knights. Though I do not fully grasp the relationship. It seems your standing among the celestial dragons is indeed remarkable. You must be of the highest nobility. With a celestial dragon as our backing, does that not mean? Wow, our ancestors must be smiling from above. Adelaide nodded affirmatively. Yes, however, after these 3 years of camaraderie, you are my true brothers. Out there, We may be of different ranks, but within, I remain your good elder brother." As he spoke, Adelaide's gaze turned to Wang Luo. "In truth, you should thank my third brother. He has altered my perspective. Initially, my sole intention was to recruit you as my subordinates." Adelaide's tone was profoundly sincere. It was important to note that he was a world noble, a celestial dragon. While Chermo and Boval were oblivious to the significance of the Holy Knights, Wang Luo was acutely aware. Directly subordinate to the world monarch Emu, the Holy Knights leader was second only to one, standing at the pinnacle above countless others, on par with the Gorosei, in some respects, even holding greater power. For instance, the leader of the Holy Knights possessed the authority to execute celestial dragons before Adelaide revealed his true identity. Wang Luo had merely assumed he was just the offspring of a senior CP0 official. Little did he know that Adelaide's background was far more formidable. The Figueran family epitomized the pinnacle of power in this world. However, Wang Luo's attitude towards Adelaide remained unchanged despite his illustrious lineage. From the moments they had shared, Wang Luo was certain he had not misjudged. Adelaide was indeed no ordinary celestial dragon. He harbored grand ambitions and was determined to alter the course of the world. Just as Wang Luo was about to speak, Adelaide interrupted him. "Third, no need for words. The fact that you still call me big brother speaks volumes. Rest assured, we shall never be in a subordinate relationship. For I cherish this brotherhood dearly." As he spoke, Adelaide's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He then called out, "Bai Yun, bring in the items I prepared for my brothers." "Yes, young Master Adelaide." The figure of CP0 Bai Yun emerged, elegantly carrying a delicate silver tray adorned with 3 devil fruits and a sword. Adelaide gestured towards the tray, proclaiming, "These are the meticulously selected devil fruits I have gathered for you over the past 2 years. He then picked up an apple-shaped devil fruit and tossed it to Kelmo. "Fourth, this is the paramecia-type muscle fruit. Perfectly suited for you. It is said to amplify the user's muscular strength by 10-fold or even 100-fold, rendering the muscles as hard as iron." Next, he retrieved a bird-shaped devil fruit and tossed it to Boval. "This is the bird fruit, eagle form. As a sharpshooter, observation and vision are your most essential attributes. This fruit will significantly enhance your eyesight, and as the mightiest avian in the skies, the eagle will also augment your agility and combat prowess." Kelmo was immediately overcome with emotion, kneeling on one knee. "Big brother, from now on, my 300 pounds are yours." Upon witnessing this, Boval quickly knelt, pledging his loyalty as well. Finally, it was Wang Luo's turn. Adelaide first picked up the sword, stating, "This is the sword of the Pirate King Gold. Roger, known as Ace, one of the 12 supreme grade swords. After the Pirate King's execution, this sword has been kept in Mary Geos, and I specifically retrieved it from the old man. Third, I believe that you are the one destined to surpass the Pirate King. This sword is yours." The revelation of the sword left Wang Luo exhilarated. This was indeed a legendary blade. Subsequently, Adelaide presented him with a white tiger-shaped devil fruit, saying, "Third, I have long sought this devil fruit from the old man. It is undoubtedly the most fitting fruit for you. It is called the mythical Zoan cat fruit, white tiger form, a mythical Zoan." Wang Luo had seen this devil fruit in the systems shop. Priced at an exorbitant 38 million points, it could significantly enhance the user's strength and speed, and given that it was one of the legendary 4 sacred beasts, the power it conferred was not merely that of a standard animal type. As the guardian beast of the West, it excelled in warfare and slaughter, providing a 100 boost to metallic attributes. This meant that when wielding bladed weapons, Wang Luo's power would surge by 100. Who could withstand such might? Moreover, in its beast form, it would rival the colossal Kaido, boasting an impenetrable hide. Wang Luo had drooled over this devil fruit previously, but its astronomical cost had dissuaded him. These gifts were far too precious. It must be said that these items were truly invaluable, each one a masterpiece, particularly the gift prepared for Wang Luo, which could likely be traded for an entire nation. He quickly declined. "Big brother, this gift is far too extravagant." Adelaide chuckled heartily. "Third, is it now my turn to persuade you? Did you not just say you wish to upheave this world alongside me? What? Are you now hesitating? Accept it that I see the potential within you, that I may not possess the combat prowess of the old man. But this world is not so simple as to be swayed solely by brute force. Though I have mentioned this before, there are always unreasonable individuals who require someone to manage them, correct? You mentioned that if Teacher Zephyr were to face danger, it is hard to imagine anyone posing a threat to a Marine Admiral. Originally, I intended to present these gifts upon graduation, but I have decided to expedite their delivery to enhance your combat capabilities. Wang Luo felt a pang of emotion, realizing that Adelaide had prepared these well in advance. Third, accept it that I know I cannot stop you from rescuing Teacher Zephyr, but you cannot expect me to stand idly by while you march towards your demise. Adelaide once again extended the ace and the white tiger fruit towards him. Indeed, third, accept it. Yes, Big Brother-esque good intentions. Kelmo and Boval chimed in, urging him on. Very well, Big Brother, I am immensely grateful. Wang Luo solemnly accepted the white tiger fruit and aced. That's more like it. Between brothers. Why speak of gratitude? It feels distant, does it not? Now, hurry and consume the devil fruits to acclimate to their powers. Should Teacher Zephyr and the former students truly come under attack, I shall have Bayun assist. Having drunk too much yesterday, my head still aches that I shall return to my room to rest, Adelaide stated, rising slowly with his forehead cradled in by Yun's support as he made his way outside. Muttering softly, I took the old man's treasures. I wonder if I'll get a beating later. Meanwhile, the three remaining in the cabin exchanged glances. Kelmo was the first to seize a devil fruit and pop it into his mouth. Boval quickly followed suit, devouring his own devil fruit. Is it true that the taste of devil fruits resembles excrement? Wang Luo grimaced as he gazed at the fruit in his hand, slowly parting his lips to take a bite. Ugh, this soft and bland texture. What on earth is this? After swallowing a piece of the devil fruit, Wang Luo felt a dramatic transformation within his body, a surge of power bubbling to the surface. A notion flickered in his mind. With a mere thought, his body began to manifest the abilities of the devil fruit. It was an astonishing sensation. He envisioned a white tiger in his mind, sensing that he could transform into it with just a single thought. Simultaneously, the other two felt the unique changes brought on by the devil fruits. The trio dashed to the deck like children discovering a fascinating new toy. Eager to unleash their newfound abilities, suddenly, a towering giant over 10 meters tall emerged, causing the massive warship to tremble under his immense weight. That a 2-meter-tall eagle with piercing eyes struck terror into those who beheld it. And finally, a 10-meter-long white tiger unleashed a thunderous roar. The roar echoed through the mountains and forests, commanding the respect of all beasts. The presence of the divine beast, the white tiger, instilled fear in the hearts of the Navy personnel escorting the ship. Kelmo, transformed into a muscular giant, boomed. Third, your white tiger is far too majestic. You're stealing my thunder. Wang Luo then attempted to enter his hybrid form, only to find it somewhat challenging to control. After much effort, he finally managed to transition into his hybrid state. The beast form was excessively large for combat. It was only in the hybrid form that one could truly become a machine of slaughter. Boasting the formidable physique and strength of a mythical Zoan, while also employing his exquisite swordsmanship, he was essentially a humanoid beast. At that moment, Wang Luo opened his character attributes panel and felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Name, 0D. Luo. Occupation, Sword Soul Faction. Navy Title, Navy Supernova. All attributes 10, Level, 35 Experience Points, Strength, 190-10 Agility, 149-10 Intelligence, 58-10 Luck, 13-10 Charm, 46-10 Health Status, 98. No additional buffs. Full status 100, character status below 40 effects. Combat power, Devil Fruit, Mythical Zoan Cat Fruit, White Tiger form. Combat status, transforming into Devil Fruit Human Beast form. Weapon, Judgment Blade. National Grief. Skywalker combat power. A single Devil Fruit has increased combat power by over 20,000. This is utterly terrifying. At this moment, Wang Luo felt an insatiable thirst for battle within him, yearning to test the overwhelming strength of Whitebeard II. A power that had been lauded by Kizu. Standing in the lounge, Adelaide observed the unfolding scene with a broad smile. After a brief moment, he summoned Suvro's Bayun and inquired, "How many hours until we can catch up with Zifa?" Bayun respectfully replied, "Approximately 5 hours, young Master Adelaide." Nodding in acknowledgement, Adelaide instructed, "How long until the offensive commences?" "In 2 hours, came the reply. "Very well. Inform them to initiate the attack in 4 hours. We shall continue our advance at full speed." "Yes, young Master Adelaide." Bayun bowed respectfully and withdrew. As he watched CP0 disappear into the shadows, Adelaide murmured, the third. Although I have promised to assist you, The king's orders cannot be changed at a whim. Everything must proceed according to plan, and some necessary sacrifices are required. This way, you will have a better chance to become the hero who saves them, will you not? In the stillness of the night, the moon hung serenely in the sky, resembling an eye floating upon the water's surface. The modern naval warship was anchored beside a small, uninhabited island. Reflected in the moon's luminous gaze, the night breeze carried a slight chill, gently caressing the tranquil sea, creating ripples that adorned the island's beauty with an air of serenity. Suddenly, several bubbles emerged from the inky depths, followed by the appearance of a periscope, revealing a submarine lurking beneath the waves. Report, Commander. Target locked and ready for engagement. A soldier clad in a black military uniform announced. Wait a moment. The order is to commence at precisely 9 o'clock, which is still 8 minutes away. A figure in white attire, adorned with a peculiar white mask, stood out among the black-clad soldiers, commanding the group. Ensure there are no markings on the ammunition indicating the world government? No, Commander. Excellent, we are the harbingers of justice in the night. This group from the Navy Academy poses a threat to world peace, and thus the world government has made the difficult decision to eliminate them, a matter that deeply saddens us, CP0 stated slowly. While the black-clad soldiers shouted in unison, all for peace. We are the Night Walkers. A satisfied smile spread across the face concealed beneath the CP0 mask. In the naval warship's quarters, an observer gazed quizzically at Zifa, saying, Teacher Zifa, today's events feel rather peculiar. What is the meaning behind these nonsensical orders? Zifa took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a long plume of smoke as he replied, Indeed, the recent actions of the world government have become increasingly incomprehensible. Allowing so many pirates to run rampant while restricting naval funding, and even instituting that damned Shichibukai system. Acknowledging the pirates' legitimacy, it is a disgrace to the Navy. Indeed, recruiting new soldiers has become increasingly difficult these past few years. All due to that Shichibukai debacle. What on earth is the world government thinking? Zifa interrupted. Let us focus on our own duties. The students from this naval academy are promising recruits. We must uphold the Navy's justice. Yes, Teacher Zifa, the observers responded in unison. Just then, the tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered by the sound of cannon fire. A deafening explosion erupted at the front of the warship, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of smoke. Enemy attack. The thought flashed instinctively through everyone's minds, under the world government's chaotic orders, one of which was to remain vigilant due to reported enemy incursions. All personnel immediately entered combat mode, with Zifa's command. Everyone rushed to the deck, where a lookout was scanning the horizon for signs of the enemy. Report. No enemy sighted. The lookout relayed through the Dindin Mushi. How can there be no enemies? Zifa questioned. Perplexed as he observed the calm sea and the encroaching smoke, suddenly, he detected a faint, sweet aroma, and a slight numbness crept up his nose to his brain. This is anesthetic gas? Everyone, put on your gas masks. This smoke is laced with anesthetics, Zifa shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Many cadets and observers had succumbed to slumber, snoring heavily. Damn it. Zifa, feeling a strong wave of dizziness, struggled to don his gas mask, which provided some relief, but his condition had already plummeted to a critical state. Watching as only a handful of the swift-reacting individuals managed to put on their masks, Zifa felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. Damn it, the enemy possesses such potent anesthetic weaponry. This is disastrous. The few who remained conscious gripped their weapons nervously, bracing for the imminent threat. Approximately half an hour later, as the anesthetic gas began to dissipate, a heavy object crashed onto the Navy's deck, shattering the stillness. Looking up, they beheld a corpulent figure wielding an 8-foot-long naginata. Though his head was large, it appeared comical beneath his rotund body, a crescent-shaped white mustache dangling beneath his nose. Upon closer inspection, he was covered in stitched scars, particularly a gruesome one on his neck, which suggested unimaginable past injuries that had left him unscathed. Mommy, I must be Whitebeard's son, for my mustache is white too. Of course, my dear son, you are indeed Whitebeard's biological child. Mommy, if I take down these Navy men, will father let me return to the Whitebeard pirates? Yes, my beloved child. Roar. Then perish, Navy men. With that, Whitebeard II swung his naginata toward a standing Navy cadet. Those around him, Navy soldiers, cadets, observers, met a grim fate, none escaping the blade of Whitebeard II. Under the influence of the anesthetic gas, they fell victim to his merciless assault without understanding how they met their end. Among the few awake was Evan, who, though initially startled by the sudden onslaught, quickly regained his composure, drawing upon his extensive combat experience. Channeling his haki into his sword, he launched a strike at Whitebeard II. With contempt, Whitebeard II effortlessly cleaved through Evan's attack, propelling his hefty form forward, ready to cleave Evan in two with a horizontal slash. Instinctively, Evan raised his sword to defend against the impending blow. Clang! Whitebeard II's powerful strike sent Evan hurtling away, crashing heavily against the wall of the warship, rendering him unconscious, his fate uncertain. Witnessing the slaughter of his beloved cadets, Zifa's fury ignited. However, the potent anesthetic's effects dulled his reactions. And as he attempted to strike at Whitebeard II, the latter had already turned and kicked Zifa away. Observing Zifa's distinctive purple hair, Miss Bakken on the deck chuckled. So this is the former Admiral Zifa. My dear son, it appears he has been affected by the anesthetic. His movements are significantly slower, but do exercise caution. Whitebeard II crushed the skull of a Navy cadet beneath his foot, grinning maliciously. Fear not, mother. No one can defeat me. I am Whitebeard II, the biological son of the great pirate Whitebeard. As Zifa witnessed the cadets being slain before his eyes, a wild, murderous intent surged within him. Oh, you are quite the opponent, Navy. Sensing Zifa's rising ferocity, Whitebeard II swung his blade at him. Zifa, kicked and reeling from the intense pain in his abdomen, found himself momentarily more alert. His haki began to coalesce more rapidly, and his observation haki slowly allowed him to perceive Whitebeard II's movements. Clang! The dark, ink-like haki enveloped Zifa's fist as he launched a powerful punch, colliding with the Naginata. A fierce gust of wind exploded between them. After the clash, Zifa suddenly noticed a white mark on his fist. His pupils dilated. Even in his current weakened state, he had nearly breached the defenses of this formidable foe before him. The infamous Whitebeard II? Could he truly be the son of that accursed Whitebeard? The sheer dominance of his haki was astounding. Before Zifa could even contemplate his next move, Whitebeard II was already relentlessly attacking with his Bicento. Under the influence of the narcotic smoke, Zifa's abilities were diminished, likely only reaching 50% of his full potential. Clang! In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, and ultimately, a shallow cut appeared on Zifa's fist. His defenses had been breached. Gazing at the ferocious Whitebeard II, a profound sense of crisis enveloped Ephod. It wasn't his own sacrifice that troubled him, but rather the fate of the students aboard the ship should he fall in battle. The thought of the consequences was too dreadful to contemplate. How on earth could such a formidable enemy pinpoint their location with such precision? Whitebeard II, undeterred by reason, unleashed an even more ferocious aura. Despite his near-zero intelligence, his combat prowess and instinct were undeniably top-tier. At that moment, he had the upper hand and was determined to seize victory. The Bicento, imbued with the power of haki, emanated an aura of death, radiating an insatiable bloodlust. Navy, perish. As night fell, Wang Luo anxiously paced back and forth in the captain's cabin, tightly gripping the supreme great blade Ace gifted to him by Adelaide. True to its name, Ace significantly enhanced Wang Luo's abilities. Ace increases host's attack speed by 50, haki enhancement by 50, and reduces skill cooldown by 100. Such a formidable boost should have lifted Wang Luo's spirits. Yet the incessant twitching of his right eyelid left him in a state of unease. How much longer until they arrive? Wang Luo impatiently inquired. A nearby sailor responded, approximately 10 more minutes. Following the sailor's gaze, Wang Luo could just make out the faint outline of an island. At that moment, the system's alert echoed abruptly. Ding dong. Detected fatalities in the mission roster. Deceased member. Doflamingo. Ding dong. Detected fatalities in the mission roster. Deceased member. Eileen. Ding dong. Detected fatalities in the mission roster. Deceased member. Hamado. A relentless barrage of system alerts rang in Wang Luo's mind like a death knell. His eyes widened in horror. Each alert signified the loss of a vibrant life. As he beheld their names, vivid memories flooded back, their once bright faces fading into shadows. With a heart heavy with anguish, Wang Luo lamented, despite all calculations, nothing could withstand fate's decree. Ding dong. Total fatalities. 32. Current survival rate. 91. 1. Mission completion rewards. Experience points, mall points, and 1 awakening task completion voucher. Upon noticing that Zifa's name was absent from the death notifications, Wang Luo sighed in relief. He suppressed his rage and addressed the crew aboard the ship. I sense a battle has commenced ahead with my observation haki. I will proceed at once. You must hasten your approach. No one objected. After all, Vice Admiral Kesh's primary duty was to escort the mission, and ensuring the safety of the transport vessel was paramount. Even though he felt compelled to assist his comrades, he could not abandon the ship and the prisoners to rush into danger alone. With that, Wang Luo exited the captain's cabin and swiftly made his way toward the deserted island. As Wang Luo's figure gradually faded into the distance, Adelaide gazed at his silhouette, speaking to the full moon. Tonight's moon is exceptionally round. Bayun, follow him and observe from the shadows. If necessary, intervene, but ensure that third sun remains unharmed. Otherwise, I will summon you. Citro Bayun nodded resolutely, replying, Rest assured, young Master Adelaide. Bayun guarantees the mission's success. Otherwise, I shall present my head. Adelaide nodded in satisfaction, saying, Godfivo Bayun vanished without a trace. Watching Wang Luo disappear, Adelaide mused. To control the Navy, it is not essential to weaken them. As long as I can secure their core figures firmly within my grasp, the outcome remains unchanged. The 5 elders, Humph. A group of old fools. Their incompetence has long warranted their downfall. Frustrated by the inability to defeat Zifa and the constant interference from students firing guns and unleashing sword energy, Whitebeard II was on the verge of exploding with rage. Shouting, Mama, Mama, I'm so angry. In the next instant, his entire body trembled with fury, veins bulging, exuding an astonishing aura as he charged at Zifa with a powerful strike. Whitebeard II's full-force attack cleaved the night sky asunder. Zifa, fully aware of the terrifying power behind this move, would never have dared to take it head-on in his prime. However, evasion was not an option. If he did not intercept this blow, the ship might well be sunk, and the unconscious students and Navy personnel aboard would meet their doom. Come on, the justice I uphold cannot be shattered by a mere pirate like you. Zifa forced his narcotized body to gather energy. Channeling the surging haki into his arms, preparing to meet Whitebeard II's overwhelming assault head-on. Boom, the violent collision erupted at the center of their clash, transforming the tranquil sea into a roiling tempest. The rampant energy causing the waters to surge violently. Die, Navy! Whitebeard II's grotesque face contorted with rage, his voice roaring like thunder, as the horrific scars on his body writhed with malevolence. Zifa felt the force in his arms intensifying. Along with the searing pain, with a sickening squelch, one of his wrists flew off, blood gushing forth from the severed stump. Zifa's right wrist had been severed. It was unimaginable. A former admiral of the Navy. Now the current chief instructor, known as Black Arm Zifa. He was sent sprawling by the blow, clutching his mangled arm, the excruciating pain jolting his body back to life. He pressed his left hand against the fountain of blood spewing from his severed arm. Zifa did not cry out in agony. This was not the time for wails of despair. His enemy was still before him. He glared fiercely at Whitebeard II, his gaze burning with intensity. Mama, Mama, I defeated him. Now I'm going to kill him. Whitebeard II panted, exhilarated as he beheld Zifa, who had just lost his wrist. That, of course, my dear son, that is our mission. Miss Backen's aged face twisted into a cruel smile. Just then, an enraged voice erupted from the distance. Damn it! Damn it! I will kill you. A silver dragon pierced the night sky, swiftly darting through Whitebeard II's body. Before he could react, the silver dragon roared again, slashing with ferocity. In an instant, several gashes appeared on Whitebeard II's body, blood flowing profusely from the wounds. At this moment, Wang Luo's form became visible, having transformed into his hybrid beast form, his pristine fur contrasting with the black and white stripes of a tiger. Adorned with a prominent Wang character on his forehead, grasping the supreme great blade ace, he glared at the severed hand that lay on the ground, his teeth clenched in fury as he roared. I will tear you to shreds. As Wang Luo approached the naval ship, the shockwaves from the final clash between Whitebeard II and Zifa intensified his unease. He soared into the air, transforming into his hybrid form without hesitation. Activating the contract of humanity and swiftly mastering the skills, Dragon Break Slash, Phantom Sword Dance, and Breaking Army / Dragon Strike. However, just as he soared above the warship, he caught sight of Zifa's right wrist being severed by Whitebeard II. blood splattering across the deck, a scene of utter chaos. Wang Luo's fury ignited instantly, his rage reaching its zenith. Haki surged wildly within him, and Ace seemed to resonate with his feelings, emitting a series of sharp cries. Then, the scene unfolded as described earlier. Mama, Mama, it hurts so much. Whitebeard II appeared bloodied and battered after Wang Luo's ambush, yet the wounds on his chest and neck inexplicably ceased bleeding within moments, leaving him only lightly injured. To Wang Luo's astonishment, Whitebeard II's self-healing abilities and physical resilience were astonishing. Truly, he was a product of genetic modification. Coupled with Whitebeard's terrifying and domineering genes, Whitebeard II was like a younger version of his father. Indeed, he was a fearsome opponent. Yet, Wang Luo could not afford to underestimate Whitebeard II's seemingly foolish demeanor. After witnessing Zifa's severed wrist, he was acutely aware of Whitebeard II's strength. Wang Luo transformed into his beast-human form, and for a moment, Zifa failed to recognize him. However, the familiar voice and the perception granted by his observation Haki soon revealed that the figure before him was none other than his beloved disciple. Luo, be cautious of this fellow. He is not to be underestimated. Zifa cautioned. Teacher Zifa, please drink the potion I gave you quickly. Wang Luo urged hastily. It was then that Zifa recalled the potion Wang Luo had previously provided him, which he had completely forgotten. As the potion was opened, a refreshing aroma, rich with the essence of life, wafted through the air, alleviating some of the pain in Zifa's mind and wounds. That moment, Miss Pekin, standing behind Whitebeard II, issued an urgent command. My dear son, swiftly eliminate Zifa. I sense impending danger. Yes, mother, Whitebeard II replied, brandishing his kanabo to strike at Zifa. Wang Luo bellowed in defiance. Not on my watch. With his power fully charged, he launched himself forward at incredible speed. Whitebeard II felt a chill run down his spine. Abandoning his attack on Zifa, he hastily withdrew his weapon to defend himself. Clang! The clash produced a shower of sparks, as Wang Luo, enhanced by the transformation of his mythical beast, the cat fruit, in its white tiger form, exerted a power that subtly overmatched Whitebeard II's, amidst the grating sound of metal scraping. The kanabo was pressed down relentlessly by Wang Luo, causing Whitebeard II's face to flush crimson. Suddenly, the muscles in his arms swelled dramatically, and he exerted a tremendous force, pushing back against the blade that had been forced down upon him. With a furious roar, Whitebeard II's bulk quaked, and Wang Luo was sent flying by this unnatural strength. Unfazed, Wang Luo executed a reverse slash, delivering a frenzied aerial strike that caught Whitebeard II off guard. After a violent explosion, Whitebeard II was knocked back several paces. Seizing this opportunity, Zifa swiftly consumed the miraculous healing potion. In the next instant, the gaping wound on his right wrist visibly healed, fresh flesh sprouting forth, and the disorienting effects of the anesthetic dissipated. Alas, his severed right hand could not be restored. At this moment, a profound sense of guilt welled up within Zifa. Had he not disregarded Wang Luo's counsel and consumed the potion at the first sign of paralysis? Or had he heeded the intel from the Navy headquarters and arranged for proper vigilance? Perhaps fewer cadets would have perished. Feeling strength return to his body, Zifa propelled himself forward. Regret was of no use now. Only by shedding the blood of Whitebeard II could he avenge the fallen sailors, cadets, and his own severed hand. Witnessing Zifa's rejuvenation, Wang Luo thought to himself, with teacher Zifa's assistance, it seems today will spell doom for Whitebeard II. Mother, I am enraged. I shall sink this ship. I will slay everyone. Whitebeard II's fury was palpable, and Miss Pekin responded with a sinister smile. Go forth, my beloved son. With a furious roar, Whitebeard II swung his kanabo down towards the deck. Wang Luo sheathed ace, crouched low, and suddenly unleashed a powerful thrust, leaving deep claw marks on the deck. Enveloped in a dazzling aura of golden energy, Wang Luo collided forcefully with Whitebeard II, the impact resonating with a thunderous crash that sent the hefty figure staggering backward. Wang Luo swiftly drew ace, shouting, breaking army rising dragon strike. The sword sliced through Whitebeard II's abdomen, and an eruption of blood gushed forth, propelling Whitebeard II skyward with sheer force. Wang Luo leaped into the air, executing a series of rapid slashes that momentarily overwhelmed Whitebeard II. Yet, to his credit, Whitebeard II proved remarkably resilient, managing to parry some of the blows even while airborne. sustaining only minor injuries. Wang Luo, undeterred, continued his relentless assault, launching a silver-glinted blade directly at Whitebeard II, akin to a comet crashing down upon the deck. Boom! A deafening sound echoed as the entire warship shuddered violently, the steel deck buckling under the impact. Creating a vast crater, blood spewed from Whitebeard II's mouth as he was struck, while Wang Luo utilized the recoil to leap away. At this juncture, Zfa spoke up. Luo, let us drive him towards the deserted island. Most aboard the warship have been rendered unconscious by the potent anesthetic. Should the vessel sink, survival for the majority would be improbable. Wang Luo nodded. The realization of the powerful anesthetic's effects dawned upon him. Considering Miss Bakin's former identity, acquiring such war weaponry from Caesar or Queen would have been a trivial matter. No wonder Zfa had been bested by Whitebeard II. Wang Luo silently lamented forgetting the significance of Miss Bakin. A former scientist of the Navy, with a furious roar, Whitebeard II leaped from the crater, his body quaking with rage, his scars seemingly alive as he bellowed at Wang Luo. I am truly angry. I will kill you. An overwhelming aura erupted from him. As the conqueror's haki coalesced around his kanabo, the blade glinting ominously, Zfa sprang into action, moving like a tempest, his right foot enveloped in conqueror's haki. Striking with the force of a diamond. Bang! His foot connected squarely with Whitebeard II's face, indenting the portly visage and producing a sound akin to cracking bones, a testament to Zfa's unbridled fury. The next instant, Whitebeard II's body soared toward the deserted island, blood streaming from his mouth and nose like crimson trails. Bang! 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 A series of crashes echoed from afar as Whitebeard II collided with countless trees. Someone fetch that old hag Miss Bakin, Zfa commanded. Luo, let us eliminate that wretched scoundrel. Although Zfa was renowned for not slaying high-ranking officers, witnessing the murder of his cherished students and subordinates, combined with his own severed hand, awakened a long-dormant thirst for vengeance within him. Yes, Teacher Zfa, shouted the remaining conscious cadets and sailors. Miss Bakin's expression turned to one of panic. She had never anticipated that Zfa, despite his grievous injuries, would regain combat capability due to a mere potion. Moreover, from the speed and strength of that last kick, it seemed the effects of the anesthetic had vanished entirely, without resistance. Miss Bakin allowed the sailors to bind her with sea-stone handcuffs, while Wang Luo and Zfa dashed towards the direction in which Whitebeard II had been propelled in midair. The duo spotted Whitebeard II, who was slowly rising from the ground, clutching his face and screaming in rage. Mother, mother, it hurts so much. I am truly furious. I will shred them to pieces. Wang Luo and Zfa exchanged glances, a cold smirk gracing their lips. Shred to pieces? Indeed, that shall be your fate. I distinctly declared my intention to tear you limb from limb. They landed in unison, Wang Luo once more sheathing his sword, gripping the hilt with both hands, readying himself for the next onslaught. Just as Whitebeard II attempted to swing his weapon at Wang Luo, Zfa preemptively launched his attack, his fists and legs raining down upon Whitebeard II like a Gatling gun, driving him into retreat, his body absorbing countless blows, particularly to his head, which was treated as a prime target. In the wake of Zfa's wrathful assault, Whitebeard II was left on the brink of collapse. Blood gushing from his 7 orifices. After approximately 10 seconds, Wang Luo shouted, Teacher Zfa, get back. At Wang Luo's command, Zfa swiftly retreated, while Whitebeard II felt an ominous chill creep up his spine. Sensing Wang Luo, like a fierce tiger, staring him down, the keen awareness granted by his observation haki warned him of the looming peril. The soft sound of a sword being drawn resonated across the deserted island. As Ace shimmered under the night sky, each slash resembling ripples on water, growing ever faster, the unassuming blade imbued with a lethal intent, Whitebeard II instinctively summoned a formidable layer of Conqueror's haki to block the impending strike. Clang! A metallic sound echoed as the sword's brilliance flashed past, and with a crack, the blade of the kanabo was severed cleanly, the cut as smooth as glass. Wang Luo, seizing the advantage, executed a follow-up slash without hesitation. The blade slicing through Whitebeard II's chest, a torrent of blood erupted from the wound, as Whitebeard II staggered back, but Wang Luo was relentless, channeling all his might into the breaking army dragon strike. The entire figure collided with the second Whitebeard like a torrent, the sheer force overwhelming him into a state of dizziness. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Luo swiftly positioned himself behind Whitebeard, and the razor-sharp tip of Ace's sword plunged into the latter's back. Piercing through his flesh, with a sudden surge of strength, Wang Luo hoisted Whitebeard into the air, concluding the confrontation. Phantom sword dance. Wang Luo unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes, his movements so swift they appeared to manifest multiple phantoms, each resembling a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. Countless sword shadows, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, descended upon the corpulent form of Whitebeard, the sickening sounds of flesh being severed echoing incessantly. Uncertain of how many blades he had wielded, the thoughts of his fallen comrades and Zifa's severed hand haunted him, and all his fury was unleashed upon Whitebeard, with a mighty roar akin to that of a tiger. Wang Luo gripped Ace tightly, as the sword in his hands erupted with a dazzling brilliance, releasing a fierce sword energy that whistled through the air. The sword energy surged like a dragon, wreaking havoc upon Whitebeard, a multitude of sword strikes sweeping across him, splattering blood in every direction. Whitebeard's anguished screams echoed in the air. The momentum of the sword energy did not wane, wherever it passed. Nothing remained. The earth was torn asunder, and trees as thick as barrels were cleaved in two with a resounding crash. Whitebeard was left with no unscathed flesh upon his body. His chest was a gruesome mess. Wounds deep enough to expose bone, faintly revealing the pulsating organs beneath his ribcage. A cascade of blood erupted as Whitebeard collapsed into a pool of crimson, his breaths becoming shallow and labored. Teetering on the brink of death. Humph. This is the price for slaying my comrades and wounding my mentor. Wang Luo panted heavily, pointing Ace at Whitebeard, his voice laced with rage. Mommy, I feel so cold. My hands, they seem to have lost all strength. Whitebeard murmured, his pupils dilating, uttering inaudible words until they faded into silence. Once Wang Luo sensed the flicker of Whitebeard's life force extinguish through his observation haki. He reverted from his beastly form, returning to his original appearance, devoid of joy at defeating Whitebeard. Instead, he cast a remorseful glance at Zifa, expressing, Teacher Zifa, it's my fault for not being able to protect you all properly. Brat, what are you saying? If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have been torn to shreds, Zifa chided with a smile, albeit laced with reproach. But Teacher Zifa, your wrist, Wang Luo lamented. Drinking has its consequences. Zifa replied nonchalantly, no need to worry, it's just a hand I've lost. Let us head back to the warship. With that, Zifa lifted Whitebeard's lifeless body and soared toward the naval vessel. Wang Luo quickly followed suit, and upon returning to the warship, Zifa casually tossed Whitebeard's corpse before Miss Bakken like a discarded dog. Miss Bakken was instantly stricken with despair, the still warm body of Whitebeard shattering her last glimmer of hope. I am just a pitiful old woman, forced to be treated like a mother by this brutish pirate. Aren't you the righteous navy? Must you torment a mere old lady? She gazed innocently at the surrounding naval cadets, who glared at her with hatred. Humph, Miss Bakken, former naval scientist, ex-member of the Rocks Pirates, Bakin Gom Stussy. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Wang Luo pierced through her facade. Miss Bakken was taken aback, exclaiming, no, that is impossible. How could you know? Had you not aged into an old woman, I would have certainly killed you. Now, you should make your way to Impel Down and repent. Wang Luo coldly regarded Miss Bakken, offering her no semblance of kindness. The skirmish concluded swiftly. The escort ship arrived belatedly, as Wang Luo and Zifa returned with Whitebeard's corpse aboard the naval vessel. The scene that greeted them was one of astonishment. The sturdy deck of the ship had caved in significantly. Numerous individuals were snoring, while others lay lifeless, their bodies cold, the dark stains of congealed blood bearing witness to the loss of vibrant lives. The naval personnel aboard the escort vessel instinctively removed their caps, paying their respects in silence. If gazes could kill, Miss Bakken, the instigator of this tragedy, would surely be riddled with countless wounds from their glares. Gather the bodies and return them to the naval headquarters for proper arrangements, Zifa commanded, his expression somber, clutching his severed hand, lost in contemplation. I will take care of this old woman and her corpse. I'll ensure they reach Impel Down, he continued. Please, Teacher Zifa, see to the arrangements for these fallen cadets. They are the Navy. They have passed their assessments. They are true Navy men. Zifa gritted his teeth. If these cadets had fallen valiantly in battle, it would be one thing, but to have their young lives extinguished by pirates in such a despicable manner is an utter tragedy. They were blossoms on the verge of blooming. Yet they have withered away in this fashion. Indeed, they were brave and fearless Navy men. Major Kesha immediately stood at attention, bowing deeply toward the gathered bodies. The others silently followed suit, offering profound bows to the corpses draped in white cloth. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Number of casualties, 32. Task completion rate, 91.1. Rewards, experience points, store credits, awakening task completion voucher. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Killed Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Rewards, experience points, store credits, item reward, legendary sword, Quansi Sisu. Reducing health consumption for all skill releases by 50. Skill cooldowns by 30, and increasing attack speed by 30. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Level increased to 39. Half a month later, the sky was clear and blue, cloudless, a seamless blend of sea and sky akin to jade. Marineford, Naval Academy. Today, Marineford was exceptionally lively, for it marked the graduation ceremony of the Naval Academy. After 3 years of arduous study, over 300 cadets were finally set to embark on their journey to spread the seeds of justice across the world. Due to his status, Adelaide did not attend the graduation ceremony, reportedly being assigned directly to a mysterious department of the world government. In the morning, Chermo and Boville noticed Wang Luo's absence and surmised that he had gone to the Martyrs' Cemetery again. In recent days, aside from his daily training, Wang Luo had been visiting the cemetery to pay respects to his fallen comrades. Despite their encouragement to move on, he stubbornly shook his head, believing it was his negligence that had led to the untimely demise of those friends with whom he had discussed dreams just yesterday. Now reduced to dust, did you hear? The third refused the boss's arrangement, insisting on starting from scratch. Does Chermo truly not understand what Wang Luo is thinking? Shouldn't he leverage Adelaide's influence to secure a promising future? Unlike Wang Luo, who had slain Whitebeard and led the naval cadets to a triumphant victory over the Tina pirates, capturing its captain, Chermo and Boville had been clearly arranged by Adelaide due to their commendable rankings. They were to serve as majors in the G8 branch for a few years, eventually being promoted to brigadier or major general at the naval headquarters through Adelaide's connections. Wang Luo, on the other hand, had the potential to ascend to the rank of major general or even rear admiral, given his achievements and the title of undisputed top cadet. Originally, Adelaide intended to appoint Wang Luo as the head of any branch in the 4 seas. And within 2 years he would be promoted back to the naval headquarters as an elite rear admiral, with the prospect of eventually rising to the rank of admiral, destined to become the fleet admiral in due time. However, Wang Luo rejected this proposal, engaging in an extensive discussion with Adelaide that lasted from noon until late at night, returning to the dormitory with an uncertain outcome. However, Adelaide's beaming smile suggested they had reached a mutual understanding. At the Martyrs' Cemetery, Wang Luo held a bouquet of white flowers, approaching the newly erected gravestones, bowing deeply before each one. With each bow, he laid a white flower in tribute. Today, we graduate, and we may not return often. I sincerely apologize. You all placed such unwavering trust in me, yet I was fully aware of the imminent dangers and failed to ensure your safe return. My thoughts drift back to a fortnight ago. I faintly recall that day when fierce winds howled and dark clouds shrouded the sky. The naval headquarters, having received prior notice, had long prepared the resting places for the fallen naval cadets, awaiting their return for a solemn burial. Upon their arrival at the port of Marineford, they were met with a vast gathering of people in the expansive square, densely packed, uniformly clad in black suits, each adorned with a white flower on their chests. They formed ranks to pay their respects to the naval vessels. Leading the procession was Admiral Sengoku, who, by all accounts, need not have been present. The Navy faced casualties daily, and if he attended every funeral, he would have little else to occupy his time. However, this time, he sensed that he was being manipulated by the world government. The attack was undeniably not a mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously orchestrated operation. The role of the CP department in this matter remains shrouded in uncertainty. Sengoku kept his suspicions to himself. This was a secret known only to him, for he could foresee the potential consequences of its revelation. The world government had laid a trap for Zephyr, the illustrious former vice admiral and the highly esteemed instructor of the Naval Academy. Should this information leak, it would undoubtedly thrust the Navy into direct opposition against the world government. Although Sengoku harbored disdain for the world government, he was compelled to consider the broader implications in the current global landscape. The Navy could not claim to represent everything. Formidable adversaries lurked everywhere. Recently, a revolutionary army had surged. Unbeknownst to many, obliterating two nations, the world government had sensed this threat and labeled their enigmatic leader, codenamed Dragon, as the world's most nefarious criminal. The four emperors of the New World had also grown increasingly restless. With turmoil erupting frequently, if the Navy were to be embroiled in such a scandal with the world government now, what chaos would ensue? It was not that Sengoku feared war. Rather, he wished to prevent the loss of innocent lives in such a conflict. As each stretcher draped in white cloth was carried down from the warship, a multitude of naval personnel solemnly followed in silence. The thunderous crack echoed, followed by torrential raindrops cascading from the heavens, drumming upon the earth with a deafening sound. Another clap of thunder roared, and in an instant, the rain fell in sheets. Amidst the downpour, the sailors stood resolute, heads bowed in solemn procession to the martyrs' cemetery. As one body after another was laid into the prepared coffins, Sengoku declared, "Place the justice coats upon them." The soldiers, having been forewarned, carefully placed the neatly folded navy justice coats upon the chests of the deceased. Sengoku shouted, "Bid farewell to the fallen sailors. Salute." In unison, everyone rendered military honors. A sea of dark figures steeped in an atmosphere of somber reverence. The bugle played. The mournful notes of the bugle resounded throughout Marineford amidst the tempest. Seal the coffins. The naval soldiers silently lifted the lids and gently closed the coffins. Lay our fallen comrades to rest. They gradually lowered the coffins into the graves that had been excavated in advance, shoveling dirt to cover them. Subsequently, the soldiers hoisted granite tombstones, placing them firmly into the ground according to the names inscribed upon the coffins, meticulously pressing the soil down. Offer flowers. Sengoku was the first to remove the white flower from his chest and place it before the tombstone, followed closely by the second, then the third. Each individual before the tombstone was engulfed in sorrow, some unable to contain their tears. These were once vibrant young lives, now reduced to cold corpses lying within those narrow coffins. After over 1,000 days and nights of camaraderie, their youthful visages lingered in memory, their laughter only days prior now a distant echo. Every cadet held immense significance for the Navy. The loss of so many at once was an unfathomable blow to the naval headquarters. As it came time for Zephyr and his companions to lay down their flowers, whispers rippled through the crowd. "Have you heard? Teacher Zephyr lost his right hand during the pirate attack." "Is that true? He is black-armed Zephyr. Look at Zephyr's right arm." Indeed, there it was. "And that young man. It's him, Luo. He was the top student of this naval academy. It was said he personally slew the pirates responsible for this attack." Avenging Teacher Zephyr and the Academy. Is that really true? The one who could defeat Teacher Zephyr was just a mere boy. Of course it's true. The battle reports have reached the naval headquarters, and the higher-ups are already aware of the specifics. He's not even 20 yet. My goodness, could the future Admiral of the Navy be emerging? Unfazed by the murmurs around him, Wang Luo felt a profound heaviness in his heart amidst such a solemn, austere funeral. Gazing at the newly erected tombstones, he found himself lost in thought. This was the first funeral he had ever attended in this world. After the ceremony, dazed and despondent, Wang Luo returned to his dormitory. Silent. Unlike the vibrant narratives of manga, this was not a tale of spirited adventure. It did not fully depict the catastrophic consequences wrought by pirates. The harsh realities of the pirate world were but the tip of the iceberg. While the Straw Hat crew portrayed a narrative dominated by joy and dreams in truth, the prevailing theme of this world was war and death. Peace was merely a luxurious aspiration it dawned on Wang Luo that he had been merely a dreamer. A braggart with aspirations of saving more lives and ending the era of pirates. Was mere rhetoric sufficient? With his advanced thinking and godlike perspective, he could discern the correct path. Yet, this remained but a notion, an ideal. He had once believed that possessing a system would grant him access to those ideals, but the cold gravestones before him reminded him of their unattainability. Justice and dreams were far more complex than he had imagined. Timing, geography, and the will of the people were all essential to achieving great things. The infamous pirate King Joel D. Roger, in his final moments, ushered in the era of the great pirates, a time deemed the worst of times. Yet he inadvertently created the circumstances for the future Joy Boy. The Straw Hat crew, through their adventures, inadvertently saved nations, not through theft or murder, but by garnering the trust of many royal families. With Luffy being the son of the revolutionary leader Dragon, thus securing the will of the people. Throughout their adventures, the ancient weapons Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus intertwined with the Straw Hats in countless ways. This was the main storyline of that world. Perhaps the Pirate King's intentions were noble. After all, the world government was hardly virtuous. However, the process of dismantling the world only to rebuild it would inevitably cost countless innocent lives. On the night of the funeral, Wang Luo declined Adelaide's arrangements in a private room at a tavern. He shared his thoughts with Adelaide, ultimately persuading him. Days later, Adelaide departed Marineford early, as his orders had arrived. He was to assume the position of the highest commander of CP, and no matter how incompetent or corrupt the world government might be, it would not entrust such a critical intelligence department to a fool. Thus, when Adelaide announced his intention to take control of the colossal CP, Wang Luo was taken aback. This department estimates that relying solely on the identity of Adelaide's sky people is woefully inadequate. The means and intellect of Adelaide are far beyond what they have witnessed in recent years. Before departing, Adelaide mentioned that he would present Wang Luo with a grand gift. Wang Luo smiled subtly, neither confirming nor denying, for with a commendable elder brother like Adelaide by his side, this path might indeed prove significantly smoother. On this day, he pondered extensively, having roughly sketched out a blueprint to upend this world, perfectly aligning with Adelaide's vision. Returning to the present, Wang Luo seethed, "Damn the Pirate King. This cursed era, freedom, dreams. Ha! What a grand jest. The world has deceived you all. The pirates may revel in freedom, but what of the common folk? What of the soldiers? To hell with the grand treasure. To hell with the Pirate King. Those lying here serve as the finest testament. All you have brought is chaos. I must bring an end to this damned era. Watch closely, Pirate King Roger. I will capture each and every pirate chasing your dreams and execute them. Let them seek you in hell." Wang Luo screamed in despair, his heart brimming with murderous intent and his eyes bloodshot. Who could it be shouting in the martyrs' cemetery? Oh, it's little Luo. Wang Luo turned at the sound to see Admiral Kazan yawning as he approached. Admiral Kazan, he noted, as Kazan, still drowsy, looked at him and said, "If I recall correctly, today is the graduation ceremony of the military academy. Aren't you attending?" Wang Luo replied calmly, "I came to pay respects to my fallen comrades. Today is the graduation ceremony, yet they will never see it." Kazan chuckled. I didn't expect you to cherish the bonds of friendship so much." Wang Luo nodded. "If one lacks emotional ties, what distinguishes them from a beast? What an intriguing young man you are. No wonder Professor Zifa holds you in high regard," Kazan remarked, his interest piqued. "I, too, have comrades laid to rest here. I am here to pay my respects as well. Sacrifices are inevitable on the battlefield. Beyond sorrow, we must carry their will forward." Observing Kazan's languid demeanor, Wang Luo teased, "Admiral Kazan, your words seem a tad inappropriate for comforting others." Kazan erupted into laughter. "Little Luo, you are truly amusing." His expression then grew solemn as he said, "I do not mourn for my fallen comrades. Rather, I lament for this era." Reflecting on Kazan's past experiences and thoughts, Wang Luo pondered briefly before asking, "Admiral Kazan, pretending to sleep won't change anything and I stress if, I could alter this world. Would you join me in forging ahead?" Kazan was taken aback, never expecting such words from the young man before him. Ignoring Kazan's stunned silence, Wang Luo swiftly departed, waving goodbye while calling out, "Admiral Kazan, I shall attend the graduation ceremony now. I wouldn't want to intrude on your memorial." Watching Wang Luo's retreating figure, Kazan chuckled. What a self-involved little brat." He then produced a bottle of liquor from his pocket and walked slowly to a large grave. Taking a swig before pouring some on the tombstone, murmuring, "Sauron, do you believe this world can be changed? Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have gained the recognition of Admiral Kazan, earning one S-rank lottery draw. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have received an S-rank reward. One-time skill acquisition, limited to below level 45 for the Demon Swordmaster class." The graduation ceremony concluded successfully, with Wang Luo attaining the rank of Rear Admiral, granting him command of an independent naval vessel, the authority to resupply at any naval branch, and the right to independently pursue pirates. This position was precisely what Wang Luo desired. Ein and Smoker both fervently insisted on accompanying him as his aides, a request that received approval from both Zifa and Vice Admiral Crane. Ein's academic performance matched Wang Luo's S-rank score, and a naval vessel certainly required staff. Smoker, after a protracted rivalry with Evan, eventually secured his role as Wang Luo's adjutant through a test of strength. It is worth mentioning that both currently held the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. One disappointment for Wang Luo was his failure to gain the acknowledgement of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, nor did he receive recognition from Akainu and Kizaru, leading to a failed system task. However, the rewards for Kazan's endorsement were undeniably tempting. The level 45 Demon Swordmaster class skills dazzled Wang Luo. The skills associated with the Demon Cry required a pairing with the Demon God. Lacking prerequisite skills would significantly diminish the effectiveness of the level 45 skills, thus he dismissed them. The Earth-Splitting Slash, known as the signature skill of the Berserker class, offered a rare early-stage high-damage AoE attack, which would effectively compensate for Wang Luo's awkward early-stage sword mastery, granting him a broad-area attack skill. While the Conqueror's Haki was potent, it had only served to intimidate lesser foes thus far, proving ineffective against true powerhouses. Moreover, mastering the Conqueror's Haki was notoriously challenging. Although Zifa had enlisted Garp to teach Wang Luo a few times, he struggled to grasp it, perhaps due to the absence of Zifa's guidance, leading to a lack of the buff for comprehending Hakai.as for Ashura's immovable king formation. It was indeed a divine skill, combining control, damage, and area effects. However, it bore a significant flaw. It rendered the user immobile during execution, necessitating the maintenance of the skill's operation. While it might suffice in one-on-one or two-on-one scenarios, deploying this skill on the battlefield would transform one into a living target. Did pirate snipers only draw outlines? After much contemplation, Wang Luo ultimately opted for the Earth-Splitting Slash. Aboard a brand-new, state-of-the-art naval vessel, a newsbird soared through the sky. Wang Luo called out to it, purchasing the latest newspaper for 50 berries. "Oh, what news does the latest paper report?" Smoker inquired, puffing on 2 cigars, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Wang Luo looked at him incredulously and said, "You should smoke less. It's detrimental to your health and, frankly, your wallet." "Please, it's not your berries I'm spending," Smoker retorted, rolling his eyes at Wang Luo. Wang Luo chuckled, flipping through the newspaper, finding little of interest until he stumbled upon a report alongside a bounty notice. The Black Spade Pirates have emerged, led by their captain Portgas D.Ace, who has gained fame in just 2 months at sea. Ace possesses the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi and currently boasts a bounty of 200 million berries. He has declined the world government's invitation to join the 7 warlords of the sea and, during a news interview, boldly declared his intention to challenge the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate. Knock out Whitebeard. Ace, Wang Luo mused with interest, glancing at the supreme sword. Ace, at his side. If I wish to prevent the impending war, I need only capture Ace and imprison him and impel down, correct? With a smile. Wang Luo said, Ein, could I trouble you to help locate this Portgas D.Ace? Oh, are you planning to hunt down this pirate supernova, Brother Luo? Ein inquired, her expression brightening. Wang Luo nodded. Indeed, a clash between the Navy's supernova and the pirate's supernova sounds quite riveting. Does it not? Ein continued to smile and nodded. Then I shall request information on the Black Spade Pirates from the Navy headquarters. Thank you. And that it must be said, Ein was an exemplary individual, meticulous and responsible. During their brief days at sea, she had organized everything aboard the ship with remarkable efficiency. Hey, why the sudden interest in this pirate? Smoker asked, though he did not oppose hunting pirates. He was merely curious why Wang Luo focused solely on the Black Spade Pirates amidst so many pirate reports. Wang Luo could hardly reveal the truth, so he simply patted the hilt of Ace at his waist and said, Isn't it fate that we share the same name? That's your reason? Indeed, that's my reason. Yet this fellow is truly an unfortunate soul. Smoker expressed his sympathy towards Ace, for he did not believe that a pirate who had only set sail for 2 months could pose a threat to them, even with the possession of a Logia-type devil fruit. Soon, intelligence from the Navy headquarters regarding the Spade Pirates arrived. They were currently in the kingdom of Alabasta along the Grand Line. Having just annihilated a pirate crew known as the Doma Pirates, they were resupplying and making repairs in the port city of Canola Flour and were unlikely to set sail again anytime soon. As a member of the world government, Alabasta had designated naval routes, allowing for a swift journey from the Navy headquarters to Alabasta in just one day. The Navy headquarters Commodore Wang Luo had the authority to utilize the world government's naval routes. After submitting an application to the Navy headquarters, Wang Luo and his crew promptly set sail towards Alabasta, this beautiful desert nation. However, the Navy headquarters issued another warning. Being a member of the world government and a superpower in its own right, the Navy was prohibited from independently apprehending any criminals in Alabasta without the consent of the royal family or the world government. Consequently, Wang Luo specifically requested Zephyr to seek a favor from the king of Alabasta. Although Zephyr was unaware of Wang Luo's intentions, he agreed to his request. Approximately 3 hours later, Zephyr reported back that he had obtained permission from King Nefertari Cobra to enter and apprehend pirates. With the royal army in various cities cooperating with Wang Luo's actions, the following afternoon, under the blazing sun, after a day of sailing, Wang Luo and his party finally traversed the calm belt. Before their eyes lay an endless expanse of monotonous yellow, devoid of trees, with only the occasional sighting of sparse cacti. The golden sand dunes stretched infinitely, glistening under the sun's rays, while silence reigned over the desert. An eloquent stillness. This vast desert had likely settled for thousands of years, concealing beneath its shimmering sands the remnants of countless creatures and the dust of history, having witnessed the rise and fall of many civilizations. Staring for too long at this desert could induce a sense of fatigue, almost a feeling of repulsion, as if one were ensnared by the land, unable to escape. Canola flower, as the primary entry point to the eastern part of Alabasta, was a rare oasis city. The name of the city derived from the extensive fields of canola flowers found inland, and its most renowned specialty was the uniquely fragrant perfume produced in the region. With convenient transportation and being a major port city in eastern Alabasta, along with its globally popular perfume, the city flourished under its advantageous conditions. In the waters near Alabasta, there existed a sea creature regarded as a sacred symbol, the sea cat. Just before approaching the port of Canola Flower, Wang Luo and his party encountered this sea beast. Before them, a sea cat opened its gaping maw, poised to attack their warship. The oblivious smoker was about to charge forward to discipline the blind beast when he was halted by Ein. Fool. Didn't I mention certain taboos regarding Alabasta yesterday? This sea cat is not to be attacked. Then shall we merely watch it assault the warship? Smoker retorted, pointing at the sea cat with his sea stone handcuffs. Leave this to me. Wang Luo leaped to the bow of the ship, fixing his gaze upon the creature, unleashing his conqueror's haki. A wave of overwhelming aura erupted from Wang Luo, causing the sea cat, which was just about to sink its teeth into the warship, to abruptly halt its motion, drenched in cold sweat, as if struck by terror. Its eyes, comparable in size to small cars, widened in horror as it beheld Wang Luo, emitting a piercing yowl before retreating into the depths of the sea. Through 3 years of training, Wang Luo had mastered the art of controlling his conqueror's haki, and the sailors aboard the ship remained unaffected. Smoker, observing Wang Luo's display of haki, scoffed. Humph, so it's just conqueror's haki. Why do I sense such a strong sourness? Ein jested from behind. Instantly, laughter erupted aboard the warship, causing Smoker's face to flush crimson, nearly choking on his own smoke. All right, as per usual, Smoker, you and I will scout ahead. Avoid any confrontations within the city. However, just in case, Miss Ein, I kindly ask you to make necessary arrangements and prepare an emergency plan. If a conflict erupts in the town, please ensure the safety of the citizens as they approach the port. Wang Luo began assigning combat tasks as the captain. Understood. The two saluted, though they were friends. The moment battle was at hand, Wang Luo was their commander, and they adhered to the rules, for a ship did not require 2 leaders. Having chosen to serve as Wang Luo's lieutenants, they would not defy his orders but rather assist in filling any gaps when necessary. As the warship entered the port of Canola Flower, after confirming Wang Luo's identity with the port guards, he and his party officially entered the kingdom of Alabasta. The adventure in the desert nation was about to commence. Wang Luo and Smoker ventured into Canola Flower, and it must be said, the kingdom of Alabasta was indeed impressive. The Nefertari royal family had managed the country exceptionally well. The streets were clean and orderly, with smiles gracing the faces of the people, all busily engaged in work or study, while merchants and vendors called out their wares. Originally, the kingdom of Alabasta had rejected pirates, but with the advent of the Great Pirate Era and as a vital thoroughfare along the Grand Line. King Nefertari Cobra had no choice but to open the gates to the vast number of pirates, subsequently bolstering the defenses of coastal cities. Nevertheless, reports of pirate raids continued to surface, leading Cobra to reluctantly agree to collaborate with one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Sand Crocodile. Under his influence, the frequency of pirate disturbances within the kingdom significantly diminished. In exchange, King Cobra ceded the rain base to Crocodile and turned a blind eye to some of his minor transgressions. However, this very approach only fueled Crocodile's growing ambitions, eventually leading him to contemplate usurping the kingdom. After wandering around the city of Canola Flower for quite some time without spotting a single pirate, let alone the Spade Pirates, Wang Luo found it peculiar that no pirate ships from the Spade Pirates were visible in the port. Did they lack a vessel, or were they constructing their pirate ship in Alabasta? That remained a mystery. In exasperation, Wang Luo and Smoker entered a shop to gather information. Wang Luo casually picked up a bottle of perfume, prompting the shopkeeper to immediately proclaim, esteemed Navy officer, your discerning eye is commendable. This is the most famous specialty perfume from our kingdom of Alabasta, perfect for gifting to a beloved, priced at only 400 berries. Very well, I shall take a bottle, Wang Luo replied, producing the berries to hand to the shopkeeper. Seeing Wang Luo's generosity, the shopkeeper eagerly added, esteemed Navy officer, you are indeed magnanimous. Today, we have a special offer. Purchase a bottle of perfume, and for an additional 288 berries, you can acquire a second bottle. Would you care to take advantage of this deal? Truly, a merchant's mind is ever focused on profit, but Wang Luo did not refuse, reaching for more berries to buy another bottle of perfume. He then inquired, shopkeeper, I wish to inquire about some information. Have you seen this pirate? With that, Wang Luo produced Ace's bounty poster and placed it before the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glanced at Ace's poster and replied without hesitation. Oh, this young man. Yes, he departed for Rainbase. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's swift response, Wang Luo and Smoker exchanged incredulous glances. The shopkeeper, sensing their disbelief, quickly clarified, esteemed Navy officer, I have nothing to conceal. How could we not cooperate if you are here to apprehend a pirate? I truly saw this pirate yesterday purchasing supplies at the butcher shop across the street that I heard he aims to visit the largest casino in Alabasta, the Rain Dinner. The two exchanged glances. Recognizing the validity of the information, the shopkeeper promptly advised, if you hurry to rent a desert camel, you should be able to catch up with that pirate quickly. It is said he spent all his money on meat and liquor, leaving him unable to rent a camel. Regarding this operation, Wang Luo could only say it was quite impressive, and it seems Luffy is of a similar disposition. Smoker, inform mine to steer the warship towards Rainland. I will procure some supplies, and you should head to the Camel Rental Association to acquire a camel. Let us rendezvous there and depart immediately once prepared. With decisive action, Wang Luo and Smoker promptly split up. Wang Luo swiftly found a store where he purchased jerky, fresh water, and flatbread. Just as he exited the shop, he heard a faint commotion coming from a nearby alley. Come, quickly look. I have brought something good for you. What good thing? A voice responded with excitement, only to quickly turn to disappointment. Isn't it just powder? What use is that? You wouldn't know, would you? This is called dance powder, a substance that can summon rain. We can sell it in the inland regions. Before the speaker could finish, someone interjected, then we would be rich. Where did you obtain this? Of course, I got it from the royal family. Otherwise, do you think the capital, Alabasta, experiences such favorable weather every year while other places suffer from drought? So that's how it is. Wang Luo murmured the words dance powder, suddenly recalling the conspiracy behind it. At it seems Crocodile has already commenced his plan. This unexpected arrival in Alabasta to apprehend Ace may indeed prove fortuitous, allowing him to deal with this individual and prevent further devastation of this beautiful and peace-loving desert nation, saving countless innocents from suffering at his hands. Avoiding any confrontation with members of the Baroque Works to prevent alerting them, Wang Luo found a secluded location to store most of the supplies in his system backpack, leaving only 2 bags. Upon arriving at the Camel Rental Association, Wang Luo tossed one backpack to Smoker, and the two swiftly mounted their camels and departed from the canola flowers as expected. Just beyond the town, they encountered vast fields of golden canola flowers, swaying in the gentle breeze like waves of gold, a truly delightful sight. Yet, Wang Luo and Smoker had little interest in the scenery, focusing instead on confirming the direction towards Rainland as they advanced rapidly. Leaving behind the canola flowers, they were met with an endless expanse of yellow. The sun over the desert was perpetually scorching, and traversing the desert felt entirely different from observing it from the deck of a warship. Despite having wrapped themselves in thick blankets to minimize moisture loss, the boundless desert indeed evoked an overwhelming sense of solitude. The desert was a ceaseless blaze of yellow, with layers of sand on the dunes resembling tumultuous waves. Frozen in time by nature's whims, forever motionless on this vast and unending desert, apart from Wang Luo and Smoker on their camels, there was no one else in sight. The only sound was the soft crunch of the camel's hooves on the yellow sand, punctuating the profound silence surrounding them. After an hour or two, as the fierce sun began to set, casting a blood-red hue across the sky, Wang Luo couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the solitary smoke of the desert rises straight, and the setting sun over the long river is round." Smoker, being a rough individual, struggled to comprehend Wang Luo's words. After taking a hearty swig from his water pouch, he remarked, "What are you babbling about? I can't understand your fancy words. That be by the way, didn't you say that after capturing Ace, we would visit Lowtown to see the execution platform of the Pirate King? Alabasta isn't far from Lowtown." Wang Luo nodded. "Naturally, we must see it. It is a significant spectacle in this world, is it not?" As a native of Lowtown, Smoker was well aware that the town gained fame due to the execution of Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King, and countless pirates would visit the execution platform before venturing into the Grand Line. Wang Luo certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Since they were here, they ought to witness one of the famous scenes from the world of pirates. "I have a lovely acquaintance from my hometown named Tashiji, who possesses remarkable talent in swordsmanship. She mentioned you during our last phone call and has been trying to contact me, expressing a desire to join the Navy and fight against pirates," Smoker said, looking at Wang Luo with a glimmer of hope. "Oh, that girl. She seems quite impressive." Wang Luo replied with a nod. "Anyone with a heart for justice is our ally, especially with your recommendation." Smoker IT should pose no issue. "That's wonderful. Otherwise, I would have to endure my mother's incessant nagging." Smoker sighed in relief, imagining the headache of Tashiji not being accepted into the Navy and the potential consequences of sailing on the same ship with him. As night fell, the two finally arrived at a small town, which appeared to have only about 100 households. After an afternoon of riding camels, Wang Luo and Smoker felt fatigued and decided to tether their camels outside a tavern before entering. Wang Luo scanned the room and spotted a familiar figure, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After all, it was true that fortune favors the prepared. That a figure with an orange hat adorned with a frowning and smiling face, draped in black natural curls, was seated with several pirates, indulging in food and drink. None other than their quarry, Ace. Rather than making a scene, Wang Luo restrained Smoker, who was ready to seize Ace, gesturing for him to remain calm. Smoker glanced back in surprise, noticing Wang Luo shake his head. "Do you not see how unassuming he is? A Logia-type user of the flame fruit is not so easily apprehended. Follow me." With that, Smoker relaxed his grip on his weapon and followed Wang Luo to a table directly facing Ace. Wang Luo deliberately called out loudly, "Barkeep, I'm weary. Bring forth the finest food and drink." The commotion immediately caught Ace and his companion's attention. The Spade Pirates were currently few in number, and with Ace included, there were only 5 members. Apart from Ace, the others appeared rather weak and should not pose a significant challenge. "Captain, look." One of the pirates quickly noticed the marine justice coats worn by Wang Luo and Smoker. Whispering urgently, "It's the Marines." Ace looked up at Wang Luo, nonchalantly biting into a large piece of meat, and muttered, "What do we have to fear from the Marines?" Over the past 2 months at sea, Ace had faced both Marines and pirates with little concern, relying on the power of his flame fruit to remain unscathed. His confidence was not unfounded, stemming from his formidable strength. However, being pirates, there was an inherent discomfort in sharing a meal with Marines. One of the pirate crew members whispered, "If they want to leave, they can. After walking in the desert all day, I need to rest." Another member dismissed Wang Luo and Smoker, stating, "As long as those 2 Marines don't cause trouble, it's fine. But if they dare to instigate anything, they shouldn't blame me." As he said this, he brandished a sharp steel knife, shining menacingly. "Marines, we operate on a modest scale here. I kindly ask you to refrain from causing a ruckus." The tavern owner, seasoned by years of hardship, hurriedly placed delicious food and drink before Wang Luo and Smoker, whispering, "This one's on me. Please don't fight in the tavern. My family's livelihood relies on this establishment." Seeing the owner's earnest expression, Wang Luo nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, good sir." Having received Wang Luo's agreement, the tavern owner returned to the bar, visibly relieved. Smoker grew anxious, asking, "Are we just going to let them escape?" Wang Luo smiled mysteriously. "Patience, my friend. Let us eat first, and then we shall see." Watching Wang Luo devour his meal with gusto, Smoker could only resign himself to silently eat as well. The nearby pirates, believing the Marines were not there to capture them, continued their revelry, drinking and boasting. After their meal, Wang Luo tossed a handful of belly onto the table, pulling Smoker along as they prepared to leave. Smoker attempted to resist, but Wang Luo's grip was like iron, leaving him no choice but to follow reluctantly. As they reached the tavern door, Wang Luo suddenly turned to Smoker and blurted out, "Smoker, haven't you been curious about the origin of my sword?" Smoker looked at Wang Luo, bewildered, instinctively responding with a confused "huh." Wang Luo shot him a glance, exasperated at the lack of synergy, and declared loudly, "This sword of mine once belonged to Joel D. Roger, the Pirate King. It is one of the supreme great blades, known as Ace." After finishing his words, Wang Luo dragged the bewildered Smoker and pushed open the door to exit. Upon hearing Wang Luo's statement, Ace, who was fervently devouring his meal, suddenly froze mid-bite and whipped his head around, only to find that Wang Luo and Smoker had vanished from sight, leaving behind nothing but the swaying tavern door. With a sudden surge of determination, Ace stood up and, somewhat dazed, exclaimed, "Let's go. Chase those two Navy officers." The members of the pirate crew were startled by Ace's abrupt action, questioning, "What's wrong, Captain Ace? Do you intend to take down those Navy officers?" "No more questions, just follow me," Ace declared, hastily grabbing his belongings before sprinting out. Though they were uncertain of Ace's intentions, the crew hurriedly followed, for Ace was their captain. After all, whatever the captain wished to do, they were bound to support him wholeheartedly. Upon escaping the tavern, Wang Luo mounted a camel and swiftly raced towards the outskirts of the small town, while Smoker, utterly baffled, could only follow him, reluctant to disrupt his plans. The two quickly left the town, and, about a kilometer away, Wang Luo dismounted the camel, casually tying it to a stone. Smoker, still perplexed, inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Wang Luo grinned and replied, "Just wait and see. The fish will soon take the bait." Moments later, Ace and four other pirates came sprinting towards them, and Smoker widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What sort of sorcery is this? How is this possible?" "A secret," Wang Luo said, a smug smile gracing his lips as he observed Ace and his companions charging towards them. "Captain Ace, why have they stopped? It's as if they're waiting for us," one of the crew members puzzled aloud. "Could it be a trap?" another crew member speculated. "Let us approach. It's fine." With the crew's encouragement, Ace gradually regained his composure, acknowledging the peculiar behavior of the two Navy officers as he cautiously approached Wang Luo and Smoker. "Hey, what brings you here? Pirates? I've already spared the tavern owner and refrained from causing you trouble," Wang Luo said, narrowing his eyes at Ace, feigning unfamiliarity. Ace fixed a steely gaze on the grand blade at Wang Luo's waist and demanded, "Navy, hand over the sword at your side." "Why should I relinquish my weapon to a pirate?" Wang Luo replied. His eyes still narrowed. Ace's expression darkened as he continued to glare at Wang Luo. "Do you know my identity?" Port gas D.Ace. Bounty of 200 million berries, a pirate supernova. "Am I mistaken?" Wang Luo produced Ace's bounty poster. Chuckling as he did so, As Wang Luo appeared eager to engage in idle chatter with the pirate. Smoker, unable to contain his impatience, drew the sea stone handcuffs from his back and pointed them at Ace, saying, "Why are we wasting time? We've already drawn them out. Let us capture them." "You certainly came prepared. But Navy, do you really think you can apprehend Captain Ace with just two of you?" A crew member boasted confidently, having witnessed Ace's formidable power before. "I know. It's the Mara Mara no Mi. A fruit even dogs wouldn't touch," Wang Luo said as he slowly unsheathed his sword, preparing to confront Ace. However, this time, Smoker took the lead, shouting back at Wang Luo, "You captured the captain of the Tina Pirates last time. Let me handle this one. As for the rest, they're all yours." With that, Smoker transformed into smoke and surged forward, his sea stone handcuffs aiming directly at Ace's midsection. "Hold on, old smokehead." Wang Luo thought incredulously. Wondering why Smoker was so eager to take the kill. Was he really that desperate for glory? It was only one capture. Ace, intensely focused on the rapidly approaching Smoker, sensed the loathsome aura emanating from the seastone handcuffs. Not one to stand idle, Ace swiftly retreated, evading Smoker's sweeping attack, and raised his hands, aiming at Smoker's forehead. Fire pistol. Boom, boom, boom. Smoker, sensing no hint of haki, didn't he even bother to dodge as a barrage of fiery bullets pierced through his head. Yet, contrary to expectations, there was no explosion of flesh and blood. The projectiles simply churned up clouds of smoke. Logia? Ace immediately recognized Smoker's unique ability and understood that he wouldn't be able to take him down easily. Quickly shouting, "You lot, go capture his companion and grab that sword." "Yes, Captain Ace." For crew members brandished their weapons and charged towards Wang Luo, while Smoker, his patience wearing thin, thought, "Are they really trying to rob Luo? The fearsome one? They must be seeking death. Smoker, you'd better hurry. We need to rendezvous with Miss Ein and the others in Rain Base soon." "Understood," Smoker replied with an exasperated eye roll towards Wang Luo. Continuing his fierce battle with Ace. Although Ace could not yet wield haki, he had flawlessly inherited the unparalleled combat talent of the Pirate King. Despite Smoker's rudimentary mastery of haki, he found himself unable to land a hit on Ace. Every time he attempted to strike, Ace managed to evade or elementalize just in time. The two exchanged fiery punches and billowing smoke, engaging in a grand elemental clash. While elementalization didn't harm the body, it still consumed stamina. After dozens of exchanges, both combatants were left panting, yet neither could gain the upper hand. With a glint of excitement in his eyes, Ace remarked, "Navy, it seems fire and smoke are at an impasse." Smoker retorted, "Pirate, don't get cocky. The truly formidable ones have yet to join the fray." Ace glanced at his four comrades, now lying in pools of blood, his pupils dilated in shock. How is this possible? Though his companions weren't renowned powerhouses, they were still competent fighters. Yet, how long had it been? 1 minute? 2? And from the look on Wang Luo's face, who was leisurely observing their battle, it was evident that his companions had posed no threat whatsoever. "Hey, old smokehead, if you can't handle it, just leave it to me," Wang Luo said, utterly bored as he watched the clash unfold. Though Smoker possessed notable talent, he paled in comparison to top-tier fighters like Ace and Luffy. Even with his mastery of observation and armament haki, he struggled to subdue Ace, exhausting himself in the process. "You two are fighting like it's a firework display. After all this time, neither of you has achieved anything," Wang Luo teased. Though Smoker felt reluctant, he recognized that he likely couldn't defeat Ace and thus retreated, landing a sweeping strike to force Ace back before jumping out of the fray. "You dare harm my comrades. I will not let you get away with this," Ace roared, fury radiating from him as he unleashed a fire pistol towards Wang Luo. Wang Luo sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the fiery attack. And with a swift motion, Ace's blade glimmered brightly, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air. Instinctively, Ace crouched to the right, narrowly avoiding the oncoming blade. The next moment, a surge of heat coursed across Ace's cheek. As he instinctively wiped it away, the sticky sensation revealed blood. "I've been injured," Ace gasped in disbelief, astonished that his sword energy had harmed him. "You would happen to be a novice at this, would you?" Wang Luo observed Ace's incredulous expression, realizing that Ace was under the delusion of invincibility granted by his Logia fruit. "You can't possibly think you can dominate this world solely because of your Logia fruit. Can you? With your half-baked skills, you wouldn't stand a chance against even a basic soldier in the New World, let alone Whitebeard," Wang Luo said, approaching Ace with a low voice that exuded immense pressure. "Damn it, Flame God, Shiranui." Ace crossed his arms in an X formation, launching 2 fiery spears. "Child's play," Wang Luo scoffed, unfazed by the rapidly approaching fire spears. With a flick of his wrist, he shattered both spears with a metallic clang. Refusing to back down, Ace retaliated immediately, channeling his energy into a leap into the air, crossing his fingers, and invoking a fiery net. A massive net woven from flames engulfed the surroundings as Ace exerted force, launching a torrent of flames. Flame ring. Fire pillar. A colossal pillar of fire descended from the heavens, the inferno net sealing off all escape routes for Wang Luo. The inferno ring's fiery column exuded an aura of destruction. as if it were determined to incinerate everything in its path. Ha ha. Ace gasped for breath, a smile breaking across his face. Let's see if you can withstand this move. A mere grain of rice dares to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Faced with the inferno, Wang Luo exhibited no fear. With a swift draw of his blade, he cleaved the inferno ring's fiery column and the inferno net in twain, walking calmly out of the flames. Impossible! Ace's face was a mask of disbelief. How could his ultimate technique be so effortlessly countered? Unwilling to concede defeat, Ace swung his arms once more, unleashing a multitude of glowing green fireballs that soared from his limbs. A swarm of fireflies enveloping Wang Luo in an instant. Ace roared, "Firefly! Fire Dharma!" In an instant, countless fireflies detonated, flames shooting skyward. Witnessing Wang Luo's figure obscured by the blaze, Ace panted, "Surely this must have struck you." "What are you thinking?" Wang Luo's voice cut through the chaos, and with his right leg enveloped in haki, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Ace flying. The moment the firefly, Fire Dharma, surrounded Wang Luo, he had already used Saru to evade the explosion's range. Ace, caught off guard by Wang Luo's sudden kick, tumbled across the ground, struggling to rise, only to feel an itch in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of sweet, iron-tasting blood. Gazing at the unscathed Wang Luo, Ace was incredulous, exclaiming, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! You are merely blinded by a single leaf. This world is vast beyond your imagination, and the power you take pride in is, in the eyes of many, nothing more than an ant attempting to shake a tree." Wang Luo regarded the disheveled Ace with solemnity. "The disparity in this world cannot be that great." Ace bellowed in fury, channeling all his strength into his right hand. In an instant, a colossal fireball materialized, radiating brilliant light, crackling as it erupted with countless searing sparks. In the face of this assault, Wang Luo's observation haki alerted him, and he took the situation seriously. Truly, as the son of the Pirate King, Ace possessed such formidable power so early in his journey, yet it was merely that Wang Luo transformed, manifesting his devil fruit powers, his form shifting into that of a white tiger. With his left hand caressing the blade's edge, a dazzling sword aura emanated from the weapon, the violent energy swirling around the blade, restless and agitated. Ace thought to himself, astonished that he had yet to unleash his full potential. At that moment, he had gathered all his strength, hurling the great inferno ring, Flame Emperor, towards Wang Luo. The gigantic fireball resembled a miniature sun, illuminating the night sky. Confronted by this devastating, frenzied fireball, Wang Luo exerted his legs, cracking the ground beneath him, and in the next instant, he launched himself high into the air, mountain-crushing, earth-shattering slash. With a fierce cry from Wang Luo, the terrifying aura from his blade erupted forth, and as Ace's great inferno ring, Flame Emperor, collided with it, it was as if a searing knife was slicing through butter, and in an instant, Wang Luo cleaved the fireball in half. However, Ace's momentum showed no sign of abating, crashing heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth trembled violently, fissures sprawling across the terrain, as the ground seemed to boil. Endless sword energy surged upwards, enveloped in crimson flames, tearing apart the now-split great inferno ring. Flame Emperor, with Ace caught within the range of Wang Luo's mountain-crushing, earth-shattering slash, the blood-red sword energy surged like a tempest, drowning Ace's screams and body in its relentless torrent. When the sword energy dissipated, the landscape lay in ruins, with Ace sprawled among the debris, his fate uncertain. Smoker, witnessing Wang Luo's overwhelming power, was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated Wang Luo's strength to have grown even greater. Port gas. Ace has been successfully apprehended. Wang Luo sheathed his sword and reverted to his normal state. Smoker, cuff him. You've had your moment in the spotlight. Let me handle the cleanup. Smoker retorted irritably. All right, old chain smoker. I'll help you train your observation haki and armament haki later. Wang Luo replied with a smile. Humph, next time, I will definitely defeat my opponent. Though Smoker claimed he would not assist, his actions belied his words as he swiftly bound the pirates. With Ace being shackled in sea-stone cuffs to that moment, the cold, mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ding dong. The host has prematurely disrupted the original main storyline by apprehending Port gas. Ace, causing a deviation in the plot. The host has the following three options. 1. Kill Ace, which will make Luffy and Sabo permanent enemies, and Carp will harbor animosity toward the host. Reward. experience points, shop points, and 1 nature-type devil fruit. Flame fruit. 2. Imprison Ace and impel down, which will not affect Luffy, Sabo, or Carp's feelings toward the host. Reward. Experience points, shop points. 3. Release Ace, restoring the main storyline, gaining Ace's friendship, and becoming friends with Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. The choice was clear: imprison him and impel down. After all, Wong Luo was a Navy officer. Capturing pirates was part of his duty as for killing Ace. He had considered it, but given his future interactions with the Revolutionary Army, having Sabo as an enemy would likely disrupt his plans. Releasing Ace was absolutely out of the question. Preventing the outbreak of the Marineford War was the very purpose of his journey. With that thought, Wong Luo produced a small recovery potion, forcing it into Ace's mouth. Ace, who had appeared pale as a ghost, immediately regained some color, although he remained unconscious. Wong Luo shook his head helplessly. The power of his mountain-crushing, earth-shattering slash had been immense, and thankfully he had restrained his strength. Otherwise, he might have truly killed Ace in one fell swoop. Why waste such a good potion on a pirate? Smoker remarked, visibly pained by Wong Luo's actions, that I may have exerted too much force. After all, it's a Logia-type fruit. If it randomly regenerates elsewhere and falls into the hands of a powerful pirate, it would only increase our adversaries, wouldn't it? Wong Luo explained carefully, although killing Ace would directly grant him the flame fruit. He understood the implications. Smoker was aware of this logic, but having used the recovery potion himself, he knew its miraculous effects and felt it a waste to use it on a pirate. The inky black sky resembled a sheet of black paper, countless stars scattered across it like chess pieces, a stunning sight indeed, twinkling in the night, unpredictable and intricate. A full moon peeked through thin clouds, appearing like a beauty veiled in silk, the moonlight casting a snowy glow upon the sand dunes. Beneath this vast starry expanse, the sound of camel bells rang sweetly, the cacti cloaked in a black veil, while the grass by the camel's hooves basked in the moonlight, swaying gracefully in the cool night breeze, seemingly entranced by the desert's beauty. Wong Luo and Smoker did not ride the camels, as they were burdened with the unconscious, severely injured pirates. Instead, they led the camels over one hill after another. Upon reaching the summit of a desert hill, they gazed down upon the daytime landscape. The layers of sand now tranquil, as if this desolate, barren land had succumbed to slumber. Following the signs and landmarks along their path, guided by the stars, Wong Luo and Smoker gradually made their way toward the rain-soaked region, leaving a trail of footprints in the sand. Along the journey, they stumbled upon several corpses. Wong Luo approached to investigate, discovering that the blood had largely dried, yet there were no significant signs of livor mortis, indicating the deaths had occurred just hours prior. Was it a case of murder and theft? In this world, violence was commonplace, especially in such vast, uninhabited territories. Smoker was unfazed. I'm not certain, but these individuals were pirates. Wong Luo flipped one of the bodies over, peeling back the clothing to reveal a skull tattoo on the back. TCH, pirates, dead is dead. Upon realizing the deceased were pirates, Smoker felt a surge of relief. Well, let's move on. Trash is trash, dead or alive. Wong Luo observed that there was nothing particularly remarkable about the surroundings, so he did not dwell on it. However, he noted the densely packed and smoothly edged wounds on the pirate's corpse. Could it be the work of claw-like weapons? No, this method of killing. Wong Luo immediately thought of one person, Des Bones, the user of the shave fruit, known as Mr. One within the Baroque Works. Abandoning the body, the two continued their journey, leading the camel, when Wong Luo suddenly spoke up. Hey, old Smoker, haven't you realized that you rely too heavily on your devil fruit abilities during battles? Indeed, perhaps I have, Smoker conceded, but isn't it just a habit ingrained in this smoky body of mine? Sometimes I find myself instinctively using the powers of the devil fruit. Through today's battle with Ace, have you gleaned any insights? Wong Luo prompted. Well, I have realized that in the presence of masters of hockey like you, the advantages of a Logia-type devil fruit are somewhat diminished at times. Excessive elementalization can even make you a target. Smoker replied. Upon hearing this, Wong Luo nodded. It's commendable that you can recognize this. Your smoke fruit leans more towards support, unlike Ace's flame fruit. Therefore, I have a suggestion for you. What suggestion? Smoker turned to Wong Luo. His expression earnest. He genuinely wished to enhance his strength, not to prove himself, but to better fulfill his sense of justice. since you are already a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, which is an unchangeable fact. Have you considered wearing Sea Prism Stone handcuffs to limit your abilities during training? Wang Luo retrieved the Sea Prism Stone handcuffs from his backpack using his sword. Ace, what is this? Smoker asked, puzzled. Wang Luo smiled. First, they can restrict your devil fruit powers. Second, as devil fruit users, we all feel weakened when wearing Sea Prism Stone handcuffs, if you train while wearing them and manage to reach the same level as you do normally. Just imagine how much stronger you would become. Wang Luo's words were like a hand that opened a window, illuminating Smoker's mind. His eyes brightened, and he reached out to take the handcuffs for himself. Wang Luo quickly snatched the handcuffs back, somewhat exasperated. Are you planning to train with those once we return to the Navy headquarters? Honestly, if you put them on, who will lead the camel? I can't accept this. I can't even handle a 200 million bounty pirate. Smoker sighed. Luo, you rascal. I'm 2 years older than you, yet I seem to lag behind so much. It's infuriating that haha. Don't be disheartened, we are comrades. After all that I have my shortcomings, and it is thanks to you all that I can grow stronger, Wang Luo replied with a smile. Justice cannot be achieved by any one person alone, can it? Smoker, you rascal. Smoker laughed and scolded. Rest assured, I will steadfastly stand by your side. Thank you, Smoker. What are you thanking me for, you rascal? I simply believe that by following you, I can learn more and strike down more evil. Smoker's face suddenly flushed. Don't be shy, Smoker. You rascal. In the early morning, at Rainy Port, a Navy warship had already docked. Half an hour ago, I received a call from Wang Luo, informing her that they would arrive at the port in approximately half an hour. I stood on the deck with a telescope, gazing into the distance. She soon spotted 2 figures, no larger than sesame seeds, emerging in the morning sun. As time passed, the figures grew closer and larger. As the figures enlarged, I finally recognized the 2 leading the camel. It was none other than Wang Luo and Smoker. Once back on the warship, Smoker handed over all members of the Black Spade Pirates to Ine for her to confine. After arranging the detention of Ace and several pirates, I entered the captain's quarters. Brother Luo, Brother Smoker, you 2 have worked hard. I didn't expect this journey to go so smoothly. You've captured Port Asti. Ace in one fell swoop. How wonderful. Just fulfilling our duties, Miss Ine. Please, have a seat. Smoker and I have had a long day and could use some rest now that we are back on the ship. Wang Luo gestured towards the sofa. Then, Brother Luo, shall we set off for Impel Down today? Since you weren't on the ship, I reported the situation to the Navy headquarters in advance and received permission to escort the pirates to Impel Down independently. Ine said with a smile. Wang Luo shook his head, intertwining his fingers and resting his chin on the back of his hands. No, we won't set off today. We may have some matters to attend to in Alabasta. What? I haven't heard of you having acquaintances in Alabasta. Smoker, having exhausted all his cigars the previous night, was now struggling to find one in the morning. Finally back on the warship, he lit 2 cigars and took a few satisfying puffs. Old Smoker, look at you. I advised you to take it one at a time yesterday, but you didn't listen. Now you've run out and are scratching your head in desperation. I almost want to capture that moment and show it to others. Wang Luo teased as he watched Smoker enjoying his smoke rings. TCH, how would a non-smoker like you understand the allure of cigars? Smoker grumbled. Cigarettes are harmful to health. Smoker, be careful. Your body won't hold up in middle age. Wang Luo remarked, glancing at Smoker's trousers, that he recalled that some experts had once claimed that smoking could affect male physiological functions. He wondered if it were true. What's wrong with that? I can knock out a bull with one punch. Smoker tightened his fist, showcasing his muscular build. All right, enough jesting. Back to the topic. Wang Luo resumed his serious demeanor. Have you heard of dance powder? Dance powder? What is that? A new type of drug? Smoker looked bewildered. Brother Luo, you aren't referring to that powder that can force rain by shooting it into the sky, are you? Ine, ever the diligent learner, displayed her knowledge. Wang Luo nodded. Yes, I heard about it while procuring supplies in canola flour. Ah, isn't dance powder strictly prohibited by the world government? I've heard that several countries have gone to war over it because using it can prevent rainfall in other nations, which is why the world government has banned it. Ine exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, dance powder was developed to artificially induce rain, but it was often misused by those with ulterior motives for destructive activities. Thus, a product intended for the benefit of the people was banned. Ultimately, the value of any invention depends on who wields it. However, The emergence of dance powder in a superpower like Alabasta raises questions that I haven't heard of any towns there suffering from droughts that would necessitate its use. Therefore, I sense the stench of conspiracy. Wang Luo said solemnly. "Not a conspiracy. You mean someone is plotting against the kingdom of Alabasta? How could that be? This is a military stronghold with a population in the millions." Ayn expressed her shock. "Have you too heard of an assassin organization called Baroque Works?" Wang Luo spoke slowly. "Baroque Works? An assassin organization?" Smoker was in a state of disbelief. Ayn, however, wore a grave expression. "Brother Luo, are you suggesting that this conspiracy is connected to Baroque Works?" Wang Luo nodded. "I came across this organization's name in classified documents at the Navy Academy. They are said to operate in the first half of the Grand Line, though their exact location is uncertain. However, when Smoker and I passed through the desert, we encountered several pirate corpses, which led me to wonder if this organization was involved. What do those pirate corpses have to do with this Baroque Works? Can't you two enlighten me on what exactly Baroque Works is?" Smoker, unable to contain himself, interjected as he looked between Wang Luo and Ayn. Wang Luo shot Smoker an exasperated glance. "Old Smoker, I told you to read more in your spare time. Look where your lack of culture has landed you." "Luo, you rascal." Smoker sprang to his feet, his face flushed with indignation. "Don't you know the rule of not hitting the face or exposing the flaws when scolding someone?" All right, Brother Smoker, let me explain it to you." Ayn, forcibly restraining the rampaging Smoker, patiently elucidated. "The Baroque Works, reputed to be the most formidable assassin organization in the first half of the Grand Line, boasts many members who are capable of wielding devil fruit powers, rendering them exceptionally powerful. It is said that numerous bounty hunters serve this organization." Smoker, deep in thought, nodded slightly. "Bounty hunters? Isn't that quite advantageous? By hunting down pirates and criminals for bounties, they could alleviate the pressure on the Navy, couldn't they?" Ayn, exasperated with Smoker's ignorance, continued. "It's not that simple, Brother Smoker. They not only hunt down wanted criminals, but also undertake assassination missions. It is rumored that, in the first half of the Grand Line, there are no targets they cannot eliminate, and their modus operandi is ruthlessly brutal. They leave no survivors, and even those who merely witness their actions are silenced." Upon hearing this, Smoker raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "What? An assassin organization so rampant?" Ayn shared his bewilderment. "I too find it strange that such an organization has not attracted the Navy's wrath." At this juncture, Wang Luo sensed the atmosphere had reached a critical point and suddenly interjected with a smile. "Previously, I discussed the 7 warlords of the sea with Teacher Zephyr, and I have a rough idea of their locations. It is said that one of the warlords is rumored to be near the Alabasta Kingdom, possibly even within its borders." However, noticing Wang Luo's hesitance, Smoker could hardly contain himself and urgently pressed. "But what? Spit it out, you rascal." Wang Luo shrugged helplessly. "Well, you did ask me to share, Brother Smoker, that I inquired during my journey, and it is said that the identity of the mastermind behind Baroque Works is shrouded in mystery." He continued. "For an organization as nefarious and eccentric as Baroque Works to evade the Navy's onslaught while growing ever stronger, it would make sense if their leader were one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords, recognized by the world government, possess the right to plunder legally. Hence they often gather a formidable cadre of ruthless and powerful marauders." At this point, both Ayn and Smoker could perceive Wang Luo's discontent with the system of the 7 warlords. Indeed, one could argue that, on the surface, this is merely a strategy employed by the world government to use pirates against pirates, letting dogs bite dogs. Yet, in reality, apart from the likes of Jinbei, hardly anyone among the 7 warlords has genuinely accepted the world government's offer to repent. Most merely exploit their legal plunder rights to further augment their power, striving to compete with the 4 emperors and seize the great treasure of One Piece. It must be noted that both the title of Pirate King and the legendary treasure left behind by Joel D. Roger are incredibly enticing prospects. The treaty with the world government has led to a situation where the Navy cannot take action against the 7 warlords without explicit permission and conclusive evidence, or unless the warlords openly breach the treaty. Thus, in most instances, this detestable group of warlords perpetrates heinous deeds under the guise of eradicating pirates, while the Navy can only turn a blind eye. Upon hearing this, Ayn and Smoker clenched their fists tightly, nodding in agreement. The benefits brought by the system of the 7 warlords far outweigh the drawbacks, however, due to pressure from the 4 emperors. The world government aims to use the warlords as a buffer against them. Yet, the common folk remain oblivious to these machinations. Once the 7 warlords don the cloak of legitimacy, the calamity they bring upon the populace becomes catastrophic, which is one of the direct reasons for the Navy's deteriorating reputation in recent years. Brother Luo, are you implying? Ayn began, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Luo, who nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Baroque Works is undoubtedly backed by one of the 7 warlords. Damn it! What on earth does that Baroque Works and their dancing powder intend to achieve? Smoker slammed his fist onto the coffee table, producing a thunderous sound. Ayn, with a grave countenance, stated, Brother Luo. Brother Smoker, I believe this matter must be reported to the Navy headquarters for investigation. However, Wang Luo shook his head. As long as it pertains to the 7 warlords, unless they openly breach the treaty. The Navy headquarters is politically constrained and unable to take action, thus they will not regard it as significant. Smoker, under the impression that Wang Luo was unwilling to address the issue of the 7 warlords, hastily exclaimed, so we are to simply watch as this so-called Baroque Works continues their misdeeds, and that dancing powder is undoubtedly a conspiracy targeting the Alabasta kingdom. Wang Luo sighed, alas. Without solid evidence, how can we investigate this matter? Whether it's Baroque Works or the dancing powder's conspiracy against the Alabasta kingdom, these are merely our conjectures. I nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Smoker, this matter requires careful consideration. The identity of the 7 warlords is too sensitive. Should we launch an assault against them without irrefutable evidence of their blatant treaty violation, it would undoubtedly have profound political repercussions, she elaborated. It could even trigger a series of issues, such as the 7 warlords defecting to join a certain 4 emperors pirate crew, or banding together to form a pirate crew rivaling the 4 emperors. At this, Smoker erupted in fury, his righteous indignation preventing him from tolerating such rampant piracy. He roared, how infuriating! What the hell do we need evidence for? When pirates commit crimes, we overlook it, and now we can't even investigate, to simply disregard it. This is an affront to the Navy's justice. Wang Luo inwardly rejoiced at this outburst but maintained a facade of seriousness, furrowing his brow. I do have a suggestion. It is said that Rain City is the largest gambling hub in Alabasta. Having only recently gained notoriety in a couple of days, there will be a highly anticipated gambling event known as the Rain Banquet. Our capture of Port Gasti was precisely to apprehend him for this gambling event. I am supposed to investigate the 7 warlords, and you bring up this nonsensical gambling event. Smoker was at a loss, unable to decipher Wang Luo's meaning. Ayn's eyes lit up. Brother Luo, are you suspecting that Baroque Works is operating within Rain City? Wang Luo smiled and nodded. Indeed, Miss Ayn, your intelligence shines through. Unlike certain individuals whose heads are filled with muscle, Ayn chuckled, while Smoker's face darkened with annoyance. Luo, you rascal. All right, enough jesting, Wang Luo said, noticing Smoker's impending fury. He swiftly shifted the topic. To be able to turn an entire city into a gambling den, especially in a nation like Alabasta that generally disdains and even detests gambling, indicates that the forces behind this are extraordinarily powerful, so much so that the Alabasta kingdom cannot act against them. Hence, I suspect that the mastermind operating behind the scenes is likely one of the 7 warlords. As he spoke, Wang Luo's piercing gaze gleamed like a sword, radiating brilliance as he declared, a true man knows when to act and when to refrain. When the time comes to take action, one must do so. Well said. Luo, you rascal, you truly are a man I respect. Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Smoker erupted in applause. Exhilarated, we are all like-minded comrades. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought my suspicions to discuss with you. Wang Luo smiled at Smoker and continued. Therefore, we should also participate in this gambling event, conducting our investigation discreetly. With a stroke of luck, we might even catch a glimpse of the true identity of this 7 warlord. Excellent. But Luo, what is this Lushan you mentioned? I've never heard of such a mountain, Smoker said, invigorated at the prospect of investigating the 7 warlords, yet curious about the unfamiliar place name. Well, you wouldn't know even if I told you. Wang Luo replied, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Miss Ayn, could you please contact the Navy headquarters? Yes. Reach out to Teacher Zephyr and request that he exercise some authority to assign a Navy Vice Admiral to escort Port Gasti. Ace to Impel Down. Just inform them that we wish not to waste time at Impel Down and prefer to pursue more pirates. I nodded. Understood. Brother Luo.as for you. Wang Luo glanced at the impatient smoker and added, for the next 2 days. Focus on resting and training. In 2 days, we will set off to attend this rain banquet and thoroughly investigate this so-called Baroque Works. Certainly. Here is the refined translation of your text. Indeed, when it comes to the pursuit of evil, the 3 individuals reached a consensus, even if their actions were forbidden by the world government. All 3 were merely in their 20s, a time of youthful audacity. Yet was this not the moment to enact the justice that resided within their hearts? The following morning, the sea lay remarkably tranquil, its surface as smooth as a mirror, as a crimson sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon. While white clouds leisurely drifted across the sky, seagulls skimmed closely over the water, when suddenly a large school of fish leapt from the surface, and a seagull seized one of the exposed fish. Soaring into the sky, truly, the expanse of the sea allows fish to leap, and the heights of the sky permit birds to fly freely. A figure stood barefoot in the water, fervently wielding a massive sword. Along the shore, many others were engaged in their morning exercises, the sunlight casting a golden hue upon them, as if draping them in a garment of radiant splendor. Lo, your training method is indeed quite bizarre. Smoker, bare-shouldered, was jogging along the beach, panting as he observed Wang Luo struggling to swing his sword in the water. Upon closer inspection, one could see that a pair of sea prism stone handcuffs were shackled to his right wrist. Remarkably, Smoker was already exhausted after running less than 3 kilometers, sweat pouring from him like rain. Have you realized that these sea prism stone handcuffs are even more effective than weighted training? Wang Luo, equally fatigued, found that the moment his feet touched the water, a sense of weakness flooded through him. What once felt like a featherlight sword now seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds. And he could barely lift it despite his desperate efforts. After swinging the sword over 1,000 times, he felt more fatigued than after 5,000 swings. His arms ached profoundly, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. Brother Luo, Brother Smoker, everyone, it's time for breakfast. Ian called out from the deck, prompting Smoker and Wang Luo to cease their training and make their way back to the warship after a day of rest. Both Wang Luo and Smoker had long since recovered from their fatigue. Once out of the water, Wang Luo felt his strength returning. It appeared that the sea had a significant restraining effect on those with devil fruit abilities. A truth he only fully grasped after becoming one himself. While devil fruits generally bestow substantial power upon their users, the adverse effects are undeniably considerable. It is no wonder that the fishman race is so formidable in naval combat. In a skirmish at sea, the outcome between Jinbei and one of the 4 emperors would be far from certain. After breakfast, everyone resumed their respective tasks, whether training or studying, leading busy yet fulfilling lives. As dusk approached, the sun sank in the west, and a dog-headed warship slowly entered Rainy Harbor. When Wang Luo beheld the vessel, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Garp would personally intervene. Surely, this old man wasn't coming to reprimand him for capturing Ace, was he? No, that seemed unlikely. Garp's character and sense of justice would not permit such behavior. Brother Luo, long time no see. I can't believe you captured a pirate with a bounty of 200 million just 2 days after you set out. Impressive, truly impressive. Garp's laughter echoed even before he arrived. Wang Luo, seeing Garp's jovial demeanor, decided to join in the jest. So, it's Garp the old man escorting a prisoner. This pirate certainly has formidable connections. Being personally imprisoned by the naval hero Garp, upon hearing that Brother Luo requested the Navy headquarters to send a vice admiral to assist in escorting the criminal, I eagerly volunteered. I was just looking for an excuse to get out and clear my mind. You know, I don't like to stay cooped up in the Navy headquarters. Garp's hearty voice always brought a sense of joy. As he spoke, he stepped onto the warship's deck, clad in a pristine white suit. His Navy justice coat draped over his shoulders, and his iconic dog-headed hat perched atop his head. Wang Luo and his companions had already lined up, and upon seeing Garp, they collectively exclaimed, "Welcome, Mr. Garp. Thank you for your efforts in escorting the prisoner." You all have such spirit. Little brats, keep up the good work. Garp felt a surge of pride upon seeing the spirited young Navy personnel. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. The group of passionate youths was thrilled to see the naval hero in person. Then, I shall trouble you, old man Garp, to accompany me to retrieve the prisoner. Wang Luo gestured for him to follow as he led the way to the temporary holding cell for prisoners aboard the warship. Thank you, Brother Luo. Garp chuckled as he followed Wang Luo into the ship's cabin. Arriving at the cell door, Wang Luo stood aside and announced, "Old man Garp, this is Port Gas Deed Ace." The Garp's expression darkened as he beheld Ace. Bound in bandages, looking disheveled, with his hands shackled behind his back by sea prism stone cuffs. Yes, he's still alive. Rest assured. I went easy on him. Old man Garp, Wang Luo replied with a smile. Kid, you scoundrel. I didn't ask you. Why are you butting in? Garp turned his head back to Ace, continuing, you look quite pitiful, having been thoroughly dealt with by Brother Luo. Garp's tone was grim. And Wang Luo felt a jolt of alarm. Was Garp truly oblivious, or was he simply dropping the pretense in front of him? Hey, old man Garp, you seem rather familiar with this pirate, Wang Luo remarked. Garp retorted with irritation, this scoundrel is my grandson. The pirate King Joel D. Roger considered you a brother, yet you wish to be his father. Are you trying to have his son call you grandfather? Do you think the pirate king would rise from his grave to battle you again? Wang Luo feigned surprise. Old man Garp, aren't you Mont Blanc Deep Garp? Yet this pirate seems to bear the surname Portgas. Humph, he is the one I adopted. I originally intended to train 2 fine sailors for the Navy, but Ace and my grandson Luffy incessantly clamored to become pirates. After merely 2 months away from Windmill Village, they secretly slipped out to the seas to become pirates, and lo and behold, he has already become a bounty of 200 million. Garp's eyes reflected his sorrow. Feudal, old man. How could the world's most notorious bloodline ever align with the Navy? Luffy shares the same cursed bloodline, Ace muttered, looking downcast. The most notorious bloodline? Ace continued. Navy soldier, stop pretending. If you were unaware of my origins, why would you deliberately invoke Joel D. Roger's name to entice me into pursuing you? Hee, you caught me. Wang Luo chuckled that I was merely worried about causing collateral damage in a tavern brawl, so I thought to test the waters. But who could have imagined that your name would be Ace? The world cannot possibly be filled with so many coincidences, can it? Portgas D. Ace. No, you should be called Joel D. Ace. Shouldn't you? Curse it. Do not utter that name before me. You scoundrel. Ace suddenly shouted at Wang Luo. Garp's expression darkened further as he whispered, Brother Luo, I didn't expect you to unveil Ace's lineage so easily. Ace, why are you making such a scene? It's truly disgraceful. Wang Luo shrugged, signaling indifference. Old man Garp, since this is your grandson, I want to disturb your reunion that I trust you won't show favoritism and let him go. Garp scoffed. Get lost. You brat. I'm not senile yet. Wang Luo smiled and turned to leave. But as he reached the door, he glanced back and said, Old man Garp, how about I accompany you to Windmill Village? Your grandson has inherited your bloodline. I fear he might also venture out to become a pirate, which would certainly trouble the Navy. Garp could not contain his anger and shouted, Get lost. My grandson will never become a pirate. Wang Luo chuckled softly as he closed the door behind him. Wang Luo's intent was crystal clear. Look, isn't this a living example before us? Garp's face flushed with embarrassment as he roared at Ace. This is all your fault. You scoundrel. You've brought me disgrace before my juniors. Humph, old man, I never acknowledged you as my grandfather. Ace muttered quietly. Soon, I will escort you to Impel Down. Ace, do you regret it? Garp slowly sat down, striving to address Ace in a calm tone. Ace grinned. Is it for a lifetime? Old man, why not just kill me on the way? After all, no one wishes for me to live. Garp gazed at Ace's pitiful state and sighed. I had hoped you would become an excellent Navy officer alongside Luffy. Look at that Brother Luo. At your age, he has already surpassed you completely. The fellow, Ace, could not help but curse upon thinking of Wang Luo. Garp gazed at Ace with disappointment and said, You are no longer just aspiring to be a Navy officer. You have become a pirate worth 200 million, a true villain in every sense. If you were to join the Navy, as long as I am alive, no one would dare to touch you. Why can't you comprehend my good intentions? He pondered whether that brat, Luffy, would reconsider his dreams of piracy upon learning of Ace's fate. Ace retorted, Old man, you haven't told Luffy about his father. Have you? We are all heirs to the bloodline of the world's most notorious criminal. How could we ever become Navy officers? I refuse to acknowledge that scoundrel as my father, which is why I have chosen to bear my mother's name. Portgas, who has shown me great kindness. The shame of that wretched father's bloodline is unbearable. Aside from giving me life, he has bestowed upon me no kindness or memories of fatherhood. Garp paused for a moment. And despite his words, Ace interrupted him directly. Stupid old man, just kill me. I have already been defeated. That I merely wish to meet the opponent of that scoundrel father of mine. yet I am too weak. I was vanquished the moment I set sail. Truly, my existence holds no meaning. You are still young and possess great potential, but alas, you have strayed down the wrong path. Carp sighed, rising to slowly open the cell door. Ace, let us go. Ace remained silent, trembling as he struggled to stand. Carp, filled with compassion, said, "Why put yourself through this? Would it not be better to live a good life in Windmill Village, even if you do not become a Navy officer?" Ace shivered and replied, "Old man, what meaning is there in such a life? I truly believe that living is devoid of purpose. I set sail to seek the meaning of my existence." Carp shook his head. At this point, what more is there to say? Come, I shall personally escort you to Impel Down, and I will ask Magellan to look after you. As Carp led Ace out of the cell. The soldiers on the warship, unaware of their relationship, regarded the scene as a standard transfer of a prisoner and carried on with their duties. After bringing Ace aboard his warship, Carp returned to find Wang Luo. Old man Carp, done reminiscing. Why not secretly release Ace? I can pretend I didn't see anything. Wang Luo winked and smiled. Humph, you dare jest with me, you little brat? Carp huffed, annoyance evident in his voice. Do you believe I want to teach you a lesson on behalf of that dead old man Zephyr? Let you feel the iron fist of love? Wang Luo hastily waved his hands. Though he relished sparring with Carp, he had just captured Ace and then sought to train with Carp. That would be akin to courting disaster. Carp ceased his jesting, looking at Wang Luo seriously. Little Luo, I hear you are pursuing other pirates instead of personally escorting the criminal. What are your intentions? Wang Luo grinned. Old man Carp, what are your thoughts on the warlords of the sea? Carp scoffed, a bunch of clowns, aside from Mihawk and Jinbe, who among them joined the warlords for noble reasons. The world government is truly declining. It's no wonder those old geezers from the Gorosei are getting senile. Devising such foolish strategies, say, Old man Carp, what do you think will happen to me if I eliminate a warlord of the sea? Wang Luo gazed thoughtfully at the rain-soaked ground. Paha! Kid, you have some guts. No wonder I favor you as a successor. Go ahead and do it. Sengoku wants to abolish the warlord system even more than you do. Carp laughed heartily. Is that so? I understand now. Wang Luo smiled, clearly pleased. However, little Luo, while the warlords are all scoundrels, each possesses considerable strength. Which one do you have your sights on? Carp suddenly became intrigued, digging in his nose as he spoke. Crocodile, Sir Crocodile, Wang Luo replied. Oh, that fellow. You really know how to pick them. Selecting the weakest. Pwah. Then go ahead and do your thing. I suddenly feel tired and want to take a nap. Carp yawned and headed toward his personal warship. Wang Luo called out, Hey, old man Carp, after I deal with Crocodile, shall we make a trip to the East Blue together? Carp laughed heartily. Sure, you understand me well. With you accompanying me, Sengoku won't dare scold me. With that, Carp returned to his warship, disappearing into the cabin, leaving one to wonder if he truly intended to sleep. As per the traditions of the monkey family, I asked that old man here to cover for me. Wang Luo mused to himself as he watched Carp's departing figure. The sun set and rose again. Wang Luo and Smoker donned their casual attire and set off for the dream city of Alabasta. Rain base. After traversing the desert for over an hour, they finally arrived at this bustling city, an oasis amidst the sands, where people thronged the streets, engaging in lively conversation. Hey, Luo, do you know where the rain dinners are? Smoker, puffing on 2 cigars, exhaled clouds of smoke. Wang Luo pointed to a pyramid-like structure with a distinctive crocodile-shaped roof and replied, Do you see that crocodile-shaped roof? That must be it. Smoker nodded. The building stood out prominently, towering over the others. That must be the casino. Rain dinners, Wang Luo asserted confidently. The two slowly approached the entrance, where they saw the sign reading Rain Dinners. Smoker confirmed, That's it. Right? What's our plan once we go inside? Wang Luo strode into the casino, declaring, To gamble. Of course. Gamble? Luo, do you know how? Smoker was momentarily taken aback. Wang Luo chuckled, Haven't you ever seen a pig run just because you haven't eaten pork? Besides, my observation hockey is excellent at sensing others' emotions. Just watch and learn. You plan to cheat using observation hockey? Smoker's eyes widened. Come on, old smoke addict. We're here to investigate. Wang Luo scrutinized the opulent casino that he had to admit, Crocodile certainly had a flair for extravagance. The casino was lavishly decorated, with large blocks of burnt stone on the floor and walls adorned with various gemstones. Resembling a palace, they continued forward. They reached the casino's front desk, where a polite attendant approached them with a smile. "Welcome to Rain Dinners, esteemed guests. How much would you like to exchange for chips?" Wang Luo pondered briefly before handing over a banknote and stating, 100,000 berries. The attendant graciously accepted the money and placed it on a tray, saying, "Thank you. Please hold on for a moment." Inwardly, he mused, "Judging by their well-tailored suits, I never expected them to be two paupers. I thought I might earn a decent tip today." Nevertheless, he continued to be courteous and presented the chips, saying, "Here are your chips, sir, and I hope you enjoy your time today." After accepting the chips, Wang Luo nodded and departed with Smoker. Upon entering the casino, he was greeted by a throng of people. Some were gathered around the gaming tables, while others were engrossed in the gambling machines, reveling in the excitement. Observing the grandeur of the establishment, Wang Luo mused to himself that Crocodile truly knew how to make a profit. The scale of the casino and the sheer number of patrons rendered the notion of daily earnings in the tens of thousands utterly unexaggerated. Coupled with the remuneration from the Baroque Works missions, it seemed that this scoundrel Crocodile was indeed a skilled moneymaker. With the status of a warlord of the sea, Crocodile naturally engaged in both legal and illicit enterprises. No pirate dared to stir trouble in his domain, and the government turned a blind eye to his territory, resulting in such prosperity. Approaching a card table, Wang Luo noticed that they were playing a variant of poker known as Jinhua, and promptly took a vacant seat. The table was surrounded by 4 men and 3 women, with a young and beautiful dealer presiding over the game. The patrons at the table were in a transient state, so their arrival did not attract much attention. The individuals before him appeared to be either wealthy or of noble status. The rotund middle-aged man had 2 striking women draped over him, his hands roaming suggestively, adorned with an ostentatious agate ring that clearly held considerable value. The 2 women, far from offended, emitted soft gasps of delight. The others remained oblivious, engrossed in their own games. Wang Luo signaled to the beautiful dealer, who responded with a professional smile and announced, "The minimum bet is 5,000 chips." Wang Luo nodded, flicked his thumb, and a chip landed firmly in the designated betting area. Jinhua is a widely popular gambling game, relying on both luck and psychological prowess to view another player's cards. One must pay double the current bet. Players with inferior hands may fold, while the showdown occurs only between the last 2 remaining players, requiring them to reveal their cards at double the stake. The dealer enjoys a slight advantage, as they can claim the pot when players' cards are of equal value. The dealer nodded and distributed the cards, 6 in total, including one for Wang Luo. Rather than hastily examining his cards, he activated his observation haki to sense the emotions of the other 5 players at the table. The middle-aged man glanced over and appeared distinctly displeased. Contemplating folding, the 2 younger men showed minimal emotional fluctuation, suggesting mediocre hands, while one woman, though maintaining a calm demeanor, seemed to harbor some inner excitement, her hand likely being quite strong. The dealer's gaze flickered slightly, indicating she too had a promising hand. Jinhua is not merely a game of chance. Its true allure lies in the element of deception. Wang Luo, maintaining an impassive expression, glanced at his own cards, a pair of 6s and a king, nothing remarkable. As the newcomer to the table, he opted to act first. Gaining a sense of the situation, he tossed in 5,000 chips, declaring, "I call." The middle-aged man disdainfully discarded his cards, while the next man hesitated before also folding. The remaining players, including the woman and the dealer, chose to call, prompting Wang Luo to feign disappointment and exclaim, "Oh dear, everyone is calling. Then I shall fold as well." With that, he tossed his cards aside. The game proceeded, and indeed, the woman won the round with an ace-high flush, effortlessly claiming the entire pot. Shortly thereafter, another round commenced. Wang Luo, adhering to his previous strategy, utilized his observation haki to gauge the player's emotions once more. After several observations, he deliberately feigned displeasure upon receiving his cards, leading the others to underestimate him, assuming him to be a novice. Consequently, amid wins and losses, he swiftly lost 50,000 chips. Smoker, observing Wang Luo's enthusiasm for the game, exasperatedly pulled up a chair to sit beside him. They had agreed that Wang Luo would take the lead, leaving Smoker with little choice but to watch his friend gamble idly as the new round began. Wang Luo, holding a pair of kings, broke into a grin and confidently tossed in 10,000 chips. The other players, upon seeing this, promptly folded, allowing Wang Luo to claim the pot, employing this tactic of deception in every hand. Wang Luo unwittingly amassed a total of 125,000 chips after winning 5 consecutive hands. As the next round commenced, he squinted at his cards, fortune smiling upon him with 3 jacks, 3 of a kind. Maintaining his composure, he placed a bet of 5,000 chips, sensing that all players seemed to have decent hands. Remarkably, no one folded after the first round. Wang Luo, slightly flustered, remarked, "No one is folding? This is quite troublesome." "You can still choose to fold," the portly middle-aged man replied with a grin. "After all, isn't playing about having fun? I will call," Wang Luo timidly asserted, tossing in another 5,000 chips. "I call. I raise to 10,000. The woman opted to fold at this juncture. "I call," the dealer confirmed, maintaining her position. Wang Luo shrugged in resignation. "Are you all ganging up on me? Do you think I am easy to bully?" 20,000. "Ah, the young one has gotten carried away. I call." The middle-aged man suddenly showed keen interest, resembling a cat toying with a mouse. Wang Luo could sense that his hand was strong, yet the probability of it exceeding 3 jacks was exceedingly low. After all, achieving 2 sets of 3 of a kind in a single round is a rarity. I call. Wang Luo raised the stakes again, this time placing a bet of 100,000 chips. To his astonishment, none of the players folded, indicating that the stakes were about to escalate. Summoning a server, Wang Luo handed over a black crystal card, stating, "Please bring me 10 million chips." Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, particularly the dealers, who wore an expression of amazement. The holder of that card was no ordinary individual, either a high-ranking government official or a notorious underworld figure. This card, bestowed upon Wang Luo by Adelaide, was rumored to allow him to overdraw up to 1 billion berries. He pondered whether it was indeed true and resolved to test it with the Golden Emperor next time. The server wheeled over a cart laden with chips and respectfully returned the card to Wang Luo. He smiled, tossing 5 chips of 100,000 each onto the table. "Let us make it 500,000 this time." The middle-aged man visibly struggled but clenched his teeth and declared, "I call. I will not continue. I fold." Both men opted to fold simultaneously, leaving the dealer to act. The beautiful dealer, with a smile, remarked, "Since this esteemed guest is so gallantly inclined, I shall call as well." The stakes had now surged to over 2 million. An extraordinary occurrence that drew a crowd of onlookers. "Then, I shall raise to 1 million, Wang Luo nonchalantly declared, laying down the chips. The middle-aged man found himself in a quandary, hesitating before finally offering, "I will wager 2 million. I want to see your cards." With that, he tossed in 2 million chips, and both players slowly revealed their hands. The middle-aged man, upon seeing Wang Luo's cards, deflated like a punctured balloon. Discarding his hand in disbelief, a straight flush with hearts 7, 8, and 9. No wonder he kept calling. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the audience, realizing that Wang Luo had been playing the role of a fool all along. Now it was the dealer's turn to speak. However, the 2 million bet exceeded her authority. She candidly stated, "Esteemed guest, this wager surpasses my limits. I must summon the casino manager." "Not a problem," Wang Luo replied with a smile, recognizing that he had no intention of making things difficult for a mere employee. Furthermore, it was only by bringing forth the true authority behind the casino that he might reel in a bigger catch. The dealer bowed respectfully to Wang Luo, saying, "Then I shall excuse myself for the moment." With that, she turned and ascended to the second floor of the casino. Before long, a sharply dressed bald man, escorted by the dealer, approached. Wang Luo focused intently, recognizing him as Mr. Seemed he had indeed hooked a big fish. "Esteemed guest, I am Daz Bonus, the casino manager. Shall we proceed with the next round of betting?" Though Mr. One is indeed a killer, he presently exudes a certain charm. While he still bears a somewhat fierce demeanor, it undeniably aligns with the temperament of a casino manager. Wang Luo refrains from idle chatter, continuing to embody the role of a gambler. "Very well. The stakes are now at 2 million. That will you play or not?" "Of course. A guest as distinguished as yourself is a rare sight. How could I not indulge in a game with you?" Mr. One promptly pushes 20 chips forward from the table. "Excellent. Then let it be 5 million this time." Wang Luo, maintaining an impassive faade, tosses out 50 chips, an astonishing total of 10 million. The onlookers have become somewhat frenzied. It has been ages since such a substantial wager graced the tables. Mr. One, momentarily taken aback by Wang Luo's audacity, knows the hidden cards. 3 5s. Though formidable, they are not invincible. With a nonchalant smile, Mr. One declares, "Then I shall raise it to 10 million, but let us reveal our hands." A gasp ripples through the crowd as the stakes soar to 20 million. They exclaim in astonishment at this grand gamble. To put things into perspective, a single unknown devil fruit is merely valued at 100 million berries, and yet, this card game has ballooned to 20 million. Leaving all in awe, Mr. One reveals his hand first. 3 fives, a rare 3 of a kind. Just as the crowd anticipates Wang Luo's defeat, he unveils his cards, leaving everyone in stunned silence. 3 jacks. Mr. Point One bursts into laughter, pushing all the chips towards Wang Luo. "What extraordinary luck you possess, dear guest. Shall we continue?" Wang Luo graciously accepts the chips. Mr. One gestures for them to proceed, and the game resumes. This time with only the woman and the middle-aged man participating. The 2 younger men, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, opt to become mere spectators, standing by to observe. In the ensuing rounds, Wang Luo accumulates over 2 billion in chips. Mr. One's expression darkens considerably. Shortly thereafter, Mr. 3 approaches Mr. One, whispering a few words that seem to alleviate his tension. After winning a couple more rounds, Wang Luo decides to withdraw, and the crowd can feel the unease in the air. Surprisingly, after deducting the house's 10% cut, Mr. One promptly cashes out all the winnings. For large suitcases required to hold over 200 million berries, the crowd quietly admires the integrity displayed by Rain Banquet. Unanimously acknowledging the casino's credibility, after Wang Luo and Smoker depart, several figures discreetly follow in their wake. Wang Luo, anticipating their pursuit, deliberately engages in ostentatious spinning in the rain-drenched streets, ensuring they remain on his trail. The 2 men are acutely aware of their followers and exchange knowing glances without voicing their thoughts. They indulge in shopping until evening falls, the entire Rain Banquet community buzzing with tales of Wang Luo's colossal win. Finally, he leads Smoker out of the area, having procured a plethora of supplies and hired 4 carriages to transport their bounty. They swagger confidently toward the seaside port as the sun sets. Meanwhile, Mr. One, accompanied by Mr. 3 and their female companions, Miss Doublefinger and Miss Golden Week, stealthily trails Wang Luo's group, clad in dark, nocturnal attire. Under a starry sky, several carriages traverse the desert, heavy cargo leaving distinct imprints on the ground. Slowly, Wang Luo and Smoker drive towards the port. "Why haven't we made our move yet?" Smoker exhales a ring of smoke, questioning, "Are we not tracking them easily enough? Why rush? We must wait until darkness fully descends." Wang Luo replies, savoring a piece of jerky, pleasantly surprised by its flavor, tender, chewy, and richly satisfying. Just then, a thunderous crash emanates from the front of the caravan as a massive wax candle descends, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Look, they've arrived." Wang Luo swallows the jerky and unsheathes his sword. Ace, stepping out of the carriage. "This time, let me take the lead." Smoker appears noticeably more agitated, flinging aside the curtain and rushing out, eager to claim his prize. The drivers, witnessing 4 figures emerge from behind the candle, are taken aback, cowering behind their carriages, trembling in fear, realizing they have likely encountered robbers. Wang Luo and Smoker stride to the forefront of the caravan, with Smoker pointing a sea-stone finger at Mr. One, saying, well, who do we have here?" The casino manager himself. "What brings you to our path?" Mr. 3 interjects, "Can't you tell? We're here to escort you on your journey." Smoker can't help but chuckle at Mr. 3's bizarre hairstyle. "Huh? With a look like that, you dare to claim you're the strongest assassin organization in the first half of the Grand Line? You're killing me." Wang Luo, intrigued by the 2 men and 2 women before him, remarks, "Smoker, I leave them to you." "Not a problem." Smoker, eager for action, lunges forward, ready to strike Mr. 3 with his staff. Candle shield. Mr. Point 3 swings his arm, conjuring a waxen shield that absorbs Smoker's blow. Clang. A sharp metallic clash resonates, prompting the combatants and even the drivers to peek out, their gazes fixated on the duel between Wang Luo and Mr. 1. Wang Luo draws ace from its sheath, a brilliant flash of sword light slicing through Mr. 1's chest, leaving all in astonishment. As Mr. 1 processes the attack, he feels a disconcerting lightness in his body. "Why do I seem to be falling? Why does my chest ache? Wait, is that my leg?" He gazes down in disbelief, witnessing his own leg before him. Then, the endless darkness engulfed his consciousness, and it was only then that he realized he had been slain by a single sword strike. With a thud, Mr. 1 was cleaved in 2 by Wang Luo, blood spraying up to 3 meters high, saturating the sandy ground. Such strength! All present were awestruck by Wang Luo, their gazes filled with reverence and fear. He actually severed Mr. 1 in half. Mr. 1 is dead, just like that. Mr. 3, already timid, trembled as he spoke. Witnessing the gruesome demise of Mr. 1, Wang Luo glanced at Ace, the blade devoid of any bloodstains, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. My swordsmanship is becoming increasingly proficient, and my power is growing. Damn it. Smoker felt a twinge of humiliation upon seeing Wang Luo's decisive strike against Mr. 1, seizing the moment while Mr. 3 was in shock. He landed a punch on his face. Mr. 3 was sent flying several meters, clutching his nose that was gushing blood, yet he did not retaliate, instead exclaiming in horror at the sight of Wang Luo, who resembled the Grim Reaper. Run. Inform the captain at once. Summon Mr. 0 to deal with them. The two women were not foolish. Seeing the formidable Mr. 1 felled by Wang Luo, how long could they withstand? Although they were assassins and understood the risks of their profession, they would not willingly walk to their deaths when defeat was certain. Thus, they quickly retreated from the battlefield, but Smoker was unwilling to let them go. Faced with their lack of combat spirit, he immediately pursued, capturing one in just a few exchanges. Wang Luo, unfazed by the fleeing duo, executed a swift flying slash that struck Mr. 3. But the waxen armor he donned through the powers of his devil fruit crumbled under the assault, blood gushing from his back as he screamed in agony, rolling on the ground. After defeating Mr. 3 with a single stroke, Wang Luo swiftly appeared before the last remaining individual, pointing his sword at her throat. You are under arrest. Little sister, in the blink of an eye, the once formidable quartet of assassins was vanquished. The carnage was resolved so effortlessly by the two before them. The coachman, having narrowly escaped, regarded the pair with a mix of awe and trepidation. Can you still leave, gentlemen? Wang Luo casually tossed several belly into their hands. I apologize for the fright. This is compensation for you, my lord. We wouldn't dare. The coachman hurriedly accepted the belly, bowing profusely in gratitude. Wang Luo smiled amiably. It's nothing. Take it. Let us continue our journey. The coachman nodded eagerly, expressing their thanks, promptly preparing their carriage to depart. Wang Luo turned to Smoker and called out, Hey, Smoker, are you done packing? Smoker tossed the handcuffed captives onto the ground, grumbling. All set. Major Cheval Luo. Don't say that. Smoker, if you manage to capture all the pirates next time, I'll handle the packing for you. How about that? Wang Luo patted Smoker's shoulder, offering him some encouragement. Tsh, I will definitely succeed next time. Smoker silently vowed. After dragging the three captives into the carriage, Wang Luo simply bandaged Mr. 3's wounds, ensuring he wouldn't bleed out. Around midnight, the convoy finally arrived at the naval base. Wang Luo instructed his subordinates to separate the three for interrogation and utilize the transponder snail to record the proceedings. He personally interrogated Mr. 3 while the others questioned the two women, stripping them of their shoes and binding them to chairs, proceeding to tickle their feet with feathers for 30 minutes before asking questions. Wang Luo coldly regarded Mr. 3, whose heart raced under his icy gaze. During this time, uproarious laughter echoed from the adjacent cell, leaving Mr. 3 perplexed. This laughter persisted for half an hour, with the two women laughing until they cried, incessantly begging for mercy. Subsequently, the naval officers responsible for the interrogation smoothly acquired intelligence regarding the Baroque Works, due to the separation of the women and the intimidation from Wang Luo earlier. They dared not utter a single lie, thoroughly recounting all they knew. Before long, two statements were delivered to Wang Luo, who glanced over them before raising the documents. Mr. 3, they have already confessed. Are you considering resisting? Esteemed naval officer, what would you like to know? If I fully cooperate, will you spare my life? Mr. 3 spoke timidly, having resigned himself to his fate. Rest assured, you shall spend the remainder of your life in impelled down reflecting on your actions. Now, please disclose the identity of Mr. 0. To Wang Luo was pleased with Mr. 3's attitude that I am not entirely certain of the boss's identity. He is rather enigmatic. However, I have heard he is a significant figure. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Wang Luo nodded. Very well, continue. What are your plans? Having opened his mouth, Mr. 3 readily divulged. The boss intends to establish a pirate nation, inciting chaos in the Alabasta kingdom using dance powder, and then reap the rewards from the ensuing turmoil. After usurping the throne, he seeks the historical text treasured by the Nefertari family, aiming to uncover the legendary ancient weapon Pluton. Oh, a coup, and the search for ancient weaponry? It appears your boss has grand ambitions. Wang Luo mused. Can you comprehend the historical text? I have heard that the boss has a mysterious woman by his side who can read it. I've also heard rumors about her. They say she is a survivor from O'Hara. The Mr. 3 obediently recounted. O'Hara? Wang Luo prodded. Yes, O'Hara, that mysterious woman is known as the son of the devil. Mr. 3 suddenly recalled, exclaiming, "Doh, and where are they now?" In Canola. They are there using dance powder to incite public outrage against the Nefertari family for their misuse of it. Wang Luo nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I will verify your claims. If you speak the truth, you shall live comfortably and impelled down. However, should you dare utter falsehoods, well, humph. Mr. 3 nodded fervently, promising not to deceive the naval officer. Wang Luo was fully aware that Mr. 3's words were indeed truthful. He merely used Mr. 3 to articulate the matter. A coup, the ancient weapon Pluton, harboring Nico Robin, a target the world government must capture. Once this information reaches the Navy headquarters, it would be hard to believe they wouldn't order action against Crocodile. Nevertheless, the performance must continue. Wang Luo brought the recorded footage and statements to Carp, who immediately recognized the gravity of the situation upon receiving the news. Though Carp was typically careless, he treated the matter of ancient weapons with utmost seriousness. Should they fall into the hands of pirates, the ensuing carnage would be unimaginable. Carp promptly reported the situation to Sengoku, and naturally, the Navy headquarters quickly granted approval. The following morning, Wang Luo received orders from the Navy headquarters. Cheval Luo is to lead his subordinates alongside Vice Admiral Carp to apprehend Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. That he and his pirates are to be captured dead or alive, and the identity of the son of the devil, Nico Robin, must be preserved. Indeed, the world government desires to maintain control over the ancient weapon. However, the immediate priority is to deal with Crocodile, the troublemaker. Just then, a system notification chimed. System task. The host has initiated the hunt for the 7 warlords of the sea. Defeating, killing, or subduing any of the 7 warlords will earn a task reward. Upon defeating, killing, or subduing all 7 warlords, the host will receive the title Conqueror of the 7 warlords of the sea and 1 S-rank lottery draw. Each time a warlord is defeated, killed, or subdued, the host will earn experience points, shop points, and 1 upgrade ticket, level 1. The title Conqueror of the 7 warlords of the sea grants an increase of 50 points to all attributes. The timing of this task is impeccable. Wang Luo gazed at the task rewards, his heart brimming with joy. With the acquisition of an upgrade voucher, his level could be swiftly elevated once more. Moreover, he had set his sights on numerous desirable items in the marketplace, although he still needed to accumulate a fair amount of points. Alabasta, Canola, the clandestine division of the Baroque Works, lay hidden in an unassuming corner of the city, its facade no different from the dilapidated buildings surrounding it. Vendors peddled various knickknacks, and one could sporadically glimpse some rudimentary foodstuffs. Yet beneath the beds within the shop, concealed was a secret door leading to a hidden realm. Rows of candles crackled as they illuminated the previously dark basement, that in stark contrast to the dismal scene above. The underground space was not only exquisitely adorned but also stocked with abundant supplies, vegetables, fruits, and meats in plentiful variety. "Hey, Mr. 2, how goes the preparations for action?" A man reclined on a large, plush red sofa inquired of his subordinate, his voice rich and magnetic. "Boss, everything has been arranged. Tomorrow, Kosa will publicize the royal family's abuse of dancing powder. Our associates have successfully persuaded him to form a rebellion," came the respectful reply. Mr. 2 was a robust man, adorned with eccentric makeup, false eyelashes, and a fringe, who grinned widely, his facial expressions remarkably animated, one eye wide open while the other squinted. Clad in a feminine swan ballet outfit and draped in a pink coat emblazoned with the name Bankier, adorned with swan heads and wings, his legs were unshaven, and his attire bore no insignia or tattoos representing the number 2. Instead, the swan's curved neck served as a substitute. Mr. 2 was also a user of a devil fruit, possessing the power of the imitation fruit, frequently transforming into Cobra's likeness to brazenly command the city guards to utilize dancing powder, playing a pivotal role in the conspiracy to usurp the throne. The boss was none other than Crocodile, who was seen biting on a cigar, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, his face marred by a prominent scar, an earring adorning his right ear, and a golden hook replacing his left hand. Wang Luo recognized that within the golden hook lay a deadly scorpion-like barb and a razor-sharp blade. Should one be poisoned without immediate treatment, death would swiftly ensue. Clad in a black fur coat over an orange plaid long-sleeve shirt, Crocodile exuded an aura reminiscent of an Italian mafia don. At that moment, he swirled a glass of red wine, a sophisticated yet sinister smile gracing his lips, embodying a fierce predator akin to the crocodile he favored to rear. This was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the Desert King, Crocodile. It seems we shall soon witness a splendid performance. Wouldn't you agree, my dear Vice President? Crocodile directed his gaze towards a slender woman shrouded in shadows. The woman, with her healthy, sun-kissed complexion, donned a stylish cowboy hat and a tight-fitting purple ensemble that accentuated her alluring curves. She was none other than Nico Robin, the daughter of the devil, with a smile gracing her lips. She replied softly, "Indeed, it appears that soon you shall fulfill your ambitions, boss." Crocodile nodded in satisfaction. "All thanks to your cunning strategies, my cherished Vice President. Rest assured, I shall entrust the historical texts to you once we attain formidable strength and venture into the New World to seize more of them." Nico Robin maintained her gentle smile, nodding in agreement. "Of course, boss shall undoubtedly acquire One Piece and ascend as the Pirate King." Splendid. Mr. 2, ensure that the individuals surrounding Kosa perform admirably tomorrow. I eagerly anticipate it. "Leave it to me, boss," Mr. 2 replied with utmost reverence. "Thank you for your hard work. Now go and rest," Crocodile declared, draining his wine glass, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. "Yes, boss." The duo withdrew with utmost respect. "Very soon, Whitebeard, I shall return to the New World to exact my revenge. Do not perish at the hands of another." "Whitebeard," Crocodile murmured, his gaze fixed upon the distant candlelight. The following day, Catlia, a city ravaged by drought, now witnessed a surge of able-bodied individuals pouring in, their heads bobbing in a sea of humanity, all converging towards the central square. Today, they had summoned comrades from all corners to convene a grand assembly. After enduring over 2 years of relentless drought, much of the Alabasta kingdom lay desolate, with cities grappling with scarcity of water and food, famine running rampant, and even instances of death from thirst and hunger manifesting. Yet King Nefertari Cobra was utterly impotent to remedy the situation. Even disaster relief proved futile against the unyielding heavens, a calamity entirely beyond human control. As time passed, the grievances of those in the rain-privileged cities grew louder, resulting in dwindling supplies for relief efforts, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of many. "Look, it's Kosa. It's Kosa," a young man, surrounded by a throng, entered Catlia, making his way to the center of the square. Seizing a megaphone, he proclaimed, "I am Kosa. I am immensely grateful for your presence here today." Roar, "Kosa, Kosa, today, I wish to unveil a discovery regarding the drought afflicting our city while neighboring towns remain unscathed." Raising a bag high, Kosa's face contorted with rage as he bellowed, "This is the cause. It is called dancing powder. The Nefertari royal family is abusing this substance. I, along with many comrades, witnessed that hypocritical scoundrel Cobra utilizing this very thing. Yes, it's true. We saw it with our own eyes. The hypocrite Cobra is recklessly using dancing powder, utterly disregarding our lives." Numerous esteemed figures from various cities stepped forth, recounting their observations near the capital. "What? Dancing powder? How could this be? Why would the Nefertari royal family do such a thing? Curse that royal family. For their selfish gain, they have brought ruin upon us. Oh, my poor wife." The crowd erupted in furious denunciations of the Nefertari royal family, while members of the Baroque Works, hidden in the shadows, bore cold smiles, as everything unfolded according to the plans of their boss and vice-boss. Truly, Mr. 2's imitation fruit powers proved invaluable. "Everyone, lend me your ears." Kosa sensed the moment was ripe and once again raised the megaphone. Instantly, the tumultuous square fell silent, all ears attuned to Kosa's voice. "The kingdom of Alabasta is gravely ill, and the Nefertari royal family is incompetent. We cannot stand idly by as our nation decays. What shall we do, Kosa?" "Yes, Kosa, lead us. I propose we form a revolutionary army to resist this oppressive regime. I am acutely aware that too many have perished in this calamity, and I do not wish to see more lives lost in war. However, we still possess the strength to resist. If we exhaust our food and water supplies, we will be left with no path but death. By then, it will be too late to consider rebellion." Kosa gradually lowered the megaphone, awaiting the crowd's response. "Let us fight. Let the hypocritical Nefertari royal family be cast down from their throne. They are unworthy of ruling this nation. Thus, the revolutionary army is hereby established. Please return to your respective cities and discreetly gather comrades that we shall make Katlia our stronghold. Once the time is ripe, we shall march upon the capital and demand accountability from that hypocritical cobra." Kosa raised his arm in a rallying call, and the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Observing from the shadows, Crocodile revealed a cruel, merciless smile, bursting into laughter. "Nico Robin, you are indeed aptly named the daughter of the devil, possessing an uncanny insight into the hearts of men. With just a dancing powder, we have effortlessly secured the support of at least 100,000. It is solely due to the sagacious decisions of the esteemed president that I have merely offered you a spark of inspiration." A smile continues to grace the face of Nico Robin. Now that matters here have been successfully concluded, let us return to Rain Base. It seems that before long, a civil war will erupt in this nation. At that time, I shall re-emerge as the savior. This plan is simply flawless, my dear Vice President. Crocodile laughed heartily as he rose to his feet, preparing to stride toward the door. "President, I have a matter to report to you concerning Rain Base." Mr. Point 2 suddenly interjected at that moment. "What is it, Mr. 2? Crocodile halted in his tracks, casting a puzzled glance at Mr. 2, and remarked coolly, "With Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 present in Rain Base, what could possibly be amiss?" "President, this morning, we received word from the telephone bug that someone won over 200 million berries at the casino yesterday," Mr. 2 said cautiously. Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 then cashed out and followed them, only to be ambushed and killed at night. A sinister grin spread across Crocodile's face, his centipede-like scar appearing even more menacing at that moment. "Of course, my berries are not so easily acquired." "In that case, have the money retrieved." Cold sweat broke out on Mr. 2's forehead as he whispered, "President, the money was not recovered." "And what?" Crocodile's brow furrowed as he sensed something was amiss. "Did Mr. 1 and Mr. 3 fail in their endeavor? And what else?" Mr. 2 steeled himself and replied directly. "The subordinates dispatched to investigate reported discovering Mr. 1's corpse on the way. He was cleaved in two. Furthermore, near the site of Mr. 1's body, we found Mr. 3's wax armor, which was also stained with blood. His fate appears grim as well. Additionally, Miss Doublefinger and Miss Golden Week have also gone missing." "What?" Crocodile's expression turned incredulous, his earlier joy at facilitating the rebel establishment vanishing, replaced by a deep-seated fury. "Mr. 1. He was one of my most trusted subordinates, renowned for his formidable strength, and he has been slain. This is an ambush. Someone is undoubtedly orchestrating a conspiracy against me, taking advantage of my absence to eliminate my trusted aides and sever my support." This realization struck Crocodile instinctively. "Quick. Set off immediately." He bellowed furiously. "Return to Rain Base with me at once. I must personally ascertain what transpired. I will rend to pieces the audacious soul who has slain Mr. 1 and abducted my beloved subordinates." "Yes, President." At the outskirts of Rain Base, near the site where Mr. 1 was slain by Wang Luo. The latter sat nearby with several horse-drawn carriages. As Wang Luo put it, this was akin to lying in wait for a hare. With Crocodile's trusted subordinate dead, he would surely come personally to investigate and seek revenge. Moreover, this route was the only way to Rain Base's port, eliminating the need to chase Crocodile all the way to Cartlia. Instead, they could lie in wait. "Brother Luo, your scheme is intricately woven, reminiscent of the strategies of the warring states in your youth. Always plotting this and that. Pray, be honest with me. Did you intend to deal with that crocodile rascal since arriving in Alabasta?" Carp remarked, munching on rice crackers. "Heh, who among the 7 warlords of the sea is virtuous? I reckon only Jinbei is a pirate for the sake of the fishmen." Wang Luo scoffed. "Your point is not without merit. By the by, Brother Luo, do you believe you can contend with Crocodile? While I have some understanding of your prowess, he is an established pirate, having been one of the 7 warlords for 7 or 8 years. His strength must have surely progressed." Old Man Carp. "If we cannot defeat someone as trivial as Crocodile, then what hope do we have for the future of the Navy? Wouldn't you agree, Smoker Ein?" "Of course, just leave it to us." Vice Admiral Carp, Smoker, and Ein chimed in unison. Carp chuckled heartily, clearly pleased that in that case, I shall return to the warship for more rice crackers. "Go ahead, Old Man Carp. We shall handle things here," Wang Luo declared with confidence. This moment, Crocodile's strength was likely only slightly superior to that of a newly emerged ace. He possessed neither observation haki nor armament haki. His strength lay solely in the Sansan fruit. Moreover, Wang Luo was intimately familiar with Crocodile's techniques, making it a trivial matter to deal with him. "Princess Vivi, have you heard? Mr. 1 has been slain. and even Mr. 3 and their partners have vanished. A man with peculiar curly hair whispered to a young girl. The girl donned traditional Alabasta attire, her striking azure hair setting her apart. Exuding an air of grace and beauty, she was Nefertari Vivi, a courageous girl who, upon noticing the Baroque Works' suspicious activities, joined forces with the palace guard captain, Ikaram, to infiltrate Baroque Works as an undercover agent. Through her remarkable abilities, she had risen to the rank of a minor officer. Vivi nodded. Uncle Ikaram, I have a feeling it could be true, but I wonder who dares to act so boldly against Crocodile. A warlord of the sea. Ikaram shook his head. I do not know, but I heard His Majesty mention that he received a call from the Navy a few days ago, stating that they were pursuing a pirate named Portgasti. Ace. Vivi was somewhat taken aback, for Ace's name was well known. Earning a bounty of over 200 million berries upon entering the Grand Line was no small feat, but isn't the Navy allied with the warlords of the sea? Would they come after Crocodile? Vivi questioned, unable to believe it, given that on the surface, the warlords were directly governed by the Navy. It's hard to say. Princess Vivi. We've just received word that Mr. Zero has issued a direct order to investigate the slayer of Mr. 1. A promotion of 3 ranks is at stake. Ikaram remarked with a smile. It seems Mr. 1's death has had a significant impact on Crocodile. However, the person who killed Mr. 1 must be formidable. I had thought those impervious to blades and bullets were practically invincible. Vivi pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps we should investigate the site of Mr. 1's body. There might be clues. I believe that could be worthwhile, Princess Vivi, Ikaram replied respectfully. At that moment, as Crocodile hurriedly made his way toward Rain Base, his telephone bug rang. Buzz, buzz. Crocodile picked up the receiver, and the voice of the telephone bug echoed. Mr. Zero, esteemed President, we have located the individual who killed Mr. 1. They are near the site of Mr. 1's remains. How dare they be so brazen? Crocodile's veins throbbed with anger. Keep a close watch on them. Report any movements immediately. Yes, Mr. Zero, came the respectful reply from the other end. Prepare for your demise, arrogant scoundrel. You all continue toward Rain Base. I shall depart ahead. Crocodile roared in fury before abruptly hanging up the phone, transforming into a flurry of fine sand and racing toward the coordinates where Mr. 1's body was discovered. Yes, the members of Baroque Works replied respectfully. Princess Vivi, has the report been sent? Ikaram inquired, gazing at the distant carriages. Yes, Uncle Ikaram. Crocodile said he would arrive immediately. As she spoke, Vivi cast a worried glance toward the carriages, uncertain whether they could defeat Crocodile. Although she was unaware of Crocodile's true intentions, she was certain that whatever he was plotting was far from trivial. Ikaram nodded. Indeed, Princess Vivi. However, without any evidence, the world government and the Navy cannot possibly intervene on our behalf. Otherwise, we would not have to infiltrate this damned Baroque Works to gather evidence. You have truly endured much. Uncle Ikaram, as the princess of this nation, is it not a natural responsibility and obligation for me to contribute to the well-being of our country? Given that I enjoy the privileges of royalty, Vivi shook her head and spoke earnestly. Ikaram could not help but admire her. Princess Vivi, your exceptional virtues truly bring blessings to the kingdom of Alabasta. I firmly believe that under your guidance, Alabasta will flourish and prosper even more in the future. Let us hope so. However, for the time being, we must swiftly eliminate the threat posed by Crocodile. Vivi, merely a 15-year-old girl, was already engaged in such perilous undercover work for the sake of her country, demonstrating a maturity beyond her years. Upon discovering her father Cobra's collaboration with Crocodile, she also became aware of the emergence of the Baroque Works. Yet, since Crocodile's arrival in Alabasta, the kingdom had been plagued by persistent drought, with rumors of the existence of dance powder surfacing. Consequently, Cobra immediately dispatched investigators to look into the matter, but those sent from the kingdom mysteriously perished along the way. Eventually, it became apparent that the deaths of the investigators were linked to the Baroque Works organization. After a period of analysis, the connection between the two was established, and with the rumors of dance powder, Vivi began to sense the unfolding of a grand conspiracy targeting Alabasta. Both Vivi and Cobra understood that reporting directly to the world government and the Navy would be futile, as they had initially invited Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, to collaborate with them. Furthermore, the political implications surrounding the warlords of the sea were significant. Without direct evidence of Alabasta being threatened by Crocodile, the world government and Navy would inevitably adhere to the warlord system. Lacking the strength to defeat Crocodile, Vivi proposed to infiltrate Baroque Works herself to gather evidence. enabling the Navy to take action against Crocodile. After more than half a year of effort, Vivi and Ecalum had managed to rise to positions of authority, slowly gaining opportunities to access the core secrets of Baroque Works. However, at that moment, famine and death had begun to plague several cities in Alabasta, knowing full well that Crocodile was behind it. Both Vivi and Cobra felt utterly powerless, which left Vivi in a state of great agitation. Upon learning of Mr. 1's murder and the disappearance of Mr. 3 and his partner, she felt a surge of excitement. Sensing that someone was about to take action against Crocodile, and that individual was not far away, within a nearby carriage, suppressing her excitement, Vivi recalled the saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Even though she had never met this person, she felt compelled to see who could slay the seemingly invincible Mr. 1. Yet, she knew that her identity could not be revealed to Crocodile. What if the individual in the carriage were to fail? Moreover, observing the audacity with which this person awaited in the very place where Mr. 1 had met his demise suggested a confidence in their ability to confront Crocodile. Thus, for the greater good of Alabasta, Vivi refrained from warning them of the impending fury of Crocodile. After about an hour, Vivi's din mushy rang. It was Crocodile calling. Is that arrogant fellow still there? Vivi promptly replied, "Yes, Mr. Zero. I shall arrive shortly. Keep a close watch." Moments later, a fierce wind swept through, revealing a large fur coat. The golden hook on Crocodile's left hand sparkled in the sunlight, while he bit down on a half-burnt cigar. Casting a malevolent gaze towards Vivi and Ecalum. "It's you too," Crocodile remarked. Vivi and Ecalum quickly bowed, saying, "We greet you, Mr. Zero." With an impassive expression, Crocodile inquired, "Where is the one who killed Mr. 1? Vivi promptly pointed in the direction of the carriage, respectfully replying, "Mr. Zero, it is over there, approximately 2 kilometers away that we dared not approach too closely for fear of being discovered." "Understood," Crocodile said, preparing to depart, but then he suddenly turned back and smiled. "By the way, you have both worked hard. You did well this time. When I return, I shall promote you." Vivi and Ecalum bowed again, exclaiming, "It is our honor to serve you, Mr. Zero." "Very well." Crocodile's gaze held a hint of cruelty as he remarked, "Perform well, and I shall not treat my own poorly. Thank you very much for your appreciation, Mr. Zero." The next moment, Crocodile's form transformed into a swirl of fine sand, vanishing before their eyes. Once Crocodile had left, the two finally exhaled in relief. Vivi patted her chest and said, "Indeed, Mr. Zero is Crocodile. I once caught a glimpse of his appearance while hiding in the dark room when my father met with him." "Then, Princess Vivi, shall we await the outcome of the battle here, or shall we investigate?" Ecalum inquired. Vivi's eyes twinkled as she declared, "Let us follow and see." Meanwhile, within the carriage, Wang Luo, Ein, and Smoker were each immersed in their respective training and studies when a sudden, unusual gale swept through, and Wang Luo sensed a palpable aura of menace. The three exchanged glances, knowing that Crocodile had arrived. "Brother Luo, remember the plan. You hold back for now. Smoker and I will engage first. If we cannot handle it, then you may intervene," Ein instructed. Wang Luo nodded. "Understood. You've reminded me 800 times." Smoker took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. "Let us go and see this warlord of the sea." As they stepped out of the carriage, the once clear sky was now engulfed in a fierce tempest, swirling yellow sands obscuring the horizon. Wang Luo pointed towards the undulating desert in the distance. "I have a rather ominous feeling about this." "Could it be?" Smoker, too, noticed the unusual disturbances in the desert, the waves of sand rolling like ocean swells. Observing the rising sand waves, Wang Luo chuckled. "It seems Crocodile's welcoming gift is quite significant." The horses pulling the carriage began to grow restless, prompting Wang Luo to sever their reins with his sword. Allowing the freed steeds to neigh and flee in the opposite direction of the sand waves, as the towering sand waves approached, the three leapt into the air, evading the oncoming storm. The colossal waves towered 10 stories high, accompanied by clouds of dust that obliterated the carriages, leaving only their frames to be buried beneath the sand. Once the chaos settled, Wang Luo, Ein, and Smoker descended, and just a short distance away, Crocodile finally revealed himself. As they beheld the descending trio, the white coats of justice adorning their forms signified their allegiance, causing Crocodile to furrow his brow and quietly inquire, "The Navy?" "Indeed, esteemed warlord of the sea," Wang Luo replied with a smile. "Did you slay Mr. 1? Are you here to breach the treaty?" Crocodile glared at Wang Luo with a dark expression. "No, no, no. It is not us who seek to breach the treaty. Rather, It is you who have violated it. Esteemed Warlord of the Sea, Wang Luo replied with a grin, I bring you the orders from the Navy headquarters. Crocodile has openly provoked the world government and the Navy, aiming to usurp Alabasta and the ancient weapon Pluton. As such, your title as Warlord of the Sea is hereby revoked. I command Cheval Luo and his subordinates to proceed with your arrest, regardless of life or death, after reading the orders from the Navy headquarters. Wang Luo continued, Now, former Warlord of the Sea, Crocodile, will you surrender willingly, or shall I escort you to meet your dear subordinates? Crocodile momentarily froze, taken aback. He had never anticipated that his plans would be so readily known to the world government and the Navy, nor that his title as Warlord of the Sea would be stripped away so easily. It must be Mr. 3. It must surely be that timid mouse of a fellow who leaked the information. Indeed, I should never have promoted such a worthless individual. Crocodile's gaze towards Wang Luo was imbued with a chilling murderous intent. Is at you, this Navy brat, who has slain Mr. 1, captured Mr. 3, and caused me to lose my title as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Wang Luo clapped his hands mockingly. Your Excellency Crocodile, how astute you are. You have presented us with such a splendid gift right from the outset. How could I possibly refrain from reciprocating? What an audacious little Navy brat you are. It seems the Navy has forgotten, allowing a bunch of youngsters to come after me. On what grounds do you think I attained the title of a Warlord of the Sea? With a sudden motion, Crocodile slammed his palm into the ground, and a blade of sand, sharp as a treasured sword, surged toward the 3, gleaming with a metallic sheen and exhibiting tremendous power. Wang Luo and Ein deftly evaded using the Soru technique. While Smoker was cleaved in two, witnessing Smoker's bisected form, Crocodile revealed a sinister grin. What nonsense about being a Warlord of the Sea. I have no interest. Now, are you ready to bear the brunt of my wrath? Lo, this scoundrel struck first. Allow me to deal with him. Smoker's upper half transformed into a billow of smoke, and he exhaled a puff of smoke rings. 10 minutes. If we cannot subdue him, I'll leave it to you. Wang Luo chuckled. Oh no, that won't do. We agreed to fight alongside Ein, and if you disagree, I shall take direct action. Smoker averted his gaze and drew forth his sea prism stone weapon, fixing his stare on Crocodile. Crocodile, I shall be the one to arrest you. Let us join forces, brother Smoker. Ein unsheathed her sword as well. Then I leave it to you. 10 minutes. After all, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. So do not underestimate him. With that, Wang Luo seated himself atop a nearby dune, recognizing that both Smoker and Ein were promising talents who required hands-on experience to hone their skills. He refrained from intervening directly, believing it beneficial for them to witness the prowess of great pirates. Though Crocodile was presently the weakest among them, the kingdom of Alabasta was a desert, and here, it was his domain, undoubtedly enhancing his capabilities. While Smoker and Ein possessed dual haki, they were still in their nascent stages. Whether they could subdue Crocodile remained uncertain. Observing the Navy brats before him, Crocodile erupted into wild laughter. How underestimated you are. Little Navy fools. In the next instant, Crocodile transformed into a whirlwind of sand, lunging at Ein, his palm morphing into 3 razor-sharp sand blades aimed at her chest. Ein opted not to take the hit. Employing Sara once more to evade, the colossal and sharp sand blade pierced the stone wall behind her, leaving 3 terrifying fissures, each half a meter deep. The ear-splitting sound of grinding continued until the sand blade was fully embedded in the wall. Ein had already appeared behind Crocodile, her long sword enveloped in armament haki, striking at his neck. With a whoosh, fine sand erupted. Crocodile's head was cleanly severed, yet his body showed not a trace of blood. The head dropping straight to the ground. Ein gazed at the airborne head of Crocodile in disbelief. Had the illustrious Warlord of the Sea been so easily defeated? Yet what was that peculiar sensation transmitted through the blade to her palm? As expected, a resounding crash echoed, and Crocodile's head shattered into grains of sand scattered across the desert. Had he elementalized in advance? Ein was astonished. Despite unleashing her armament haki, she had failed to land a blow on Crocodile. As the fine sand swirled, Crocodile's head slowly reformed, his expression mocking as he smirked. Did you think that wielding the same powers as Whitebeard's crew would allow you to easily defeat me? Crocodile, the world is far from that simple, little Navy brats. Wang Luo's expression shifted, realizing that although Crocodile might lack both observation and armament haki, his innate combat prowess remained formidable. Perhaps Ein's speed had been slightly lacking. Allowing Crocodile to elementalize and evade the attack, Crocodile swung his left hand, the sharp golden hook aimed directly at Ein's crown. She quickly raised her sword in defense. Clang! A piercing metallic sound erupted. as crocodiles strike bore tremendous force, unleashing a violent gust between the two, causing Crocodile's dark coat to flutter wildly. Despite exerting all her strength to resist, the golden hook continued its descent. Perilously close to piercing her skin, Crocodile's expression morphed into a vicious grin. Should the hook reach her skin, the lethal scorpion venom would swiftly claim this female Navy officer's life. Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds echoed from behind Crocodile. Smoker launched a surprise attack from behind, his Sea Prism stone weapon sweeping toward Crocodile's back. With a whoosh, the Sea Prism weapon proved ineffective, as Crocodile scattered into a cloud of sand, dispersing onto the ground. Fortunately, Ain was also saved. She cast a glance at Smoker, her expression tinged with apology. Apologies, brother Smoker. Focus on the battle. Crocodile is not to be trifled with, Smoker cautioned, eyeing the gathering sands warily. This time, I will take the lead. You support me from the side? Understood, brother Smoker. Ain nodded. Smoker transformed into smoke and surged toward Crocodile, his Sea Prism stone weapon striking out like a dragon. Observing Smoker, Crocodile calmly elementalized his chest, creating a gaping hole as the Sea Prism weapon passed through. Crocodile then unleashed a sand blade aimed at Smoker. The energy-infused sand blade cleaved Smoker in two, creating a trench several meters long in the sandy ground, its power utterly fearsome. Crocodile, useless. I am but smoke. As the white smoke coalesced, Smoker's form gradually reconstituted, appearing unscathed once more. Crocodile scoffed dismissively, "TCH, smoke brat. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? Mere smoke, after all, while you cannot harm me. A single misstep on your part will lead to your downfall." Smoker resumed his assault with the Sea Prism stone weapon, while Ain intermittently struck at Crocodile. Unfortunately, Ain's retreat fruit proved ineffective against Crocodile. Otherwise, even a fleeting distraction would have sufficed for Smoker to severely wound him. Amidst the combined assault of Smoker and Ain, Crocodile was ultimately struck in the abdomen by Smoker's club. In pain, Crocodile staggered back a few steps, hastily elementalizing into fine sand to widen the distance between them. Furious as he summoned a small whirlwind in his palm and hurled it toward the two. Disappear. Sandstorm. The tempest raged, countless grains of sand and debris swirling violently. Smoker swiftly elementalized to evade, while Ain was less fortunate. Deflecting the debris with her sword while trying to dodge the storm, Crocodile observed Ain's desperate escape, thrusting his right hand into the ground. Desert Greatsword. A sand blade shot toward Ain at blinding speed. Faster than the previous attacks by more than tenfold, Ain realized she could not employ sorrow in time to evade and had no choice but to concentrate all her armament hockey into her sword and arm to withstand the blow. Clang! Ain's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, rolling across the sand for several meters before coming to a halt. She coughed up blood, although her armament hockey had spared her from being cleaved in two. The tremendous impact of the Desert Greatsword had still injured her internals. Wiping the blood from her lips, Ain stubbornly rose to her feet, brandishing her sword once more against Crocodile. I cannot rely solely on Brother Luo. I too wish to be someone who can stand alongside him. After sending Ain flying with a single strike, Crocodile did not pursue her. Instead, he turned his attention to Smoker, who was struggling amidst the sandstorm. He charged toward Smoker, his arm rapidly transforming into a crescent-shaped sand blade aimed at him. Smoker regarded Crocodile with disdain, thinking to himself, how can this crocodile even consider himself a warlord of the sea? Knowing he wields a Logia-type devil fruit, physical attacks are utterly futile, yet he still resorts to such fruitless efforts. Smoker did not squander his energy by deliberately elementalizing his body beforehand. He allowed the sand blade to slash towards his waist. The moment the crescent-shaped sand blade made contact with Smoker, he instantly sensed something amiss, a tremendous killing intent sending chills down his spine. He hurriedly elementalized his waist, but it was still a moment too late. As his body gathered after the transformation, he was astonished to find a significant portion of his abdomen had visibly desiccated. Crocodile, observing Smoker's expression, sneered, "What a pity. Your reaction was commendable. Navy, did you truly believe that being a Logia user made you invincible? Why attempt to evade?" Smoker's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that Crocodile would so swiftly exploit his weakness. Everything possesses moisture, and Crocodile's crescent-shaped sand dunes were an exceedingly formidable technique. Any object struck by it would be instantly drained of its moisture. How infuriating! Who would have thought that Crocodile, even without the use of hockey, would remain so formidable, truly worthy of being one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Crocodile mockingly gazed at Smoker, wearing an expression akin to that of a cat toying with a mouse. "Weren't you so confident that you'd take me down in 10 minutes? It seems that you two are the ones on the verge of defeat." Infuriated, Smoker transformed into a plume of smoke once more, launching his Sea Prism Stone attack towards Crocodile's head. Crocodile disdainfully regarded Smoker, raising his golden hook to block the strike. With a clang, sparks erupted violently. Crocodile coldly smirked and suddenly withdrew the force of his golden hook, causing Smoker to stumble forward due to his own momentum, while Crocodile's right hand clamped around Smoker's throat. Devour Cycle. Crocodile's chilling voice resonated in Smoker's ears. Reminiscent of a death knell from the abyss, a wave of terrifying energy emanated from Crocodile's right hand, the dreadful suction instantly draining every drop of moisture from the air. Smoker could not even escape the reach of the Devour Cycle. Not even through vaporization. "Ha! Weakling Navy, you may rest assured and embrace your demise." As Smoker's vaporization range diminished, his body on the verge of being drained, Crocodile let out a triumphant laugh. Just then, Ein reappeared in the fray. But Crocodile effortlessly countered Ein's attack with his golden hook. "Just a cocky little Navy brat with some knowledge of the six forms. You have disrupted my flawless plan. Now, little Navy brat, it's time for you to depart." Crocodile's grip tightened, and Smoker felt as though all the blood in his body was being siphoned away, an overwhelming sense of weakness enveloping him. "Hey, old smoke slinger, Miss Ein, your time has come." As the words fell, a violent flying slash cut through the air towards Crocodile's head. With a swift sound, several strands of hair fell from Crocodile's temple, a faint trace of blood appearing on his cheek. Had he not instinctively turned his head, his skull would have likely been cleaved in two. Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively withdrew his hand from the Devour Cycle, granting Smoker a moment to breathe as he quickly distanced himself from Crocodile. Joining Ein, Wang Luo drew out Ace, pointing it at Crocodile. "Now, it is my turn to be your opponent. Is it my turn?" "Ha ha ha. Arrogant Navy brat," Crocodile scoffed, his gaze fixed on Wang Luo. "No more idle chatter. Crocodile, prepare your neck for death." 7/. Wang Luo transformed into a beam of sword light, the ace sword resembling a long rainbow. A brilliant flash erupted, and countless grains of sand exploded from Crocodile's body. The 7/ struck rapidly, yet the armed hockey-infused blows failed to inflict any harm on Crocodile. Wang Luo could hardly believe it but quickly deduced the issue. Sand is inherently granular, and slashing attacks are surface strikes, thus allowing Crocodile to easily elementalize and evade the assaults, rendering his foreknowledge with observation hockey ineffective. Therefore, only faster slashes or wide-ranging attacks could prove effective. To test his hypothesis, Wang Luo utilized the final strike of the 7/ to create distance from Crocodile. "Oh, you think you can defeat me with armed hockey?" Crocodile bellowed, flinging his right hand, unleashing a torrent of frenzied sand that coalesced into 3 razor-sharp sand blades. Desert Diamond Blade. As the Desert Diamond Blade surged towards him, Wang Luo instantaneously entered his beast form, raising his right hand high. Fierce Dragon Slash. A colossal white dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, shattering the Desert Diamond Blade. Yet the dragon's speed remained unwavering, tearing through the space and slashing across Crocodile's chest. Before Crocodile could react, the dragon pivoted behind him, executing another reverse strike, the blade sweeping across Crocodile's back. The speed was so swift that it resembled 2 colossal dragons intertwining as they passed through Crocodile's form. Crimson blood gushing from his wounds, Crocodile, stung by the pain, broke into a cold sweat, his previous disdain evaporating. This young Navy officer had indeed managed to land a blow. Had he transformed? Was he also a devil fruit user? Merely an animal-type devil fruit user, yet he dared to what was that roaring dragon technique. He barely had time to elementalize before being injured. Rapid slashes had proven effective. Wang Luo's eyes lit up at Crocodile's injury. But alas, his fastest strike was currently the Fierce Dragon Slash, which had a 3-minute cooldown before he could execute it again. "Damn it, you little Navy brat, you have enraged me." A torrent of violent energy gathered in Crocodile's right palm. Sandstorm. This manifestation of power was several times more ferocious than the previous sandstorm. A terrifying whirlwind hurtled towards Wang Luo, but a mere parlor trick, Wang Luo mused, unfazed by the tumultuous yet destructive sandstorm. With his superior speed and strength far exceeding Smoker's, there was no way he could be ensnared. With a swift motion, Wang Luo flashed behind Crocodile, launching a powerful strike to his back, taken by surprise. Crocodile was violently struck by Wang Luo's assault. Had he not elementalized at the last moment, he would have likely been sent flying. Nonetheless, the force of the impact propelled Crocodile backward, his body transforming into sand and crashing heavily onto the sandy ground. Mitigating the force of the fall and lessening the damage, as the sand coalesced, Crocodile's form reemerged. Damn, that hurt, Crocodile grumbled, using his right hand to support his back as he struggled to rise. That I will kill you. He roared in fury, transforming into a whirlwind of sand as he charged at Wang Luo. Employing the same tactic again, his arm morphing into a massive crescent-shaped sand blade aimed at Wang Luo's chest. The crescent sand dune was unleashed once more. Was this attack merely a ruse, a sinister technique to drain the opponent's moisture? Wang Luo, eyes narrowed, observed the maneuver, his feet stirring up dust as he initiated a shave. Vanishing like a specter, Crocodile stared in astonishment at Wang Luo's sudden disappearance. Despite unleashing his utmost speed, he could not grasp even a corner of Wang Luo's garment. Crocodile, your speed is far too slow. Akin to that of a tortoise, are you aware? 2 strikes landed once more upon Crocodile's back, forcing him to elementalize to avoid the onslaught. Wang Luo relentlessly swung his sword at Crocodile, and in an instant, the two exchanged blows no fewer than dozens of times. Crocodile, frantic to elementalize and evade Wang Luo's strikes, found his body riddled with wounds. With a clang, the two separated once more, Crocodile's hair now disheveled. His breathing rapid. Was it nearing its conclusion? Wang Luo raised ace once more, pointing it at Crocodile. So, former warlord of the sea, Mr. Crocodile, will you continue to resist to the bitter end and face my blade? Or will you surrender willingly? A complex mix of emotions surged within him. In the span of a single day, he had gone from inciting Kusha to form a rebellion to being stripped of his title as a warlord of the sea. Yet this former Navy officer stood before him, audaciously declaring that he would either slay him or compel him to surrender. After all, he was merely a Navy officer. An endless surge of fury welled up within him as Crocodile unleashed a roar of rage. His crimson eyes fixated intently on Wang Luo, as if he longed to swallow him whole. Was he prepared to fight with all his might? Wang Luo, observing the beast-like demeanor of Crocodile, adopted a serious expression. His silver-white hair, transformed by his metamorphosis, danced in the wind, revealing a faint smile, which only served to further infuriate Crocodile, who could not tolerate Wang Luo's unwavering confidence. I was once a prodigy of the heavens, a notorious pirate who roamed the seas. How dare this mere young naval officer believe he can triumph over me? Die, you arrogant little Navy brat. With a sudden motion, Crocodile plunged his right hand into the ground. And in an instant, countless blades of sand shot up into the sky. Clang, clang, clang. Wang Luo, wielding his sword with finesse, countered the relentless onslaught of sand blades, the sound of metal clashing echoing across the desolate desert. He moved gracefully among the myriad of sand blades, impervious to Crocodile's ferocious attacks, steadily closing the distance between them. After severing a sand blade with a single stroke, the roar of a dragon reverberated through the desert, and sword energy shimmered as blood splattered across Crocodile's form. A severed arm, adorned with a golden hook, soared into the air, blood cascading down to the ground, accompanied by Crocodile's anguished scream, clutching the stump of his left shoulder in agony. Crocodile's gaze was locked onto Wang Luo, who re-emerged through the swirling sands, and he unleashed another sandstorm, attempting to disrupt Wang Luo's focus. With a swift slash, Wang Luo's sword emitted a crisp sound as the soaring sword energy cleaved through the sandstorm, rendering it powerless in an instant. Crocodile, fueled by desperation, merged his essence with the desert, transforming into a colossal sand giant that towered above. Wang Luo unleashed 2 fierce sword energies, but they merely left superficial marks on the sandy behemoth. Ha ha ha, Crocodile's voice boomed from within the sand giant. Come forth, the desert is me. I am the desert. His derisive laughter echoed as the giant's face mirrored his own, a towering figure looming over Wang Luo. It seemed that he indeed held the advantage of terrain. In this boundless desert, he could harness the infinite sand without expending energy. Wang Luo unleashed another colossal sword energy, yet it only succeeded in dismembering one of the giant's arms, which Crocodile quickly restored in mere seconds. Ha ha ha. You wish to capture me? Come on. I am Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate who challenged the world's strongest man. The sand giant let out a thunderous roar as a fist, as large as a football field, descended with overwhelming pressure. However, I am not the only one capable of growing larger. Wang Luo's form rapidly expanded, and a fearsome beast, 60 meters long and 20 meters high, materialized upon the desert. Its black and white fur stood out starkly against the golden sands. Wang Luo released a tremendous roar that stirred up violent winds. Crocodile was once again taken aback by Wang Luo's transformation. Impossible. You are merely a Zoan-type devil fruit user. How could you become so colossal? It is the mythical Zoan cat fruit, white tiger form. As he spoke, Wang Luo raised his massive tiger paw, channeling potent haki, and struck down upon the sand giant's head. The impact produced a resounding crash, scattering sand in all directions, with a swift flick of his tiger tail. The sand giant was sent reeling backward. Seeing that his previous attack bore little fruit, Wang Luo gathered immense energy in his mouth and unleashed it toward the sand giant. White tiger's breath of gold. The surging waves of light cascaded down like a galaxy falling from the heavens, engulfing the sand giant in searing radiance, reducing it to mere fragments. The intense heat caused the already sweltering desert temperatures to soar, and the golden waves traveled far, melting a distant hill into oblivion, their power utterly terrifying. Crocodile gasped for breath, slowly emerging from the sand, his strength waning with the collapse of the sand giant. He could no longer summon such a formidable entity. Gazing upon the towering white tiger before him, his pupils dilated in disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! You are merely a naval commander. How can you possess such power? Wang Luo reverted to his human form, fatigue weighing on him as he realized the immense toll of fully transforming into a beast. Returning to his hybrid form, he reflected on how Crocodile's sand fruit could be utilized in such a manner. However, it also reminded him that killing him might allow the fruit to fall into other hands, potentially leading to further malevolence. Thus, imprisoning him and impelled down would be prudent, sealing the fruit away. With that thought, Wang Luo surged forward, wielding Ace, while Crocodile, now exhausted, could not match his speed. Before Crocodile could react, Ace's blade, enveloped in dark, ink-like haki, struck fiercely against his chest. Crack! Wang Luo's inherent strength, amplified by the power of the mythical Zoan white tiger form, was astonishing, rivaling even the mightiest of the giant race upon the seas. The overwhelming force poured from the blade into Crocodile's chest, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking bones. Crocodile was sent flying dozens of meters away, carving a deep trench in the sand. With sand exploding around him, a torrent of blood gushed from Crocodile's mouth as he felt an overwhelming sense of weakness wash over him. This sensation was long forgotten. The last time he felt so was when he faced Whitebeard. Weakly, he watched as Wang Luo approached, his eyes filled with a mixture of defiance and disbelief. Do you still wish to resist? Crocodile? Wang Luo pointed his sword at him once more. I have shown you mercy before. Crocodile's gaze, fraught with conflicting emotions, was akin to a thunderstruck individual. He could hardly believe he had been bested by this young naval officer he had previously dismissed. The naval officer was unexpectedly formidable, and Crocodile was genuinely defeated. At that moment, two figures suddenly leaped down from the rocky wall. Wang Luo squinted, recognizing them as Vivi and Ikaram. Are you here to assist me? Crocodile said coldly. Of course not. We are here as undercover agents of Baroque Works to gather evidence against you for the persecution of the Alabasta kingdom. Vivi glared at Crocodile with disdain. You? Crocodile's eyes widened in fury. Wang Luo, with a knowing glance at Crocodile, reverted to his human form, regaining his original appearance, and smiled at the newcomers. So, you are Princess Vivi? You know me. Vivi looked at Wang Luo in surprise. Wang Luo smiled. I mentioned you when I requested permission from King Cobra to pursue pirates. I never imagined you to be so brave, meticulous, and kind-hearted. Vivi curtsied in gratitude. Thank you, young naval officer. It is you who has saved this country. Compared to you, my efforts are hardly noteworthy. Observing the amicable exchange between the two, Crocodile seethed with rage. He had long suspected Vivi's presence, but chose not to expose it. Even relishing this cat-and-mouse game. You enjoy investigating me, do you? Then I shall allow you to continue. Even if you uncover something, what of it? I, Crocodile, fear nothing. Yet he was now defeated by Wang Luo, his pride shattered into oblivion. Filled with profound humiliation, the once certain victor was now toyed with by a mere naval brat. It was one thing to be outmatched by Whitebeard, but to be unable to overcome this young naval officer was utterly unacceptable. Evil breeds courage as Crocodile's right hand quietly plunges into the sand, the desert greatsword once again lunging towards Wang Luo and Vivi. Wang Luo swiftly pulls Vivi close, his right hand swinging the sword to strike at the desert greatsword. A torrent of sword energy erupts, resonating with a metallic clang as the desert greatsword shatters in response. However, due to their proximity, a few shards of sand still splatter out, slicing across Wang Luo's left cheek. Initially, Wang Luo had intended to spare Crocodile's life, but witnessing Crocodile's audacity to resist, He realizes that pirates are indeed relentless. Evil must be eradicated. A fierce glint ignites in Wang Luo's eyes. As an overwhelming sword aura surges forth, engulfing the entire sandy expanse in a torrent of his conqueror's haki, you seek death, Crocodile. Facing the onslaught of Wang Luo's conqueror's haki, Crocodile spews blood from his mouth and nose. His already feeble state leaving him devoid of any resistance. It is a miracle he remains conscious. The specter of death looms over him. I, Crocodile, would rather die than be imprisoned and impelled down for eternity. He bellows with the last vestiges of his strength, blood continuing to trickle from the corner of his mouth, yet failing to quell his maniacal laughter. As you wish. Wang Luo raises ace high. Delivering a decisive slash, the raging sword energy cleaves through the air, a blinding beam of sword light consuming Crocodile. Its brilliance tearing a massive 2-meter-wide rift in the distant rock face. As the dust settles and darkness envelopes the desert once more. Crocodile's upper body lies severed, his fingers still trembling, yet it is clear he will not survive. Ultimately, he has failed to become the pirate king. He has not avenged himself against Whitebeard. In the end, he too shall perish, becoming mere dust like those he has slain. Fame, wealth, status, all have dissipated with his defeat. As blood continues to flow, Crocodile's body grows colder, his gaze dimming until his pupils scatter. Falling into silence. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, has met his demise. Ding! The system has detected the host has slain one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile. Reward: experience points, shop points, and 1 upgrade voucher, level 1. Ding! Congratulations! The host level has risen to 41. Observing Crocodile's lifeless form, Vivi and Ikaram, still reeling from the shock, simultaneously exhale in relief. The sword of Damocles that loomed over them has finally dissipated. Thank you, young Navy officer, for saving the kingdom of Alabasta. Might I know your name? Vivi gazes earnestly at Wang Luo. Wang Luo elegantly sheathes ace, a smile gracing his lips. My name is Cheval Luo. Esteemed princess. Hey, Luo, did you take care of Crocodile? Smoker approaches, supported by Ein. Wang Luo produces 3 small recovery potions, tossing 2 to them, while consuming 1 himself to regain some stamina. Although he sustained no injuries in vanquishing Crocodile, the exertion had drained him significantly. Furthermore, he resolves to show no mercy to such vile pirates in the future. If not for his quick reflexes, Vivi might have been gravely injured. Thus, when facing pirates, one must eradicate the root of evil. At that moment, a cloud of dust rises in the distance, likely the remnants of Baroque Works. Wang Luo addresses the now rejuvenated pair, Old Smoky. Miss Ein, I leave the rest to you. I will capture Nico Robin alive. Is that agreeable? Absolutely. I've heard Mr. 2 is formidable. It's the perfect opportunity to vent my frustrations. Smoker grips his sea stone bat tightly, speaking fiercely. Princess Vivi, please wait here while we cleanse the remnants of Baroque Works. Wang Luo turns to Vivi. No, this is our kingdom. We must also contribute. Vivi shakes her head resolutely. Wang Luo regards her thoughtfully before slowly nodding. Be safe. Rest assured, Navy lad. I, Ikaram, will protect Princess Vivi. Ikaram states earnestly in his peculiar manner. Moments later, a large contingent arrives at the battlefield, the ground littered with craters, evidence of a fierce battle. Upon seeing the 5 standing there, yet not spotting their leader, Crocodile, the members of Baroque Works become agitated. Nico Robin steps forward first, having spotted the severed rock wall and the bloodstains on the ground, as well as Crocodile's distinctive left hand, marked by a golden hook. She deduces that Crocodile has either been captured or slain. Naval officers, did you engage Lord Crocodile? Robin calls out. Indeed, I personally delivered the fatal blow. Wang Luo replies nonchalantly. He was one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Aren't you afraid of repercussions from the Navy headquarters? He is no longer one of the 7 warlords. The Navy headquarters is fully aware of your plans. Surrender now. Wang Luo slowly draws ace, adding, or shall I send you to reunite with your leader in the afterlife? Impossible. Our leader is invincible. You lie. It must be a trick. Smoker contemptuously tosses Crocodile's mutilated body before them, bellowing, you worthless scum, surrender immediately. I will send you to impel down to rot. Or else. Crocodile's dismembered corpse instills a powerful shock. And as Mr. 2 and Nico Robin exchange glances, they instinctively retreat. Run. The 2 immediately turn to flee, causing the remnants of Baroque Works to scatter in panic. Wang Luo swiftly commands, I will pursue Nico Robin. Smoker, You apprehend Mr. 2. Princess Vivi. Contact King Cobra and order a nationwide manhunt for Baroque Works members. Miss Ein, summon the Navy ships for support in capturing the pirates. Evil must be eradicated. We must arrest all remnants of Baroque Works to prevent them from continuing to harm civilians. Yes, Wang Luo swiftly dashes towards Nico Robin's escape route, while the others disperse to follow his orders. Before long, through the perception granted by his observation haki, Wang Luo locates Nico Robin's south hiding place. True to her nature as one who has evaded the world government's pursuit since childhood, she has returned to the crevice of the recently severed rock wall, burying herself deeply in the sand. Leaving only her eyes and nose exposed, it is worth noting that the sun is blazing overhead, and the temperature of the sand under its rays is at least 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Yet, she remains buried, demonstrating her unwavering resolve and fortitude. Wang Luo does not immediately attack Nico Robin but instead approaches her hiding spot step by step, under the influence of his observation haki. Nico Robin's heartbeat and anxiety intensify, but even with Wang Luo now less than 5 meters away, she remains perfectly still. When the distance is nearly closed, Wang Luo takes a few more steps forward. Halting just 3 meters from her concealment. Nico Robin, I know where you are. Hearing Wang Luo's words, Nico Robin's heart skips a beat, though she sees Wang Luo intently focused on her hiding spot. Her confidence in her disguise prevents her from revealing herself. Wang Luo shrugs in exasperation. Had he not traversed time to this world before Oda completed his narrative, he would not have included Nico Robin in his plans. Yet now, she is crucial to the mission, as the only one capable of deciphering the poneglyphs. So, Wang Luo simply sits cross-legged under the scorching sun and addresses Nico Robin. I know all about you. Nico Robin, though I am a Navy officer, you need not consider me an enemy. The bounty issued by the world government has made your childhood a tragedy that I understand that you are unlikely to trust anyone easily. However, as the sole survivor of O'Hara, you alone possess the ability to interpret the poneglyphs in this world that I understand that this is the culmination of the wisdom of all scholars from O'Hara. Yet isn't the interpretation of all historical texts the lifelong pursuit and dream of both them and your mother, Alvia? I recognize their innocence. They merely seek to uncover the truth of this world. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin could no longer contain herself, emerging from the sand with a cold smile directed at Wang Luo. You claim they are innocent. Can the countless innocent lives lost in O'Hara be summarized by mere words of innocence? Alas, what purpose do you serve under Crocodile? Wang Luo gazed at Nico Robin, whose face was still smeared with fine sand from sweat, and replied calmly, What purpose? I do not know. Perhaps it is to fulfill O'Hara's final wishes. Nico Robin's expression darkened. Then, young naval officer, now that you have found me, what do you intend to do? Wang Luo pondered briefly before responding, You are a wanted criminal, and I am a naval officer. What do you think I should do? As expected, the color drained from Nico Robin's face. She did not believe she could escape from someone who could effortlessly slay Crocodile. Moreover, her elaborate disguise had been easily seen through by this naval officer. What hope did she have of fleeing? Perhaps it was time for this to end. She had long grown weary of this life on the run. Wherever she went, calamity followed. Her kind-hearted grandparents had been mercilessly killed by bounty hunters seeking her, and pirates had laid waste to entire villages in their quest to capture her. What was the meaning of her existence as a genuine child of a devil? Perhaps being captured would not be so bad. So, young naval officer, congratulations, I surrender. Nico Robin made no futile attempts to struggle or resist, instead presenting her hands before her chest, inviting Wang Luo to place the handcuffs upon her. Surely, capturing me, along with slaying Crocodile and apprehending Port Gasti Ace, would be sufficient for your promotion to Rear Admiral, would it not? The most outstanding graduate of this naval academy, the naval supernova Cheval Luo. Nico Robin's perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. She had managed to investigate his background in such a short span after receiving the news. However, this also indicated that Nico Robin had never shared Crocodile's objectives. Otherwise, how could such vital information have remained undisclosed to him? Wang Luo shook his head and smiled at Nico Robin, deliberately inquiring, Why didn't you inform Crocodile? Why should I tell him? A cruel and heartless individual who would ruthlessly attack a kingdom for his own selfish interests, disregarding the lives of innocent civilians. Upon mentioning Crocodile, Nico Robin wore a look of disdain. Oh, I hear you are the vice president of Baroque Works. Crocodile has treated you rather well, hasn't he? It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Yet, I have also heard that you have devised numerous schemes against the Alabasta kingdom. Wang Luo sought to discern whether Nico Robin was the type willing to resort to any means for survival. If she were indeed a heartless schemer, her existence would not be necessary. As Big Mom had her own Brilliant, who would be equally capable of deciphering the historical texts once awakened. Surviving in these seas often entails unavoidable choices that I have done my utmost to avert death. But I cannot prevent Crocodile. Even without me, would he not torment this nation? I admit, my hands are already stained with blood. Thus, young naval officer, I willingly surrender. Nico Robin suddenly lifted her head, fixing her gaze on Wang Luo. Once more extending her hands toward him. Observing this, Wang Luo chuckled and asked, Nico Robin, are you truly content to be captured like this? Nico Robin murmured, what other option do I have, young naval officer? The seemingly invincible crocodile has fallen to your blade, and you have so easily found me. Do I possess any choice? Do you not desire to interpret all the historical texts of this world? Do you not wish to live? Nico Robin chuckled softly. What does it matter? There is no sanctuary for me upon the vast seas. Wang Luo replied earnestly, what if I could protect you? Upon hearing this, Nico Robin was taken aback. Her eyes reflected skepticism, and in a fleeting moment, many thoughts darted through her mind. Soon, however, her gaze turned contemptuous, and she coldly remarked, after your earlier remarks, I had believed you to be a righteous naval officer. Yet it appears you are no different from that filthy lot, desiring ancient weapons. Dream on. Witnessing Nico Robin's furious demeanor, a sense of pity welled up within Wang Luo. Indeed, possessing such knowledge is a double-edged sword. The sole individual capable of deciphering the historical texts, the one who could locate the ancient weapons through them, the one who could unveil One Piece. Such a person would undoubtedly be coveted. Rising to his feet, brushing the fine sand from his trousers, Wang Luo spoke slowly. You may not believe me, but I know far more than you realized. I am aware of many locations of historical texts and their contents. I am merely unclear about the historical text of the final destination, One Piece. Ancient weapons? I am familiar with them. They are the 3 legendary weapons of ancient times, each possessing the power to destroy the world. Known as Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Pluton is located in Water 7. Poseidon resides on Fishman Island. And as for Uranus, I am yet to discover its whereabouts, but I suspect it lies within the land known for its samurai. Bueno. Nico Robin looked at Wang Luo in shock, but she quickly regained her composure, chuckling lightly. If that is the case, why do you need me? Because I wish to bring an end to this damned era. Wang Luo's eyes bore into Nico Robin's, filled with sincerity and determination. This individual is serious. Nico Robin was stunned. She had not anticipated that this young naval officer harbored such lofty ambitions, seeking to personally conclude the era of piracy initiated by Joel D. Roger, did he understand the gravity of his words? What nonsense are you spouting? The world is rife with formidable foes. Crocodile is but a loser in the new world. Do you believe defeating him grants you the audacity to dream? Nico Robin exclaimed hysterically, countless great pirates, the underground emperors of the dark world, the 4 emperors of the new world. What do you possess to contend against them? Indeed. What do I possess? Wang Luo gazed skyward, murmuring, the human heart is complex, the world treacherous, and the path ahead fraught with challenges. Yet, life is a long journey, filled with countless crossroads. It seems that no matter the choice, these fleeting decades can be traversed. And I could select a simpler life. However, I cannot reconcile myself to that. I possess talent and capability. I recall someone once said, with great power comes great responsibility. Perhaps I truly am a fool for choosing this thorny path. In this era, someone must rise to the occasion, whether to become the pirate king or the next naval hero to vanquish all adversaries. So, why should I not be that person? Nico Robin, you are astute. Can you provide me with an answer? Should I stand forth? Nico Robin was momentarily taken aback by Wang Luo's inquiry. After a prolonged silence, she finally exhaled deeply, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy. I cannot answer your question. I do not even know where I should go. Wang Luo frowned and asked, have you ever contemplated what you truly wish to live for? Nico Robin shook her head. I do not know. I feel utterly exhausted. Life seems devoid of meaning, and at times, I wish for it all to end. Yet, when I think of Saul, who died for me, I find I cannot. Then join me. What do you say? I will prove everything to you. Upon hearing this, Nico Robin was taken aback. You, a promising naval officer, would harbor a wanted criminal like me. Aren't you afraid? Huh? Afraid of what? You are hardly a monster. With that, Wang Luo pulled out a transponder snail from his pocket and dialed a number. Brew, 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 brew. After a few rings, the call connected, and a voice on the other end said, Yo, third mate, I heard you went to Alabasta to capture a pirate? What brings you to call me? On the other end of the phone, it was Adelaide. Wang Luo chuckled. Can I call you if there's nothing going on? Ha bah ha, of course I can. However, old 3, your time is so precious that you wouldn't possibly call me without a reason. So what is it? It's about Nico Robin. Wang Luo stated plainly. A moment of silence ensued on the line, followed by Adelaide's astonished exclamation. Have you actually found her? I am still coordinating the CP to search for her whereabouts. Although Wang Luo had previously shared his plans with Adelaide, he had not revealed everything, such as his profound knowledge of the world of One Piece, or that he possessed a system and hailed from another realm. After all, if these secrets were to be disclosed, it would be utterly shocking, and there was a genuine risk of being captured by the world government and handed over to Vegapunk as a test subject. Indeed, after arriving in Alabasta to capture Port Gasti.Ace, I ventured into the rain base for some amusement. After winning a bit of money, some reckless individuals attempted to devour me, only to be dealt with swiftly. During the interrogation, it unexpectedly led to the involvement of the Warlord Crocodile and Nico Robin. What? How could I be unaware of such a significant matter? Adelaide exclaimed. It must be due to the recent major movements from the Navy. My focus has been entirely on that. So, you mentioned Nico Robin. Have you captured her? Sort of. Crocodile has already been slain by my hand. Wang Luo did not deny. Impressive, old 3. To kill a warlord of the sea with such ease. Truly commendable. Now that you have captured Nico Robin, shall we proceed with the next phase of our plan? Indeed, Wang Luo nodded. Very well. I will arrange for the bounty on Nico Robin to be revoked immediately. The next steps will be entrusted to you. Old 3. Thank you, boss. There is no need for such formalities between brothers, Adelaide concluded, and the call was terminated. Putting away the phone, Wang Luo turned his gaze back to Nico Robin. Nico Robin, you are now a free individual. However, I wish to place the choice in your hands. Are you willing to accompany me, or would you prefer to wander alone? Wang Luo did not deliberately shield the content of the call from Nico Robin. She gazed at him in disbelief and inquired, What was that just now? My leader, currently the highest officer of the CP, Wang Luo responded candidly without any concealment. But yes, that's so. Even so, why should I follow you? A Navy supernova? Nico Robin retorted indignantly. I have received no small measure of care from the Navy and the world government over the years. That is inconsequential. I am merely restoring your freedom. Wang Luo shook his head and continued. Revoking your bounty shall serve as compensation for the suffering you have endured in the first half of your life, that I hope your latter years will be filled with more happiness. Nico Robin scrutinized Wang Luo, her brow furrowing, before she replied, Then I thank you for revoking my bounty. With that, she turned to leave without a hint of hesitation. Wait, Wang Luo called after her. Nico Robin turned her head. Wearing a knowing expression that suggested she suspected his intentions, her face adorned with a feigned smile as she asked, What? Are you having second thoughts? Wang Luo shook his head. No, I keep my word. I merely wish to remind you of something. While the Navy and bounty hunters may not trouble you, the ambitious emperors of the sea and countless underground overlords in the New World are still watching you closely. Take care of yourself. Nico Robin smiled charmingly.